Konoha Village. A corner of the stall. Short shinobi shoes, headband hairpin. Sold cheaply. Craftsman's Country Boutique Department Store. It's a big sale at a loss. Uchiha Gen, wearing a white half sleeve, has a Uchiha fan printed on his back. Underneath is a 6-point pant and ninja shoes, and he is jumping and shouting on the edge of the stall. It's very cute and interesting. Yay! Young sister, you are so good looking, don't you buy ninja shoes? Thieves are cheap, only 100 taels for a pair. A long-legged young lady passing by hesitated and looked down slightly, only to see the little Uchiha source, and her heart was slightly startled. What a little brother! Then he looked at the stall. On the 2 meter by 2 meter stalls, there are many goods neatly arranged. Xiao Yushaibo Yuan, seeing that his sister stopped, quickly picked out a suitable pair of ninja shoes, raised his hands high, and handed them to the young lady for inspection. Sister, look at this, unlike the ordinary model, this is an increased model. Sister wears it, it must look good. The young lady glanced at the ninja shoes and nodded slightly, which was indeed good. Another glance at Xiao Yushaibo Yuan, 5 or 6 years old, sunny and cute, a cute little brother. At this time, he was looking at himself expectantly. Little brother, how old are you, and what about your parents? Uchiha Yuan bowed his head slightly, struggled to hold up a smile, and said in a small voice, I am 7 years old this year, and my parents are killed in battle. This damn world. After taking a serious look at Xiao Yushaibo again, he found that he was obviously a little malnourished and his body was very thin. I wanted to apologize, but I saw Xiao Yushaibo Gen, tried to hold up the smile, and laboriously handed the shoes to myself. What he needs more than apologizing at this time is to sell these shoes. The young lady smiled gently and took the shoes raised by Xiao Yushaibo. It's exactly size 37, give me another pair. Okay, Xiao Yushaibo Yuan agreed, his voice was light, and he quickly packed 2 pairs of shoes and handed them to the young lady. Finally opened. Arrived at the account 200 taels. No more leftovers today, you can eat a bowl of ramen. That's nice. Another 2 hours. Xiao Yushaibo Yuan, his voice was dumb, and he didn't sell another thing. But he wasn't discouraged, because he had already opened a bill today and could eat a bowl of ramen. Yo! Isn't this the little ghost of the Uchiha family? The genius who opened the Sharinan at the age of 4, Uchiha Gen. Why are you still setting up stalls in our night market? Xiao Yushaibo looked up. I saw a bald imp wearing black short sleeves, and the little ghost was led by a teenager who was very similar to him, but older than him, and was laughing and teasing himself. I couldn't help but squint slightly. Oh no. What bad luck. Ran into acquaintances. No, the term wronged may be more appropriate than acquaintances. Groove. Sharinan? Brother, you're not kidding. I remember writing chakra eyes, but Uchiha Shinobi can't necessarily open the eyes. Just him? Ono pouted, but isn't it? I heard that when he first opened his eyes, he directly shocked the entire Uchiha high level. Grand Elder Uchiha, he also came to see him in person, and he also wanted to take him as an apprentice to cultivate him into the second Uchiha class. Ono was stunned, then he is still setting up a stall here. What about playing? Hey, brother, you don't know this. Although he opened his eyes, he couldn't refine chakra. Directly made their great elder cry disgustingly, the spicy chicken's ninja talent. I'm afraid I can't become a subordinate in this life. Ono's expression was wonderful, this Nima, what a strange thing. For this scene, Xiao Yushaibo Yuan has long been surprised. He rolled his eyes and said coldly, do you two buy anything? If you don't buy it, hurry up and go. Don't delay me doing business. Ono sneered, stepped on a pair of shoes on the ground stall, and twisted it fiercely. What's the matter? I didn't say I wouldn't buy it. Didn't you do business? Xiao Yushaibo Yuan, looking at the constantly twisting foot, his squinted eyes had become a slit. However, there was still a fake smile on his face, and he said word by word, buy a skirt for your brother. Look at your brother's appearance, how much he looks like a little sister. Ono's face turned red and white. Angrily, he jumped on the floor and kicked the things on the stall beyond recognition. Put your mouth clean for me, my brother is enduring. Aren't you afraid of going out of the village and meeting mountain thieves? Uchiha Yuan laughed, scared me to death. I thought your brother was 7. Ono said coldly, you abandoned waste. What is the smelly stall? What's wrong with the waste? Then I also eat on my own. Xiao Yushaibo Yuan was not afraid in the slightest. Still want to eat? I'll leave you without food today. There was a sinister laugh between words. Ono's hands quickly froze. Fire. A small fireball was violently spit out of Ono's mouth on the top of the stall. Boom. The whole stall was lit with goods. The raging fire instantly destroyed everything. Uchiha Yuan clenched his fists and clenched his teeth to death. The eyes turned scarlet, a guyu flew fast, and then another guyu appeared. But just a second after appearing, it disappeared again. Ono was startled and quickly swung a punch at Uchiha Gen's upper chin. Just turned on the double-hook jade. Yushaibo Yuan's body was weak, and he couldn't dodge it at all. Directly with a punch. A mouthful of blood, with a small baby tooth, flew into the firelight. Bio-blood components are detected and the strongest incoming system begins to fuse. Successful integration, free 10 redemption opportunities. Product generation mangaku potion, enhance physical fitness tenfold, lasting 3 days and 3 nights. 10,000 tails, pulp washing fruit, washing tendons and cutting the pith to improve the qualification of cultivation. 100,000 tails, bloodline activation card, activates high-level bloodlines in the body. 100,000 tails, Uchiha Gen, who was punched in groggy. The sound of the system is heard. Instead of being surprised, Yuen burst into tears. System, you've finally appeared. It's been 7 years since you traveled into this world. Do you know how I have lived these 7 years? Uchiha Yuen got up with difficulty, tears in his eyes, but a look of ecstasy on his face. Engaged in day, for a while, he was a little confused. This is? Broken. It's really a waste. Ignoring the two brothers Ono and Ono, Genjin said softly, exchange, mangaku potion. In an instant, a bottle, 2 pieces of Yubeo mine-sized unlicensed drinks, appeared in the source's hand. Without thinking, Genjin shook the drink twice and flaunted it to his mouth. Ono didn't understand at all at this time. What was the situation? Fight halfway? Thirsty? Is it too heavy to start? Really broken? Not often. A bottle of mangaku under the stomach, the source only felt that the whole body was boiling, and the pure energy continued to start from the stomach, moisturizing and strengthening the cells of the whole body. At this time, he was full of anger and blood, and he only felt that he could kill a cow. Physical fitness directly improved tenfold. Genjin casually crushed the bottle, punched out like a dragon, and got up and punched Ono's stomach. The brute force was so great that it even burst out bursts of sonic booms. Ono was momentarily distracted. Bang! Ono's face was distorted, his eyes were bulging, and acid water was constantly spitting out of his mouth, spinning and flying out upside down. Groove! What happened? A crowd of melon-eating people were attracted by the light of the fire and the sound. Although there are rules that say that ninjas cannot strike at civilians, but there are ninjas who want to attack civilians, so what can civilians do? If you are bullied, you will be bullied, and you dare to report it if you don't want to live. It's the tall ninja who is bullying the kid who set up the stall. True TM is not human. Even children bully. That's not right. Look at that kid's clothes icon. That's Uchiha's crest. That kid belongs to the Uchiha clan. Hey, dog eats dog. Shut up. If you want to die, don't take us with you. Ono was punched by Geniki, and Ono was shocked. Exclaimed in disbelief. Brother, are you okay? Ono was hit by the brute force of Geniki's punch, squatting on the ground and turning white. If it were an ordinary person, I am afraid that he would have passed out at this time. However, a ninja deserves to be a ninja. Soon Ono eased up. At the same time, his bloody nature was also stimulated, and he roared with a hideous face, "You are looking for death," punched by a few years old. Let himself be ugly in front of his younger brother, how can he bear this breath? I'm putting up with it. Can't figure it out, a waste imp? Enduring the severe pain, Ono instantly came to the source body. The thunder attribute chakra was condensed in the palm of his hand, and he fanned towards the handsome little face of the source. This palm Ono did not leave a hand. He just wants to ruin the face of the source with one palm. But this palm was only halfway through, and it was blocked by a small hand. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take another half a step. Thunder attribute chakra, the hand of the source of electricity, bursts of neat aroma. Gen's eyes were murderous and wanton. This big wild palm is going for half his life. The enemy is going to kill you, can you still be merciful? The source looked fierce, and his little hand squeezed hard, and Ono instantly knelt down and instantly pinched Ono's fingers into a crushing fracture. Yay! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Ono's face was directly distorted, and he screamed bitterly. 10 fingers are connected to the heart, not to mention the source crushed, but Ono's 3 fingers. Ono's heart has collapsed. Isn't he a waste that doesn't even have chakra? I'm a 13-year-old shinobi. How could you not beat him? And that little devil even ruined his own hand. The hand is destroyed, then how will he make a seal in the future, and how to be a ninja? After the 3 fingers were destroyed, he instantly sobered up, and no longer had the courage to strike in question. Embarrassed, he got up and covered his crushed fingers. His face was livid and his eyes were resentful, and he was ready to leave without saying a word. But the source of the ground stall being burned and being punched for no reason, how could he let them go so easily? Stop! The two paused in their steps, and Uchiha Gen's naked eyes behind them made them hairy. With a sudden, Ono jumped up and roared angrily, "You hurt my brother like this, what else do you want?" Yuen stared at Ono coldly, and replied unhurriedly, "You burned my stall and asked me what I wanted. Want to leave without losing money? It doesn't make sense." Ono's small fists clenched and gritted his teeth, "How much?" Hearing these words, Yuan Shuang's eyes suddenly lit up. indiscriminately wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and seriously calculated 200 pairs of ninja shoes, shorts, headband hairpins, or something. There is about 5,000 taels, and then rounding it up is 50,000 taels, and then there are mental damage fees, medical expenses, or something. The corner of Yuen's mouth smiled evilly, and said happily, Ono-kun, we can also be regarded as not acquainted, let's give you a discount of 100,000 taels. As soon as he heard the numbers, Ono-kun directly spurted out a mouthful of old blood. What is the concept of 100,000 taels? A sea-level mission is rewarded, and the tasks are all completed by squads, and if the team of 4 people is squad, each person will receive about 20,000 taels. Therefore, the average subordinate has to do no less than 5 sea-level tasks to earn 20,000 taels. 1 month for a task, that's half a year's salary. After spitting out the blood in his mouth, Ono-kun said angrily, why don't you grab it? What else do you think I'm doing? The scarlet chakra eyes slowly turned in the eyes of the source again, stared straight at Ono-kun. Swallowing his saliva, Ono-kun's eyes instantly staggered, and the only remaining hand wiped on his chest and then took off his shoes. Finally, I took out all the money on my body. A total of 83,253 taels. Yuen's little hand slapped the smell, accepted the money with some disgust, and said with disdain, it's really unlucky, meet you 2 poor ghosts. Saying that, he disgusted and threw back the fraction of the 3 taels to them. You owe it first, and I'll come to you later to come back. Collected the money. Genjin took out his little hand again and calculated. A fraction of 80,000, about how much? More than 10,000, that's it, I'll send kindness again and round you up. You can just pay me 20,000 when the time comes. The stalls were burned clean, and there was no need to clean up. Xiao Yuan took the money and left joyfully, leaving Ono-kun and Ono-kun alone in the wind. Too much deception. Uchiha clan land. Xiao Yushaibo Yuan jumped back home. I remember the years I came to this world. 7 years ago, he was born in the Uchiha family. 4 years ago, 3 years after ignorance, he vaguely recalled his past life and this life. At the same time, he also realized that he was a crosser, but his memory was a little confused, as if he was not crossing for the first time. But strangely, his memory of the drama Hokage is indeed very clear. 3 years ago, his father died in battle, and at the same time, he also opened a hook of jade, which was called genius by the clan, and then became a waste abandoned by the family because of his extremely poor cultivation talent. A year ago, when his mother died of a serious illness, he started setting up a stall to support himself and met a little brother. After more than a year of stalling, the harvest was okay, earning more than 80,000 taels, although 80,000 taels of it was just earned. However, these small details, it is not important. Stalls are really lucrative. Today he made a lot of money, and he was happy that he forgot to buy ramen to eat, and now his stomach is attached to his back. Sighing, he came to the door. I saw that the door was open, and a girl's voice came from inside. Source, you're back. Xiao Yushaibo Yuan smiled and nodded, skillfully closed the door, and smiled with great excitement. Sister Mikato, you came with something delicious again. Mikato Uchiha and Uchiha Genjin are leaders and are peers. When Gen's father and mother were still alive, the two of them played together every day. It is worth mentioning that Mikato is 1 year older than Gen, so in many cases, it is Mikato's sister who protects him when Gen's bullying. Their relationship is simply summarized, it should be the so-called childhood sweetheart. Since Gen's father died in battle, Uchiha Mikato has sent her own delicious food to the Genjia from time to time. After Genma's death, Uchiha Mikato was even worse, bringing him food almost every day. That's right, yes. That's it. Relying on the source to set up a stall to feed yourself, isn't that pure joke? I starved to death so early. Hee hee. It's dumplings. Mikato carried a plate full of dumplings and ran briskly to Minamoto. With a look of anticipation, his eyes looked straight at the source. Wow. It's dumplings. You know, the last time I ate dumplings, it was last time. Gen's words made Mikato sneer. There was a hint of mature beauty in the eyes of the source. On the table. Mikato dragged her chin with both hands, and her beautiful eyes kept scanning Yuen's handsome body. Zayazwai muttered, if only Yuen could cultivate chakra, he really can't eat more and grow longer. Source grunt. Genjin laboriously swallowed the dumplings in his throat. The clear eyes were full of stupidity. Looking at Mikato-san blankly. Aha, without chakra's cultivation talent, he was also helpless. In this world, chakra talent can only be born by nature. There is simply no means that can allow ordinary people to have cultivation ability. But let me grow up. What do you mean? Think I'm short? Can't. How old am I? It's not starting to grow yet. Genjin looked at Mikato-san with some resentment. Seeing that Yuen was pretending to be this stupid and cute again, Mikato snorted and pouted angrily, humph. Big. After a long time of calming. Noticing the bruises on Gen's face, Mikado asked with concern, fighting with someone again. Yes. Yuen nodded humbly. Mikato frowned slightly and pouted. Who dares to hit you? I'll go to him tomorrow and beat him up for you. People seem to be miserable enough. Forget it. Genjin blinked his eyes and sighed. Still, don't do it. I actually, already beaten back. Rubbing Yuen's little face, Mikato's distressed little hand clenched her fist again, and pouted angrily. If you can't beat others, you can endure it first. Come back and tell me, let's go together. Beat him to death. Hey, if it really doesn't work, just give them a sparse meal. Mikato said viciously about various methods, and from time to time she threw her fists into the air. This scene, well, very harmonious. Happy smiled. Yuen said nonchalantly, this dumpling is delicious, soft, and so fragrant. Mikato's little face blushed slightly, and she found a piece of soft meat around Jen's waist and spun it hard. Yeah, so strong. Do you want to sneak it up again? Doesn't hurt? Do you want to cooperate? The two of them had a flash of thought. Hey, it hurts. Mikato-sama tap. Tickle after a burst of laughter. Mikato's face instantly became expressionless, and her beautiful eyes were a little melancholy. Mikato, Jen, do you know fate, source, destiny? Mikato, yes, it's something you obviously don't like, but you have to accept it. Source, don't like it, but have to accept it. Heaven and hell have no right for me to choose, I only have the destiny of being chosen. Promise me, you're going to get stronger. Become the strongest in Uchiha. Even become the strongest in the entire ninja world. Okay. Uchiha Yuen looked at Mikato, who was a little unrecognizable, with a serious and melancholy face. Although not quite understood, but without the slightest hesitation, he said in a very determined tone, no. Sister Mikato, as long as you don't want your fate, then you have to resist. Your own destiny should be controlled by yourself. Sister Mikato, I promise you, I will become the strongest. Just give me some time. Uchiha is the strongest, the entire ninja world is the strongest, I can definitely do it. Sister Mikato, you must promise me too. As long as it is not the fate you want, you must not compromise. Uchiha Genjin was extremely serious at the moment, because the word fate seemed to evoke some of his distant memories, and he didn't amplify the words. If he had stayed in the past, he would not even be able to set foot on the ninja, and as for the strongest, he would not be able to talk about it. But now he has awakened the system. In his chaotic memory, he had the most intuitive understanding of the system. That is, the ability to be unreasonable. Strongest? That's an absolute realm. Mikato was overjoyed, hugged Jen, and sobbed with a smile. Thank you, Source, I promise you too. It will not be easy to compromise with fate. You have to get stronger. To become the strongest, then. And then, send Mikato-san away. Uchiha Yuen lay on the bed, his hands on his head, staring blankly at the ceiling and thinking about everything today. Something is wrong with Mikato-san, and today is a little too abnormal. But no matter how Genjin asked, Mikato-san shook her head and said nothing. It can only be done. Taking a deep breath, Genjin simply stopped thinking about it. Immediately focused on today, the most important gain, the system. The system is simple, it's a store where you can spend money on things, the only feature is, can save money. It's still the kind that doesn't give back. There aren't many items inside, but they're all magical. The first is the Reckless Potion, this has already been used, it really improves physical fitness tenfold, it can be called the existence of a bug. It's really a system product. At the same time, the price is still low, about 166 bowls of ramen. Another is the Bloodline Activation Card. Redeem Bloodline Activation Card instantly. A Bloodline Activation Card appeared in his hand like a bug. Use. The card turns into a little firefly and slowly enters the body. And then, there will be no then. The source was a little confused, and quickly asked the system, what is the situation of the system? Baya the host has the Sharinanai Bloodline, currently double Hook Jade, and if you want to evolve to 3 Hook Jade, you need to need 9 Bloodline Activation Cards. Grass. Don't say it early. I said earlier that I wouldn't redeem this, the opportunity of 100,000 taels was wasted. There was something inside the chest, a dull pain. The system also said that it was very helpless. You don't ask again. There is also one last item to redeem. Wash the pulp fruit, wash the tendons and cut the pith, and improve the cultivation qualification. It's very awesome to hear. And the price is also 100,000. Redeem. Wait a minute. There's nothing wrong with this. Nope. Then exchange. In an instant, a large apple appeared in the source's hand. Without saying a word, take the nucleus and eat it together. Almost at the same time, the heat wave in Yuja Boywan's body flowed, and in the pores, unknown black substances were constantly flowing, mixed with sweat. Yuen just felt relaxed. The physique has really improved. See effective. One after another, the source ate 5 more apples. It is also eaten with nuclei. It's amazing to say, if Genjin hadn't eaten so many apples, he wouldn't have been supported by apples. After really couldn't eat, the source began, using the somewhat vague chakra refining method in his memory. Biodetect the host, is learning the chakra refining method. Does it consume 1000 tales of direct learning? Ha! And this feature? Studying? Cow, cow, cow. If only he had this ability when he was refining. Hey, what is alchemy? Forget it, can't remember. Yes, after rushing 1000 tales to the system, a large amount of knowledge instantly entered the source's brain. Directly let the source of the chakra extraction method realm reach the proficiency. How do you describe how this feels? It's like opening a hanging. Congratulations to the host, chakra refining method to achieve proficiency. Do you spend another 10,000 tales to learn to be proficient? Carefully feel the changes brought about by the chakra refining method after the upgrade. Without the slightest hesitation, the source rushed another 10,000. Learn directly, it's worth it. If the efficiency of his previous chakra extraction method is to extract 0.1 kachakra in 1 hour, then after proficiency, it is 0.5 kaka for 1 hour. It's a 5-fold boost. How can there be any reason not to upgrade? Soon, proficient, 1 kachakra an hour. Congratulations to the host, chakra refining method to achieve mastery. Do you spend another 100,000 tales to learn to the master level? Groove. After mastering it, he can even upgrade to the master level. Just this price, 100,000 tales is too expensive. Of course, proficient, for the current Xiao's Haibo source, it is completely enough. His current body is still too weak, although he has been increased tenfold by the Reckless Potion, it is only barely 1 kachakra. A steady stream of chakra is accumulated into the body. Uchiha Yuan flew up excitedly, and directly came a Thomas spiral on the bed. Chakra! I finally have chakra. Ninja! He's done. Late afternoon. Kanaha Village Night Market, the flow of people reached its peak. Xiaoyu's Haibo Yuan finally supported his own stall. On a billboard the same size as the source was crooked, with several Fire Country words written on it. 3 punches of the reckless man. With preparations in advance, Xiao Yuan held a small speaker and roared impassionedly. It really attracted a lot of people. There were 2 familiar ninja sisters, whispering, "Isn't this little brother the little brother of Uchiha who killed Shinobi with 1 punch yesterday? Today, I'm setting up a stall again." That's true. Yesterday he was so handsome and cool. If only he were bigger, Wow. People are still children. What are you thinking? Oops. We're ninjas now. Didn't it say that TM should be elegant? Source, you guys are quiet. Is this something my 7-year-old can hear? But I already have someone I like, young lady, I'm sorry, you guys. Come quietly in the evening. In the crowd. A black strong man with a bearded face was a little impatient, and his rough voice was not angry. Uchiha's child, let the Hui family wait here for so long. The 3 fists of the reckless man you said can really improve physical fitness by 5 times? Someone took the lead, and the crowd roared, and the scene was lively. Yes. What you said, child, I have been in Kanaha for so many years, and it is also unheard of. Is it true or not? That's it. 5 times the physical fitness, lasting 1 day, how can such a secret medicine have no side effects? Don't think you're from the Uchiha clan, we don't dare to treat you like that. If you really fool us, I'll have to give you a show. If you don't prove it, we'll go. Yes. If we don't start, we're gone. Seeing the people who gathered, there were also about a dozen ninjas. The corners of Xiao Yuan's mouth were also slightly hooked, and he said passionately, "Brothers, sisters, hello, my name is Uchiha Gen, the source of the square source. Mangfu 3 Fists is my family's secret medicine, and it cannot be produced, so I can only go to the Mangfu mountain in the far east to mine it. We don't produce Mangfu 3 Fists, we are just porters of Mangfu 3 Fists. I know you may not believe it, but this I swear by the glory of the Uchiha clan, the effect of Mangfu 3 Fists improving physical fitness by 5 times, lasting 1 day and 1 night, this is absolutely Tong Suo. Boom! The function of the Mangfu potion is 10 times the physique, 3 days. I just mixed a little bit of water. Although the effect decreases and so does the duration, the effect is absolutely fidelity. After all, this is a joint product of me and the system, and it is a boutique of the best. I water and bottle, ha 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 ha. The crowd listened stunned. Especially when, Uchiha Gen, swears by the glory of the Uchiha clan. Everyone directly quieted down and believed 3 points. There were only 1 or 2 Uchiha ninjas, and there was a strange feeling in their hearts. Since their family knows their own family affairs, what is Mangfu Mountain, they have never heard of it when they are so old. And what kind of person is Uchiha Gen, they are clear. It is an eye-opening genius, and it is also a waste without chakra. Family secret? How can it be? But others don't know. The dark and strong man on the side directly opened his mouth and asked Liang Yu's Haibo in a low voice, what the child said is true. This. Liang Yu's Haibo, I don't know how to answer, they don't know if it's really fake. Right now. A thick eyebrow wearing a green tights and walking upside down with his hands on the ground jumped into the crowd and came to Uchiha General. The big face of the hunched boss was almost directly attached to Uchiha Gen's small face, looking at him meticulously. Touching his chin with one hand, he pondered seriously. "You are so special," he asked. "Can it really improve physical fitness by 5 times? Uchiha Yuen swallowed his spit, hurriedly took 2 steps back before calmly saying, "It can really improve physical fitness by 5 times. Hearing the thick eyebrows of the watermelon head, shining teeth, and giving a thumbs up with one hand, it was a trademark smile towards the source. "Youth. Lies are not allowed. How much money I want?" Yuen picked up a bottle and said lightly, "Mangaku 3 fists a bottle of 10,000 taels." 10,000. The watermelon head was directly petrified and cracked, and he cried out sadly, "Is this water made of gold, or is the bottle made of gold? How is it so expensive?" When a group of people heard the price, they were also shocked. "How much?" "If I heard correctly, it should be 10,000 bottles." "Hiss, it's crazy to think about money. That gentle little girl in the countryside is only a few tens of thousands of knights. Could it be that this medicine is real?" The high price made most of the Chien capital leave consciously, but it made the ninjas gather more and more. In this world, the heads of Chien are actually social animals, with almost no consumption power. Only by becoming a ninja can you barely achieve food and clothing. This is also why the big families are all ninja families. Meanwhile, a voice in the crowd, the dark strong man questioned again. "If you sell this price, it is not expensive to be effective, but if it does not work, won't the Hui family become a big wrong? If you drink it, I will believe it if you can break the brain." Uchiha Yuen smiled slightly. "I don't know how to publicize it." "Well, sleepy pillows. Good. This uncle, we might as well make a bet. Drinking Mangaku 3 fists can crush the brain case of the big stone. You will buy a bottle, if you can't let me smash the stall." Hearing the conditions were not excessive, the big man directly agreed cheerfully. "Good. If you can really improve your physical fitness, don't say that I will buy 1 bottle and 10 bottles. Uchiha Gen's eyes lit up. "Big deal. Good. That's 10 bottles. Well said." But then he asked weakly, "Uncle, will you be able to escape? Who do you look down on?" "Optimistic." Immediately, the dark man just now had his hand sealed, "Tudun Tuliodashi." Uchiha Gen, scarlet flashed in his eyes. It turned out to be so, and the source secretly wrote down these seals. Surgical initiation. A hard boulder more than 1 person tall rises from the ground. Uchiha Genjin swallowed his spit, looked up at the boulder that could not see the top, and said with a sneer, "Wouldn't it be too big?" The dark man scratched his head helplessly, embarrassed. "This is the soil flow wall. I'm already in control of chakra. The bull has already blown out. I can only bite the bullet." Just when the source is ready to drink the medicine, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced unintentionally, and next to him was an excited, green tie-clad watermelon head. Crooked smile, he had an idea. "Brother, dude." Uchiha Yuen put on a youthful and enthusiastic look and said, "Youth is not to be desecrated. Dude, I'll leave this opportunity to you." As soon as the watermelon head heard the word youth, he went directly to the head and gave a thumbs up to the source, with shining big white teeth. "Good. Let our youth ignite." Gollum. A bottle of reckless 3 fists under the belly. Feeling the continuous power, the watermelon head became more and more excited. "Youth, this is youth." The excited watermelon head involuntarily opened the 4th door. The momentum of the whole body rises again and again. The watermelon head directly turned into a hedgehog head, and this 4th door opened the momentum of the gate. As soon as he walked in front of the boulder, his hand was gently placed on it, and before he could hit it, the boulder trembled and shattered in fear. The big black man, the boss with wide eyes, and his mouth can be stuffed with fists. After confirming the look with the watermelon head, the big man did not hesitate to make a seal. Tudun Tulio wall. A huge hard stone wall rises from the ground. The watermelon head did not hesitate in the slightest, hitting the wall like pounding garlic. The bang bang is endless. In an instant, the stone wall first cracked, and then it shattered completely. Feeling the surging power, the watermelon head was excited, jumping around the source. The most shocking ones have to be those who watch the excitement. The distance is so close. The strength of the soil flow wall, they can say that they can feel it deeply. Such a powerful defensive ninjutsu was really smashed by that watermelon head. No, it is now a hedgehog head, and it was smashed abruptly with the brain. And this is not the main thing. The main thing is that the watermelon head is unscathed. What an outrageous physical fitness. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but sweat upside down. Monster. The same are all people. Why can he break the wall of earth and earth in his brain? This beaver? The 2 passing Uchiha on the side, people were stupid. They are all wondering if they belong to the Uchiha family. 3 fists of reckless mang this, they really haven't heard of it. Brother Chingchun kept bouncing, obviously excited. The reckless potion said that there are no side effects. It seems that it is not quite the case. It seems to have a degrading attribute. Uchiha Yuan quietly handed brother Qingchun a bottle of 3 fists of mangfu, smiled and showed his little white teeth, gave a thumbs up, and looked at him gratefully. Brother youth, it's so hot-blooded. Brother Qingchun took a bottle of 3 fists of mangfu, and his heart was even more excited. Directly to the source came a meal, about 90 degrees, and brought a strong wind. Almost fanned the source to death. After the passion of the young brother to bring the goods, Uchiha's stall directly exploded. The swarthy man was excited, and quickly took out 10 silver tickets of 10,000 taels. 10 bottles. 10 bottles. Some onlookers of the upper ninja, the rich middle ninja and the lower ninja, more or less want a bottle. Soon all sold out. Xiao's Haibo Yuan painstakingly put away the stall. Right now. On the street of the night market, a thin black little man with eyes in a slit flew over. Hey, today, I was so lucky. A couple ordered a rice ball, and then inexplicably quarreled. The two were stunned and didn't eat a bite. They really didn't understand what these adults were thinking, and they quarreled without eating. It's really cheap for me. Yuan should not have eaten yet. I'll give him half of it later, he mentally calculated. The little hand hit the pace again. Soon found the stall. The source of the stall that had just been put away, heard a familiar voice, and looked up. Yay! It's a hand-beating little brother. Hand pouted, grabbing the cloth that Genjin had just tidied up. Ridiculously, Yuan is lazy again today. This point came to set up a stall, and it seems that today I want to generate electricity for love. The mouth teased. But his hands and feet were very serious and skillful, and the neat floor was laid out again. After finishing the matter, Han Ta looked around and winked at the source. Goods? Forget it, you haven't eaten yet. Oh, here you go. He took out 2 neatly wrapped rice balls and handed them to General, specially reserved for you. Eat it. This kid is still the same. As long as there is something delicious, I will share it with myself. The corner of Xiao Yu's mouth smiled slightly, and his heart was also warm. I took the rice ball, opened it directly, and took a bite of it. Delicious. Then he clapped his hands on the shoulder and grinned. I'm not late, I'm already sold out. Fear of unbelievable. Yuan's little hand took out the hundreds of thousands of taels of silver tickets in his pocket without a trace. Fan the wind. Yay! Hand hit the old man. Don't you think, this weather? It's a little hot. It was also amazing to say, his eyes with a slit in his hand directly glared into 2 light bulbs, and he stammered, This is all earned today. Genjin nodded, his mouth crooked. Sample, I haven't seen so much money, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, that's right. This is all earned today. Set up a stall. Do you all make money like this? I was so shocked that I still couldn't believe it. A pair of shoes is only 100 taels, a bowl of ramen is only 60 taels. What do you sell? It can sell for hundreds of thousands of taels. Of course, it is to sell 3 fists of reckless husband, a bottle of mangfu potion, a little water, turned into 10 bottles of mangfu 3 fists. Today, Yuan prepared a total of 100 bottles of mangfu 3 fists, gave 2 bottles to brother Qingchun, and sold 98 bottles, with a turnover of 980,000 taels. Excluding the cost of 100,000 taels, the net profit did not reach 880,000 taels. But all this is still a huge shock to the young heart. Looking at such a huge amount of money, how can the hand beating as an orphan not be shocked? As an orphan, he didn't talk about money, and he didn't even have a meal. Ignore the shock of the hand fight. Uchiha quickly recalled, bonding with the hand. Since the death of both parents a year ago, he has decided to set up a stall to earn money to support himself. He became acquainted with handymen who were eating everywhere. It may be because they are all orphans and they are all poor. After some exchanges, Han Down also became one of the few friends. Yuan often sends some clothes and food to Hande, and Handa will also come to the stall from time to time to help, and from time to time he will bring some good food. In this way, after a year, the hand knocked down has also become Source's good friend and little brother. Now that he has his own system, how can such a little brother not help him? Looking at the hand hit whose jaw was about to fall again, Uchiha Genjin solemnly hit the hand, stretched out a hand and smiled. Hand hit. Do you want to be a ninja? Just now I was hit by a shocked hand, and I was given a heavy hammer by the source. The hand hit is even more blindfolded. What does dude mean? Ninja. Who in this world doesn't want to be a ninja? Ninjas, regardless of status or income, are high in this world. And as long as I become a ninja, then I don't have to go to various shops and help with leftovers. Thinking of this, the hand can't help but suspect again. Can I really be a ninja? To become a ninja, you need talent. Tata kept saying deflating words, but Gento kept smiling and silent. Until the end, Handama looked at Genjin stunned, and said timidly, can I really become a ninja? Gen's eyes were firm, and he said in an unquestioning tone, I said that if you can become a ninja, then you will definitely be able to become a ninja. The source is good to himself, and he can feel it with his hands, and he is sincere. After this year of getting along, although the source is often referred to as waste, the hand fight is definitely not recognized. The source is a very special existence. Without any hesitation, his hand was extremely firm. I want to become a ninja. Genjin actually has some drumming in his heart, and he is really afraid that Hand Dai will not agree and is not willing to become a ninja. Then tell myself, ninja is not my ambition, I just want to be an ordinary person, and when I grow up, my dream is to open a ramen shop. It's called Ichiraku Ramen. Until you get an affirmative answer. Uchiha Yuen's little heart was put into his stomach. He nodded with satisfaction, took 10,000 pieces and shoved them directly to his hand. Very good. It's good to hit you with your hands, we will all have money in the future. You take this 10,000 first. Tell me directly after the lack of money. You'll move in with me tomorrow. Those who were touched by the money hand were speechless, and could only keep humming, aha, aha. Okay then, let's go eat a good meal first. Xiao's eyes lit up, and he roared excitedly, eat a good meal, eat ramen, add meat rolls. Uchiha Gen, he was swallowed all at once. This damn world. Gently knocking on the head of the hand, Yuen frowned, you stupid. We have money. What ramen noodles? The hand protected his head, blinked his eyes, and after thinking for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and became even more excited. I know. Let's eat ramen instead of noodles, all with meat rolls. The source was choked again. This damn world. But then he was relieved. If he didn't have the memory before the crossing, I'm afraid it would be the same as the hand fight. After all, in the previous life, there were also peasants who said that the emperor used a golden hoe to cultivate the land. Finally, helpless Source took the initiative to say, the big meal I said is barbecue. Hand. Outside the rotisserie. Two villains, covering their stomachs and burping fully. Cool. Is this what it feels like to eat meat and eat all you can eat? It's wonderful. After the two sighed. Uchiha Yuen spoke, let's go to the forest. The hand touched his head puzzled, it's so late, why go to the forest? You'll know when you get there. The moon hangs high branches. Genjin took his hand and came to a silent forest. Han-ta cowered behind Gen, obviously a little scared. Source, there are wild boars in the forest, it's dangerous. Uchiha Yuen raised his eyebrows slightly, smiled lightly, and teased, how, hand beating, are you afraid? The hand hit and laughed, hey, sort of. The two found a quiet place to sit. Uchiha Yuen stared at the hand fight seriously, and his tone was very serious. Hand beat, you eat an apple first to suppress the shock. Hand hit slightly puzzled, I don't understand why I just eat an apple, why do I look so serious? However, he also directly ignored where the source took out the apple. Hand eating the apple, Genjutsu watched quietly. Hand hit a little embarrassed. How about Gen-kun, would you eat some too? Genjin shook his head and said in an instructive tone again, apple cores are also good things, to eat it. The hand is puzzled, but he has always had the habit of not wasting, not to mention the apple core, even the fingers have to suck it 3 times. Soon, eat them all. When you hit your hand, you feel that your body has changed somewhat. His body was hot, and a magical force in his body was constantly washing his body. This phenomenon is amazing. Soon, the effect of washing the muscles and the pulp is over, and the impurities are washed out of the body. This is still the source, the first time that other people have been observed eating pulp cleansing fruit. It's just that the more he observes, the more palpitations he has. What an unreasonable force. Hand hit the plan to say what he found. Just about to open his mouth. Yuen's hand quickly covered him, and once again whispered a serious instruction, this matter, you want a rot in your stomach, got it. The hand hit also realized something, and nodded heavily, got it, Gen-kun, I'm sure I won't let anyone know. Yuen nodded with satisfaction, breathed a sigh of relief, and showed a smile, that's good, I'll teach you the chakra extraction method again. At this time, Yuen had already spent 100,000 taels to raise his chakra extraction technique to the master level. Now Gen's understanding of chakra, not to mention the top 2 in the entire history of the ninja world, can also rank in the top 10,000. As for why? Because above the master, there is even a grandmaster level. The price of 1 million is too expensive, and the source can only look at it from afar. Immediately after that, under the guidance of the source, he kept trying to extract chakra. After explaining all the details to the hand, I found a quiet place again and began to recall the swarthy man with a beard on his face before. Forehead. Something seems to be wrong. The memory is the swarthy man, the ninjutsu used. When he was using ninjutsu, Genjutsu quietly used the Sharingan and roughly copied it, that Tsuka ninjutsu. How does that seal and chakra work? Thinking while doing. After countless attempts. Baya detecting that the host is learning Tudun Tulia Wall. Does it cost 100 taels to learn directly? That's right. The system appeared. Then if you guessed correctly, as long as there is enough money, the system can let itself learn all the ninjutsu in the ninja world. Is this the power of unreasonableness? I love it so much. Learn, learn, Learn. Congratulations to the host, consumed 100 taels, learned the soil done in soil flow wall. Did you spend another 1000 taels to learn proficiency? Learn. Learn straight to mastery. Congratulations to the host, after consuming 11,000 taels, upgrading Tudun Tulia wall to mastery. Will it cost another 100,000 taels to learn the master? Enough. Mastery is completely enough. Mastery means that as long as the source wants to use it, it will definitely be able to be used after sealing. This stage is completely enough. After a little trial of ninjutsu, Uchiha Gento leaned against the tree, resting while watching his hand play to extract chakra. Today's reckless three-fist sale has allowed him to cross the poverty line one step at a time, although 500,000 was deposited into the system. But with a huge amount of hundreds of thousands, saving and using it for several years is not a problem. In his original life, he was once desperate. Most of the memories of the past are already very blurred, although he knows the plot of Hokage Shippuden, but his current timeline is not yet in the Ninja World War II. Don't talk about Naruto, it's Naruto's Jishine, and he may still be a child. And the plot of this paragraph, he doesn't know. He only knew that war was about to break out, and he had no way to gain power. An unsolvable dilemma. Being able to eat is actually already consuming most of his energy. As for planning the future and changing the world, it is even more nonsense. But now it's different. System Awakening has the power to be unreasonable. Jinya was finally able to embark on the path of a ninja. For the lost memory, his heart is extremely eager to remember. He always felt that the truth he pursued in life might be hidden in those vague memories. Of course, for the matter of memory, it must not be in a hurry. Then Minamoto thought of Mikato. Yesterday's Mikato's sister was really abnormal. I had never spoken to myself so solemnly before. What happened to Mikato-sama? There is no right to choose, only the fate of being chosen. What an ugly thing. If I become the strongest and can help Mikato-san, then I will become the strongest. That's right. Mikato. Mikato Uchiha. It seems that I heard this name in the original book. She. It's a dozen seven and Sasuke mom. Fugaku's wife. Wow, so many years. The source of confusion has been plagued by memory and survival problems. I have never recalled the plot like this. Because for him at that time, thinking about the plot was meaningless, and survival already required him to go all out. Fugaku he had also seen, an old-fashioned imp, a few years older than him. Follow the original plot. Mikato is going to marry Fugaku. But so far, Mikato has never had any good feelings for Fugaku, and Fugaku has always been accompanied by an excellent girl, Uchiha Vigorous. I can't figure it out. How did they come together? Can't figure it out. I am currently a child and have limited information, but UN felt that Sister Mikato's abnormality was likely to be related to Fugaku. Another hour later, Xiao Dai opened his eyes in surprise and said excitedly, "It's a success, I extracted chakra." Leaning against the tree mountain and closing his eyes, he was also surprised to open his eyes. Is it so abstract? I haven't cultivated a little chakra for 3 years. Hand to beat this kid, the ninja talent is so powerful. Sure enough, the system is a cow. That's great. Now that we are not short of money, we also have chakra, and tomorrow we will go to the ninja school. Neither of them slept much, but the mental state is not bad. Maybe that's being young. The doorman's office. Many villains entered the school one after another and went to the class. At this time, 2 small people knocked politely on the window. In the security booth, a ninja forward guard slowly got up and said to the 2 with a smile, "Is there something wrong with the child?" The hand hit was a little embarrassed, and UN directly said seriously and loudly, "Grandpa, we wanted to sign up and attend ninja school." The ninja master tilted his head and looked at the 2 villains again. After a long time, he smiled and said, "Ahahaha, what about the little doll? You're adult, why didn't I come to sign you up?" The 2 villains lowered their heads in silence, and their hands clenched their fists even more. This is the last thing the 2 want to mention. Still UN was the first to speak directly. "Grandpa, we are both orphans." The uncle ninja was obviously stunned, and then his brows furrowed slightly. "Orphan? Shouldn't it be inside an orphanage? How did it come here? Do you know what a ninja is? Ninjas are not good families, and not everyone can become a ninja. Ninja is a profession that endures darkness and loneliness, you little dolls know." The hand tilted his head and touched his little bald head. Unze still did not change his face, nodded lightly and responded, "I know." "You know? You know a fart. Little dolls with no hair growth." The uncle waved his hand angrily and drove him directly. Go, don't mess around." But no matter how the security uncle is, how to drive away and how good it is to talk about evil. Genyi Tantatsu was still unmoved, that is, Sheng Pesel listened quietly there, without the slightest intention of leaving. They have to learn this. Where else to learn the basics of ninja? How else to become a ninja? If you don't become a ninja, how can Minamoto become the strongest? And how to fulfill the promise with Mikoto-san? Seeing that the two little dolls still did not give up, the uncle also felt tired of talking, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle deeper, and his face turned serious. And do you have any money? Without adult support, the tuition fee of the ninja school is very expensive. You two little dolls, shouldn't you be naive enough to think that going to school doesn't cost money? Besides, not only does it cost money to go to school, but you also have to spend money to eat. How can you go to school without money? The more the uncle said, the more direct and realistic he said. Obviously, the uncle did not think that these two little dolls could come to the ninja academy to study, and wanted to persuade them to give up by using difficulties. Just when it comes to money, this Uchiha source is not sleepy. I saw that the source and the hand hit did not lower their heads as expected. On the contrary, it was very sharp, and he took out 100,000 to two fans. Looking up, he opened a pair of big eyes, clear with a little stupidity. This, uncle, do you feel that it's a little hot? Seeing such 100,000 tails, he was held in his hand by the source and fan like this. Uncle's originally frowning brows have also become a mess at this moment, and there are strange words. Even if you have money, this. It's not a matter of money, not money. Without a guardian, this. There is no precedent for this. And if you want to become a ninja, you also need talent. This. Seeing that the uncle seemed to want to say something, Yuen directly pushed his hand and hit, instantly mobilizing the chakra in his body. Seeing this, Hand Dai also followed suit. This. The security guard was directly shocked. Own chakra. And the amount is quite a lot. Being able to refine chakra can also be regarded as having the qualifications to become a ninja. Today, these two little dolls brought him too much shock. Once again, a little helpless, solemnly looked at the two little dolls who were a little green. Finally, he waved his hand and asked, "Why do you want to be a ninja?" Both villains winked at each other. This question. Genjin has a reason to become a ninja. It is to become stronger, to seek one's own memory, and even more to promise with Mikado. Without any hesitation, the source blurted out directly, "To get stronger." After answering, Jeanda looked at the incoming hand. What was the reason for the hand fight? He was also curious. Faced the gaze of the two. The hand scratched his head, and said a little embarrassed, in order not to be hungry in the future, in order not to be bullied in the future, and in order to be able to continue to follow Gen-kun. Just the last sentence, the hand hit him and did not say it. Just glanced at the source silly and cheerfully, silently reading in his heart. The security guard thought for a moment. Little dolls. What's your name? Uchiha Gen. Hand beat. Upon hearing the name, the security guard was stunned and confirmed again. Uchihas. Genjin did not hesitate and turned his back and pointed to the Uchiha clan emblem behind him. Like a fake bag, Uchiha source. The security guard was puzzled. Don't you have an adult Terran person? Jens replied indifferently, what can I do with Uchiha Gen? Why should I trouble others? This answer, this tsunder of feeling. Hammered. It's Uchiha's child, that's right. Sighed. Uncle's hands were sealed, and a psychic beast appeared. Go. Call Daikichi Fujino that kid. It didn't take long. A figure quickly ran over, stopped in front of Uncle Gatekeeper, and said with some grudges, Uncle Kasuk, I've just walked into the classroom. What is so anxious to call me here? Uncle Gatekeeper smiled faintly, ignoring Fujino Daikichi's complaints, and gestured with his eyes to Genwei and hit the two with his hands. Fujino Daikichi found the two villains and looked back at Uncle Kasuk suspiciously. Uncle Kasuk, who are these two? Hello, teacher. The two of us are students who have not yet enrolled. My name is Uchiha Gen, and his name is Han Da. Without waiting for Kasuk to open his mouth to introduce, Uchiha Genjin introduced himself in advance. It's just that this introduction made the corner of Fujino Daikichi's mouth twitch. Not enrolled yet. What kind of student is it? Unable to help but say, Fujino Daikichi asked directly. What about your adults? 2 days later. After showing strength and paying this semester's tuition fees, the two finally got their wish and entered the ninja school. In the mouth of Fujino Daikichi, the head teacher, Uchiha Genjin and Taida learned that the doorman was actually not simple at all. That is Marushi Kasuk, who has the title of 10,000 Years of Shinobu. For this kind of character who is not understood by the world, Uchiha Yuen also expressed his incomprehension. Students, 2 new students have come to our class today, everyone applauds and welcomes. Fujino Daikichi took Uchiha Genjin and Taida into the classroom and took the lead in clapping. Which of you two introduces yourselves first? Xiaota hurriedly raised his hand, and stammered a little nervously, I'll come first. The first time I faced this kind of scene, although I had been messing with society for several years, I didn't know what my face was. But it's really nervous. Hello everyone. My name is Handa, it's nice to meet everyone, please advise me more in the future. Although the hand hit self-introduction, very simple and brief. But the little people below are very face-giving, because although the eyes are small, the look of being very easy to get along with is still very unannoying. Then came Uchihagen's self-introduction. The hand hit a step back, the source a step forward. Hello everyone. My name is Gen, Uchiha General. The introduction of the source, although there is no youth and nervousness, but in the short information, it still lets the person who knows know his identity. This time there was no applause, and there were only whispers in the classroom. It's him, Uchiha's scrap wood. I've also heard of him, a genius who opens the Sharingan eye, and can't refine chakra's waste. Without chakra, how could he still enter the ninja school? Related, don't big families have the privilege of this and that? Listening to the vinegar and ridicule below, Yuen had long been accustomed to it as usual and did not care too much. It's just a small face hit by hand, and it is angry all of a sudden. Yuen is his big brother, he is Yuen's little brother. How could he allow so many people to wrong their eldest brother for no reason? Shut up, shut up. Genjin and I both relied on our own abilities and went to ninja school with great difficulty. Saying that, the small fist of his hand struck and waved it fiercely in front of him. The source is not waste. Whoever dares to say the source again, I will beat whom. Maybe I was amused by the serious look of the hand. Near the front row, a spotless white-eyed teenager dressed in white and meticulously combed his hair. The other did not hold back a snort and laughed. Poof, in this school, when to start, even the last school is a matter of pride. When the students heard this, they instantly laughed. Ha 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 ha, who here is not yet a person who entered the school with his ability? It's just, is it hard to go to school? Laughed me to death. Hit by the mocking hand, directly blocked by the angry words, just wanted to erupt. You guys. But he was pulled by the source. In the past 2 years, he has faced too much ridicule, and he has long been able to resist the wind from all sides in his heart. Hand beating the old brother, there is no point in arguing here. Let me say 2 words. But if we apologize for showing weakness now, then how can we raise our heads in this class in the future? Don't all people have to step on us? Despite his reluctance, the hand hit was still pulled down by the source. Seeing the students sitting below, the contempt in their eyes was even greater. Sure enough, a coward one. Except for a few students, the rest are all raising their chins high, one by one, looking high. It seems that the people who bully the Uchiha family can bring them a great sense of superiority. Quickly apologize, otherwise after school today, the 2 of you will come home without even knowing your mother. Why don't you know your mother when you go home? Who knows? Maybe fall. Ha 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 ha. The classmate laughed again. The source stepped forward and bowed his body slightly. The hand pouted, and something seemed to flicker in his eyes. By what? Why should the source apologize? We didn't do anything wrong. Although Fujino Daikichi on the side also frowned slightly, he was used to all this. After all, ninja school is not a school that is too much. As long as it is not particularly excessive, it is nothing for the strong to bully the weak. Being bullied at school is better than becoming a ninja and losing your life on the battlefield without knowing whether you are dead or alive. But what Yusaibo Yuen did in the next moment made everyone's eyes widen directly. As expected, the words of the source apology did not appear. I saw that he jumped onto the podium, his eyes were extremely unkind, and he glanced at the classmates below one by one, with contemptuous faces, and then laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, it seems that the students are quite enthusiastic. But the next moment, the wind changed, and the source's face instantly became gloomy. You trash who are not even as good as waste, bark at me, I have a good temper and don't care. But hitting him is my brother, and your barking makes my little brother angry. If you have a kind, just follow me to the training ground and have a contest between real men. Don't let me Uchiha's waste look down on you. Uchiha Yuen's whole set of cruel words directly exploded the entire class. The 2 brothers of the Hayaga family stood up as soon as they slapped the table, without the slightest appearance of a gentle son, gritting their teeth. You, who do you say, even waste is inferior? Uchiha Yuen sneered directly, crossed his waist with one hand and pointed at Hinata's family, and then pointed out the most arrogant people who had shouted before. Ha! None of this knows? Do you want me to say it again? Then I'll say it again. I'm not targeting any one person, I'm saying everyone here, it's rubbish. As soon as these words came out, there were more than 50 people in the entire class, and none of them could calm down. Arrogant. Really arrogant. Just scold us, and even call our class flowers a waste. Can this be tolerated? Can this be tolerated? Even ninjas can't bear this. Hinata's 2 brothers, their eyes instantly bruised, and a pair of white eyes stared at Uchiha General. You're looking for death. Wang. Barking. Whoa, a little brown dog lying on Inyazuka's head barked angrily. Inyazuka is also grinning and has an offensive stance. Wang. So arrogant, my family's Dai Huan pill can't bear it. Squeak. The little fat Shu Dao Tangdong poured the snack in his hand into his mouth, grinding his teeth madly, obviously also out of breath. Abominable. I've never seen such an arrogant Uchiha. Damn it. I've eaten all my snacks. Damn it. Damn it. Wow. Brothers, he turned out to be so arrogant, him. For a while, the classmates who were pointed out all stood up, and one by one they took their arms and undressed, and the voices of dissatisfaction with Uchiha Genjin rose one after another. The atmosphere became more and more tense, and the smell of gunpowder became stronger. At this age, it is a period of enthusiasm for teenagers, and it is not uncommon for ninja schools, which are originally an institution that teaches violence, to fight when they don't agree. The outbreak was only instantaneous. However, if there is a fight in class, if something happens, then Fujino Daikichi, the teacher's year-end award, is afraid that he will not have it. Enough! Fujino Daikichi's face was gloomy, but his tone was not emotional, and he faced the group of classmates in Gendo. Want to fight? Come to the training ground. Today's theory class is cancelled, and the battle class is directly attended. Seeing this situation, the theory class in the morning will definitely not be completed. But it's also simple, let's go straight to the actual combat class. He had heard more or less about Uchiha Gen's deeds, and he didn't understand why Uncle Kasuke Maruhoshi would agree to let them enter the ninja academy. With a faint glance at Uchiha Gen, Fujino Daikichi was equally dissatisfied. It's not Uchiha, it's not his own things to solve by himself. With the power of two, against the whole class? Funny. Wheel wars, tired will kill you. I'm waiting for you to beg me to make a move. The morning seemed a little cooler. The wind at the training ground is a little chilly. The crowd was clearly divided into 3 teams. The first team was composed of the Hayaga family, plus those other students who had just been pointed out by Gen, formed an enemy team. The other team has no source of provocation, the melon-eating team. Finally, hand fight and source, composed of our team. The smell of gunpowder in this class also attracted the class next door who had outdoor classes. And this class happens to be the class where Mikato and Ropaki are. In the past 2 days, she also learned that Minamoto was coming to the Ninja Academy for classes. I was thinking about waiting for the end of class to find the source to play. As a result, it was a hassle-free. Unexpectedly, during the outdoor class, I saw Genjin in his hand beating the little brother. But when he was about to go over to say hello, he was stopped by his classmates. Mikato, wait a minute, do you smell anything? Smell? Mikato furrowed her eyebrows, and a doubt flowed from her beautiful eyes. Indeed, the source they seemed to be by. Hostile. That's not right. More than isolation, in the eyes of his classmates, there is anger. What a situation. Isn't today the day of the source enrollment? Why do so many people look like they want to bully the source? Mikato didn't think much about it and flew straight to the source. She wondered what was going on. Seeing Mikato rushing over, Genji directly exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Mikato, what a coincidence, why are you here?" Mikato was not angry, pinched Gen's arm, frowned and pouted and asked dissatisfied, "What happened? Why do they look like they're going to kill you?" Minamoto asked here, touching his nose a little embarrassed, which recounted the reason for the matter without salt. He trusts Mikato-san, and he believes that he can solve it, so he doesn't care about being known by Mikato-san. After learning the situation, Mikato's little face turned white, but then it turned red again. "You big fool, do you know that the offenders are angry?" After saying a word about the source, he conveniently protected the source behind him. Then he pointed at more than 20 people in front of him, and one person roared out the momentum of hundreds of people. "You really make me angry for daring to scold UN. Later, whoever dares to move a finger of the source, I will beat him 3 times. The source was directly shocked. Originally, UN felt that he was arrogant enough, but he never expected it. Sister Mikato, who is usually gentle and elegant, is even more arrogant than herself today. Sure enough, ginger still. Forward. Bah. Sure enough, it has to be my Mikato sister. But the manly husbands, the things he caused have to be solved by himself, so what has become for Mikato's sister? Isn't that a soft meal? Gently patting Mikato's sister's shoulder, Genko chuckled and said weakly, "Mikato." "Sister." Mikato tilted her head and smiled brightly. "Xiao Yuan, don't worry about standing behind me, just like before. Whoever dares to bully you, I will hammer his head." The same memories emerged, almost indistinguishable from today. The same Mikato protected the source, and the same Mikato pointed at a group of people and cursed angrily. The only difference may be that the background plate is different, and the baby fat with the small faces of the two. "Xiao Yuan, stand behind me, who dares to bully you, I will hammer his head." But this time, Genko didn't have to stand behind Mikato-san anymore. "Mikato-san, thank you, but this time, I can solve it myself, you can just watch from the sidelines. I'll beat them hard," Genko said softly behind Mikato, and also took Mikato's small hand. Mikato shuddered. As soon as he wanted to say something, Genjin took it aside. Held strongly, Mikato's whole body was dizzy. Revolt? Rebel against what? The whole person's legs are soft. After the vignette. I'm on the team. With small steps, Genbu walked alone to the exercise ground. Hanger Langdang shouted at the other side, there are 25 of you in total, are you singled out or grouped to pick me? The expression of Yuan, eating, can be described as the anger of the enemy team on the other side, which once again leads to a climax. Who do you look down on? You still want to be beaten by us? If you lose like this, you can lose less face, right? Can't let him get away with it. Let brother Hinata go up and beat him out of. What if you didn't punch out that's what he pulls clean. The enemy team was heard, ha ha ha, a burst of laughter. At the same time, Hinata, also in the midst of the stars holding the moon, walked gracefully and generously to the exercise ground. That relaxed look was as if he had eaten Uchiha's source. I'm a clan member of the Hyaga clan, the future head of the Hyaga family. It is also the first little genius in the young generation to learn the Bagua 36 palms. What is your Uchiha source? An obscure family waste. Ha ha ha, what to fight with me? Is that pair of chakra eyes that can only flash once? I don't know, who gave him the courage to provoke, the 6 Deo immortals. Don't just surrender, my fists are hungry and thirsty. As soon as Hinata appeared, not only the enemy team on the opposite side continued to cheer, but even the melon-eating team screamed one after another. Hayashi, Hinata. Mighty, Hinata. Hammer until you cry. Obviously, this scenario is not the first time. After all, this organized and disciplined support group cannot be established in a day or two. Although the source does not have a support group, the hand fight is not to be outdone. Constantly shouting behind the source, come on, isn't the eyes wider, the clothes better, and the people a little taller? You'll definitely win. Hearing this silent support, Yuan also covered his face helplessly. If you don't know how to cheer up, you can be silent or shout a few more times, Uchiha Yuan is awesome. Both sides arrived, and Fujino Daikichi was also unambiguous and directly asked both sides, are you all ready? Hinata Hayashi did not hesitate and immediately entered the fighting state, and the lion fighting rabbit also used all his strength, and the boat capsized in the gutter. He didn't want to happen to him. The real battle must be decisive and direct, crushing the enemy to death. But Genbu stared at Hayashi lightly and said, wait first. Fujino Daikichi was about to drop his hand fiercely, slammed in the air, frowned and looked at Uchiha Gen, a little puzzled. What's wrong? Yuan calmly took out 10 sheets of 10,000 taels, looked at Hayashi defiantly and said, what's the point of fighting alone? Hayashi, what do you mean? Why don't we add a bet before the competition? How about one of us taking out 100,000 taels each, whoever wins goes to whom? 100,000 taels, which is not a small amount. Even as a wealthy sect family, he can't take out so much money at once. But even he can't take out so much money, where does this Uchiha get the money? Hayashi was a little puzzled. Seeing that Hayashi was still thinking and hesitating, he mocked Gao again, pretending to be surprised. Oh, I see, you don't have money, harm. You can't even get this little money, I'm afraid it's not a fake Hyaga family. Saying this, Yuan pretended to meditate for a moment. His eyes widened and he looked incredulous, and pointed at Hayashi in surprise, you Hinata family? No, it's all a bunch of poor ghosts. A poor ghost directly made the green tendons in the eyes of the son and feet burst out, and both hands were slammed. What do you say? Hayashi, who could have calmly analyzed, couldn't bear it anymore after hearing this. The honor of the Hyaga clan, how can it tolerate the slander of others? I bet you. But bet the content has to be changed to, you beat us all. Although Hayashi was angry, as an outstanding junior of the Hyaga clan, he was not a mentally retarded fool. It is unlikely that you will lose by fighting him yourself, but what if? That 100,000 taels is his pocket money for a month. Losing face and losing money, which he cannot tolerate. So pull everyone together, 25 people with a shuriken, can tie him into a hedgehog. What does he take to win? Good. Then remember to gamble and lose. Big brother on the Japanese football list. Ha. Agreed? Hayashi is confused, this can also agree? It's really trapped. Source's heart is full of joy. Although Hayashi changed the gambling contract with a little cleverness, there is actually no difference between playing 1 and playing 25 for the current source, but still have to cooperate. Hinata, you beat 25 of us. Source, now it's opposite. Fujino Daikichi, who had been waiting for a long time on the side, interrupted impatiently, okay, it's still grinding and chirping in a fight. The battle begins. Here the battle begin. Hayashi was amazed. Groove. Engage in sneak attacks. A small hand slapped it, and the speed was extremely fast and directly broke through the air, exhaling towards Hayashi's little face. Hayashi is directly like a fried cat, instantly jumping back a few steps to open the distance, opening the white eyes to make a fighting state. The source was slightly disappointed, and he almost sneaked up on him just now. The source's sneak attack was decisive and swift. Except for Daikichi Kondano, no one else noticed. They only saw Hayashi, and they frantically retreated without knowing why. But now, in the heart of the day, a terrifying wave has been set off. This Uchiha is too fast. Almost he was slapped down by the unskilled slap. At this moment, Hayashi put away his contemptuous gaze and seriously brought out all his strength. Prepare for a hearty dance with Uchiha General. The sneak attack failed, and the source was neither happy nor annoyed. It was as if nothing had just happened. Solemnly facing the sun, a seal of opposition was formed from afar. Just seeing this scene, Hinata hesitated. Because of the sneak attack just now, it was still palpitating for him. At the moment, I don't know if I want to seal it or not. Make a print. He was afraid of being attacked again, and the slap was too fast. If you don't seal it, it seems to be very impolite, not in line with your own clan demeanor. Damn it. But in the end, the demeanor of the Zone family overwhelmed his fear. Hayashi stared at Uchiha Gen, who was staring at the seal, and also responded to the seal of the knot. However, he doesn't talk about martial virtue. Do not wait for the end of printing. With the blessing of the reckless potion, Genbu came to Hayashi in an instant. A small slap, and called straight to the little face of the sun. Hayashi was shocked and raised his hand to block. Immediately, the two of them, like children fighting, scuffled together. This time, the sneak attack of the source is no longer as imperceptible as the last time. Seeing that UN did not talk about martial arts, the opposing team members were angry and gritted their teeth one by one. Brother, be careful. Abominable little ghost. Unexpectedly sneaked up on Hayashi-sama. Ha! Despicable imps. Wang. Barking. Daihuan pill, you also think it's hateful, right? 100,000 taels, how many barbecue meals can I eat? Hinata must not lose. It's not just the rival teams who are dissatisfied, but even the melon-eating teams are shaking their heads one by one. Although Uchiha Genjin is a little clever, under the absolute strength of Lord Hayashi, he will definitely be defeated. I really envy the enemy team, 100,000 taels each. There are also a few thousand taels. I regret that I didn't go to the opposing team, otherwise I would have eaten more bowls of ramen. The other side. Sister Mikato, it seems that Genjin doesn't talk about martial virtue. Han-ta was a little surprised, and touched his head with a smile, and said to Mikato's sister on the side. Mikado only glanced at the hand fight lightly, and by the way, he brought a storm, muttering a small mouth to defend the source. This is called tactics. Do you understand tactics? Very advanced stuff. Xiao Tan nodded thoughtfully. It turns out that this is a tactic, you must write it down. The speed and strength displayed by Genjin really surprised Fujino Daikichi, who was acting as a referee on the side. Such speed and strength are ordinary subordinates, and they are definitely not comparable to him. The little ghost who can make Marusin Kasuk's predecessor's value is really not simple. However, he lost this 100,000 UN. No matter how strong a person is, can he be stronger than the elite of the entire class? Hey, this guy is so cool. One person challenges a class. Uchiha is really crazy enough, cool enough. Not far away, a brown-haired child sat in the middle of a group of children, watching the competition from afar. Brother Rope, guess if he can defeat Hinata-sama. A civilian child, flatteringly looking for a topic next to the rope tree. Following the topic, Rope Tree thought very seriously, and then decided, I think he can win those 100,000 taels. The civilian child was surprised and a little puzzled, but Brother Rope Tree, Lord Hayashi hasn't exerted his full strength. Ha! Then you guys watch. Although Uchiha UN has nothing to do, he will deliberately exercise his body, but in terms of physical skills, there has been no one to guide him. Therefore, his moves at the moment can be described as disorderly. However, with the tenfold physique bonus of the mangaku potion, his speed and strength have been greatly improved. And he shot, the main thing is a fast, ruthless and tricky. The continuous attack, the sticky Hinata, has never been able to organize effective means. This may be the so-called, punch the teacher to death. Maybe he was also tired, and as soon as Genjin took a slight breath, he was given an opportunity by Hayashi to open up a little distance again. And the moment he pulled it away, Hayashi rolled his eyes in seconds and cast a bagwazang. Gossip a palm, gossip 2 palms, gossip 4 palms, gossip and 8 palms, gossip 16 palms, gossip 32 palms. Always waiting for the opportunity, Hayashi decisively used his mastery and slapped 32 palms in one go. In the first 8 palms, the source is still barely resisting. Yes, after the 8th palm. At the foot of the sun, a Tai Chi gossip diagram appeared. At the same time, the palm blow of the Japanese foot is getting faster and faster, and the strength is getting stronger and stronger. After receiving a heavy blow, Yuen's body did not fly out. Instead, it was inexplicably sucked in, and could only be sucked abruptly. This feeling is very like Sherlock's 7-star light sword, without the displacement skill, cannot dodge at all. There is no way but to use the blood bar to beat hard. In the meantime, though, the source didn't do nothing. His eyes became more and more scarlet, the two guyas slowly rotated. Uchiha Potter has beautiful pupils, pink eye. Forehead. No, it's the Sherinon. Bagwazang Hyaga Ichiga's physical technique, and it is a powerful physical technique that combines chakra and has the ability to cling. And the damage is like a chaotic cloak, one by one. One is stronger than the next. The reason why this move is exclusive to Hinata is that its core is in the white eye, without which it is basically impossible to learn this physical art, let alone exert its powerful combat power, and even if it is hard to learn, it can only learn its form. But that may be about to change today. Although Uchiha Yuen does not have white eyes, he has a system. And the most important thing is that it can be remembered before crossing the source that the Bagwazang was originally a dragon country physical art, and it was later introduced to Xiao Ri. This shows that the core of this physical technique is not a blank eye at all. Gossip, the core has always been 8 trigram elephants, namely Gan, Kun, Sun, Dui, Geng, Gen, Li, Kansas. I remember that there was such a master in my previous life, who had been specializing in Bagwazang for decades. Later, with the help of a certain friend crossing the scene of thunder and calamity, he felt it and realized the peerless high-level martial art Hunyuan form Itaiji Pong, and created his own strongest killing move, lightning 5 consecutive whips. This is placed in the entire ghost and animal world. It is an extremely explosive existence. The upper can hang the blue demon Chelsea, and the lower can blast the strongest trainee of the Dragon Kingdom, Xiao Kuriko. Gossip 32 palms. Uchiha Genjin was struck by the last palm, and the power only forcibly brought up a large amount of smoke. 32 palms struck, Hinata gasped slightly, hit the gossip 32 palms, which is already his limit now. However, his expression was still pretending to be light and breezy, as if all this should be taken for granted. He didn't deliberately retract his strength. Normal people eat this set, how can they lie down for 10 days and a half month? Gossip 32 palms, this is not a child can bear the injury. It's a pity, although the strength and speed are very strong, the physical skills are a mess. It seems that you are still too high to look at you little ghost. On the martial arts arena, Fujino Daikichi shook his head slightly, and sighed a little. Outside the martial arts arena. So strong, is this the exclusive body technique of the Hyaga family? Bagwazang. Unexpectedly, in one breath, he hit 32 palms. This hand speed is really tight pants. It's so cool. It's not easy to see their arrogant and handsome Uchiha early. Indeed, how arrogant he was just now, how miserable he was beaten now. I really deserve it. Whoa, abominable. I haven't had a snack in half an hour. Damn it. For the opposing team, Uchiha Gen's defeat is what everyone expected. Despite the power and speed of the source, they were slightly shocked. But in the face of absolute strength, what does he win? It seems that garbage is garbage. What am I expecting? Harm. Hayashi's high-flying appearance is really infuriating. But isn't Uchiha Yuen also very arrogant? Yay. What do you understand? It's called cool, eh. In the melon-eating team, there are different opinions. There are those who are not used to Hinata, there are those who are not used to Uchiha Source, and even more so there are those who are not used to Uchiha Source. Meanwhile, when Uchiha Genjin was hard to carry, Hinata gossiped 32 palms. Sister Mikato and Hand beat their hearts, both grabbed. It's brutal. Endless attacks, fast and fierce, every blow is a fist to the flesh. This is not to say that it is a child, that is, put it on an ordinary adult, that can hit him until he loses consciousness. Source, Brother Gen, nope. I'm going to go up and smash that Hinata imp's head. Mikado really couldn't bear it, and as soon as she rushed in to save someone, watching Genjin get beaten, it hurt more than hitting her. Although Handfight is also angry, he still has reason, and going up at this time is undoubtedly announcing that Brother Gang has lost. Brother Django said that he would win them fiercely. He believes in the source. The Hand was dead and grabbed Mikato's sister, and said with a little crying, Mikato's sister. Believe in Brother Gen, he'll definitely win. Recalling Gen's words, Mikato gritted her teeth fiercely, and secretly said in her heart, yes, I want to believe in the source. He said he would win hard, but without any accident, the 30-second palm struck, setting off a puff of smoke, and the source was violently knocked away. Seeing this scene, the Hand hit the eyes. Brother Gen, it's so ruthless. I want to avenge Brother Django, say it and rush out. But this time it was Mikato's turn to pull him to death. What do you want? Let the source lose. Calm down. The source hasn't lost yet. He'll definitely win. The smoke cleared. Since ancient times, there has been a law, smoke does not hurt. In fact, it is not entirely true to say that there is no injury, because the source really carried 32 palms, but with 10 times the strengthening of the physique, it didn't hurt anything, it just hurt a lot. It's just that these pains not only fail to defeat Uchiha General instead, it stimulates the ferocity of the source. At this moment, he is like a fierce lone wolf. Scarlet eyes, looking at Hinata with a hint of teasing. Hinata was shocked that Uchiha Genjin could still stand, and said a little stunned, you. Unexpectedly, it has not fallen yet. Uchiha Gen, ignoring Hinata, instead put on a Bagwazang starting pose, and the chakra rules flowed. Seeing this look, Fujino Daikichi on the side widened his eyes and couldn't believe it. Is it Bagwazang? Funny, isn't it? Beat up by a Bagwazang, and then learn Bagwazang? And even if you learn it, it's useless. Without white eyes and beautiful pupils, you can't use it. The masses who ate melons outside the field did not know the depths. They were all surprised that Uchiha Genjin could still stand up. Unlike Fujino Daikichi's contempt, the layman looks lively, and the insider watches the doorway. Under the white eyes of Hinata, the chakra flow and moves in Uchiha Gen's body, although rusty, are indeed Bagwazang. But despite this, he didn't care at all, and directly laughed maniacally and mocked, "Ha ha ha ha, what an ignorant Uchiha, it's ridiculous to try my Hyuga family's secret technique." The words fell. Hinata directly instantaneous, came to the source of the body, without the slightest hesitation, once again directly opened the Bagwazang attack. Uchiha Yuen swallowed his spit, and there was a groove in his heart that he wanted to vomit. Isn't it okay? Does the villain have a setting that talks a lot? But how is the plot not like this now? Withstanding the pressure of the Japanese foot, the source continues to run the Bagwazang with difficulty. Finally, the sound of the system sounded like the sound of heaven. Baya detecting that the host is learning the body technique Bagwazang. Does it cost 100 taels to learn directly? Hurry! Learn straight to the master level. Congratulations to the host, it cost 111,100 taels to upgrade the physical technique Bagwazang to the master level. Will it cost another 100 million taels to upgrade to the grandmaster level? No money, no need. Oh, poor ghost host. Uchiha source. The original Uchiha source has been controlled by the Bagwazang, but the master level understanding ability, coupled with the use of Hayashi, is also relatively stiff. Soon, after being slapped 13 times, Uchiha Genjin found an opportunity to open up a gossip at his feet. After learning through the system, he is a master, and the use of Bagwazang can be described as supernatural. Almost instantly, he entered the state and entered a confrontation with Hinata Hayashi. Under the feet of the two, a series of gossip diagrams appeared at the same time, opposing each other. And dancing at this moment can really be called art. The instantaneous change of the battlefield made Daikichi Fujino and everyone outside the field. All of them are the bosses with eyes wide. Unexpectedly, it's really Bagwazang. As the fighting intensifies, Hinata Hayashi and Uchiha Gen, both have already hit 32 palms, approaching the 64 palms of gossip. 32 palms were already his previous limit. And the reason why he is struggling to persist now is the pressure that Uchiha Genjin brought him. In such a white-hot avatar battle, the competition is endurance. Whoever exhausts his strength first and there are flaws will become the ultimate loser. He can't lose. You can't lose in the gossip palm of a foreign race. That would be a disgrace to the entire Hyuga clan. It is absolutely intolerable. Thinking about this, unconsciously Hinata broke through his limits. Gossip 64 palms. The 64 palms of gossip that could not be beaten before, but now they actually hit out. 3 points of surprise flashed in Hayashi's eyes, and as for why it was 3 points, because there were still 7 points of surprise. Uchiha Gen, not only did he hit the gossip 64 palms like him, and it doesn't mean to stop. This is 128 palms of gossip. The successor Hinata, who has no moves, is directly controlled by the rhythm of Uchiha. After 64 palms, one palm is faster than the other. The palm strike has already cast a phantom on Hayashi's body. If it weren't for the Bagwazang's own adsorption control, Rizu wouldn't be able to stand there at this moment. Although Uchiha Yuen deliberately collected a lot of strength, how could these dense pains be borne by a sect family like Nikki who had not suffered much? After 68 palms. In fact, his consciousness has begun to blur. The last palm. Gen's little hand condensed the strongest force and exhaled directly towards Hayashi's little face. If this slap is shouted, Rizu will not go out for at least a month. Gossip 128 palms. Just as he was about to call up, a white-eyed man carved out of a mold like a mold with a bandage on his head jumped over quickly. With his eyes closed, he stopped in front of Hayashi's face and screamed. At that time, Uchiha Gen's small hand was only 0.00001 kilometers away from Hinata's small face. Almost in the next instant, this slap was about to breathe. But Uchiha Yuen stopped abruptly, and he said with a gloomy face with furrowed eyebrows, "Do you know what my blow represents? You tell me to stop." Hinata stopped in front of Hinata, swallowed his spit, and asked weakly, "Otherwise, you hit me." "Hit you on both sides." Yuen's eyes were fierce, and he glared at him viciously. "This palm, but for my hand to beat the little brother, the hand to beat him is my beloved relatives and brothers." Hinata closed his eyes tightly, and said in a trembling voice with a look of resignation, "I know, you have to hit me a few more times. Don't worry, I can endure it." Uchiha Yuen was stunned. You know, a hair. It's really an iron-headed baby. "That, you may have misunderstood me." Hinata blinked his eyes, tilting his head a little puzzled. What do you mean? Squinting his eyes, the corners of his mouth hooked. I mean, 100,000 bets are not enough for me to take this poem. Gotta add money. Day difference, how much to add? Source, add 100,000. Daily difference, bet plus 100,000. Source, yes. Bet plus 100,000. Although you can directly rob money, the source is still principled, and you can't rob money when you grab money. 100,000 taels can be said a lot, but in fact, it is only for most ordinary people. For a big family like Hinata, it's really nothing. A member of the clan has more than 100,000 living expenses a month. So Hinata didn't even think about it, and agreed in one bite. Good. Okay, wipe, it's going to be less. All of a sudden, Uchiha Yuen felt that the happiness that he had just knocked on 100,000 small money disappeared without a trace. Hayashi was helped away by Hinata. But the gamble is not over yet. The bet was to defeat 25 members of the rival team, and now there are 24 left. In the hostile team, in addition to the Hayaga family, there are also Akimichi Tangdong of the Akimichi family, Inyazuka Idong of the Inyazuka family, and a large number of small families. Strength is not unstrong. 300,000 taels. How much roast is this? Eat 10,000 meals a meal, eat 10 meals a day. Can eat, better. Many days. Chu Dao Tangdong's ears are upright, and his eyes are shining. Hey, Dai Huan pill, don't worry, I can eat meat this time, and there will definitely be your bones to gnaw. Wang. Woo, it's really interesting. You really dare to think that one person beats 25 of us? Each of us will have to smash him to death with a shuriken and a mouthful of spit. Brothers, this kid is too arrogant, let's go together. Having seen Uchiha Source's strong strength, everyone else was in awe. After all, the strength of the Japanese foot, they know, that is a first-class genius. But he was defeated abruptly by Uchiha Gen, in the field of physical arts that he was best at. It can be seen that Uchiha Source's physical skills are terrifying. Soon, a group of people, led by Akimichi Tangdong and Inyazuka walked onto the martial arts arena in a mighty manner, with malicious eyes, constantly looking at Uchiha Gen's body. Have you figured out whether to single out or group pick? Uchiha Yuen glanced at everyone lightly, and his double-hooked jade eyes were net arrogant. Ha ha ha, single or group, now you know you're afraid? Want to call foreign aid? Ha 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 ha. Let's say a few more words begging for mercy, so that we can fight more excitedly. The crowd burst into laughter again. Under the absolute crushing of any force, any behavior is like a jumping bean clown, which looks funny and ridiculous. Yawned and stretched. Genjin shook his finger again, his expression extremely contemptuous and arrogant, and said in one word, no. When I say single out a group of you, and when I say a group of people, I single me out. Inyazuka Tooth kicked out Martian directly, and at Uchiha Gen, he made a whole weird warning sound. Abominable. Arrogance comes at a price. Fujino Daikichi smiled slightly, looking at the imposing student. Immediately, there were eyes playfully, looking at the source of a person standing on the opposite side. It was really hot-blooded, frivolous young people. The battle begins. Group fights are singled out, none of these forms matter. What the? Fair. Bah. Talk about fairness in the world of ninjas? That's ridiculous. At the beginning of the battle, the opposing team did not hesitate, took out Kuwu and Senbon, that is, Satsuo Shuodi, and fired at Uchiha Source with all his strength. The dense attack formed a huge pitch-black web. There is no way to hide. It's just that the source doesn't mean to hide. You can't use that trick, you can only use this trick. Both hands quickly sealed, Wei Shenhai Wu Yin. A large number of chakras gathered in his throat, and Uchiha Genjin put his left hand to his mouth and spit out a huge fireball. Fire escape. How fireball technique. As a Uchiha family, how is it possible not to escape? A little recall, there are more than a dozen times in my memory, witnessing the use of this ninjutsu by the clansmen. Although because the ninja is responsive, the damage of this move is not instantaneous, so this technique also has the nickname of the art of burning the dead. But its temperature is indeed extremely high, and it is surprisingly effective for defending against the attacks of Senbon and Shuriken. A fire flame carried the temperature of destroying the world and turned the ninja weapons that flew over into molten iron. The blazing heat reflected the miserable white of the small faces. Yes, ninjutsu, although ninjutsu is not unusual in this world. But this is a school, and Jinya is a 7-year-old villain. Being able to perform such a powerful ninjutsu really surprised everyone. Isn't it said that Uchiha Genjin is a waste without chakra? Yes. The rumors are not credible. However, although he can do ninjutsu, his chakra is certainly not much. He is not a whirlpool family, it is absolutely impossible to make another shot. For 300,000 taels, what is it to be injured? I just bought a newbie shuriken. It's very expensive. If you give up at this time, you can't be beaten by your mother. Many members of the opposing team whose shurikens were destroyed were even more annoyed in their hearts. A team of 3, we fight in wheels. Someone commanded. They used the team mode taught in school. Immediately, a 25-player, group-based boss battle began. Oh no, it's a 23-person group now. The little people are in groups of 3, and their eyes are staring at the boss of Uchiha Source. Uchiha Gen's strength is indeed strong, and he can also know both physical and ninjutsu. But he is only a person after all, and although it has surprised everyone, they firmly believe that as long as the operation is good, destroying the boss of Uchiha Source will definitely be captured. So after 10 minutes, they were all gone. The copy was destroyed by the group, and our little boss smiled and pulled out the 300,000 taels from the hands of the shocked Fujino Daikichi. Don't forget to count. Hey! Thank the family for the small money. Looking at the half of the students who were knocked down on the martial arts arena, Fujino Daikichi gave a wry smile. It seems that I am afraid that I will not be able to take outdoor classes. Then he glanced at Uchiha Gen, who was full of smiles, and had some complicated feelings in his heart. It seems that Maru Singasuk Senpai, look at the person really has a hand. Uchiha, it's really a family of evil sects. Inside the classroom, after Uchiha Genjin and Mikato separated, they found a place with Tibu and sat down by the window in the back row. Holding a textbook, Fujino Daikichi began the class. There are no bells and whistles, and nothing excessive. If it weren't for the vicious battle just now, Uchiha Yuen would still be faintly pained all over his body now, and the 300,000 taels of small tickets in his pocket. He was a little skeptical that everything before was a dream. But think about it, ninja school is not a 9-year compulsory education. Ninja is a killer in the shadows. Ninja school is a violent institution that cultivates killers, and psychological cultivation is a compulsory course. Fujino Daikichi lectures, not fast or slow. Completely devoid of the sleepy thoughts in the original, Janda and Hantatsu are listening carefully to the novel lessons. The lessons are all practical general knowledge. Yuen couldn't help but sigh, isn't it as boring as the original? The hand blinked, want to eat fried chicken tonight. Source. Although this knowledge is ordinary, it is a very important basic knowledge for Genji in hand. Soon, it's time for recess. Mikato walked briskly and with a food box in both hands to Gen's classroom. The big-eyed Bling looked at the source, here you go. This is the bento I brought you. Uchiha Genjin looked at Mikato stunned. After so many years, how did I find out that Mikato is so beautiful? It's beautiful. Mikato's big eyes widened. The cute little face burned to the top of her head with a brush, and Mikato couldn't say a complete word directly. You, I don't know if it's shy or shy. I opened the lunchbox, picked up a rice ball that was missing a piece, and without thinking, took a bite. Mikato's stammering was even worse. This is what I just ate. Uchiha Gen, who chewed a few mouthfuls, but just about to say something, he subconsciously swallowed. Oh, no, anything, Mikato-sama's rice balls are so delicious, it just smells like rice. The two talked about not having nutrition. The hand on the side swallowed his saliva, and somehow he didn't feel hungry. A fierce look at the door, with tear troughs on his face, Uchiha, who was obviously older, walked slowly. Mikato, why are you still connected to this Uchiha waste? Hearing the familiar tone of this familiar voice, Mikato's shy expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a look of indifference. I want you to take care of me. For this answer, the fierce-eyed Uchiha was not surprised. He just said lightly, don't forget our fate. The word fate was accentuated by him, and these two words passed into Mikato's ears, but they made her face blue and white. Fate. Gen, a little dazed on the side, this person was Uchiha Fugaku. He is also a very powerful genius, but what he and Mikato said, Genjin frowned slightly. Fate again. Could it be that Mikato's abnormal performance that day was because of Uchiha Fugaku? And what does fate mean by his mouth? Don't think about the source of the same. Another Uchiha girl, who was not tall, but very delicate and intelligent, walked towards Fugaku in the classroom with some resentment. I knew that Fugaku would definitely be here. Hearing Uchiha's powerful voice, Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the source viciously, and then looked at Vigorous with some evasion. Vigorously, with your wisdom, you should know it. Hercules' expression was a little unnatural, and his confidence was a little insufficient. I know, but without waiting for Vigorous to finish speaking, Fugaku resolutely turned and left, but in his heart he silently said sorry. What does Vigorous want to say? How can Fugaku not understand? But he has his own mission. They can't. Instead of being unclear and delaying people, it is better to decisively open the distance and cut off this idea. Are you all right, Mikato-san? The source took the initiative to break the somewhat inexplicable atmosphere. Mikato looked at the slightly handsome Uchiha Gen, revealing a sweet smile. It's okay, don't care, let's continue eating. Good. Since Mikato-san didn't want to say, then he wouldn't take the initiative to ask, because when he should know, he would naturally know. And the ignored hand beaten, but also knowledgeable, was secretly handed by the source a silver ticket of 10,000 taels. He fled and ran out of the classroom. After taking a few breaths of clean air without a strange smell, he felt his head finally not so bright. By the way, Mikato-san, I have a good thing for you. Saying that, Uchiha-gen, he exchanged 2 bottles of mangaku potion and handed them to Mikato in a place that Mikato couldn't see. Mikato blinked her big eyes and asked like a curious baby, "What is this?" But instantly, she realized that this shape, unpackaged, and mysterious. Is it wine? Children are not allowed to drink. This one won't. Is it an inner one? Looking at Sister Mikato's expression and tone, Jen's heart was also stunned. I only sold it once, so I sold less than 100 bottles. If Sister Mikato knows, then the high-level people in the village, wouldn't it be? The high level of Konoha village is not a good person. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuen's expression instantly became serious and tense, and his mind was thinking wildly about how to resist the high-level inquiry. At the same time, Jen's eyes were like a torch, and he asked Mikato in a serious tone, "How do you know? It's the inner one." Mikato was slightly startled, and her brows instantly furrowed. What a wine! No wonder they don't grow tall, they all drink alcohol. But then Mikato thought that Genjin is now an orphan, and no one cares about him, and learning badly may not be his intention. Mikato took a deep breath and persuaded with a long chatter, "Gen, you are still young, you absolutely must not drink. It will not grow tall, it will become unintelligent, it will be stunted, and it will not even be fertile." A series of words kept popping out of Mikato's mouth, listening to the black lines on Gen's face. How does such a cute little mouth manage to say 10 words in 1 second? How I have a feeling, it is the feeling of Mikato's sister's child. This damn motherhood is so abrasive. However, Yuenya let out a deep breath in his heart. It turned out that I thought too much, and it seems that there is still time. Gen's little hand directly covered Mikato's little mouth. Stop, this is not wine. Patronizing and happy, she forgot to think, the source of the situation she knew. There is no chakra, and even less so strong physical fitness. Is there really a big secret? Could it be that these 2 bottles of things are secrets? Mikato covered her mouth desperately, afraid that she would burst out. After a long pause, he said, "Is it because of this?" Nodding, Yuen said solemnly, "That's right. It's because of it. It's called mangaku potion, and drinking it can improve your physical fitness tenfold, and it can last for 3 days and 3 nights. It is precisely because of it that my physique has been improved, so I have the opportunity to refine chakra and use ninjutsu, and the main thing is that it doesn't have any side effects." Hearing such an outrageous effect, Mikato's eyes widened and she struggled to suppress her trembling voice. "Is it really so amazing?" Genjin smiled indifferently, opened a bottle and handed it to Mikato. "You'll find out if you try." Mikato was also unambiguous and drank it in small sips. Well, a smell of water. Soon a bottle of belly. The majestic energy, in Mikato's stomach, constantly penetrates into all parts of the body. Every cell is being moisturized and strengthened. Strength. Unmatched power. This is Mikato's most direct feeling. If it weren't for the classroom now, she would have been eager to find a big tree and punch it to try, whether she was stronger or harder. Mikato's eyes flashed with little stars. It's true. It's amazing. Another bottle. You bring your grandfather, you just tell him, I'll let you bring it to him. Remember to sneak it to your grandfather. Genjin ate Mikato's soft rice and said without thinking. Feeling the magic of the potion, Mikato is not stupid and knows that the matter is big. Obediently snorted and agreed. Uchiha family land. Yutaka Uchiha is studying the small tree he raised and his other small tree potted. Xiao Maiken, with cheerful steps, jumped home. Lao Yuan called out to Grandpa. "Grandpa, I'm back." Hearing the familiar cute voice, Uchiha Yutaka instantly set aside the delicious potted plants that he had just studied, came to the door and looked at Xiao Maiken with a loving face. "What the matter, make our little Mikato so happy?" Xiao Maiken, who changed her shoes, rolled her eyes strangely, smiled smartly and said excitedly, "Grandpa, don't say it, today is really too interesting." Immediately, Xiao Mikato told Grandpa Uchiha Feng everything that happened today. "How? The source is not powerful. Humph. I see that in the current clan, who dares to say that the source is waste?" Uchiha Yutaka was not disturbed by Xiao Mikoto's emotions. Instead, he kept stroking his beard, and made a mark without leaving a trace, and then a shadow flashed out of the shadow. Soon a crow, with a pair of scarlet sharing, looked at Uchiha Feng at the window for a moment. Uchiha Feng was slightly shocked and stunned. It turned out to be true. Mikato saw that her grandfather was a little absent-minded, and his speech was also strange, and he pouted angrily. "Grandpa, of course it's true, and Grandpa, look." Saying that, Mikato was in front of Uchiha Yutaka and showed her physical fitness. "Fortunately, when I went home before, I couldn't resist hammering a few trees, otherwise I am demonstrating at home now, and I can't help but tear down the house." Seeing this scene, Uchiha Feng was even more shocked. He once wondered if the current Mikato would be fake. Xiao Mikato's strength, can he not know? She was barely a normal shinobi, but now the speed and strength she showed could be described as stronger than ordinary shinobi. Seeing her grandfather, who still had the same appearance that did not change color, Mikato was a little anxious. Hands are directly printed. Fire! Fire! But before the ninjutsu could be released, Uchiha Yutaka instantly stopped Mikato, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Oh my little ancestor. Don't burn down the house, although it doesn't cost much to rebuild, it's not good to burn flowers and plants. Wait, Mikato, I believe it. Tell your grandfather how your strength improved so quickly. Mikato smiled mischievously, opened her small school bag, and took out the reckless potion that Yuen had given him. Grandpa, it's this thing, drinking it can improve your physical fitness tenfold, and it can last for 3 days and 3 nights. It was also because of this that Genjin extracted chakra, entered the ninja school, and beat half of the classmates, winning 200,000 taels. If Mikato took this out before showing her strength, Uchiha Yutaka would definitely disdain, because scammers who sell counterfeit drugs are there in every world. In the past, there were people who sold what kind of pills, and the result was flower balls. Uchiha opened it curiously, took his nose and sniffed. Well, a smell of water. Take a small sip and feel it. Just this feeling, his eyes lit up. Strength. There is really power, constantly awakening in the body. No more doubt, immediately a whole bottle of lower abdomen. The tenfold improvement in physique made this elderly man's body directly rejuvenate the second spring, shake off all the decay and weakness on the body. It's amazing. Looking at Grandpa's body, he stood up again, and a layer of water mist couldn't help but appear in Xiao Maiken's eyes. Grandpa. Without noticing the change in Mikato's expression, Uchiha Feng directly said excitedly, Xiao Mikato, where did this good thing come from? And no, the young and strong body really excited this old man. What do seniors care about the most? Not what a luxury item, nor what money. It's about health. Healthy and strong. I haven't seen my grandfather for a long time, so happy. Xiao Maiken was also in a very good mood all of a sudden. Grandpa, this is what Yuen specially told me to bring you. Also, the source asked me to secretly give it to you. Uchiha Feng was slightly stunned, and reconfirmed in disbelief, are you talking about that kid from Uchiha Source? Hearing her grandfather call the source that kid, Mikato's little face instantly pouted. Grandpa, it's the source. It's not that kid. Getting an affirmative answer, Uchiha Yutaka instantly understood what Genjin meant. Brushed his beard. This is to let this old guy secretly meet him. However, he was not annoyed, and his body returned to health and strength, which made him physically and mentally happy. Good. Since this was the case, the old man went to see the kid to see what medicine was sold in his gourd. Mikato, Grandpa. I said it all, it's the source. It's not that kid, people have names. Good. Grandpa got it. The moon is dark and the wind is high. Uchiha Gen's small home. A large and a small pitch-black figure flashed in. Genjin did not sleep, but sat cross-legged on the bed in his pajamas, as if thinking about what he was waiting for. Ha! Boy, wait for me. Poof. Grandpa, how old are you? And like a child, don't do this in front of the source. The sound did not come from the doorway, but directly from inside the house, from a shadowed corner. Apparently Yutaka Uchiha, the way to enter the room is not simple. But then the female voice that burst out of laughter was obviously a small cotton jacket leaking air. Uchiha Genjin did not sit there anymore, but heard the voice and immediately stood up with a smile on his face. Third elder grandpa, why are you free to come to me? Humph. You kid, you are still so naughty, why did the old man come so late, didn't you count in your heart? The little cotton jacket that was leaking from the air was so cold that this third elder Uchiha Feng snorted coldly without good anger. Ahahaha, boy, I naturally know and know. The third elder grandfather was obviously a little displeased, and his eyes were unintentional, staring at the top of his head. Yuenya silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He felt that his little head was not far from eating the three elders' explosive chestnuts. Tell me about your purpose, you asked me to meet you. Mikato blinked her little eyes, and she kept wondering what Genjin was doing this for. Purpose? Does making small money count? Looking at the two pairs of straight hooked eyes, Uchiha Yuen first thought about it, and then pursed his lips before saying, earn. Uchiha Feng narrowed his eyes. This answer was honest. He was surprised. Although money is very important, he is only 7 years old. And how much does he need and how much does he earn? If it is a small pocket money of tens of thousands of dollars, he will give it to him himself. But why call yourself out? Talk carefully. If it's just a matter of tens of thousands of dollars, you can tell me directly. As soon as these words came out, Mikato was also stunned. He always thought that the source was not short of money. If the source is really short of money, then give him all the pocket money yourself. these two. Yuan knew that he was afraid that he hadn't made it clear. Once again, he said in detail, what I mean by making money, that is a big business of hundreds of billions. Afraid that what he said was not convincing, Yuan took out 2 more bottles of mangaku potion and pointed at them. Third elder grandpa, you should be familiar with this thing. Seeing the mangaku potion again, Uchiha's pupils trembled. Instantly picked up the potion to check it, and said in surprise, this thing, you can make it. Without responding or denying, Genbu just smiled and looked at the surprised Uchiha Yutaka. You really know how to make it? This inquiry, Uchiha Feng was less surprised, but more grand. Yuan also stopped selling guanzi, and nodded directly in acknowledgement. I can indeed make it, but I can't say the specifics. For this Mikato's grandfather, watching the 3 patriarchs who grew up, Uchiha Genjin was not guarded. In other words, if Genshi even Uchiha Feng is guarded, then in this world, there is no one to trust. And the production method, the source really can't say, you have a super exchange system. The point is that no one believes it. So, how much does it cost? It seems that in addition to spending 10,000 taels, and using precious energy, depositing money into the system, and saying that it is extremely difficult to exchange, it seems that there is no cost. That rounding up, the cost of 30,000 should not be excessive. It takes about 30,000 taels. Although this number is reasonable, Uchiha Yuan is still inexplicably a little weak. Damn it. I really don't have a little talent, a profiteer. However, this price really shocked Uchiha Feng. It's not because it's expensive. It's because it's so cheap. A secret medicine that can improve physical fitness tenfold and last for 3 days and 3 nights actually costs only 30,000 taels. Although ordinary ninjas are struggling on the subsistence line, for some powerful upper ninjas, they can earn about 100,000 yuan with a sea-level mission casually. And you must know that an asma can be worth 30 million taels. This medicine works so well, but it is also so cheap. By the way, third elder, if you think it's expensive, we can mix 1 bottle with some water and make 10 bottles to buy. In this way, the cost is 3,000 taels, and the effect is also 5 times the physical fitness, and the duration of 1 day and 1 night. Hearing Uchiha Gen's explanation again, Uchiha Feng trembled again. If that's the case, then it's definitely good business. Yes, so I didn't think of the third elder grandpa for the first time. Hit the iron hot, Uchiha Gen's small mouth is sweet. Looking at Uchiha Yuan, who had a fawning face, all the unhappiness on the faces of the 3 elders dissipated, and then a fox smile appeared on his face. You boy. I'm afraid you won't be able to do it on your own. Yes, it's worthy of being the grandfather of the third elder, and I can't hide anything from you. Sure enough, those who can become elders are not stupid people. Just for a moment, this third elder analyzed the whole thing thoroughly. The only thing I didn't understand was this reckless potion that suddenly appeared. But this is the secret of the source, since he doesn't want to say it now, then he won't force it to ask. After all, in this world, there are more unreasonable things. Who does not have their own secrets? Tell me how you want to work together. Finally waited for this sentence. Uchiha Gento took a deep breath, directly poured out all his own thoughts, and after a fierce discussion, it was decided to divide the dirty 3 and 7. But when the source nodded, sighing that the 3 layers to the old man, is it too little? The source was instantly hit by a chestnut, and the old man said that the 3-layer profit was for you, and his old man wanted 7 layers. But at this moment, Xiao Maiken on the side was not happy. How could Grandpa bully Yuan? Under her constant commotion, the old man continued to relax little by little. In the end, he had no choice but to constantly guard his flexible bottom line, which became a profit. After discussing the dirt, Yuan was directly dumped by the old man for 35 million taels, saying that he would prepare 1,000 bottles of mangaku potion for him as soon as possible. Before leaving, the old man seemed to be cold by the leaky cotton jacket, and he was extremely unhappy with the source's face, and viciously took the 2 bottles of medicine on the table directly. After sending the 2 away, Yuan Niazi held 4 stacks of money, seemed to feel the happiness of Jiaodu, and counted them one by one. The smell of money, who said that it stinks of copper, isn't this nonsense? Obviously old fragrant. One after another, a month passed. On the 3rd day, Uchiha Genjin purchased several space scrolls at the ninja shop. A strand of brains in the system, exchanged for 1,000 bottles of reckless potions, and entrusted Mikato, secretly handed over to Uchiha Yutaka. Why should everything be done sneaky? There are 2 reasons for this. First, Konoha is a ninja village system, and the village is too small. If you are too swaggering, you will definitely be noticed by the top. If it is a normal family ninja, with parents and the like, it is enough to have a strong backer. Xiaochun and the others in the village, led by Tuanzang, will also be a little jealous. But Uchiha Gen, he's an orphan. Although the 3 generations are now in the prime of life, I don't know if Gen has established Uchiha source, but he doesn't dare to gamble. The powerful effect of the reckless potion is definitely at the strategic level. Second, that is, Uchiha Genjin wants to enter the family power and pave the way for becoming a high-ranking member of the family in the future. With the power of the three elders, it is not impossible to become a patriarch in the future. You must know that since Uchiha, he has not elected a patriarch until now, and he has always been managed by the elder system, and it can be said that he has been divided internally. On the illustrative side, Uchiha Genjin has been taking theory classes at the ninja school for a month. Yuenya finally knew why so many people in the original book looked sleepy in class. Most of this month's theory class turned out to be Will of Fire, and the entire Will of Fire is a beautiful statement about the Will of Fire, and there is nothing nutritious to speak of. The source listens to the lack of interest, but the hand hit the brainless, but listened with relish. This made Uchiha Yuen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He looked at the Will of Fire seriously and brought himself in. The more I look at it, the more my heart palpitates. Suddenly, a terrible word rose irrepressibly in his mind: MLM. This Will of Fire turned out to be a pyramid scheme book. What the whole book promotes: everyone is a family, it is necessary to protect the children, to protect the village, and if necessary, to give everything for the village. At first glance, it looks like a beaver. But it's a kid like me who learns this. Let a group of children who are not a few years old go to war and sacrifice themselves for the village? In this river? No wonder there are so many problem teenagers. It seems that this world is even more deformed than I imagined. After a month of theoretical classes in contact, in the classroom, the call for outdoor classes is increasing. Fujino Daikichi also expressed helplessness, because on the first day of Yuen's enrollment, he beat the entire class lightly and heavily. For some reason, this matter was learned by the principal. Then he insisted that he could not take outdoor classes for this month, and he must beat Uchiha Genjin and hand both of them to instill a thorough will to fire. That's right. This month's class can be said to be directly aimed at Uchiha Source, because he is too arrogant. But the whole class is not the source alone. The opinions of other students should also be protected by passports. During this time, Fujino Daikichi can be described as under great pressure. But today, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. With a smile on his face, he walked to the podium with ease. Many students have subconsciously taken out the textbook of Will of Fire. How do you know that today is the Will of Fire? Harm. It's been a month. Are you so hard that you haven't gotten used to it? Practical lessons. The practical lesson that I have in mind. If I get on fire like this again, I'm going to vomit. Yes, teacher, we want to take a practical lesson. No more, outdoor classes are fine. As soon as Fujino Daikichi took the podium, he didn't wait for him to speak. In the audience, there was the dissatisfaction of many students. One by one, they are shouting and taking practical combat lessons. Seeing this, Fujino Daikichi smiled and said nothing, and coughed heavily twice before arriving. Ahem. Everyone is quiet. There are two news to inform you today, one good news and one bad news. Which do you want to hear first? As soon as I heard that it was not a direct class, the enthusiasm of the students was aroused. There are good news and bad news, but the loudest voice is the best news. Okay, then I'll start with the good news. The good news is that today is no longer a theory class. As soon as it was no longer a theory class, the whole class cheered. Not to mention the civilian children, even those children of the big families are all excited. And some naughty children jumped up directly and happily. No more theory classes. Oh, all right, Daji-sensei is amazing. I like Mr. Daji very much. Daji-sensei is so handsome. Daji-sensei, Daikichi-sensei. Fujino smiled slightly and looked at the excited students. The voice was not loud, but it was a little interesting. Stop, don't forget that we have another bad news. When they heard the bad news, the hearts of the students who had just been excited were all tight. It won't be. The good news before is to amuse us. Fujino-sensei, you can't be like this without talking about martial arts. Say it quickly, as long as we don't have a theory class, anything else will do. Seeing the students, his expression changed instantly, and Fujino Daikichi, who was relaxed, instantly laughed. You guys, have you forgotten that today is the monthly assessment of shuriken throwing? Groove, merciless. It turned out to be a shuriken throwing exam. The bad memories in my mind came flooding up in an instant. This outdoor class, don't take it. If this goes back and is seen by the parents, then the but must not add a layer of paralysis buff? We haven't practiced for a month. I don't want exams. However, although the vast majority of students are crying and calling their mothers, but those excellent geniuses, one by one, showed a confident smile. Yay! Brother Tangdong, I don't know if you have a good contact with shuriken in your hand. Inyazuka rolled his eyes and patted Akimichi Tangdong on the side, ridiculing. Damn, I haven't practiced for a month. What if I fail the exam later? Chu Deo Tangdong's small eyes narrowed slightly, and it was also indicated by a constipation color. Me too, sitting in the classroom this month, I'm going to get moldy. Immediately, he opened a new package of potato chips, and towards his small mouth, he fell sharply, and said vaguely, "Anyway, this time the first and second, it must be Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hayaga, two of them." Outdoor shooting range. A class of elementary school students, standing neatly. Fujino Daikichi solemnly introduced the shuriken throwing exam as the month's end-of-month exam. For many students, listening to some impatience, obviously not the first time to hear it, it can be seen that Fujino Daikichi's introduction is very detailed, and he is taking care of the source and hand-fighting. Gen's heart warmed slightly, and he glanced at Fujino Daikichi gratefully. "Okay, that's the rule. Next, we're going to start the exam. Whoever comes first." Fujino Daikichi scanned all the students, although some of them were a little eager to try, but most of them had not practiced for a month. "So I didn't dare to be the first person, but there are always exceptions. I'll come first." Hinata, the white-eyed prince of the Hayaga family, glared at Uchiha Genjin with white eyes, and quickly walked out of the crowd. "Good. Then it's up to Nisashi-san to give everyone a good start. The shuriken throwing exam is 10 rounds for one target, and 1 to 10 rings for 1 to 10 rounds. Hayashi opened his ninja bag and took out 10 very beautiful shurikens from it. "Let's get started." Seeing that Hayashi was ready, Fujino Daikichi opened his mouth to announce the start. Brush, 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 brush. In just an instant, 5 shurikens were thrown out, all of which were accurately inserted in the center of the target, forming a beautiful flower of steel. 5-10 rings. Although it had been expected, what happened still made the students gasp. "Strong. It is worthy of my male god, His Excellency, and his strength is terrifying. Is this the Hayaga clan? It really deserves its name. This time the first in the class, I'm afraid it is Hayashi-sama. Yes, Hayashi-sama is really powerful. Don't wait for the surprise to end." Hayashi gasped slightly, and quickly flicked out 5 shurikens again. Again almost all hit the bullseye. Why say almost? Because the last one, blocked by other shurikens, slashed towards the boundary between the 9 and 10 rings. 99-55. Although it is a pity that it is almost a perfect score, but this result, you can still stand out. Who else can surpass that? Hinata looked at Uchiha Genjin playfully. This look seemed to say, "Don't think that if you beat me, you can do something. I just entered school, and I haven't had time to practice shuriken yet. What about great strength and strong physical fitness? Shuriken throwing is skillful, and failing is still failing." Hayashi raised his chin and looked at Uchiha Gen. "Uchiha Gen, last time I lost, but this time I don't know if you still have the courage to gamble with me again." Hayashi's voice was not loud, but looking at Zionjio's Hiboiwan's eyes, there were flashes of thunder. The little people around the electricity are a little numb. What's the situation? Hayashi-sama wants to compete with Uchiha Genjin again. Although it's not uncommon to try something in school, isn't it a bit of a bully? How do you talk? How is it bullying? Isn't there 0.5 points left for him to surpass? Yes, isn't he Uchiha capable? He should win the next game. Humph. Last time I beat us, but there was no mercy at all, and my face was swollen for a whole week. Among the little people, there was a burst of discussion. Some feel that Hinata Hayashi is bullying, and there are those who have been bullied by Uchiha Gen, and want Uchiha Gento to be ugly and watch a good show. Handbeat desperately pulled the corner of Yuen's clothes, and whispered to Yuan-Jun, "Let's not compare with him, it's 0.5 points worse than full score, isn't this bullying?" Seeing that Uchiha Yuen had been groping his chin, Hinata felt a teasing in his heart, and the corners of his mouth mocked, "Hee, after the last fight, I thought Gen-kun, but he is a genius who is more powerful than me. I can't imagine that such a small challenge today would make you cringe so much. It's really a shame for me to look away. Just like nothing happened today." Dared. Uchiha Yuen's brows furrowed slightly. This Nikifoot's strength is not good, but he didn't expect his mind to be so delicate. After his words, if he is really timid this time, not only can the face lost last time be recovered, but he can also step on himself fiercely. Maybe, since Hinata Hayashi, this kid is doing things and sticking his face out in front of him, then he is a little sorry for him if he doesn't slap him twice. "You're only 99-55, do you really want to compete with me?" The corners of Hayashi's smug mouth twitched. "What is called, I am only 99-50. It's only 100 out of 100 points, okay. And the bullseye is so big, 10 shurikens, there is no way to insert it. At most, that is, like me, barely got a 99.5. If you want to get 100 points, it can be said that it is simply impossible." "Oh, so Gen-kun agreed to the competition. This is really a lot of thought." This inquiry is to let himself admit it personally, so that the source wants to find a reason to deny it after the fact, and there is no way. However, the source naturally does not need to find a reason to deny it. Looking at the sun food whose chin was about to rise to the sky, Genhi smiled. "That's natural, but Hayashi-kun, I don't know how much pocket money you can have this month." As soon as he heard about the pocket money, Tien's smug face twitched slightly. In the last competition, he lost to Yuan 200,000 taels. These 200,000 taels hurt his vitality and almost hollowed him out. He usually spends lavishly, but last month he deeply experienced the feeling of being strapped for money. The days of lack of money, it was a day that could not be passed. Fortunately, he was a member of the sect family, and as soon as his head turned, he robbed all the families of his generation. That's how hard it was to fill my holes. As for the feeling of separating the family, regardless of him, everything in the divided family belongs to the Zome family, not to mention this little money, that is, the life is all the Zome families. I'm the Hyaga clan, so why don't I worry about that little money? Since Yuan Jun has such a yaxing, then how about we bet another 100,000 taels? Asked by the source, Hayashi naturally couldn't get off the stage. Since Genjin agreed to his competition, it makes sense for him to mention the bet. But 100,000 taels, which cannot satisfy the appetite of the source. Is it only 100,000? Hayashi-kun, you are too modest, you are the prince of the Hyaga family. Don't say it's 100,000, it's 300,500 and 1 million, it's all easy for Hizu-kun. In the end, Yushibo Yuen said these words very heavily, and there was a little mocking temptation in his eyes. If you don't hollow out this kid this time and let him die of pain, he won't remember it for a long time. Otherwise, I will always be provoked from time to time, which is really annoying. I still have to be busy making money, busy getting stronger, busy retrieving memories. This, said Hayashi for a moment. Their family is not short of money, but he is still a 7-year-old child. How much money can there be? And how much money can the family give itself to spend? Hayashi's face darkened a little, and he reported a maximum value that he could accept, word by word. Up to 200,000, any more would be rude. Up to 200,000 taels, any more would be rude. Uchiha Yuen blinked his mouth and plucked his ears, a little disdain mixed with helplessness. It's only 200,000, it's really a poor child, forget it, look at your poor appearance, I will reluctantly accept it. Saying that, Yuen was very natural, took out 20,000 two large tickets, and casually handed them to the numb Fujino Daikichi. Teacher, please get tired. Then his eyes looked at Hayashi, who was a little twisted. What's wrong? Tang Hineda's family, no money, you shout for a hammer. Waste of labor management feelings. Hineda's family has no money. This is not very harmful, but it is very insulting. Directly let Hineda half die, and angrily said, shut up for me, that's money. Saying that, Hayashi also came to Fujino Daikichi and took out a large bag. These were all scavenged by him from the hands of the splitter. It's almost all change. After all, not everyone can carry hundreds of thousands of taels of silver tickets with them like Uchiha Source. After carefully counting for a while, Uchiha Gen's brows furrowed. What, you're still 2,500 taels away? As soon as he heard this, Hayashi's eyelids jumped wildly, and he directly touched his body and body, which was able to feel more than 2,500 taels. Fiercely flung into the money bag, gritted his teeth and said, enough. The melon-eating classmates on the side, seeing this scene one by one, stared at the boss with a distorted and strange face. He looked like he wanted to laugh, but he waited desperately, asking his classmates to laugh first. I don't know who couldn't hold back first, and the crowd's laughter broke out instantly. Hee, I don't know why, today's Hayashi-sama is so cute. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Yuen is so real, he really counts one money at a time. Hee, Gen-kun's appearance of counting money seriously is really cute. However, seeing that his face became darker and darker, and a piercing chill emanated, the students relented. Let's get started. I wanted to embarrass Uchiha Yuen, but I didn't expect that before I started, I would lose first. What an evil Uchiha. There was no problem with the money, and the source was not vague, and he took 12 public shurikens with a smile and came to the target. In my mind, Fujino Daikichi's basic explanation of shuriken throwing appears. Hineda's throwing action appears in front of you at the same time. Uchiha Genjin held a shuriken and kept gesturing in his hand. Look. So what is Uchiha doing? This action, could it be? Learn shuriken throwing skills. What, I thought he was very good. I didn't expect to even throw a shuriken. That's it, just now he was so arrogant, it's really ridiculous Uchiha. If not, hurry up and admit defeat, the rest of us will also have exams. The students looked like they were watching a good show. They also learned shuriken throwing, and when they first learned, they were exactly the same as Uchiha General. It's good that you just learned to be able to shoot at the target, and if you can get 100 points, you're hell. Pretend you're going to cast it quickly. His 99.5 score was the result of his continuous practice since he was 4 years old. Until now, he practices shuriken throwing every day for at least half an hour. If someone like Uchiha Gen, who has just touched shuriken throwing, easily surpasses it, it will be too unreasonable. The hand was clenched to the side with a small fist, and he secretly asked in his heart, Gen-kun, will there be a miracle? It's lively below. The Uchiha source on the field is only hot. There is no other hurry. Why is the system still not responding? If you don't appear again, then your own 200,000 small money, then it is really gone. Finally, after the nth mock throw, the sound of the system finally sounded. Baya detected that the host is learning shuriken throwing. Does it cost 100 taels to learn directly? Appeared. Voices for help. Without hesitation, Uchiha Yuen nodded directly and said with a sigh of relief, directly ascend to the master level. Congratulations to the host, it cost 111,100 taels to upgrade the shuriken throwing technique to the master level. Do you spend another 100 million taels to upgrade to the grandmaster level? The moment he closed his eyes, a huge amount of shuriken through knowledge, and a stream of brain poured into his mind. Opening his eyes again, Uchiha Gen's shuriken throwing was already extremely familiar. Seeing that Uchiha Yuen was still unmoved, Hayashi urged a little impatiently, if you want to admit defeat, quickly admit defeat, don't think that delaying time is useful. This time, Uchiha Genjin was no longer silent. Instead, he stood with his hands in his hands and turned his back to Hayashi and said, the little skill of the rishi carving insect dares to get an axe. Let me teach you what real shuriken throwing is. After speaking, 6 shurikens in each hand slowly appeared. Suddenly, in an instant, 12 shurikens collided and rubbed in the air. The whole trajectory is like a flying dance with life. The next moment, 10 shurikens clicked, all piercing the bullseye. Yuen's operation directly stunned the elementary school students. Even Daikichi Fujino, who was the recording teacher on the side, was the boss of his mouth. If someone put something strange into it at this time, I am afraid he will not know. All 10 rings, 100 points, 100 points. Fujino Daikichi's voice was not loud, even a little blurry, but at the moment, everyone was in a state of shock. Listen to it, that's a real thing. But everyone was incredulous and kept asking about their companions. I seem to have a problem with my ears. What did Mr. Daikichi say? I seem to have a problem too. Is it true? Your ears are broken, are your eyes broken too? Look at the target. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly realized and looked at the target. It's all 10 rings. One person is in his heart, constantly counting. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 9. It's 9. He kept trembling. But soon, one person reacted, and the foot was given to the person who counted, a sharp kick. Who teaches you math? Obviously it is 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. Fujino Daikichi had a black line on his face. Facing the pair of crouching dragon phoenix chicks, it was the Tyrannosaurus roaring. Both of you, leave labor and management after school, angry to death. Mathematics is taught by myself, how to teach these two. After the shock, another classmate seemed to think of something and asked, I remember Uchiha Gen, who threw a total of 12 shurikens. And where are the 2 shurikens? Where are the 2 shurikens? Looking at the target carefully, then a flash of light flashed in his mind, and he quickly ran to the target, his eyes trembling wildly. He moved incredulously to the side of the target. In the back, there are also 2 shurikens, behind the target, and inserted extremely deep. So it is. Under normal circumstances, the size of the bullseye is absolutely impossible, and 10 shurikens are inserted. But if behind the bullseye, insert 2 shurikens as support, so that a structure can be formed, so that 10 shurikens are realized, all firmly in the bullseye's position. Hiss. It's terrifying. Is this a shuriken throw? This is on. This person's muttering also attracted a burst of classmates. There are curious classmates, come to his place to check. Just one glance, I was surprised. Ah, there are 2 shurikens stuck in the back of the bullseye. This exclamation directly made all the students run over quickly. Unexpectedly, it's really 12 shurikens. It's not an illusion just now, it's a shuriken collision that changes the trajectory of the shuriken. More than that, ordinary shuriken collision, that is also to control a shuriken, but Uchiha Gento calculated the reaction force and controlled 12 shurikens. It's terrifying to think about it. Fujino Daikichi couldn't stand still, and Kairon's also came to the student's position. Others don't know, but he saw it clearly just now. Just now, he could first see Uchiha Gen throwing 12 shurikens in one go, but the shuriken trajectory appeared chaotic. He chuckled at one point, feeling that Uchiha Genjin was just casting a shuriken throwing out. But with the collision of shurikens, those shurikens turned out to be very ingenious, as if they had life, flying gracefully. Without waiting for him to react, the shuriken all fell into the bullseye, 10 on the front and 2 on the back. Could it be the shuriken blood boundary succession? I can't blame Fujino Daikichi for being frightened and thinking that this is the blood succession limit. It's that everything that happened has been seriously impacted, his worldview of Zongnin. Wrong. Uchiha Genshin is the Uchiha family, and he himself has a blood succession limit. It can't be a 2-blooded succession boundary, which has never happened in Konoha. Moreover, the ninja world has been up and down for thousands of years, and I have never heard of any shuriken blood succession limit. He decided to ask Uchiha directly. Uchiha Gen, what technique did you just cast? Technique? Xiao Yu Siboiwan's head was slightly sluggish. Wasn't it just an ordinary shuriken throw? Could it be that I made a slight move, thinking that this segment was the limit? Or is it that I have already exceeded the limit of this segment with a slight shot? It seems that it can no longer be low-key. Yuan nodded nonsense without hesitation. Fujino-sensei, what I just performed is the shuriken blind flying technique. How many flying arts does a shuriken blind? Hearing the name, I don't know why, a yellow hair appeared in his mind. Hey, who's with yellow hair? Shaking his head, he asked again puzzled, can you briefly introduce this technique? Genbu doesn't care either, since Fujino Daikichi asked, then pull it himself. This technique is actually an ordinary physical technique, and the principle is very simple. It is an advanced version of shuriken throwing. Everyone knows that when shurikens collide, their trajectories shift, and this technique takes advantage of this. Everyone knows that the trajectory of each shuriken is single, but its throwing speed can actually be controlled. From this we can calculate their trajectory, collision point, offset, re-collision point, re-offset and so on. As long as we calculate everything, then we can use shuriken to blind a few flying arts. Everyone was stunned when they listened. They could understand every word, but together, they were numb. What do you mean? Meaning, all this is the result of calculations? Isn't it a little outrageous? Fujino Daikichi was also horrified in his heart. He had already believed a little, because there were too many magical and outrageous things in the ninja world. He said secretly, it seems that Naruto-sama has to be informed. He didn't care if others believed it or not. He had already taken back the 200,000 of himself and Hayashi from Fujino Daikichi in front of Hayashi at the moment. Hey, small money. Although the current Uchiha source is actually not short of money, but who will have too much money? It's a pity for the day. I'm afraid this month's life will be difficult. Forward. It doesn't seem right. It's the poor ones who have broken up and have to be cherished by their mothers when they go home. Hokage office. Fujino Daikichi knelt down on one leg in front of Hokage and told all about Uchiha Genjin today to the 3 generations of Ape Hibiki. Sarutobi sat on the Hokage chair, playing with the smoking gun in both hands, and confirmed suspiciously. Are you saying that Uchiha Gen's shuriken throwing technique is not strong enough to be true, and it is suspected that it is a new blood succession limit? For Hokage's rhetorical question, Fujino Daikichi did not dare to talk blindly, and solemnly nodded and confirmed, yes, he can throw 12 shurikens at the same time, and all of them hit the bullseye. All bullseye? No way. The bullseye position can hit up to 10 shurikens, and it is squeezed together before it can barely squeeze down. If it is thrown, it is inevitable that the gap cannot be avoided, and it can accommodate up to 9 shurikens. Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? How can one bullseye hold 12 shurikens? The purpose of the 3 generations does not believe. Fujino Daikichi is also quite helpless. If it were not for all this happening in front of his eyes, he would not believe it. Report to the 3 generations of adults. The subordinates are absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can ask a classmate in my class casually. They have all seen it with their own eyes. And the bullseye, it is true that it cannot accommodate 12 shurikens, but Uchiha Gen Shurik is the 10 shurikens and the bullseye on the front, and 2 shurikens on the back as support. The target subordinates also brought it over. Please take a look, my lord. Saying that, Fujino Daikichi pulled out a scroll. With a bang, after a puff of smoke, a target suddenly appeared in front of the Sunko. Seeing this scene, Ape Fei Ri trembled. Kuruma-sensei. This shuriken throwing technique has been demonstrated by Kuruma-sensei before. With the art of shuriken avatar, you can achieve a 360-degree attack of shuriken and a shuriken killing formation. This is a shuriken throwing technique that can only be performed when you reach the master level. Right. This is not ninjutsu, but pure skill. What's the name of that student you were talking about? Fujino Daikichi was stunned, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. I said so much before, you didn't hear a word. Report to the 3rd generation of Misama. This student's name is Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Genko. Sandaime fumbled with his mustache. The Uchiha family is really rich in geniuses. No, I seem to have heard this name last month. Rummaging through the documents, Ape Flying Sun Chopper quickly found the Academy's report last month. Sure enough, remember correctly. Battle the whole class, now learning the gossip 64 palms of the Hyaga clan. This is no longer the category of genius. If a person is good in one aspect, he is a proper genius. So if a person is powerful in all aspects, is he still a genius? Don't count it. That already belongs to the category of demons. Uchiha's demon. No, he has to be the demon of the village. Fujino Naka Shinobu, I will send you a mission, and please be sure to complete it with all your heart. Thinking about the Ape Flying Sun, he suddenly instructed Fujino Daikichi. Hey, the subordinates will live up to the trust of Lord Hokage. Sarutobi nodded and smiled. Let's go. Fujino Daikichi left. A moment later, in the shadows, a dark figure slowly walked out. Sunko. Isn't it a shuriken throwing force? Is it necessary to be so attentive? The person who spoke had a bandage on his right eye and right arm, and a cross scar on his chin. Seeing that his friend was puzzled, he opened his mouth to test his own information. Rico just smiled slightly, and opened the topic shift Dafa. Tuanzang, you came just right, and now the weapons of the Iron Country have a trend of increasing in price. The intelligence that came said that it was the Land of Water and the Land of Thunder who secretly purchased weapons. This trick is really good, and Tuanzang is still very concerned about the safety of the village. In an instant, he threw out the matter of Uchiha Yuan, and seriously thought about this information. It seems that some ninjas have to be sent to the Land of Iron to check more. By the way, they are buying weapons, we can't leave them behind, and we have to hurry up and stock up on a wave. Otherwise, in the event of a war, if our logistics can't keep up, we will also suffer a big loss. Following Tuanzang's speculation, Rico nodded affirmatively and agreed, okay, I'll leave this matter to you. After all, the route has just been formed, and it needs to be honed and tempered a lot. Yes. After that, Danzo walked directly out of the Hokage's office and went to prepare to dispatch the route to carry out the task. I have to say that at this time, the still young Danzo, the execution ability is indeed okay. For the position of the Hokage, there is not such a naked desire. After the group hides away, a silver figure, wearing a fox mask and a short sword on his back, instantly appeared in the Hokage's office. Naruto-sama, you are looking for me. Seeing the person coming, Rico smiled lightly and said with a pleasantries, White Fang-kun, you can still adapt to staying in the dark department. Hokage's greetings did not fluctuate for the White Fang. Report Naruto-sama, I am originally a samurai family, and it is naturally a great honor to be able to contribute to the village. It's still so inflexible. As the youngest of the younger generation, Kiki White Fang is qualified to become Hokage. But he came from a samurai family, and although times have changed, he has inherited the rigid and outrageous samurai spirit. This also led to the fact that he absolutely could not get into the position of the Hokage, which was a pity. Very good and spiritual, I have a village commission to hand over to you. The matter is very important, I hope you can do your best to help. Listening to the spirited polite words, White Fang was still expressionless, but his expression changed when he heard that the matter was important. Please also ask Naruto-sama to order, as long as it is for the sake of the village, I will definitely go to the soup and do whatever I want. Seeing that the White Fang reacted well, Ape Fei Ri Chopper nodded in satisfaction. He was immediately dispatched with a mission to monitor and protect Uchiha Source. For Uchiha Yuan, Hinata is just a heart, and as for the specific situation, he still wants to dig deep slowly. The White Fang soon carried out his task. After several days of surveillance and information exploration, he had almost obtained all the information of Uchiha Source. Background: both parents died. Friend: Mikoto Uchiha's childhood sweetheart, who hit civilian orphans with his hands. Personality: no skin and no face, cherish friends. Experience: at the age of 4, he opened a single-hook jade writing wheel eye, but after a year of careful training in the family, he found that he did not have a little chakra talent, so he was abandoned by the family and became a genius waste that everyone in the family knows. However, just over a month ago, he who originally relied on a street stall to eat soft rice, suddenly sold the 3 punches of the mangfu, and after earning money, he and his little brother entered the ninja school. At the ninja school, he was also unstable, and he beat up half of his classmates on the first day, and then relied on his shuriken talent in one hand, which attracted the attention of the 3 generations. From the whole experience, this Uchiha Source is not simple. There are many secrets on his body, the biggest of which is the 3 punches of the reckless man. However, after White Fang investigated deeply, he discovered that this secret medicine was actually sold in the store of the Uchiha family. It is said that it was a secret recipe made by the 3 elders. This also makes sense, why Uchiha Gento can have the 3 fists of the reckless man. Who let Uchiha Yuan eat all the time? It was the soft rice of the 3 elders' house. But that terrifying shuriken throwing talent, but did not find any clues. Is there really such a demon existence? After so many days of observation, he had never seen Uchiha Yuan, and he had practiced hard. I really don't know how his strength came from. Today is a special day. As for why special? Because of the White Fang, he finally saw the little guy who had never opened a small stove for himself before, and finally gave up his practice. This made the White Fang, who was lurking in the tree mountain, couldn't help but feel refreshed. Gen-kun, come out and practice quickly. Today, the teacher taught us the first ninjutsu. Uchiha Gen, who was pulled, looked helpless with his eyes, and was pulled out by the hand, and the hand hit his face, was excited. How can you describe this excitement of learning ninjutsu for the first time? It may be like when I used to study in a computer class for the first time, and I was dragged by my classmates to play with the computer in an internet cafe after class. Source: how about you look at my doppelganger? Saying that, he began to stab at a glance, and ate a large amount of hand beating of the pulp washing fruit, and his talent has actually been promoted to an extremely terrifying point. The amount of chakra is not only large, but also flows very smoothly and flexibly. Soon, a near-perfect hand doppelganger appeared in front of Uchiha General Ninjutsu succeeded, and the two hands flew up excitedly, constantly asking the source, "How is it? Gen, I will also be able to ninjutsu. I'm a ninja." Seeing Tamada finish performing ninjutsu, very successful and very happy, Minamoto also smiled happily. "Tate-kun, you have learned a ninjutsu now, so do you want to learn another forbidden art? Congratulations on your hand fight, you have now learned a ninjutsu, so do you want to learn another forbidden art?" Laughing and laughing, the sound of hand hitting directly stopped abruptly. "Forbidden? I just learned the first ninjutsu, and the source already knows the forbidden technique?" In Fujino's introduction, forbidden arts, in addition to being very dangerous, often possess extremely special or powerful abilities. Xiao Ta did not suspect, let alone question the origin, but his eyes flashed, nodded madly and said very seriously, "If you can, please ask Genjun to teach me." The hand hit with a sincere and serious look, which made Yuen a little stoic. "Hand fighting, you don't have to be like this, in fact, forbidden arts are just a relatively special ninjutsu. If you want to learn, I will definitely teach you." Seeing the excited appearance of the hand, Uchiha Gang had a sense of direct vision of an old father. The white teeth that had a full view of the tree mountains in the distance were already standing upside down at the moment. Although he is far away and cannot hear the sound, he knows how to speak lips. Previously, he did not believe it, thinking that he had mistranslated it and translated the forbidden book into forbidden art. But the words of the latter source, but the white teeth are very sure that there is absolutely no problem with his lip translation. It's really forbidden. How can a child of several years old master forbidden arts? Who taught it? Still is. Is he a treacherous agent of another village? Thinking of this, he shook his head and said firmly, "Impossible. He is a member of the Uchiha clan, and he definitely cannot be a traitor." Thinking about it, White Fang decided to observe more. He was also curious, what forbidden technique would Uchiha Genjin have? Immediately stared at Uchiha Gen's hands, one by one. Shadow Doppelganger Art. This ninjutsu, that is, Uchiha Gen, after raising the avatar technique to the master level, learned the many imprint methods in his memory, and groped it out by himself. Fortunately, this ninjutsu, in fact, the difficulty of learning is very low, otherwise with Naruto's crane tail, it would not be possible to learn it at a glance. Exactly, you can teach yourself righteousness. Forward, child, hand hit. The hand looked at the two sources dumbfounded, frowned, and muttered with a look of loss and dissatisfaction, "Isn't it just the doppelganger technique? I still trust you so much that you deceived me. I won't forgive you without an all-you-can-eat roast." The hand beat constantly complaining, both openly and secretly, saying that he had fooled him. The black lines on the faces of the two Uchiha Yuen continued to deepen, and in the end, the shadow doppelganger couldn't bear it. Directly on the head hit by hand, came a fatherly love explosion. His hand hurt, and he turned to look at the doppelganger on the side and said, When did your essence come here?" Before I could finish speaking, Uchiha Gen, behind him, was the love of an old father, and his hand hit hurt again. Turning around, he looked at Uchiha in disbelief. "How did your body suddenly get here again?" Ugh. At this moment, the two sources attacked together. Looking at the four big red envelopes on the head of the hand, smoking bursts of white smoke, the two sources nodded in satisfaction and said in unison, "This move is not an ordinary doppelganger technique, but a shadow avatar technique, and the separated doppelganger is not an illusion but a real entity. Not only can I attack, work, do miscellaneous, but also carry damage. And as long as there are enough chakras, you can also realize the technique of multiple shadow avatars, so that when you eat, you can make a table alone. Of course, this ninjutsu, there are side effects, but you will know it when you learn it." Seeing that this forbidden technique was a shadow doppelganger technique, the white fang on the tree was relieved. Because he will also use this technique, the difficulty of learning is really not high, just want to use this technique to fight, and the requirements for the amount of chakra are very high. As for the source of this technique, Konoha will be a slightly larger family, and it is not surprising that Uchiha Genjin would use this technique, but I didn't expect that the 7-year-old Uchiha source chakra was so much. Yes, that's how it is sealed, chakra runs like this, and then shouts it out loud. Under the detailed guidance of Uchiha Gen, Tetsu kept nodding and trying, and soon succeeded in separating a doppelganger. Ninjutsu succeeds, two hands clapping together, cheering and jumping. Uchiha Gen's face also showed the old father's expression of relief. "Very good. Hand hit, you also learned this ninjutsu." At this moment, Yuen's interest also came up, and he also wanted to accompany him to practice together. So he instructed the hand, "Handa, you train here and don't move, I'll go to the river and catch 2 fish for you to eat." Hanta didn't think much, nodded in agreement, looked at the back of the source walking, inexplicably a little moved. "Gen-kun, it's so good to yourself. I must practice harder and follow the source firmly." The little hand was tight, and the little face was full of determination. White Fang was on the tree at this moment, already stunned. If it weren't for the cover of the fox mask, the caterpillar on the side crawled into his mouth. I'm afraid he wouldn't know. After all, it is not Uzumaki or Senju. There is a lot of Uchiha source chakra, but it's nothing, after all, it belongs to the Uchiha family. But this hand fight, there is such a huge chakra, is definitely a genius. It didn't take long for Uchiha Genjin to return, carrying 2 fish in his hands at the same time. When Handa saw the 2 fatty fish in Uchiha Gen's hand, tears of excitement came from the corners of his mouth. Gen's grilled fish, that's something even better than grilled meat. Let's make grilled fish and eat it. Without refusing, Genjin nodded. Good. Then I'll go find a fire to make a fire. Handa was about to go to find a fire to live, but just after taking 2 steps, he was stopped by the source and said lazily and casually, "You are so stupid, now we are shadow doppelgangers, this little thing, we don't have to do it ourselves in the future." The hand hit for a while, but there was no response. Mulang looked at the source and asked puzzled, "Why is this?" Pointing to the shadow doppelganger in training on the side, Genjin crooked his mouth and said with an evil smile, "Look, that's our free labor." "Just kidding, why did you raise the shadow avatar to the master level?" "For the sake of not being able to. What I want to do, I do separately. What I don't want to do, I do in a doppelganger." Thinking of this, Genko held hands and beat it, and the juice lay down. The doppelgangers looked unhappy, but they still went to look for fire. The doppelganger muttered and hit the doppelganger's hand beating. "Don't you think that the body is a little too much?" Honestly beating his hand, hearing the words of the doppelganger source, he was also slightly stunned, and looked at the doppelganger source with some horror and said, "You don't want to engage in the body. You know, that's the body." The doppelganger pouted, his gaze fierce. "So what, I will never be a slave to my doppelganger. Hey, let's go sneak attack on the body and beat him up. I'm still a little hesitant to fight my hands. This is not okay. What's so bad that I can beat myself up? Engage in sneak attacks." Next, Hand Hit and Uchiha Gen, both of them lead a panda eye. Not staying up late, but beat yourself up. The left eye is a breakup hammer, and the right eye is hit by itself. Watching the mutinous doppelganger and the body fighting each other, the white teeth on the tree almost laughed out loud. "It's so funny. I beat myself, ha 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 ha." So much so that today's surveillance, White Fang is as long as he sees the panda eyes of the source in the hand, and he can't help but think of last night, and he can't hold it. So today's surveillance has been cancelled. Even if he is not afraid of being exposed, he is afraid that he will hold out internal injuries. Fortunately, there was no class today. Genwei stayed at home until the afternoon before he was ready to go out to set up a stall. This time, the stall source got the sales data given by the grandfather of the 3 elders in advance. The main customer group of Mangfu Sanfist is not a ninja. It's the rich, or some elderly man or the elderly. The reason is that the 3 fists of the Mangfu have a function that makes people energetic. Because 5 times the physical fitness, it is all-round physical strengthening. For example, there are many men, and it is inevitable that they will be a little unable to do so when they are older. No, after drinking the 3 punches of the reckless man, the one in the family couldn't stand it, and they all took the initiative to let their own men go to the flowery and green alleys and strengthen their beliefs. For example, some older people have their bodies in a state of deadwood decay. Drinking the 3 punches of the reckless man, directly rejuvenating the lean and healthy body, for them is as fascinating as the D product. Although the 3 punches of the reckless man cannot increase the vitality, it is real to become stronger. In Konoha, word of mouth spread, and the reputation was beaten out at once. At this time, Uchiha Yuen was ready to give this businessman another fire. So he designed his own gift box, which also has a lot of advertising words. For example, Mangfu sends 3 fists to the elders, good waist and good legs, good spirit. Mangfu sent her husband with 3 punches, he is good and you are better. No gifts for the new year and holidays. If you receive a gift, you will receive 3 punches from the reckless man. And so on and so forth, and so on. After more than a month, the source once again occupied the previous booth. The hand beat the hand, and soon the stall was propped up. Immediately, 3 advertising words were written on the blackboard. However, compared to the last stall, this time Uchiha Yuen indicated the price. It's still 10,000 taels a bottle. Although this price is still very expensive, it is 2,900 taels cheaper than the one sold in the family store. So for a while, this price did indeed attract many people who had used the 3 punches of Reckless Fu. For them, Uchiha Gen, though, is a stall. But the products he sells, whether bottled or gift boxes, are more exquisite than those in the store, and they have catchy advertising slogans. Mangfu 3 fists, hey, what is this? Nutraceuticals? Another IQ tax that pits our consumers' money. Virtual. Don't talk nonsense. People are from the Uchiha family. Although Uchiha's people look fierce, I have never heard of anything like that. With the arrogance of the Uchiha clan, it is indeed unlikely to fool us. Ha ha ha, you won't even know about the 3 fists of the reckless man. A crowd of melon-eating masses were discussing with relish. Suddenly, a tall man with long white hair that reached to his waist, wearing a forehead guard with the word oil written on it, The expression was exaggerated and laughed, and he said to the crowd who had not seen melons on the side, "Oh, dude, do you know what this is?" Although the man on the side was ridiculed, he didn't care and asked. The effect of this medicine is a real five-fold improvement in physical fitness, and it is an all-round improvement without dead ends. Giggle. Introduction. Jiraiya's expression also became a little lewd. The man on the side pondered, and then a white light flashed in everyone's mind. All round, no dead ends. Wouldn't that little Finch's combat effectiveness also be increased by 5 times? Thinking of this, the man hesitated, and asked in a reconfirmed tone, "Bird, also?" Ji Lai also nodded his head in affirmation. "Birds too." Then Zi Lai also seemed to think of something, and added again, "The most important thing is this medicine, it has no side effects, it is worthy of being a divine assist, and it is also this wave of words. Directly let the vast majority of people present rise up and buy a bottle to go home. Male compatriots are all thinking of buying it home for their own use, and the women also want to buy it home to the husband. Only those, single young ladies and sisters, one by one, have clear eyes and do not quite understand what they are saying." But Uchiha Yuen, seeing the scene of Jiraiya, his whole person was a little helpless. "Myself, it's really not a healthcare product seller. However, the number of ninjas in Konoha village is really small. There are only a few thousand ninjas, and the vast majority of them are shinobi, which also leads to, there are more ninjas who buy the 3/5 of mangaku for combat than there are more villagers who buy 3/5 of mangaku to strengthen their health. So being labeled as a healthcare product is really not a bad thing for selling reckless 3/5. After all, making money doesn't shudder. Although there is some helplessness, but also some humiliation. But when those civilians took out one bill after another, Uchiha felt that he was not unbearable. After all, ninjas endure. Hey, hey, hey. Well, I've seen the enthusiasm from everyone. Hand beat, take the goods out of the storage scroll and prepare to sell. Hey, when I think of myself, I sell something before, I need to shout for half a day, and no one cares. Now that they haven't started shouting, those people can't wait to send money to themselves. The source still has some small size. Soon the first people were able to buy the goods. They couldn't wait to open the bottle cap and show it off directly in broad daylight. A couple. The man's bottle of belly, soon the bonus increased. The man first moved his body, and then nodded excitedly. I took another deep breath and secretly used my feelings to feel something. Finally, with her eyes shining, the princess hugged his girlfriend and ran directly towards the nearest hotel. The girl was a little frightened, and shouted loudly in dissatisfaction, "Let me down, so many people are watching, and people want to shop again." Not caring about the girl's shouting, the man felt that his current self was stronger than he thought at any time, and he said with a bad smile, "It's okay, I'll accompany you out later." How to say that women are cheating? Hey, this is not a default. But as for later, whether she can still go shopping, this is still unknown. Almost all the couples who came out to play, after drinking the 3 punches of the reckless man, just like the couple before, stopped playing and went directly to the resting venue. In fact, in disguise, the source also saves them a lot of money. You must know that the consumption of Konoha is very high, and the two of them have to eat a good barbecue, and they have to pay more than 10,000 taels. Of course, for this world, the vast majority of civilians must not be able to afford it. This is because the world is extremely polarized. It's just that here in Konoha, there are more rich people. Soon, Uchiha Yuen still underestimated these people's recognition of the 3/5 of the reckless mangaku. After a month of fermentation at the Uchiha store, there was another icebreaker from Jiraiya, and all the goods prepared by Genjin in advance were directly sold out. And even those that have not yet had time to pack the gift box are snapped up. In their words, what is not packaged? What is the use of bells and whistles? For such words, Uchiha Yuen could only smile bitterly and shake his head, reluctantly selling the goods to them. It didn't take long for the source to prepare the stall and send those who still wanted to buy. This time, Yuen prepared 400 gift boxes, and 100 copies of the 3 punches of the reckless man who still had time to pack. Looking at Jiraiya, who had been on the side, silently looking at him, Uchiha Yuen also smiled slightly, stepped forward a few steps and said respectfully, "Thank you Jiraiya-sama, thank you." As he spoke, a bottle of reckless potion without water was stuffed into Zi Lei's hand without leaving a trace. Seeing this, he didn't shirk, smiled heartily, and revealed a label that your kid knows very well. Obviously he liked Uchiha Gen's overtures. "Ha! Uchiha Gen, you are really a very interesting person. Ha 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 ha, thank you for your compliment, I'm just an ordinary stall vendor." Fortunately, only Jirei heard this. Otherwise, if you are heard by the stall people on the side, you may vomit blood in anger. God TM is an ordinary stall vendor. Who can set up a stall in less than an hour to complete a turnover of 5 million? Ha-tui. After getting what he wanted, Zi Lai also smiled and encouraged Uchiha Yuen a few words, and left directly. After closing the stall, Genwei Taida was about to leave and go to eat a barbecue to celebrate. But at this moment, a blue smoke in the distance ran straight towards the source. Getting closer, Gen-K saw that it was a watermelon head in a green tracksuit. Yay! It's a young brother. Seeing that it was really Uchiha source, Mater was also directly excited. Just now, when he was still training, he saw passers-by saying that there was a child who was setting up a stall to sell reckless potions, and the price was only 10,000 taels. This is a lot cheaper than the Uchiha store. Since drinking the 3 punches of the reckless mangaku, he found that the quality of his body, which he had been exercising to the bottleneck, had shown signs of breaking through again. During this time, he had been treating the bottle of reckless potion that UN had given him as a treasure, and he has been looking for a few more bottles, because this reckless potion is really too important for a physical ninja like him, but I couldn't find it myself. As soon as he heard the news, he couldn't even care about cultivation, went home directly to withdraw money, and ran over with a very hard whip. "Ah, Gen-kun, have you closed the stall?" But when he arrived, he found out that the stall was closed. At this moment, it was like a thunder that split him apart, and he couldn't accept it. How so? How so? However, when he saw Uchiha Gen, a trace of hope arose in his heart, and he looked at Jandeo with longing eyes in his prayer. "Is there still a mangaku 3-fist sale?" Source was ready to shake his head and said that the stall had been closed, but when he looked at the young brother's eyes, he couldn't bear to speak, so he had to smile. "Didn't possible, and yes. Ah, all right." At this moment, the youthful aura of the young brother all dissipated, and all that remained was loss. But soon, he picked up information again, and the power of youth in his body broke out again, even stronger than usual. "Well, you'll still set up a stall, right? Right. This inexplicable feeling made the hand keep touching his head, feeling that something strange had entered his brain. The source is helpless, after all, the stall is just to pass the time. Now I am not short of money. However, the young brother asked like this, and he couldn't ignore it directly, but then he also had his own questions. "It definitely will, but if you want to buy the mangaku 3 fists, go directly to Uchiha's store and buy it." As soon as he heard this, Brother Chun's eyes lit up directly. It turns out that it is sold in the store. Without waiting for the source to react, he directly opened the 4 doors and disappeared in an instant. But then, it came back in an instant. To Uchiha Gen, he bowed respectfully and expressed his gratitude, and then disappeared again. Leaving source and hand hit the two, standing in place and shrugging each other's shoulders. After a moment of silence, the two of them were ready to go home. But there was another puff of smoke, and the young brother Mette appeared again. He looked at Uchiha UN with a look of disappointment. "Gen-kun, I saw the price, I can't afford 12,900. Saying that, the big man who has been more than 200 months actually cried directly. The snot and tears on his face directly made UN Hahanda directly take a few steps back, for fear that he would accidentally throw it on him. "Aren't you a ninja? Can't afford to buy $1 of something?" Uchiha frowned, a little puzzled in his heart. Ninjas, even if they are shinobi, they are also well off, and they can't afford to buy things for $10,000. "Not really. That's a long story." After Matt's tearful narration, and his hand kept pouring meat into his mouth, UN in hand also understood why Mater was like this. Although Materdi said a lot, the reason is actually very simple. It was he who got married. Then the mother-in-law again demanded a bride price, another house, and another face. This also led to the fact that Materdi, who was not rich, went directly into debt. Driven by curiosity, UN also asked cautiously, "Didn't the woman have a gift in return?" As a result, as soon as he said the return gift, Mater chattered for about 10 minutes, and ate 2 plates of barbecue before he finished talking about the 3 quilts. After hearing all this, Uchiha UN took a deep breath and calmed his mood. He also finally understood why Matt his son, Matt Kai would rather find a righteous son than get married and have children. "Do you know that after marriage, you will make your life like this?" Hearing Yuen's question, Mater took a deep breath of cigarette and shook his head with a wry smile. "Before I got married, I only focused on cultivation, and I didn't care about other things. It wasn't until I got married that I found out that life, it's so difficult." The two were silent for a while, and the snot that was about to flow to the side of their mouths was sucked back. "Then why are you still getting married?" Taking the initiative to break the silence, the source is still a little puzzled. "Your own conditions are average, why not find a similar condition, or find a better condition, but to help the poor and make a dry battery?" Hearing this question, the young brother actually choked and sobbed. "I knew her for a month, and then she got pregnant." UN somewhat regretted hearing this. Why did he think so much and ask about other people's lives? But after knowing Matt this unknown side, UN also seemed to understand why, during the 3 battles, why did he open the 8 doors, but only kick the 7 people into auspicious 3 treasures? Maybe it's because of getting married. His own income can only be regarded as a well-off, and then he got married and was managed by his wife, and he had a child Matkai to raise. This caused him to have no money to nourish his body and was overworked all the time. Only then could not keep up with the physical energy in the third battle, and he could only barely open 8 doors and kick out 4 kicks, and then he died violently. However, it was precisely after experiencing this incident that the village made a painful decision to give people like Mater Dai a chance to rise, so that they can earn more money, and the most direct beneficiary is his son's ninja path. However, his son Matkai, after thinking about the pain, seems to prefer to be passionate with Kakashi than with a woman. Thank you Gen-kun for your hospitality. Mater Dai looked at Uchiha Genjin gratefully, and sincerely thanked General in the past. He could eat barbecue once every time he finished his mission, but after getting to know his wife, he never tasted barbecue again. So this time, although he was already very restrained, he still couldn't help but eat a little more. Yuen was watching, a stack of old and tall barbecue plates, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Good guy, fight with Ding Xiyu. But he doesn't care about money, but just some emotion. Sensing the gaze of the source, Mater Dai was also quite embarrassed, so he had to scratch the back of his head with one hand, and the boss with a grinning mouth, he showed one, embarrassed but not a polite smile. Then he twisted his mouth a little and asked, oh, by the way, Gen-kun, can you sell me half a copy of the 3 Punches of the Reckless Man? Looking at the wrinkled 5,000 taels in Mater Dai's hand, there were 0 and whole 5,000 taels, and Yuen's heart was quite mixed. The man in front of him is tough and strong, and he works very hard, but his life is still a chicken feather, and until death, he is just a subordinate identity. Although Genjin was not angry, he was powerless to change, because there were too many such people in the entire ninja world. It's just that others are numb, but Mater Dai is not bent to fate. Inexplicably, a flag with a scythe and a hammer slowly rose in Uchiha Gen's mind. The world of this little day is really maddening. He really didn't understand, in this world, what is the meaning of the strong? Is it to become a ruthless killing machine for careerists? Or become a strong party and be recognized by others? What a ridiculous meaning. The true meaning of the strong people of my generation should be to establish a heart for heaven and earth, establish a life for the people, continue to study for the saints, and open peace for all generations. And to become a strong person is not to be respected, let alone to become a superior person, but so that in this world, no one is on man again. Uchiha Yuen clenched his fists tightly, and his heart was no longer very calm. At this moment, he seems to be not only the little boy who just wants to retrieve his memory. Instead, he became a strong person with the heart of a truly strong man. Little Day Province, it's time to return to the motherland. The first spark is now. What? Crazy. What if? Then forget it, bar. Mater Dai's eyebrows were very low, and he couldn't help but beat a drum in his heart, and Yuen seemed to be a little unhappy. Sure enough, my own request was too much. Since he was embarrassed, he wanted to withdraw his request. Matt Day, we just don't have a physical arts teacher. Without waiting for Mater Dai to finish speaking, Yuen directly waved his hand to interrupt, looking at Matt Dai with a serious and sincere face, and his eyes full of wisdom asked, you must know that although Mater Dai is a 10,000-year-old forbearance, his strength is not weaker than ordinary middle patience or even special endurance. He is a serious partiality. Ha! Ah! Hearing the source's words clearly, not only Mater Dai exclaimed, but even the small hand on the side did not hold back. It's just that Mater Dai was surprised that someone took the initiative to hire himself to become his instructor. And Hantao was surprised that Yuen was so rich. As long as he wanted to, the banknote ability opened the way, and the elite upper ninja would guide him, but he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to hire an ordinary lower ninja as a teacher. I'm just a down. Seeing that Mater Dai was surprised, he wanted to politely refuse. Yuen raised his eyebrows slightly and unceremoniously, and stretched out a finger. 300,000 a month. Mater Dai swallowed a mouthful of saliva, still a little hesitant. He needs this money very much, but this is not a matter of money or money. He is principled, he can't accept help from others out of thin air, right? Looking at Mater Dai's tangled, his eyebrows were twisted together. Uchiha Yuen smiled slightly, indicating that he had pinched Mater Dai and took the hot iron casually. Pack it. Good. Without any accidents, Matt Dai directly brightened his eyes and should come down to this work. The tangled eyebrows stretched. He was not a pedantic person. Uchiha Gen's kindness to him, he also deeply remembered. Just kidding, as a subordinate, he only earns a few bucks a month to die? And it's not included. 300,000. Don't say that he is a teacher, even if he is a cow and horse, he is also willing. After agreeing on the cultivation time, Mater Dai went home immediately with satisfaction and gratitude. The family is still strictly managed, and he can't help it. Gen Wei Ti had enough to eat and drink, and was ready to go home to sleep. Gen-kun, is today's barbecue delicious? The taste is okay, it's easy to be constipated if you eat too much. Too, eating too much meat is not only easy to get greasy, but also easy to constipate. I don't know if Uncle Matt Dai will also. By the way, the shadow avatar is now proficient. Already proficient. Then tomorrow, let's let the shadow doppelganger go to school. We practice physical arts on our own. Wow, Gen-kun, you really know how to play. However, just after taking a few steps, he was stopped by a figure with silver hair and a fox mask. An indifferent voice without any emotion said, Uchiha Genikage-sama has a request. Sarutobi was holding a bong. He wanted to take a few puffs, but he didn't want to smoke it that much. The three disciples beside him were telling themselves about the restlessness of the great powers. Countries are ready to move, which is also confirmed by various intelligence. Tuanzang dispatched routes, and was already purchasing various weapons and materials. The storm is coming. In fact, it is not surprising, since the beginning of the warring states, the ninja world has been at war. On the surface, it is the love and hate of ninjas. But behind the scenes are the ambitions and interests of some nobles, daimyo. Although the latter pillars and Madara joined forces to suppress the entire ninja world and create the Great Power Ninja Village system, which ended the long warring states period. However, with the development of time, the gap between the rich and the poor in various countries has continued to widen. As a result, some poor large countries simply cannot feed their own ninjas. And the ninja with strength is the most powerful force in the entire country, and their contradictions cannot be internal, then they can only be external. Why not, if you can reduce the number of ninjas in your own country and plunder the wealth of other countries? As for why the contradiction can't be internalized, kill those nobles and daimyos, and plunder their wealth? This can only be said that in the land of Xiao Ri, there is no germ of such thinking. Just like this, Wang Ho Xiang Ning had such words, and they didn't even think about it. After all, ninja has developed to this day, and it is just a mercenary organization. Rico, finally took a deep breath of smoke, and slowly spit out a smoke ring. Well, during this time, the number of ninja commissions has increased, reducing the ninja's mission rest time by half. Taking advantage of this opportunity, we must earn more commission money and train more newcomers by the way. Oh yes, the export of grain from the country of wind is directly halved, and the price is increased by 50%. After receiving the order, the three looked at each other, and all nodded with some wry smiles. There is really no way, as the richest country in the ninja world, they are the first to bear the brunt of the war. It can't be avoided, then you can only actively prepare for war. Knock knock. Naruto-sama, Uchiha Genjin brought it. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the strategic deployment of the ape flying sun. However, he was not annoyed, because these deployments were just simple exchanges between him and his three disciples. The real discussion had to gather all the high-level officials in the village and make a decision together. Bring him in. The middle-aged ape Fei has a ninja posture, speaks very calmly, and still has a lot of personality charm. I've seen Naruto-sama. Uchiha Genjin bowed very politely. When Hokage saw Uchiha Genjin like this, his face bloomed with a smile and encouragement. Very good. Very spiritual. Lying groove, the opening is a very spiritual, old cotter. Not hearing Gen's complaint, Hinata looked at Xiao's Hybosaurus lovingly and asked in a low voice, Xiao Yuan, do you know why I invited you over? Shaking his head, Uchiha said he didn't know and wasn't very interested. But he didn't dare to be so arrogant. In addition to the sun shop, there is also the big snake pill guy in the room. The way he sticks out his tongue is really terrible. I don't know. Seeing that the source was obedient, Rico put down his pipe, walked to him, touched his head and said, Grandpa has a few questions for you, and you have to answer them truthfully. If you answer well, Grandpa still has a reward for you. This look, Genjin understood that Hinata really regarded him as a child. But it doesn't matter, he is a child. It's just that for the reward in the mouth of the day chopper, the source is a little disdainful. What can the day chop give himself? Money? This thing is very likely, but I don't lack it now. Ninja tools? This thing, useful but not much, also takes up local trouble. Ninjutsu? If it is ordinary ninjutsu, this thing's source is not interested in learning now, because as long as you open the chakra eye, and then cooperate with the system and money, you can immediately prostitute other people's ninjutsu. If only it could give forbidden arts, Book of Seals. It's a pity that he is Uchiha, otherwise he still has a good chance to get it. For Uchiha, it is precisely from 3 generations. Thinking in a moment. While he is still an ignorant child, Uchiha Gen's eyes widened decisively, and he asked with his clear, stupid big eyes. This, 3 generations of uncles, what a reward. The son choked, stared at those clear and stupid eyes for a long time. Why are you so ignorant and directly ask for benefits? His parents. Well, so be it. Constantly soothing himself in his heart, he is still a child. Still a child. Seeing that it was not good to fool, the 3 generations immediately started to fight sloppily again. After you finish answering, you will naturally know. Well, good. Genbu didn't have much expectations, since he couldn't test it, forget it. And Mijin agreed, and Hinata felt that he could do it again. Maybe he really didn't understand things just now, but it's not very easy to fool now. Well, my first question is this reckless 3 fists you sell, where did he come from? Hearing Rico ask about this, Yuan still looked simple. In fact, in his heart, he had already sneered. Fortunately, I was prepared. Third generation uncle, this reckless man Three Fists was sold to me by the three elder grandfathers. The three elders in the mouth of the source, Chop naturally knew who it was. The third elder of the Uchiha family, Yutaka Uchiha, likewise his granddaughter Mikoto Uchiha, is also the closest Uchiha child of Kazumoto. From this point of view, it is also very reasonable for Uchiha Yuen to sell Mangfu Three Fists. It's just that this reckless man's three punches have such an anti-heavenly effect, but how come he hasn't heard of it before? It seems that this matter has to take the initiative to find Uchiha Fang. This question, Ben was also a simple inquiry and temptation, did not gain any useful value, and did not disappoint Rico much. Hinata still smiled and nodded, skipped the topic directly, and asked seriously again, Source, what do you think of the family and the village? Hearing such an inquiry, the source pupil also shook slightly, a question he had not imagined before. Thoughts raced in my head. After a moment of silence, he said slowly with a serious face, the village is a big tree, the family is the trunk of the big tree, and we ninjas are the leaves on the trunk. Maybe we come from different branches, but we are all part of this tree. These words. What is the meaning? Admit that you are from the family, and also say that you are from the village? So is his position a village or a family? Hinata tentatively asked, if some branches are too thick and affect the growth of others, then what should I choose? The tentative meaning of this is obvious, almost a pick and choose. Your Uchiha family is too powerful, and some of it has affected the development of our village. However, hearing this, Yuen's heart was still a little disdainful. What kind of village development? It affected his own forces. However, for a force, an internal family is too strong, and it is indeed not conducive to rule, unless he becomes a ruler. If some branches are too thick and affect the growth of others, what should I choose? After a moment of silence, Yuen said with a slight smile, if the village can't even accommodate the branches, then how can the village accommodate the Konoha on its body? A village is a big tree, but a village can also be a forest. I think I'm a member of my family and a member of the village. Getting such an answer, Rico was also quite helpless. After all, the village did not give him much favor, and even allowed the villagers to provoke Uchiha all the time. However, what makes Hinata happy is that Genhi does not remember hating the village, and also has his own bonds. It seems that it is time to woo and woo. Very good, very spirited, you must remember that you are still from the village. Brushing his beard, Hinata spoke again, one more thing. I heard that you learned the art of shadow doppelganger, is this true? Hearing the shadow doppelganger technique, Yuen suddenly frowned a little. Someone is watching him. The art of shadow avatars, he rarely shows in front of people. However, he had already prepared for this, and if he encountered a problem, he could directly pull the three elders to bear it. Aha, yes, the third elder grandfather taught me. Aha, great. It was the three elders again, and Ri Xian didn't care about this, but he still instructed. This technique has side effects, you must not use it reluctantly, it will be very dangerous. Okay, 3 generations of uncles, I see. Since the family has invested in Uchiha Source, a forbidden technique. Although it is only a B-level forbidden technique, if the village wants to win him over, it naturally has to have something that is not inferior to this. Majuo looked at the table, and Hinata hesitated. He didn't know if he should choose a ninjutsu for him from the Book of Seals. Kagami has died in battle. The bridge between the village and Uchiha was broken. At this moment, he desperately needs a new bridge. And Uchiha Yuen is a demon, not only opened the second Gaogu Jade, but also a shuriken in one hand, which is called a divine transformation. Looking deeply at Uchiha Gen, Hinata secretly made up his mind in his heart, don't let me down, Uchiha General after making up your mind. Hinata no longer hesitated, directly took out the Book of Seals, and solemnly handed it to Uchiha Jandeo. This is a copy of the Book of Seals, you can choose a forbidden technique, just think of it as the village's investment in you. Shhhhhh all this came a little suddenly, and he didn't react for a while. The village is showing favor to itself, and coming up will directly give a forbidden technique. Could it be that he let Rico know, and the three elders gave it, because of his shadow avatar technique? And then in order to win himself over, he also wanted to give himself a forbidden technique. This day, how is it like dreaming? Uchiha Yuen is not a hypocritical person, such a good opportunity, the meat delivered to the mouth, say nothing can be let go. As for the affairs between the family and the village, he also had his own ideas for a long time. All three of them widened their eyes on the side. This is the Book of Seals. So simple, give Uchiha Yuen a forbidden technique. In addition to Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, but they performed a lot of tasks, and it was not easy to obtain the opportunity to select the forbidden technique of the Book of Seals at one time. The old man is big. Thank you. Uchiha Geniki was afraid, and he repented and directly and decisively agreed. Quickly took the Book of Seals and directly selected it. However, after opening it, Uchiha Yuen discovered that this sealing technique was probably specially made for him. There are only a few techniques inside. For example, mutual multiplication detonation charm, shadow avatar technique, multiple shadow avatar, 100 hero art, flying thunder god technique, 8 doors of Dungia, etc. Like what? The ghoul seal, the 4 elephant seals, the 4 red sun arrays, the rebirth of filthy soil, and so on. There is not a single one. It seems that R.I. Chop wants to let himself choose the art of multiple shadow avatars, or the art of Baihao, the 8 doors of Dungia and the like. Wait a minute. What do I see? Flying thunder god technique. Ninja fast man. That's fascinating. Flying thunder god technique. What a great look. Holding the book of seals, he kept browsing, and finally Yuan deliberately fixed his gaze on the flying thunder god. Hearing this, the 3 generations were directly shocked. This kid won't want to learn to fly thunder god. It's not that he doesn't want Uchiha Genjin to learn, it's just that he learned this technique himself, and as a result, as a doctor of the ninja world, he still can't understand it and can't perform it. Moreover, he also tried to study for 3 apprentices, but the result was nothing. The principle is actually not complicated, but when it is operated together, it is impossible to succeed and extremely dangerous. In the era of the 2nd generation, there were many geniuses who learned, and the light technique was missing arms and legs, and the heavy was directly not half of the person. Although Rico was surprised, he shook his head and admonished Xiao Yuan. Although this technique looks powerful, it actually fights. Well, it's also very powerful, but it's not easy to learn. Not only is it difficult to learn, but it also requires extremely strong talent to perform, otherwise once you make a mistake, people may be directly gone. The 3 people who have learned about the Flying Thunder God are all attached to the claim that the Flying Thunder God is too difficult to learn. Alright. Unexpectedly, even Uncle Hokage found it difficult to learn. Minamoto is very well behaved and sensible, which makes Hinata, who has a son, very happy. Speaking of the pain points of Flying Thunder God, he also recommended other forbidden techniques to the source by the way. You can see, multiple shadow avatars or whatever, this type of powerful ninjutsu. Then Balabola's introduction. The source kept nodding in agreement. Until after all the introductions, Hinata looked at the source seriously and asked, "Have you decided which one to choose?" The source seemed quite tangled, constantly scanning the sealed book. The gaze is constantly flowing from the name of the technique. After hesitating for a moment, Uchiha Genkei and the Book of the Seal. After taking a few deep breaths of air, he slowly pointed to the Book of Seals and prepared to speak. Jirei couldn't help it, and asked directly, "Uchiha Gen, have you chosen well? Do you choose multiple shadow avatars or?" Tsunade pulled away Jirei and took a sip. "How can it be those bells and whistles of ninjutsu? Brother Genbu is so cute, he must have chosen the art of Baihao." Orochimaru seemed to have gotten used to the 2 of them, and directly ignored them and stuck out his tongue. "I'm really curious." Yuan smiled a little awkwardly and restrainedly, and then whispered, "I decided, I choose Flying Thor." This. Sandaime opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but after opening it for a long time, he still nodded helplessly. "Okay. You decide." The other 2 ninja are quite surprised, but they didn't expect that the source really chose the Flying Thunder God. Only the corner of Orochimaru's mouth hooked a smile, and he didn't know what he was thinking of writing. After getting the forbidden surgery, in order not to be noticeable, Uchiha Gen, every day, learns the Flying Thunder God like a decent. You can say that this technique is difficult, it is indeed very difficult, and the entire ninja world is the 2nd generation of Mei and the Eternal Sister Association. But in fact, for the source, it is still very simple. He only needs to try to cultivate, and then understand some basic introductory knowledge, and the rest can be directly handed over to the system. For another 11,100 taels, you can directly learn the master level. What is the concept of master class? Let's just say it. In the future, the use of the Flying Thunder God is only at the master level. Another early morning. Hand-Hit and Source, as always, came to the place where he and Mater Dai agreed to train. Brother Ching-chun, who was doing push UPS at this time, waiting for the Source and Hand to fight. "Brother Youth, it's early, we're late." Yuan and Hand fighting, smiled and greeted, and when they saw Brother Ching-chun, their blood was inexplicably boiling. "Early, Xiao Yuan and Xiao Hand fight. I have just arrived, the blood of youth cannot be wasted, let's start training." The young brother was extremely hot-blooded, and showed a big white tooth with a thumbs up to the 2. Looking at the energetic young brother, Yuan and Hantan were also infected by him, and the blood all over his body was agitated, and his spirit was extremely excited. The 2 nodded and responded loudly in unison, "We are ready." They didn't have long to get excited before old Dai extinguished their enthusiasm. "Very good, we ran Konoha for a lap yesterday, let's do strength training today. Let's do 10,000 push UPS, do 10,000 squats, then frog jump to the back mountain, and then." The youth brother set a series of training plans. Without saying a word, he directly took the lead in doing push UPS. It's just that this series of training plans made the 2 people who were just excited break out in cold sweat on their foreheads. "It's brutal, but we've only been training for a week now. With so much volume, can it really be done? The hand weakly raised his little hand, and asked weakly. There was no answer, only the standard breathing sound during training. Genjin took a few steps back, propped himself directly on the ground, and did push-ups one by one. Hand beating is telling the truth, this amount of the two of them really can't be done. But what's in this? Youth. It is brave and fearless, and if you do not train until you do not have a trace of strength, how can you be discouraged and say that you cannot complete it? Brother Chingchun, he directly did push-ups with one hand, and he also hit Haewon directly with one hand and gave a thumbs up. If you don't do your best, you can't really know where your limits are, and even if you reach the limit, then luckily, you have the opportunity to break through him. After saying these words, the young brother silently counted the number of push-ups. Hearing the youth brother, he directly counted to 100. The two of them directly widened their eyes, and they couldn't help but secretly slander in their hearts. Damn it! Speaking to welcome our attention, I actually faced me face to face, opening such a big gap. Yuan and Han Da's physical fitness, naturally needless to say, they are luxurious, almost every day is bathed with reckless potions. Mangfu medicine is drunk directly, and after the effect of the medicine, it can indeed improve some physical fitness, but it is not as much as improved by bathing. Although I don't know the principle, this is the case, maybe drink directly, it is directly absorbed by the stomach, and the bath is all slowly strengthening of cells. So after such a long medicinal bath, the physical fitness of Han Yuan has actually exceeded the vast majority of Zhong Shinobi. And although the vitality is not as good as the Vortex family, it is definitely much stronger than the ordinary Zongnan. Even Chakra, Gento has 10 Kakashi, and although the hand fight is weaker, it has also reached 5 Kachakra. The intensity of the training is high, but it also depends on who is doing the training. Soon, the hand hit and the source was laborious, and the young brother was done, 10,000 push-ups and 10,000 up and down squats. Although there is a young brother in it, deliberately releasing the C, but this kind of strengthening speed is also very envious of Materdai. Looking at the two lying on the ground, motionless, the corners of Brother Kingchun's mouth hooked, and he secretly said in his heart, "Is this genius? It's really something to look up to. They are so talented, they all work so hard, they have to work harder, and they have to double the amount of training in the future." For the speed at which Genwei and Han fight become stronger, Mat Dai has envy but no jealousy, and some are just a strong desire to become stronger. He wants to prove it. Even ordinary people who can't do ninjutsu can definitely become a powerful ninja through their own efforts. Without waiting for the two to lie down for a minute, the young brother shouted enthusiastically, "Are you all ready?" Next is the frog jumping to the back mountain. Hearing this, the two directly let out a wail. However, with the young brother, after jumping a few steps, they also quickly rolled up on the ground and began to frog jump. Although this training looks silly, it can actually greatly exercise people's balance. In a fight, what is most important? Nature is balance. If you can't control your balance, it will lead to instability, so that no matter how much strength you have, you can't exert it. The road to the back mountain will pass a street. A little boy, holding his mother's hand, pointed to Brother Chingchun and others, and asked clearly, "Mom, you see?" Daddy Frog, with 2 frog sons, the boy's mother, looking at several people, her brows were also furrowed, and pointed at them and said fiercely, "Son, they are perverts, let's stay away, perverts are contagious." Brother Youth didn't care. But Genhi hand hit it was miserable, and his face was hot. After all, a big green frog, followed by 2 small frogs, is difficult not to notice. But after jumping for a while, Minamoto got used to expressionless. As for why he is so indifferent, in fact, looking at the huge project of his toes on the ground, you will find that the source is not as calm as imagined. The hand fight is, gritting his teeth and insisting, looking like he is under great pressure. Soon, skipped the streets. There are also fewer people watching. The two breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Hey, it's about to be in the back mountain, come on. At this time, the young brother at the front of the team also sensed that the atmosphere of the team was not right, and cheered up. The two also looked at each other awkwardly and smiled, gritted their teeth and insisted on continuing to follow. Soon it was dark. What made the two of them unbelievable was the training task that they had heard from Materdai's mouth before and thought it was impossible. At this time, although they were tired and became dogs, their hands and feet were swollen greatly, but it was indeed a complete completion. I have to say that Materdai is at the level of a physical master. There is really a set of training physical fitness, and the source is very worthwhile. Almost every training session, they can accurately squeeze out all the strength of their body. The advantage of such training is that the physical fitness improves very quickly. And the disadvantages are self-evident, it is really not something that ordinary people can stick to. Yuan can persevere, that is his 2 lifetimes, understand what he wants, so he can always grit his teeth and insist. But Han Tan was able to persist, which made Gento have to admire his perseverance. Soon, Genhi hit the two, like a dead dog, and was carried by Materdai one by one, and quickly ran to the barbecue restaurant. At the end of the day's fulfilling training tasks, they will all come to the barbecue restaurant to eat barbecue. Of course, the source will reimburse them. The waiter in the store was already very familiar, and when he saw the arrival of the three people, he didn't ask, so he directly opened the way and came to a good location. Genji hit the two like a piece of rotten meat, and was thrown on the chair by Maturday. Then Maturdai skillfully took out a pot of medicinal wine from his body and poured a glass for the two of them. Hey, drink it, this is my family's ancestral medicinal wine. It's old for refining. The two trembled, and with their swollen hands, picked up the cup and poured the medicinal wine into their throats. In a moment, the two of them came to life directly from a pool of mud. This medicinal wine contains a weak life force, which can make people who are exhausted to the extreme instantly gain some physical strength. But that's about it. Brother Youth's medicinal wine, it's really magical. Put away the medicinal wine, Maturdai smiled embarrassedly. No, this wine has a little effect in the first sip, drinking too much is useless, and the practicality is not comparable to the 3 punches of the reckless man. By the way, if the 3 fists of mangaku cannot be used directly, don't use them directly. Because after drinking the 3 punches of the reckless mangaku, the physique is enhanced tenfold, and then exercising to improve the physique will cost 10 times. Genwei hit the hand and nodded in approval. Before being trained, Yuan drank the reckless potion as water. But as a result, his strong physique made it very difficult for him to improve his physique through training. It is also easy to understand that the stronger a person's physical strength, the more difficult it is to improve. There is also a mangaku potion, which is calculated according to the basic physique, so to become stronger, you have to improve the basic physique. To improve the basic physique, you have to restore the original physique before you can exercise. Back to school. The shadow avatar of the source can be described as arrogant and domineering in school. All kinds of limelight in the class. And as long as someone provokes him, he will beat up people's families, and after beating, he will also collect discipline fees. You know, even the villains in the TV series dare not be so rampant. In the whole school, it is a school bully. Classmates' dissatisfaction was at a high level. The head teacher, Daikichi Fujino, is also very brainsore. The source thing looks bad, but in fact, beating people is only hitting the face and flesh, and never hurting people's bones. These beaten classmates, in addition to humiliation, some grievances, look miserable. In fact, it is quite good and there is no big thing. You must know that the Ninja Academy is not a place where the family is over, the fight between students, and the management authority of teachers is still limited. As a result, violence in schools is commonplace. As long as it is not a big thing, parents and teachers are not allowed to interfere, and if they interfere excessively, the child will be expelled. Coupled with the brainwashing of the will of fire, and the early maturity of the people in the ninja world, there is also a sense of proportion. Very early today, Genwei finished training with Tetsu, Genshi and hand fight, each carrying a lot of dishes. Today I am in a good mood, and I have been shouting that I want to eat the rice made by Yuan. Genjin didn't want to cook that much, and was going to ask Han to eat the barbecue, but on the other side, Mikado and the doppelganger said that they would also eat the rice made by General, so the source, there is no way to agree. Hand beating is a little brother, you cannot eat, but Mikato-san, it's my sister. Gotta be spoiled, The doppelganger has completed the class task and is accompanying Mikato's sister home. Pass through the forest. Suddenly, a group of people surrounded them. The person at the head is Hinata. He smiled evilly and pointed at Uchiha Yuan, you are too arrogant and too much in school. Beat us up and extort us into pocket money. We are classmates, but you are so cruel to us. Which one of the people present has not been bullied by you? Today I brought them to seek revenge. Although surrounded by dozens of people, Uchiha Yuan only frowned slightly and said with some disdain, ambush us. Just a few dozen of you, I'm afraid I can't measure myself. On the first day of school, Yuan was able to beat them up one by one with his own strength. Now that their strength has skyrocketed, who gave them the courage to form a group to fight their own boss? Although knowing this sentence of the source, there is a great element of sarcasm. But Hinata Hayashi didn't have the idea to explain, and with a wave of his hand, everyone took out a bottle of water in their hands. 3 punches for the reckless. Seeing Gen's eyes widen in surprise, the smile on Hinata's face widened. Since his last defeat, Uchiha Genjin has been his nightmare. He couldn't understand why the source was so strong. In the process of investigating Uchiha source, he learned about the 3 fists of mangaku. Later, after knowing the power of the 3 punches of the mangaku, he felt that a person was not safe, so he had been forgiving until now. For this moment, he spent all his savings and the separation of the family. More than 30 bottles, more than 300,000 taels. However, as long as you can trample Uchiha Genjin under your feet, then everything will be worth it. Glancing at the 2 people behind Gen, Hinata said in a loud voice, there is a debt and a master. This is a matter between us and Uchiha Gen. We can let you go, you go. It is very good to say that there is a debt and a master. Nodded, Uchiha Gen decided to slap Hinata less later. Turning back and instructing him to disarm the shadow doppelganger, he went back to report to the body. At the same time, he smiled brightly at Mikato's sister and patted his chest, indicating that he was completely fine. Sister Mikato, I can solve these things, you don't have to worry, just watch from the side. Mikato also knew that the source of the current is the doppelganger, and she didn't pay too much attention. As the two left, they directly showed off the reckless potion, and their momentum and combat effectiveness skyrocketed. The doppelganger will definitely not be able to beat. On the way home with the dishes, Hand happily, humming a ditty. Suddenly, there was a shock. A large amount of information flooded into his mind, and after sorting it out for a moment, the Hand exclaimed, "Brother Gen, not good, not good." On our way home from school, we were ambushed by Hinata. Gen's face was shocked, his pupils shrank sharply, and the emotions of nervousness, worry and fear mixed to form a terrible anger, like a volcano about to erupt. Mikato-san, but go with them. What is the specific situation? The Hand swallowed a mouthful of spit, such a source of gaffe fury, he was still the first time he had seen it. It's Hinata, with more than 30 classmates, each with a bottle of reckless potion. Without waiting for the Hand to continue, Genjin turned directly and his face moved. Fly Thor launch, if you dare to hurt Sister Mikato, I will definitely make you regret it. The source body does not know what happened on the doppelganger's side. The moment he heard the news, his heart was actually panicked. Flying Thunder God launched directly. The next moment, he appeared next to his shadow avatar, casually flapping a few of them, rushing up to the obstructing mosquitoes, scanning the audience. The gaze was extremely cold, so that everyone present was cold hair roots. It wasn't until he met the familiar gaze and carefully examined it that he found that she didn't have anything that he breathed a sigh of relief and softened his gaze a little. Seeing the body, the avatar smiled and shrugged his shoulders, and directly dismissed the shadow doppelganger. Memories flowed in, and soon the source knew everything, although it is not clear what just happened. But Hinata has no turning back. Today is either Hinata, stepping on Uchiha Genjin fiercely under his feet, and shame before the snow. Either Hinata, once again trampled under the feet of the source, and then humiliated. Why are you stunned? Come on. Yes. There are more than 30 of us, are we still afraid of him alone? Although they said this, they did not dare to fight the source in close combat. All were far-reaching, tentatively throwing shurikens at the source. This is a tactic, two-fist invincible four-handed tactic. Of course, this tactic is actually very correct. No matter how strong the personal force is, there is an end. As long as he keeps consuming, tiredness can also exhaust him. But this is not the world of martial arts. This is the ninja world. One-handed ceiling. The source is directly 1 and 2, 2 and 4, and 4 8. In an instant, more than 30 stealth doppelgangers were separated. Each doppelganger has a clear division of labor, and each stares at an enemy. Grace dodged the shuriken, followed by a counterattack. Each doppelganger was taken out, and a very special shuriken came out and was thrown out. Each shuriken flew straight towards the fatal spot of those classmates. In the Hokage office, just after receiving the news, the 8 Flying Sun Slash and the 3 ninja who opened the crystal ball were all shocked into a cold sweat. You must know that Konoha is not a village of fog, and this kind of thing of mutilating compatriots is absolutely not allowed. Seeing that the shuriken was about to pierce the bodies of those classmates, the 8 Flying Sun slashed and even directly gaffed and slapped the table, shouting angrily, "Stop!" It was as if I heard the sound of the sun. The black light flashed, and Uchiha Gen's body appeared at a shuriken, holding the deadly shuriken in time. Let them stop at a millimeter into the flesh. After feeling the fear of death, one by one, the classmates' backs were soaked and they sat down on the ground weakly. Hayashi's legs were soft, and his heart was extremely unwilling, cooperating with the fear of death in the previous moment. He actually cried out directly in a gaffe. Why have I worked so hard, but the gap between us is still getting bigger and bigger? Woo-hoo, I'm a genius too. Why? Exhaling a breath, Yuen helplessly pulled the corners of his mouth. He only shot slightly. It is already the limit of the segment, and it is really boring. After disarming the shadow doppelganger, Jensung smiled, stretched out a small hand with a tissue, and said to Hayashi, who was still crying, "Hayashi brother, don't cry. It's useless to cry. Your level is actually very strong. If you don't meet me, or if you are as strong as a middle forbearance, you have to plant it." Blurring his eyes, Hayashi looked at Gen's smile, and it took a long time before he took the tissue and wiped it clean. At the same time, his heart was also more relieved. Thank you. There are people outside the people, and there are people outside the sky. He admitted his mediocrity and was equally relieved of his failures. People are such strange creatures that they can work extremely crazy for a goal, but after being beaten again and again by reality, you will be relieved and admit that you are mediocre, and this goal is too far away. Take an example. When I was studying, people who never looked down on driving a car for $100,000 thought that this was also worthy of being called a car. Give me, I don't want it, if you want to open a million-level Maserati. But after graduating and working, I found that I had no other bike except to be able to ride a shared bicycle. Goodbye Maserati, only a glance from afar, no other thoughts. And at this time, Uchiha source, for Hinata Hayashi, is the Maserati that looks at it from afar. He hadn't fought with Uchiha UN for any more ideas. Their strength is no longer a level or a grade. Seeing Hayashi looking at himself with white eyes, Uchiha Genjin thought about it and was a little angry, casually a storm on the head. What a blind look. Don't pay the discipline fee yet, let your people withdraw. After being knocked, Hayashi was not annoyed, and quickly nodded and said yes. Immediately organized people, paid the correctional fee, and took people away. If this is stuck in the normal process before, then you will have to be beaten one by one, but now you can leave as long as you give money, and they are particularly positive. Everything ended quickly, and inside the Hokage office, there was a brief awkward atmosphere. The hand that had been slapped on the table had been taken back without leaving a trace. Coughed twice in embarrassment. Tsunade then realized that Jiraiya was drooling, and his eyes were staring at him a little wrong. Tsunade Aishi burst out, picked up Jiraiya casually, and before he could react, he threw it directly out the window of Hokage's office. Orochimaru hissed his tongue, his eyes surprised and interesting, staring at Uchiha General Hiss. If you read it right, Teacher Hinata, that's the Flying Thunder God. Knocking on the bong, he nodded again, and Riko approved. It's really surprising, in such a short time, I really learned to fly the Thunder God. It's really a terrifying demon. After tidying up his golden hair, Tsunade also frowned slightly, and said a little unhappy the current ninja school can no longer accommodate him, and staying there again is probably a waste of his time. I think I can let him graduate early and become a shinobi. These words made Ape Fei's eyes brighten. It is not a strange thing to graduate early, as long as you feel that the strength is enough. In fact, it is not important whether you go to school or not, you can directly apply for the shinobi exam to become a shinobi. His homeroom teacher should be called Fujino Daikichi. Not long after, Fujino Daikichi, who had just finished work, was eating ramen, and was called to the Hokage's office. Naruto-sama, you are looking for me. Looking at Fujino Daikichi, who had dark circles under his eyes but was in good spirits, Sarutobi smiled and encouraged, very good, very spiritual. After a few words of encouragement, without waiting for Fujino to be modest, Yuan Fei directly stated his purpose. Uchiha Gen, it's a student in your class. You call up his file and throw it directly to Shinobu. Fujino Daikichi was stunned. What is the situation? Uchiha Gen, the living Hades king, is finally leaving school. That's great. I'm still eating furry ramen. Say anything today, go to the Aegean Sea for a drink and celebrate. As for when Uchiha Genjin passed the shinobi exam, this thing Fujino Daikichi never thought about it. Are you kidding? With the strength shown by Uchiha source, let alone the shinobi exam, even the Zongnin exam, he felt that Uchiha UN could pass. Hey, I'll go. Ha, I'm already putting in the end. Early the next morning, Uchiha Genjin took Mikato's little hand and beat it with the bare shiny hand of the brain case, and went to school as usual. But when he came to the school gate, Uchiha UN was stopped by the security uncle. Marusin Kasuke looked at Uchiha Genjin with a smile and handed him a Konoha ninja brace. Uchiha Gen, congratulations, became a qualified shinobi. What? Three little people who went to school, directly confused. Under what circumstances, how can I become a subordinate? Isn't it necessary to take the exam in order to become a shinobi? When did I take the exam? Yikes! I have been staying with Brother Gen, and Brother UN actually graduated secretly behind his back. No, I also have to graduate early. What the? The source turned out to be shinobi. It's only been half a year since I came to school. That's great. I'm going to take my graduation exams right away. Seeing that the three little guys were all one with exaggerated expressions, Marusin Koji smiled meaningfully. It's easy to become a ninja, but whether you can find your own ninja is up to you. After saying this, Marusin Kasuke sat back in the security chair and closed his eyes. Mulens holding the ninja brace, Uchiha and Tita Mikato, and a few people, jumped into the school. With an envious gaze, Shoto looked at the ninja protector in Uchiha Gen's hand and said, Brother Gento has really become a ninja. Awesome. UN smiled, patted his shoulder, and waved his hand. In fact, with your strength, if you want to graduate early, it is also easy. Xiao's eyes lit up, and he was surprised. Really? Can I also graduate early? Mikato nodded and introduced with a chuckle, Ninja School, although it adopts a class system, but graduation adopts an application system, and you can take the exam whenever you want. As long as you pass the Shimo Shinobi exam, you can become a shinobi. And the lower ninja exam is very simple, as long as you learn the three-body technique, you can defeat one lower ninja. Good. Since Jinya has become shinobi, let's graduate early. After listening to this introduction, I nodded my head in agreement. If there is no source, then it is not interesting for me to be alone in school. Uchiha Genjin was promoted by 3 generations to become a shinobi, and the news did not deliberately spread. And even if it is deliberately spread, I believe that not many people will be interested in a shinobi. None of the 3 went to class today, but directly approached the class teacher and applied to them for early graduation. Fujino Daikichi was very talkative, but with a faint glance at Uchiha Gen, he directly agreed to the handmade graduation exam application. However, Mikato's homeroom teacher said that it was not recommended that Mikato graduate early, because at this time, the number of graduates was small, and she would not find suitable team members. But Genwei explained the situation, saying that they could directly form a squad, which blocked Mikato's head teacher and tacitly agreed to the matter. After the end, he also informed Uchiha Fugaku, a senior student, that Mikato was going to graduate early. Fugaku, who got the news, also said that he also wanted to graduate early, and by the way, he followed Uchiha vigorously. Soon, Shimoshinobu Examination Office. Almost all of the teachers accompanying the exam had blue noses and swollen faces, and I don't know why the students who took the exam this time were so strong. If you already know, you will mean it. Well, I don't know if it's a work injury. At this time, if they knew, there was actually a super strong student who was supposed to take the exam, but in advance, he was promoted by Naruto-sama to shinobi, so that they were beaten less. They will definitely shout, Naruto-sama wise. Very good. Congratulations, you all successfully passed the Shimo Shinobi exam and became a shinobi. Each of them held the forehead brace, and they all looked very excited. In the introduction of becoming a ninja, they understand that after forming a squad, there will be a ninja above the middle ninja who will become their leading teacher. I'm really looking forward to who our leading teacher will be. The 3 thought expectantly. Soon at the examination office, Uchiha Fugaku also walked out with a protected forehead. He looked at Uchiha Genjin unkindly, and then stared at Mikato with a straight face and said dissatisfied, Mikato, have you really forgotten our fate? The family needs both of us to make sacrifices. I hope you can understand that you can only be on the same team with me. MD dug his own corner in front of himself, and Uchiha Gen's forehead was full of black lines, and he directly shot back with a look with nuclear power. Stopping in front of Mikato, Uchiha Yuen said with a chill, I don't care about your fate, but if you dare to hurt Mikato-sama, I will definitely make you ugly. Fugaku was stunned, and his heart was extremely unhappy. Mikato and him are people bound by fate, and although he and Mikato do not have any feelings yet, they still make him very unhappy. Directly open your mouth to pick things out. Uchiha Gen, do you know what the fate of Mikato and I is? Enough! Shut up Uchiha Fugaku. But Mikato didn't want to pick it up now, and directly scolded Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku also knew that he was impulsive just now, and after being reprimanded, Deo also calmed down, glanced at Mikato lightly, left an inexplicable word, and turned away. I wish you knew what you had to do. Genwei Taida was a little confused, and wanted to ask questions. Mikato-sama. But before she could ask a question, the topic was interrupted by another topic of Mikato. All right. To celebrate our successful graduation and becoming shinobi, I decided to take you to my house for delicious food. Hand hit this brainless guy who can only eat, and he was directly diverted by Mikato's topic and gave a successful routine. Good. All right. Sister Mikato wants to treat us to a big meal. Eat a big meal. Uchiha Yuen could only smile at this. It seemed that Mikato-san still didn't want to know herself. Good. Then tonight, let's go to Mikato's house. Little rich woman, you have to make us something to eat. Don't take instant noodles and rice balls to perfunctory us. I want to eat octopus balls and grilled fish and chicken legs. Seeing that her transfer was successful, Mikato breathed a heavy sigh of relief in her heart, and the smile on her face did not change in the slightest. Good. Then I will go back to prepare first. Remember to come to AO in advance. After saying that, he turned around and ran away quickly, leaving the source and the hand hit the 2, squinting at the big eyes. Looking at the back of Sister Mikato walking away, her hand drummed with a small mouth, and she touched her reflective head unhappily. Brother Gen, you said that Fugaku is very hateful. Every time Sister Mikato sees him, Sister Mikato will be unhappy. Genjin slapped away the hand beating, let his hand touch the head of the hand, squeezed out a smile and said, don't worry, I haven't let Mikato-sen have a treat for a long time. You are open to eat. When I heard the dry rice again, my eyes lit up again. Whoosh! Dry rice, dry rice. Genkato and Taida are both considerate people. How can they really bear it and leave Mikato alone to prepare? So very early, Genji came to Mikato's house with his hand fighting, and took the initiative to help arrange and cook. Handbeat is very sensible, knowing that his head will shine, so he was alone in the living room, engaged in hygiene and decoration. Leaving Mikato and Minamoto, the 2 handle food in the kitchen. Yuen's method of handling food is extremely ingenious, and the food he handles, whether steamed, fried or fried, is very delicious. Seriously, it's a pair of leather shoes or belts, treated like that, wrapped in breadcrumbs, and fried until golden brown to make the child next door cry. Mikato Killen looked at Uchiha Gen, who was carefully pickling food, and his eyes were full of shining little stars. Serious men, really very attractive. It didn't take long for the meat to be marinated. Then he and Mikato washed and cut vegetables one by one, and the two opened the chatterbox at once. Mikato looked at Genjin with quirky eyes, pursed her lips and teased, "Hey, look at the source of our family, now they are so handsome, and they have a good cooking skill. I really don't know which girl will be cheaper in the future." Being looked at by Mikato like this, Genjin was a little unnatural, and the hands that cut vegetables paused. "Ha ha ha, no matter who is cheaper in the future, isn't it cheaper for you now?" As soon as the source limit was pulled, it directly made Mikato's little face hot. The little hand washing the dish, subconsciously forced, directly broke the dish, and snorted and did not wash it directly. Turned his back and picked up a bag of crayfish and brushed it. "Humph, you know that your mouth is poor. Seriously, these crayfish are so cute, do we really want to eat them?" Another topic shift. But the source doesn't care about that. Smiled, turned to look straight at Mikato, picked up a crayfish, and said seriously, it's really weird and cute," then braised. "It must be delicious." Noticing her gaze and staying on herself, Mikato hummed again. But soon, Mikato collected her mood and asked a very strange question. "Source, you said sister later. If you're getting married, what would you do?" "Get married." Genjin frowned, sensing that Mikato was indeed a little abnormal today. Now Mikato's sister is only 10 years old, although everyone in this world is precocious, but marriage is still relatively conservative. How can I be 20 years old? That's another 10 years. Why is it always in the open, and secret, to test yourself in this regard? Get married, get married. Just bless yourself. Without thinking, Genjin casually replied, "My sister is married, of course I am a blessing." Blessing. Hearing this answer, Mikato was like petrification. But then Janda added, "But Sister Mikato, since you want to get married, you must choose what you like. Sister Mikato, who do you like?" There was no time to completely petrify, and the undetectable questions directly made Mikato's little heart completely messed up. Squeaking, for a moment Mikato looked at Jen's little face, and some words could not be organized. Right at this moment, outside the kitchen, the sound of hand hitting came in, interrupting the conversation between the two. "Sister Jengo Mikato, I've already arranged it outside, when can I open the meal?" The savior came in time, and Mikato flew away as if to escape. The little hand kept covering the little face. Wow, it's so hot, it's so hot. Mikato was gone, her hands clapping to open the meal. The source was also unambiguous, and in an instant, a large number of shadow doppelgangers appeared, one by one, with the flying thunder god, and quickly moved in the kitchen. Within a few moments, a table of food was made. Don't take the initiative to call Mikato and the 3 elder grandfathers. The aroma of the meal has already made the roundworms in their stomachs knock on the door and call for the meal. The hand fight is also very diligent, and the shadow doppelgangers set the meals one after another. Wow, today's taste is definitely the most fragrant in our home. Smelling the sound, an old man with white sideburns walked over with a smile and a groan. "I am full of praise for this scent. Kota! Fragrant! The various aromas of food make you feel like you are soaking in a gourmet hot spring, and you can enjoy it very much. Hurry up to the table." Hiss! Damn, the old man's hot tears came out of his mouth. Mikato is much better, although the little gluttonous worm is in the stomach, constantly knocking on the door, asking if the food is at home. But she followed the source and ate a lot of food. Pulling the grandfather who was not contending, he said angrily, "Grandpa," also aware of his gaffe. Uchiha coughed, and returned to his previous solemn appearance. Just the action of constantly swallowing saliva seems to betray his nature. Yay! Xiao Yuan, I didn't expect your craft to be so sneaky. In the past, when I listened to Xiao Maiken, I thought it was a little exaggerated, but now I look at it, it turns out that Xiao Maiken has read less and can't describe it. Yes. Started no. The first 2 words of praise are also good, that is, Mikato flattened her mouth, expressing her dissatisfaction, but the last sentence made everyone a little unbearable. Old man, it's still a gluttonous worm. In such a cheerful atmosphere, everyone opened the meal. After eating for more than half an hour, everyone was a little full, so they slowed down the speed of eating. At this time, old man Uchiha Fang only then smashed his mouth, sucked a crayfish, and gave a thumbs up with satisfaction at Xiao Yuan. Today's dish is really a must. The compliment ended, and he mentioned the business again and whispered, "The sales of mangaku sanquin are very good, and now there are thousands of bottles sold every day, and they can be sold out almost every day until the afternoon. Can we expand the volume of each batch?" A smile greeted the appreciation, and the source nodded in approval of the proposal. "I also think that it can really increase the volume of goods. After that, I will provide 3,000 bottles every month. Old man, you need to prepare the money." Very good, very good. Talking and laughing, the source and the old man negotiated tens of millions of business. Mikato and Taida are both their own people, and they are very sensible, and some things can be guessed, but they don't ask too much. They didn't hear anything about the business, and all the attention was drawn to the food. Roughly calculate the accounts on this batch of goods. The source can earn more than half of the target price difference and dividends. Hey, Mia Z. But at this moment, the source was not excited for long. There was a knock on the door outside. An old voice came in. Old fellow, open the door. I smell it. Several people in the room looked at each other, and the old man laughed. Hee hee, it must be that old immortal fellow. I don't know if it belongs to a dog so far away, and he can find it. Muttering, this third elder did not have a little image, and his mouth was full, so he went to open the door without reluctance. It's coming. Uchiha Yamada knocks again, and the door will be broken. Opening the door, an old man with white sideburns, but a resolute face, and a deep tear trough, said with a straight face, old fellow, what is delicious today, so fragrant? Uchiha smiled and guided this Uchiha Yamada into the house. After entering the house, Uchiha Fang's brows furrowed, because behind Uchiha Yamada, there was also a child, like a mold carved out of him. It was Uchiha Fugaku. Fang frowned, feeling bad. Today can be very unpleasant. What do you mean by that, old man? This obviously refers to why he brought Fugaku. You must know that Yamada's personality is like a stone, is very hard, and generally he will not take the initiative to come to his place as a guest. And once you come here, you will definitely go to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing, and there will be something big. With Fuyu, this shows that this matter is also related to Fuyu, and they are 2 plus Fuyu, then I am afraid that this is the matter. Yamada didn't answer, his tough face didn't change in the slightest, as if he hadn't heard Toyoda's question, and said to himself, this tempting taste inside. It seems that there are no 3-color balls. Uchiha Fang's aging face showed a helpless wry smile. This matter is also for the family, although some are sorry for these 3 children, but for the family, all these sacrifices are worth it. Come on, what is the 3-color balls? Today's food, it will definitely make your eyes shine, and your tongues will have to be swallowed. Coming to the living room, Genjin saw Yamada, and he narrowed his eyes, surprised in his heart. This man looks like a weasel. But then, seeing Fuya behind him clearly, his face instantly became unkind. The stool left no trace and moved in the direction of Mikato. And when Mikato saw these 2 visitors, her little heart was directly apprehensive. Until Jen's little hand grabbed her little hand. It's okay, I'm here. Mikato calmed the uneasiness in her heart. There is a lot of food prepared today, even if you add Yamada and Fugaku, it is enough. The cuisine is appetizing. 2 old guys, eating and chatting happily, like old friends who have not seen each other for a long time. This made the 4 little guys gain a lot of insight. Unexpectedly, the experience of the older generation turned out to be so wonderful. Suddenly, Yamada ate and drank enough, and nodded in satisfaction in response to Feng's telling. The eyes were a little trance, and they flowed around Mikato, Fugaku, and Gen, and whispered, Feng, I heard that Mikato has graduated from the ninja school. As soon as he heard Yamada mention Mikoto, Feng's slightly drunken brain instantly sobered up, and his pupils contracted. Old fellow, you drank too much, let me take you to rest and rest. Seeing that his old friend still looked like this calf protector, Uchiha Yamada shook his head firmly and said, Feng, you still protect the calf like this, but these children have grown up, they're ninjas now. For an eagle to learn to fly, it must first go through tribulation. Toyomoto wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he still chose silence. Paper can't contain fire after all, and now that they are ninjas, then understand that this world is cruel. Seeing that the old friend shut up, Uchiha Yamada knew that this was the old friend's acquiescence to his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. Mikato, Fugaku, you should know about it too. Since Uchiha defected, the Uchiha family has been split into 3 factions. The Hawks led by the great elder, Uchiha Shina, their attempt is to stage a coup d'etat and take control of Konoha. Doves headed by the 3rd elder Mikato's grandfather, Uchiha Yutaka. And the neutral faction headed by me, Uchiha Yamada. The reason why we Uchiha has not yet appeared a patriarch is that the 3 major factions are constantly fighting among themselves. And your 2nd elder and I, after 10 years of layout, finally got the best solution. That is Mikato and Fugaku, and the 2 of you get married, so that our 2 major factions can marry, so as to truly work together to suppress the great elder faction and push Uchiha Fugaku to the position of patriarch. And we, Uchiha, after having the patriarch, can unite again and prosper again. Are you willing to make this sacrifice for Uchiha's sake? Although Uchiha Yamada's introduction was listened to by everyone, but in the end, Uchiha Yuen understood it. It is to get Mikato and Fugaku to marry, so as to achieve their goal of reviving Uchiha. This is the fate that Mikato's sister has been talking about? It's ridiculously ugly. Mikato and Fugaku actually know about it, and it is precisely because the more they know, the more they feel that this is their fate, a fate that nothing can shake. Fugaku lowered Uchiha's proud head, he was actually very aggrieved about forcing others and failing the fate of others, but there is no way for him. The only thing he could do was cry silently. Mikato also had red eyes, tilted her head and did not dare to look directly into Gen's eyes, but she pulled her white fingers hard, silently telling the story of fate unwilling. If she hadn't been a traverser who occupied her heart in silence, I am afraid that she would gladly accept Fugaku and become a good wife and mother as in the original work. Yamada's words step by step, and he pressed towards Mikado. Xiao Maiken's two-hooked jade eyes kept rotating in her eye sockets, and she wanted to speak with some difficulty. But Yamada interrupted directly, and at the same time his momentum weakened, and he deeply sympathized with Mikado's sacrifice. I know you little girls now, it may be difficult to accept this fate, but if you think about it, you Uchiha Mikato, in the entire Uchiha family, besides Fugaku, who else can be worthy of you? Seriously, Fugaku is not bad, on the contrary, he is very good. Even without this marriage relationship, you will like Fugaku in the future and marry Fugaku. Perhaps feeling unconvincing, Yamada looked at Uchiha Yutaka with an extremely serious face. As long as Xiaomi Kato agrees, all my personal finances, house tickets, ninjutsu, etc., can be given to Xiaomi Kato as a bride price. Hearing this sincerity, Uchiha Fengdu's eyes widened. As a shinobi, as the second elder of Uchiha, the house, tickets, and ninjutsu under his name are probably worth no less than billions of dollars. And forbidden arts in ninjutsu, these cannot be measured by money. This sincerity is not small. Fuyu was prepared in his heart, and his grandfather had already told him. Moreover, it was he who married his daughter-in-law and spent most of his net worth, showing sincerity, which is normal. Besides, as long as he marries Mikato, the position of his patriarch is a matter of 10 and 9 stability, which no amount of money can buy. It's just that Mikato and Gen's heart is in turmoil at the moment. As a rich princess, Mikato doesn't care about money, she cares more about affection. It's family. Although she doesn't like Fugaku, for the sake of the family, she had to accept it again. For the sake of Uchiha, please agree to my unreasonable request. All eyes were on Mikato. Even Uchiha Feng was shocked by this big hand and trembled. Mikato, Elder Yamada is very sincere, this bride price is more than 1 billion yuan. Now all the pressure is on Mikato, and everyone is waiting for her to say yes. Even Fugaku's eyes were longing, even though it made him tormented inside. Mikado's Urgoya spins faster and faster, and the abyss of unease makes her keep falling. The deep sense of powerlessness made her want to give up the persistence in her heart. She was desperate, she couldn't hold on, she was going to agree. Suddenly, a slender little hand patted her shoulder. She turned her head, and the pair of Urgu jade rotated at high speed, and suddenly paused. Yuen's handsome little face appeared before the abyss, and Yuen's slightly ruffled mouth smiled gently. Softly pulled Mikato behind him, only then looked at Yamada coldly, and Urgoyo opened. Second elder, you made my family Mikato cry. Since you know it's an unreasonable request, let's get out. Mikato-san will not agree. Hearing Gen's words speak from her heart, Mikato hugged Gen, crying madly at him and venting. Seeing an inexplicable little ghost, appearing in front of him, ruining his own good deeds. Yamada, who had a bad temper, directly opened Sangyu angrily, ready to give Genjin a little bitter taste. Little ghost. You are presumptuous. But what he didn't expect was that Yuenya was not cowardly at all, and the 2-hooked jade slowly turned into 3-hooked jade, and looked at him head-on. And in terms of momentum, it is not inferior to him in the slightest. I said, Mikato-san's sister won't agree, get out. Soon, Handa also withstood the huge coercion, very reluctantly walked to the source, and said very seriously and resolutely, you actually bullied Mikato-san, you are all bad people. Seeing the atmosphere tense, a slight carelessness is like a big fight. At this time, Uchiha Feng helplessly stepped forward, waved his hand to disperse the momentum of both sides, and scolded. Enough, let's get here today. Come to Japan, let's discuss slowly. My granddaughter is only 10 years old now. Yamada frowned and said with a face, but she has already graduated, and the ninja has to be divided into squads. She has to team up with Fugaku so that she can cultivate a relationship. When he heard this, he was not happy, stepped forward, and said without giving in, Sister Mikato can make an appointment with us, and join us as a team. Yamada was not good at arguing, snorted coldly, turned around and was about to leave with Fugaku, looking like this matter was endless. Right at this moment, after figuring out the cause and effect, Uchiha Yuen spoke seriously. Wait, I understand that your layout is ultimately for the unity and prosperity of the family. But have you ever thought of a way other than marriage? For example, another Uchiha spot, with absolute strength, condense the Uchiha family. Hearing the name Uchiha Madara, Yutaka Uchiha and Yamada all trembled. They are people of the same era as Madara, but they know the name and what it really stands for. It is a being as powerful as God. Stunned and looking at Genjin for a long time, Uchiha Feng just smiled and shook his head without speaking. However, Uchiha Yamada didn't want to give Genjin face, and directly laughed maniacally. One finger pointed at Uchiha Gen, the other pointed to the sky. It's ridiculous that an ignorant and arrogant mortal dares to compare with God, ha 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 ha. Hearing the parables of mortals and gods, the source is not surprised. Compared to ordinary ninjas, Madara is indeed as strong as a god. However, the source knows the secrets of this world. Madara a god? What are those 6 paths? What is the big tube of wood? In the source of the 3-hooked jade, a clock figure faintly appeared, causing his pupil pressure to soar several notches in an instant, crushing Uchiha Yamada to death, and at the same time Yuen said in a cold voice, God? 30 years in Hidong, 10 years in the mountains and 10 years in Hexi, fooling me into being poor as a teenager. 30 years. It doesn't take me 10 years to become the strongest in the ninja world. The source of this statement is not freehand, but really realistic. As long as he has enough money, he can really become strong. As for the strongest, as long as he continues to cultivate the will to fight, he will be the strongest. Ignoring the shocked Uchiha Yamada, Genji looked back at Mikoto, and a gentle voice sounded in Mikoto's ears. Sister Mikoto, your own life should be controlled by yourself. Yamada was also enthusiastic for a while, and at that moment, he saw the figure of the man who had been. When he was a teenager, the old patriarch died in battle, and the hearts of the clansmen were like ashes, like a mass of scattered sand. It was he who resolutely stood up and gave hope to the people, then grew rapidly, led Uchiha to glory step by step. Clan, long the faint and undetectable voice, only the 2 old guys can hear. But Yuen's words really gave them a second way. Bet, the source of the bet, can become the second spot. But now there is no hurry, there is at least 10 years before Mikoto and Fugaku get married. So why wait 10 years for him? Thinking of this, Uchiha Yamada too nodded slightly in recognition of the source, and then spoke. Uchiha Gen, your name is Uchiha Gen, right? You said you can become the second spot. Nice boy. I am willing to give you this opportunity, 10 years, only 10 years, before Mikoto's 20th birthday. If you can become the second Uchiha spot, we will fully support you to become the patriarch. At the same time, Mikoto and Fugaku will also return to freedom. If you don't become the strongest in Uchiha, then Mikoto and Fugaku's marriage, you must also fully support. You can agree. For Yamada's gambling offer, Genjin didn't have any hesitation, and even Gen's face was a little excited. Taking a step forward, Genjin solemnly said politely to Yamada, this 10-year gambling contract, boy, I took it. Getting the answer he wanted, Yamada walked out of Mikoto's house with Fugaku. Before leaving, Gen's attitude was very respectful, which satisfied Yamada. I don't know why, after being rejected by Mikoto, Fugaku had an inexplicable ease in his heart. What patriarch's position, he actually didn't care so much. Even he thought that Genjin would really be able to succeed and save him and Mikoto from their fate. In the original work, he even died voluntarily for Uchiha and for his son. From this, it can be seen that he is not a person with much ambition. Come out. Yamada walked with Fugaku and suddenly spoke. Fugaku was stunned, but soon realized that someone was following. Turning around quickly, Fugaku saw a familiar figure. She is of ordinary height, but her face is delicate, and when Yamada finds her, she is a little twisted. At this point in time, the village does not mandate the allocation of teams. This is actually very understandable. In this day and age, ninjas performing missions are very dangerous, and there are often ninja sacrifices. This also led to the fact that in fact, the ninja squad was basically formed temporarily. Together with Mikoto and Gen, they both graduated together, so they formed a squad of their own. Of course, as a ninja squad, it is not enough to rely on just a few ninjas, you must have a ninja above the middle ninja, as the leading ninja. This source is also in the Hokage building and submitted his own team application materials. Now they were called to the banks of the Nanga River and waited for the arrival of their leading ninja. Let's say a good point to gather here, it's 3 o'clock now, our leading ninja, why haven't you come yet? Hanta sat on the riverbank, eating the grilled fish in his hand, and complained a little unlovely. I don't know, who is our leading ninja, is so unreliable. Mikoto ate the grilled fish, also puffing out her small mouth, and huffed. Seeing such a scene, Yuen smiled slightly and didn't care. Wiping the oil from the corner of Mikoto's mouth, she comforted. Don't be angry, even if the ninja who led the team doesn't come today, then we should come out for a picnic today. Despite being accustomed to Gen's care, Mikoto still blushed slightly. Hanta felt that his little head was glowing again, and he burped a full belch and was about to smile awkwardly. But right now, I saw a shuriken flying straight in. The moment the burp had just brewed, the hand hit and quickly froze. The next moment, the shuriken hit the hand hit, and at the same time the hand hit directly exploded, emitting a puff of white smoke. The white smoke cleared, and a piece of wood appeared where the hand was before the strike. Hantan came out from the side and shouted in shock, enemy attack. All this was discovered very quickly, and Mikoto and Gen, holding the grilled fish, immediately entered the battle state. At the same time, 3 black clothes appeared. Various shurikens keep appearing, wanting to test the strength of the three. But these shuriken temptations, for the source of them, can be described as the foundation of the foundation. Very easily dodged, wave after wave of attacks. Discovering the other party's means, there was only such a means and laughed disdainfully, just by these means, you want to defeat us, you are still 300 years away. After speaking, he also put a pose for the source, with an expression that I am not handsome. Yuen fu forward, I really don't know how the hand hitting that slit I did so many micro-expressions. The three black-clothed figures, seeing the hands fighting so wildly, also looked at each other and nodded. Another shuriken attack continued. The smile of the hand was even worse, and he wanted to continue the taunt when he opened his mouth. All said this. But before the mocking words could be spoken, the smile on the hand disappeared, replaced by a crying face. Because this time the shuriken attack is no longer a direct shot, but a shuriken that collides and changes direction. The light changing direction is not over, but a large number of shurikens, colliding and colliding. This is shuriken kill. Brother Jen, save me. At this moment, the hand fight was already desperate. It was he who underestimated the enemy. Without effective means of defense, if you hit a few shurikens, you will be crippled if you can't kill your hand. Without thinking, Genjin decisively struck, and 4 shurikens were also thrown towards the hand. Seeing the scene, Mikado's mouth on the side was open, and a pair of unbelievable eyes stared at Uchiha General as if asking, "Why? You, who exactly?" And Brother Yuen not only did not save himself, but also attacked himself. His hands narrowed into a slit, and he also stared at the boss. There was no resistance, there was only one question in his mind. Why, only the 3 attacking men in black, their brows under the mask, wrinkled. He also didn't understand, aren't the 3 of them teammates? How can they attack each other? Everyone is wondering why. But that's just everyone, this momentary thought. Next moment. The man in black shuriken killing formation is about to hit the hand, together with Gen's shuriken. Wait a minute. Together. The man in black then understood everything. This is not to kill the killer, this is to break his shuriken killing formation. Really? Just at the moment of collision, the shuriken killing formation of the man in black, the direct rhythm was interrupted and completely disintegrated. The hand fight in the shuriken killing formation not only did not take any damage, but also appreciated the beautiful melody emitted by the collision of shurikens. Hand fight, you underestimate the enemy. At this time, the voice of the source smile came. Knowing all this, the hand snorted weakly. At the same time, Mikato's hanging little heart was also put down. It's okay, it's okay. But immediately, a wave of anger erupted, and Mikato rushed out of the team directly, smashing a punch into the man in black. Minamoto is Mikato's special friend, but the weight of the hand hitting Mikato's heart is definitely not low. Thanks to the source, otherwise the hand hit will be injured, what to say, cannot be forgiven. Mikato takes the initiative as the output main C, and the source and hand play are also unambiguous, directly as an auxiliary to follow. The cooperation of the 3 is very good, and the man in black also fights back and forth. But this is definitely not possible. The white-hot battle is the most dangerous battle, and unacceptable things will happen if you are not careful. Glancing at each other, the hand plays the whole card first. Ninfa, the art of group fighting. Oh no. Ninfa, the art of shadow avatars. In an instant, the hand directly divided into 3 doppelgangers, and with the body, directly pulled a man in black. The iron triangle formation of the man in black was broken. But the man in black is not a vegetarian, and after one person was dragged down, he also changed his tactics. Fast ceiling. Fire escape how fireball technique. In the face of how fireball, Genkazu Mikato did not have a good way to deal with it, so they could only back away and dodge. The distance opened and the 3 men in black converged again. Hit for half a day. The moves and skills of both sides have been lost, but they have only lost some bloody skin. Since you can't beat it, then ask for help. Genjin muttered softly to his hand. The hand hit the heart to comprehend the spirit, directly sealed, separated a shadow doppelganger, and ran away directly. As he ran, he yelled, "Help! Enemies have appeared in the village! Help! Help! Hokage office!" Zi Lai also covered his stomach and laughed, and he pointed at the doppelganger who hit him in his hand, holding back for a long time. "Ha ha ha, interesting. This kid is so funny, ha 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 ha." Tsunade held his chest and tapped his fingers, commenting seriously. "Not bad indeed. If you can't fight, the priority is not to fight the enemy to the death, but to learn to ask for help, which is very good." Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and hissed. Hiss who said they couldn't beat it, the source hasn't exposed its strength yet. The younger 3 generations are still very majestic. The 3 immediately shut up, stood up obediently, and continued to watch quietly and seriously. The hand doppelganger didn't run far before it was blown up into a puff of smoke. Getting the memory, a cold sweat broke out in my hand. What a fast knife, what a fast knife. Hand beating the look of fear, Yuen frowned and asked. But I didn't wait for an answer. In the woods, another black figure appeared. It's just that unlike the other black figures, he is holding a short knife with a cold light. In the Hokage, fewer knives are used, and even fewer are used with short knives. Could it be that man? Here is the test. Or strangle. Without waiting for Yuan to continue reasoning, the man in black spoke. The sound is extremely sharp and apparently specially treated. Beat me, or die. A sentence is just 6 words, with unparalleled cold-killing intent. Dangerous. This feeling was too uncomfortable, and the fatal slash from the hand split made him break out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for the source next to him, I'm afraid he would have collapsed to the ground, or pulled out his legs and ran, and he wouldn't have the courage to resist at all. Mikato is no better, her cute little face is pale at the moment. Only the source, one person withstood this huge killing intent. Sangyu in his eyes, constantly overloaded rotation. The man in black didn't make a move, just stood there quietly, but this kind of threat like death was the greatest. This made the 3 of them extremely convinced that as long as this man in black made a move, the 3 of them would probably die. No, you have to strike first. Otherwise, Teta and Mikato will not be able to hold on. At this moment, someone must stand up and become the backbone of the heart, so that others can regain their courage. Otherwise, you will only die worse. Without reservation, the source directly separated countless shadow doppelgangers, and then took out a special shuriken and threw it towards the man in black. Moment. An overwhelming doppelganger and shuriken flew in. However, the man in black did not panic, but was flat, and inserted the short sword into the scabbard behind his back. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and the hand holding the short sword burst out, and the whole body chakra rushed towards the knife behind him. At this moment, there is no knife, also, without him. Or maybe he's the knife. Special shurikens collide and deviate to form a shuriken-killing formation. Countless source doppelgangers appeared in the formation and attacked towards the man in black. But in the next moment, it was as if the whole world had been divided. The shadow doppelgangers of the source exploded one after another. Finally, the white smoke cleared, and the short knife of the man in black stopped at the local throat of the source. This moment, the back of the source was already soaked in cold sweat, and at the same time, he felt his body fluttering lightly, as if he had died. Seeing the scene, Teta and Mikato behind him went crazy. What shit, fear and oppression, all thrown out of the back of your mind at this moment. The 2 of them, directly exerting all their strength, did not want to attack fatally, they wanted to snatch the source back and see how the source was. As soon as the man in black wanted to take off his mask, he was suppressed by the attack of the 2 like a rainstorm. I didn't have a chance to say anything. Mikato quickly hugged Jen on his body, constantly groping to find where the wound was, and kept muttering in her mouth, deceitful, deceitful. Muttering and muttering, he hugged the source and cried, "Don't leave me alone. Say a good 10-year covenant, say that you will control your own destiny. It's all a lie. It's all a lie." Speaking of small fists, it was still hanging down, and the source's small chest. But he didn't die with a hammer. After being groped by Mikato for a long time, Janai also understood that the man in black was Kima White Fang, and this sneak attack was just a test. But is this the strength of Shangnin? It's terrifying. Touching Mikato's little head, Genbu gently soothed, "How can it be a lie? I won't lie to anyone." Feeling Minamoto's small hand, Mikato was also stunned, wiped her blurry eyes, and choked up to look at Jen's smiling little face. The source is alive. Enjoy. A huge surprise, hitting her tenlige, Mikato hugged Genjin again and cried again. Struggling to pull Mikato away, he finally took a breath, and Genko shouted into his hand, "Stop fighting. He is our leader shinobi." Hearing the source's voice, the hand hit at first thought that he was hallucinating, but after the sound, the source's voice came again. Hand hit only to look towards the source. "Really? It's okay, great." Immediately, he quickly ran to the source to confirm the status. What a surprise. When the man in black saw this scene, he also smiled, removed all the disguise on his body, and revealed his silver hair and Konoha shinobi equipment. Reintroduction: I am your leader Shangnin, Kima White Fang. Color. The battle between Yuan and White Fang was extremely grand and spectacular, and Ji Lai also watched the blood boiling, and he continued to applaud. "It's really wonderful. I didn't expect that the strength of the source was so strong, the shadow doppelganger could divide so much, and the flying thunder god had already played brilliantly." For Jireya's idiotic behavior, Orochimaru is very disdainful, but he is also very tolerant of Jireya's foolishness. It's really wonderful, but the physical ability is still too poor. So many doppelgangers were actually slashed by the White Fang, and they were all cut off. Tsunade was still holding his chest to maintain his body balance, snorted coldly, and mocked the big snake pill. "Hee, it's easy to say, you rely on physical skills to catch the white tooth and try it. I have to say that Ant Snake's temper is really good." Eaton, but not annoyed, also smiled, and said directly, "Hee, don't be wonderful, I'm not known for physical melee combat, White Fang's knife skills, I doubt that I can cut space." The 3 generations nodded in agreement. White Fang's sword skills are indeed strong, but Uchiha Gen's strength should not be underestimated, and there are also hand fights in Mikato, and the strength is also not weak. At the same time, it was also a big joy, a few deep puffs of smoke, and his eyes were full of hope. These little teenagers are strong, they are Arcanaha strong. These people should focus on cultivation, and when the time comes, the three of you will have the opportunity to have more contact and contact. The three nodded and understood the meaning of the Sunko. Suddenly, a man covered in bandages, fiery and furious, broke into Hokage's office. Sunko, I heard that Uchiha has another genius, graduated from ninja school at the age of 7, and also opened Urgoyu, called Uchiha Gen, right? Damn it, how come this evil family always appears genius? Such a demon genius, I'm afraid it will be the second Uchiha in the future. Before a word could be spoken, it was interrupted by the cough of Hinata. At this time, Tuanzang also noticed the existence of the three shinobi, which was also slightly embarrassing. Ahem, the three shinobi have different faces. Tsunade frowned, and directly wanted to scold. Since he is helpless, there are some things that he cannot participate in. The big snake pill sneered and watched, as if watching a play. Tuanzang said a lot of discriminatory things against Uchiha, which made the ape fly to the sun, and in front of his own disciples, his old face was a little unbearable. You three go down first. I had something to discuss with Tenzo Fusa. The three ninja did not respond, just turned around tacitly and left in an instant. I already know about Uchiha UN, you don't need to participate in the specifics. Hearing that the ape flying sun chopped, he actually wanted to protect Yu's Haibo source, and Tuanzang was directly anxious. Have you forgotten that man? Do you want Uchiha to appear again with that man? Obliterate. It must be erased in advance. In the face of the insistent Tuanzang, Riko did not spoil anymore, but slapped the table again angrily. Enough. I am the Hokage. Uchiha is also part of the village. He is from Uchiha, and even more so from the village. After getting to know the shinobi Kiki White Fang, who led the team, their squad also had an official number, called Shift 0, because in their current class, they are the first batch to graduate, and they are also the strongest batch. Therefore, the serial number is the first, that is, the subscript is 0, so it is called the 0 class. After having the official number, Kima White Fang turned on the paddling mode, taking several D-level tasks every day and giving them to 3 people to execute, respectively, cleaning toilets, whack-a-mole, volunteers, and so on. The only fun thing is to catch wild boars. As for why it's fun, it's actually possible to interview wild boars. May I ask your excellency boar, what do you think of this arrest mission? The wild boar shivered, the pig's head shook into an engine, its body curled into a ball, and there was no light in his eyes. I don't know. Passing by a villager. May I ask your excellency, what happened? The villagers grabbed their heads with both hands, apparently reluctant to think about it, and ran home, muttering in their mouths, I don't know. There is no way to find the hand-hit interview. The hand scratched the back of his head, and recalled with a harmless excitement, hunting wild boars? That's so much fun. When we found it, it was quite arrogant, but it was knocked unconscious by the source's punch. Then we got bored and we rolled it into football, not to mention the happiest football I've ever played. Hiss, a few days of mission down. For them, it is indeed too boring. Temitsu complained, Django, is this the ninja mission? So boring. It was fun to play football last time. Mikato knocked her hand and said dissatisfied, you think we want to do it, but we have become inferior, and what can we do without doing these D-level tasks? Holding his chin with one hand, Genjin nodded in understanding to both of them, but he was also really tired of doing these tasks, and these tasks even his shadow doppelganger did not want to do. It's time to figure it out. After thinking for a moment, a flash of light flashed through the source's head. D-level tasks, can they be released if they have money? Mikato blinked, obviously not understanding what it meant, and nodded stunnedly, indeed, as long as there is money, it can be released. As soon as I heard this, the source came to the source. Money, he is not short of it now. Then you say, if we publish our own designated tasks, will we be able to do what we want? Hiss. Upon hearing this, Hida and Mikato's eyes glared directly at the boss, and the little mouth could not be closed. SHHH. It's okay like this. SHHH. It seems like, indeed it can be. In other words, what is the purpose of the ninja's mission? Isn't it just for the money? What is the purpose of that source doing the task? Obviously not for the money. Wouldn't it be nice to spend your own money, find work for yourself, and brush up on task records? Just do what you say. With the money, the source was directly in the mission management office and issued a D-level task. D-level mission, take care of the stall, designated mission team 0 shift. Mission request, at Konoha Night Market, help take care of the XXX stall. After getting the notification of the designated task, White Fang also quickly appeared in the mission hall. He has only been married for a few months, his face is white at the moment, his eyes are sunken, and his steps are still a little frivolous. Looking at the designated task released, he couldn't help frowning slightly, a little confused, why there was such a task. But then he looked at the source, walked out of the task management office, and saw the name of the task publisher. White Fang's face was dark. Posted by Uchiha General. Got himself to post tasks for himself? I didn't brush it like this. Let others also send it. With a black face and white teeth, he appeared in front of the three people, glaring at Yuen viciously. Don't you explain it to me? Yuen was slightly stunned at first, but after seeing the mission scroll in White Fang's hand, he directly grinned and said, "Ahaha, I didn't expect the efficiency of the mission hall to be so high. We're about to tell you about that. We thought D-level missions were too boring, and we also knew that we had just become ninjas and could only do D-level missions. So I don't want to embarrass you, let's give ourselves a little more fun D-level tasks." White Fang has an odd face. It was as if something was blocked in the throat. His mouth was open for a long time, and he didn't say a word. Finally asked helplessly, "Do you know what the purpose of our mission is?" Genjin thought for a moment, not quite understanding the reply. To do these D-level tasks, in addition to being familiar with the task process and familiar with the team's cooperation, what else can there be? Is it for the money of the 2 dates? The White Fang choked again. Genjin and Mikato are both family ninjas, and obviously they are not short of money. Only Xiao Tan is an orphan, but he doesn't seem to lack money. The air was silent for a long time, and the White Fang, who was a samurai family, was obviously not good at words. Okay, so be it. Fortunately, there is no need to get tangled up anymore and take on any tasks for subordinates. Can go home. Forward. Let's go to the river for training. The next few days. In addition to posting to yourself, the source stall task, there is also a task of going to the banks of the Nanhe River and touching fish. Go to the forest and find wild boar kickball missions. And so on and so forth. Over the past month, a lot of mission data has accumulated. The days of setting up a stall and playing football every day without going to class were really enjoyable. And at the same time, the resume of the 3 people, the data is getting better and better. In their spare time, the 3 of them also train with Matt Dai on physical fitness and physical skills. Finally, after brushing dozens of tasks, there are quite a few ninjas who have discovered their strange tasks. There are envious and jealous, but they are all the same, complaining to their ninjas. Why, people's tasks are to play football and touch fish. And their own task is to find cats and dogs, and even clean toilets. No way, who is this resting on? Can the heart be balanced? The leading ninja who were complained by their subordinates over there also found White Fang one after another to understand the specific situation. White Fang also has no intention of hiding anything, because this information, as long as you have the heart, can go to the mission hall to check. Of course, after getting the truth, those ninjas also took a deep breath of cold air and complained. Wow, it turned out to be such a tyrant. This one task is tens of thousands of taels. No matter how rich the family is, it can't be like this. Although after learning the real situation, their dissatisfaction gradually became much smaller, but this matter was still known by Hokage. Hokage was also shocked by this incident. Uchiha Genjin may be the first person in Konoha's history to operate like this. But then Hokage laughed and commented, "This operation is complaining enough." Thanks to the 3 shinobi, they all went out to do the mission. Otherwise, he would definitely laugh and said that he would go to the foot bath with Uchiha Genjin to learn his commotion operations. It is also thanks to the absence of the old boy in Tenzo, otherwise he will also strongly say that the Uchiha people are a group, an unruly evil race, so they should all join his roots and let him adjust well. Thinking of this, Yuan Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Finally, a document was written overnight adding a new provision to the mission management service. A member of a squad who posts a task for the specified squad will no longer record the number of tasks. Uchiha Gento publishes the task as usual, and then completes the task. Came to the mission lobby and submitted the task. Genshung was excited, staring at his mission information at a glance. D-level missions, 79 missions. Complete this mission and it will become 80 times. Joy. The staff will receive the task certificate as usual, mark the task as completed, and issue the task reward. Take the money casually. The source is full of anticipation and opens his task information. The gaze slowly moved to the column of the number of tasks. D-level missions, 79 times. D-class missions, 79 times. Wiping his eyes, the source wiped the task information again. Or 79 times. What's going on? How is it still 79 times? Hand beat humming a small song, and said without care, "Maybe you forgot to change it." Then he took out his mission information. Look at me. D-level missions, 79 times. How is it 79 times? Wasn't it 79 times yesterday? Shouldn't it be 80 times today? Sensing is wrong. Mikato also took out her own information to check it. The result is still 79 times. How could it be? Turned around. The three of them returned to the mission hall, took out their respective mission information, and asked the staff, why is the number of our missions still 79? The staff, being questioned like this, is also very good. Hurriedly responded, you guys wait, I'll check. After a while, things were cleared up. The staff also remembered a content mentioned in the meeting before going to work today. A member of a squad who posts a task for the specified squad will no longer record the number of tasks. Immediately, he realized something. Sorry, now that the mission rules have changed, members of the squad, posting tasks designated for the squad, will no longer record the number of tasks. Here's such an answer. Uchiha Gen's eyes stared at the boss, his small body, and he jumped directly onto the workbench. Condescendingly pointing, the staff nose said, what do you say? The staff was terrified and helpless, and weakly pointed to the task rules that had just been added. Seeing that all this turned out to be true, the source did not spew out a mouthful of old blood. Walking out of the mission hall, UN was still indignant. Target. This is nakedly targeting someone from me. Mikado said happily, okay, if you don't let the brush task, you won't brush it. Hee hee, anyway, our D-level tasks have been brushed so much. Hand Hit also smiled and proposed. Don't want to be unhappy, let's go fishing next. As soon as I heard about fishing, the source was instantly not annoyed. Good. Hokage office. Rikapai touched his beard, listened to Kima White Fang with a smile, and reported the situation of the zero shift these days. The situation in the zero shift is quite normal, but the things that the zero shift does are very interesting, whether it is playing with wild boars or issuing tasks for themselves. Listening to it, Hinata also laughed rarely. Very good, very spirited. This Uchiha source is really different from other Uchiha and interesting. He praised with a smile, and at the same time Hinata picked it up, and a task scroll on the table said, there's a sea-level mission out of the village, just in time for you to go out to work out in Class 0. Chimubu was stunned. During this time, he really thought about finding a sea-level task to give them the zero shift to exercise. Unexpectedly, Lord Hokage also paid so much attention to his zero class, even took the initiative to select the right task. Without hesitation, Kima White Fang immediately respectfully took the task scroll. I thanked Naruto-sama for Class 0. Hinata smiled and waved his pipe. Go ahead. Taking a deep breath of smoke, Hinata smiled and muttered inexplicably, what would you do, old man? Next, White Fang found everyone and directly announced the good news. They received a sea-level assignment. As soon as they heard the sea-level mission, the zero class immediately cheered. The task in the village is really too boring and difficult. It's nice to be able to go out and breathe. For UN, he was also excited to be able to go out of the novice village and see the big world. What exactly is the mission? Someone asked. Kima White Fang did not sell the pass, directly unfolded the scroll and read it. C-Class Escort Missions. Publisher Vortex Fan Mission Introduction. Escort the caravan of the Vortex Country to the Vortex Country through the Land of Iron. Mission requirements: priority protection of the caravan leader, followed by critical cargo, followed by other members of the caravan, followed by general cargo. Task reward: 400,000 taels. For the Zero Squad, the money really doesn't care. The most important thing is that the mission route is so long. Then the task cycle must be long. And you can also go to the Land of Iron and the Land of Whirlpools. That's awesome. Mikato cheered directly. This kind of tourist task, she liked the most. The source is also shining. The second Shinobi War is about to begin, and Konoha is in the center of the whirlpool, and it is indeed time to prepare. How to use this mission gap layout to protect your friends, the plan in the source heart has flashed dozens of them. A great task indeed. It doesn't matter if the hand is down, as long as you can follow Brother UN, as long as you are out of the village, you can do any task. Seeing that everyone was very satisfied, Kima White Fang did not say much. I began to tell me every detail. Since it is a long-distance mission, then we have many places, so we must pay attention to it. The first one, a large amount of materials, this time it is extremely far away, at least more than a month, so we have to prepare basic materials, such as spare clothes, pants, shoes, socks, etc. The second, equipment. This mission, there is only one squad of us, so there is no logistics. Our weapons and equipment absolutely bring an extra set of spares. The third, medical treatment. In the same way, the injuries during this period, we have to solve by ourselves, and none of us can medical ninjutsu, then we must prepare first aid knowledge in advance. The fourth and last, remember to tell your family that you are on a mission. Okay, that's basically it. By the way, it's best to prepare to write the seal scroll, otherwise you have to rent a carriage, which is more troublesome. After the instruction, Kima White Fang directly dissolved the shadow doppelganger and dissipated into a puff of white smoke. White Fang explained in detail, and the three listened very seriously. Xiao Tan hesitated. Isn't this just an escort mission? How to do it is the same as going to war. Knocking on the head of the hand, Mikato hummed seriously, humph. Do you think the mission is a family trip? If you are not careful, you will die. The hand hurt but also shocked Mikato's words. Genjin patted his hand on the shoulder and smiled and comforted. The world of ninjas, it is indeed very dangerous. Why are our hands beating, Kun? Hand cold. Just now, he was just a little surprised, but not afraid. Strange to say, the technology tree of the ninja world should not be low, but the transportation of materials for the caravan relied on manpower and horse-drawn carriages. This transport capacity really, very retro. Fortunately, in this world, there is such a thing as storage scrolls. When he came to the ninja shop, Genbu purchased 3 Big Mac model seal scrolls. Although the expensive one made Yuandu's flesh hurt, but thinking that he could reduce the burden on his good brother, Yuan was also ruthless. That's right. Even if it's a storage scroll, it's a hand on the back. How about letting Mikato back? The source can be reluctant. And if he carries it, won't it affect his own care of Mikato? As for letting Kima back with white teeth, then don't think about it. So this sand monk can only be done by hand. But there is no opinion on hand fighting. Carrying one is a back, and carrying 3 is not also a back? The caravan was loading truckloads of supplies, and Zero Shift waited for people, watching boredly from the sidelines. But when they thought that they would be able to go far away, several people were also excited. Today's White Fang teacher is also exceptionally punctual. Early in the morning, he arrived at the caravan and communicated with the leader of the caravan, Vortex Xingfen, about the details of this mission. The 3 of them were also watching, because they were not familiar with the route at all and could not understand, so they were bored to come out to pass the time. Simply, the industrious workers quickly loaded the goods. The leader of the caravan received the news and also said that he could go. But right now, a green figure, carrying a backpack taller than him, ran over at a rapid speed. That's right, the person who came as the youth brother, Matt Dai. Seeing Mater Dai coming over, White Fang tilted his head, obviously not knowing what Mater Dai wanted to do. Taking the initiative to take a step forward, White Fang stopped Matt Dai and asked, "Brother Dai, are you also going to go far away?" Mater Dai and White Fang knew each other, and their relationship, although not like Kai and Kakashi, was also the kind that appreciated each other. One is a master with a knife. One is a master of using physical skills. In this world dominated by ninjutsu, the two are still very similar. Seeing the white-toothed brother, Mater Dai also smiled youngly. I was still thinking before, who is the leader of the source team, but I didn't expect that it was the old brother of the White Fang. How can I join you? Hey, that's easy. Saying that, Mater Dai, under the gaze of everyone, directly faced the White Fang, and bowed 90 degrees. Please let me join your squad and carry out this mission together. Dai's tone was sincere, and White Fang flashed through the backpack raid, and asked with a strange puzzled face, "Why are you joining us? Why?" Mater Dai flashed a mouthful of big white teeth and raised his thumb to Jandeo. Of course it is, because of the source. He prescribed me hundreds of thousands of taels a month and hired me as their physical arts teacher. I must do my duty. Thanks to the source, my loan is almost repaid. Upon hearing this, White Fang also understood. How could he, who had been monitoring the source, not know about this matter? It's just that for Mater Dai, he actually wanted to join his own squad, which he didn't expect. However, since their old friends can live well, it is also good. Anyway, the dog family is not short of money. After understanding the situation, White Fang also asked Mater Dai to join his own squad. Okay, let's go. After walking for a long time, everyone walked out of the confines of Konoha village, the final destination of the caravan, although the country of vortexes. But halfway through, you have to go to the land of iron first to buy ninja tools. So the current destination is the land of iron. The land of iron is located northeast of Konoha, and most of the routes are within the territory of the land of fire. This way, it is just right for the source to see for himself what kind of country the country of fire is in this world. Konoha is worthy of Konoha, and the entire terrain is typical hills, almost entirely forested, with mountains crisscrossing. If you insist on using a certain location in reality as a metaphor, it must be the land of Bashu. This kind of place turned out to be the richest place in the entire ninja world. The source is very incomprehensible. But looked, the whole ninja map. UNCAI found that among the 5 major countries, there were either deserts, strange rocks, or all small islands. There is only the country of thunder, which is still a good place, but it is also cold on the plateau. In this way, it is not for nothing that the Fire Nation can develop the best. Thinking that this was the ninja world, Genbu was relieved. Hills and everything is a trifle, a spicy innate ninjutsu and other ninjutsu is a small plain. Logically speaking, the country is strong, then the people of this country should have a good life. With curiosity and anticipation, the caravan finally, before the sun was about to set, arrived, a small village, for renovation. The village is not large, and the entire village, plus women and children, old and young, is only more than 200 people. They are all Chien Shao who make a living from farming. Seeing strangers coming to the village, they all came over curiously to take a look. When they found out that it was a caravan, many Qianshao ran home excitedly, not knowing what to do. Teta and Mikado, who are out of Konoha village for the first time, are curious about everything, keep their eyes wide open, and constantly look left and right. And the source is that he is very curious about the world, about this country, and about the state of all the Chien leaders. This village, not far from Konoha village, should be a typical ordinary Qianshao village in the land of fire. But looking at the Chien leaders, their clothes and mental state, Yuan's brows furrowed. This is a big source from what he imagined. It stands to reason that the land of fire is now prosperous. Chien leaders, even if they are not well off, then at least they don't have to worry about food and clothing. And it didn't. On their faces, Minamoto did not see the same sense of stability as the villagers of Konoha. Instead, they give the source of feeling more like a refugee. One by one, the heads of Chien were hungry and yellow-faced and ragged. What's going on? Shouldn't the land of fire be the richest place in the entire ninja world at this time? How so? Jen's face was a little ugly, and his tone was also very bad, and he muttered doubtfully. At this moment, several tall workers in the caravan, each holding a bag of bread, shook in front of the female leaders. Several female leaders who had been seen, or had not been seen, rushed over excitedly and knelt in front of the workers, constantly playing with their enchantment. Choose me, I have a 3-year-old child, I will definitely serve adults with all my heart. Me, my child. The child has just reached the full moon, you must choose me. Pick me, my father is dying, and it's the first time I. Listening to the laborious introduction of several women, several workers, lewd smiles appeared on their excited faces. Ha ha ha, good posture, it's you. Well, have children? You two come with me. Ha! And for the first time, don't look at what you look like, go and go, don't disturb Yaxing. The workers are like picking goods, picking the women in front of them, wagging their tails and begging for pity. The chosen woman was rudely taken to the corner by the smiling workers. The woman who did not back the chosen one looked disappointed, and looked at the rest of the caravan with begging eyes. And the male leaders behind them were numb faces, and even some of the male leaders who had chosen their wives actually showed happy expressions. The three of them were playing Mikato in the source and were puzzled what these people were doing. The woman who was taken away, right in the corner, heard a sound of aha. At this time, no matter how stupid they are, they also know what happened. Mikato blushed shyly. Han Da's eyes widened and his face looked incredulous. The source wanted to stop it, but his hand was held by Mater Dai. Brother Youth, at this moment, also has a grim face, and there is no trace of blood. He slowly shook his head and sighed before saying, this world is like this, we can't change it, and now that we have a task in hand, it's better not to make trouble. But, what is this? Jen's eyes widened angrily, and he roared at Dai with extremely suppressed anger. Materde's expression was gloomy, and his tone was very helpless. This is trade. You want me to trade? These Qianshao need food. If you break their deal, what about the food of these Qianshao? Yes. You can stop what is in front of you now, but this is something you are willing to do. You put a foot in today, then what will they do later? Do you keep them? In this world, why are there thousands of such leaders? Do you have to feed them too? It's better to be humiliated alive than to starve to death, and it's better than to eat each other. Materde still didn't persuade. It's not that I didn't persuade the source, but I couldn't stand it. Source's mind was mature, and although he was angry, he also understood that Matde was right. This world, he can't change. Blindly shooting, there is no point, and even will, so the extraneous branch leads to hatred. And if the source is true, help these Qianshao. Whether it is money or materials, I am afraid that it will bring trouble to these Chien leaders, and even disaster. Seriously. He was persuaded by Materde. But the source calmed down, but the hand hit couldn't help it. Instantly jumped out and stopped the bad behavior of those workers. Stop. It's not right for you to do that. Where did it come from? UTM think. Disturbed by the good thing, these workers are directly about to spray. But after seeing that it was a hand fight, they hesitated, and then saw clearly that behind them, with faces as black as ink, Jen, Kim a White Fang, Materde, Mikado, and others. They directly choked and swallowed back the filth they were about to curse for export. The discouraged kicked the woman away and obediently returned to the caravan. They all silently told themselves in their hearts that they were not instigating, they were thinking of discipline, and they had to abide by discipline. The female leaders who were kicked away all looked at the hand fight with complicated eyes before leaving, but after seeing the ninja forward protection on the head of the hand hit, they also ran away as if they were fleeing. The male leaders who were far away showed an extremely dissatisfied look on their faces, but they also considered that the other party was a ninja, and all of them dared to be angry and did not dare to speak. I really thought that all this was calming down. There was a female leader, gritting her teeth fiercely and gathering courage, turned around and ran quickly to the worker who had traded bread before, crying and begging for mercy. Our deal, in fact, is over, you give me bread, please. Half of it, my child. I haven't eaten in days. When the woman ran back and asked for bread, the worker's face darkened. What is called is already over. You dare to talk nonsense, I will be killed. Saying a slap, it was about to be slapped in the face of the hungry woman. At this moment, a black thunder flashed. Genjin appeared next to the man and slapped the worker in the face, sending him flying. I hate the most, the person who beats women. Since you have intervened, let's meddle to the end. On the man, take a piece of bread and throw it to the woman. The woman took the bread and thanked her repeatedly. At the same time, he quickly opened the bread and gobbled it up. Seeing the scene, Teta and Mikato only frowned slightly, but did not say anything directly. Just Mikato muttered softly, "Didn't you say it was for the child?" Shook his head, looking very sympathetic. He defended the woman. If the child is human, isn't the mother human? She must be hungry too. But just when he was fighting, he was still trying to continue to argue. Yuen noticed something was wrong and looked at the woman with a shocked expression. Why don't you eat it? The saliva in the mouth, which has been absorbed by the dried bread, has been completely absorbed, and the woman has lost the ability to speak. Without any explanation, the woman continued her task. Why not eat? As soon as these words came out, not only Genjin and Mikato were shocked, but even White Fang and Mater Dai behind were shocked. Looking closely at them, they found that although the woman ate a lot of mouthfuls, she did not swallow. She didn't swallow. Is it choking? No, the woman's breathing is rapid, but it is also smooth. Why is that? At this time, a terrified thought appeared from the source's mind. In his previous life, Genjin was also a Mayashi student. Will help the grandmother cross the street, resulting in being late for class. He will also solve school bullying for classmates, who gratefully invite him to eat and give him pocket money. When encountering a beggar, the source will also give some pocket money. But this last good person and good deed gave him a deep memory. After the source gave money to the elderly disabled beggar, it did not go far, and behind the old beggar, a young beggar appeared. Without saying a word, the young beggar snatched away the pocket money that the source gave to the old beggar. Although the old beggar desperately protected all kinds of pitiful, the young beggar still did not have the slightest mercy from his subordinates, and his hands were extremely ruthless. At that time, the source was also a wave of anger in his heart, and those with hands and feet actually robbed the elderly beggars of money. Is there any reason for this? After going up to the theory, it is also thanks to the beggar that he ran fast, otherwise his right eye would also suffer. Also since UNCAI understood that behind the harmony and beauty of this world was such a naked darkness, when he encounters a poor beggar again, he will no longer give money directly, but buy good water and bread and send it over. It's a hassle, but it's a real help. Come back. Why this woman doesn't eat herself, I'm afraid it's also this logic. Really? The chewed bread, the woman did not choose to swallow it directly, but carefully wrapped it in rags. And then the process, over and over again, processes the whole bread. Don't feel sick, because only in this way will her children have the opportunity to eat food. Otherwise, if they are robbed, then they really have nothing. The source of low mood slowly tells the purpose of what women do this. Listening to the source's explanation, everyone not only did not feel disgusting, but felt a little heart-wrenching. Hand swallowed his saliva, and said in fear that he had never been so miserable when he was an orphan in Konoha. Seeing the source and the hand fight, she got food, and those female leaders who had not gone far before and deliberately watched also dared and came forward to ask for food. But at this time, the workers stopped working. They're not the same as before, they haven't enjoyed it yet, and they have to pay. This beaver? This is obviously not in the Ganges. Of course, they can rely on force to make these workers suffer this dumb loss. But are these Chien leaders all good people? If it is a transactional nature, then it is good to say that there are restrictions and rules. But if it's a free gift, without rules or restrictions, it's not doing good. Knowing that we are good at talking, it is inevitable that some people will kick their noses on their faces. This woman can sell miserable, then she, can it also sell miserable. So do you give or not? To give. And how much do you give? What the? How many give how much? Then you don't have it. What if you can't give it? As long as this news spreads, they will not want a rest today, and all the villagers will come up and sell miserable. Genjin waved his hand, and a loaf of bread flashed into the woman's arms without leaving a trace. Pulling Mikato and hand into the tent, Genshin apologized, sorry to disturb you. Hearing the source's apology, the originally dissatisfied workers were instantly overjoyed. Although in his heart, he had a little more contempt for them, and his hair did not grow little ghosts. But on the surface, he was indeed very respectful. It's not right for us to disturb the ninja-sama's rest. The hand that was pulled back into the tent was very puzzled, broke free from the little open hand, and asked, why? Why don't you help them? They are so pitiful. This was the first time, and the hand was speaking to the source in a questioning tone. Questioning, the tears of the hand involuntarily dripped down. At the same time, his eyes fell into a state of confusion. The real world can only be so powerless? Even the source is also cold-eyed. Listen to the sounds coming from outside. In the confused eyes, he gradually lost his radiance and became numb. This kind of numb eyes is exactly the same as those Chien heads outside. Cold indifference. It is said that girls are more precocious, and Mikato's state of mind is much stronger. Although everything today also had a great impact on her heart, but she firmly believes that Yuen is definitely someone who will not easily give in. She believes in the source and does not stand idly by. It's just the state of hand fighting, which worries her. Mikato would love to help Teta, but didn't know how. At this moment, the hand hit was frustrated, and there seemed to be something in the heart. It was extinguished, numbness and hollowness were spreading. He touched Mikato's head and comforted, "Don't worry." However, when it comes to hand fighting, the source is not so gentle, even with a temper. Directly rewarded, hand hit a big red envelope. His hands hurt, and the red envelopes on his head smoked, and he didn't know it. Just eyes dull and empty, quietly looking at the source. See no response. Find a symmetrical position. The source has something to do a big red envelope reward. The hand hit and then ate pain, but still silent and unresponsive, looking unlovable. It wasn't until he beat his hand into the bull demon king that Jen, panting in satisfaction, spoke. "Who said that we won't help them?" Hearing these words, the eyes of the hand gradually became focused, and slowly recovered some radiance. However, these sources did not notice it, because he was very serious at the moment, clenching his fists tightly. His body exuded coldness, and he said in a cold tone, "The cruelty of this world, although you and I can't do anything, but the leaders in front of us, we still have a way to save. This hostility is not directed at someone, but at this whole world." Although Jonda was very cold, Tetsuda and Mikato's heart were like a flame burning, and they felt an unparalleled heat. Leaning against the outside of the tent, Dai, whose thick eyebrows were twisted together, could not stand up at the moment. He was born from the bottom, and he understood the cruelty and suffering of the bottom. Break directly into the tent and solemnly look at the source. "Gen-kun, what good idea do you have? Follow me." Without explanation, the source appeared in the village with everyone. Then all of them used transformation techniques and became ordinary Chien Chao. After inquiring, he quickly found the same difficult village chief's house. He said that he was a Chien leader who had fled from other villages and hoped to beg for food. Seeing the miserable appearance of several people, the village chief also helplessly said that his family also had no surplus food. Seeing this source, they can only turn to the second place and say that they are begging for saliva. After knowing that they were not asking for food, the village chief was also relieved. "I got a lot of water. Drinking room." Several people and the village chief are also acquainted. The village chief also began complaining to them. "This year is a big drought year, and everyone has failed to harvest the crops." Helplessly, "How can we plead? But the noble lords are still tough to collect 80% of the tax." "Yes. Harvest 80%. What a squeeze. This TM is juicing." The hand hit in disbelief, and his eyes widened. "You guys handed it over?" The old village chief sighed and nodded sadly. "We handed it over. If you don't hand it over, you can't do it. Grain collection teams, with dozens of samurai, whoever dares not to hand them over, will cut whom?" "The strong men in our village." After a few people were cut, everyone had no choice, so they had to obediently pay food. Now it's too difficult for the big guys, so they can only tighten their belts and wait for the next season's grain to ripen. But during this period, I don't know how many people will starve to death. This nagging is nagging until midnight. But in the middle of the night, they didn't feel sleepy. Hearing the village chief telling the suffering of the Chien leaders, how could they sleep? Anger, sadness, loss, pain. One thing after another, like a knife, is constantly cutting their hearts. In the eyes of the nobles who knocked on the bones and sucked the pith, these heads of them were two-legged sheep. The pain of the sheep, the life and death of the sheep, had nothing to do with them in the eyes of the nobility. Left the village chief's house. The source they went, the village and town aristocratic house. When I came to the village and town, the painting style changed directly. Although it was midnight, the nobleman's home was still brightly lit. There is a constant sound of extravagance inside. Fly into the courtyard, through the window. The source they saw that a white and fat man was blindfolded, groping in a group of small flying swallows. "Hey, hey, hey, beauty, where are you?" A few little flying swallows, briskly dodging the body, laughing and groaning at the same time, using handkerchiefs to tickle the fat man's heart. But the fat man obviously enjoyed this unbearable feeling. Very happy, left and right. When he pounced on one, he groped Xiao Yan's figure and said a name. "You are Xiao Qian, no, you're Xiao Hong, no, you're Xiao Kuo, right. But perhaps Xiao Fiyan's name is too much, the fat man really can't remember, and he said a few in a row, but he didn't say it right." The swallow, who was held, snorted arrogantly and said delicately, "Humph. People are a small fire, the owner you really care. I've been here for a month and you still can't remember my name." The fat man smiled a little embarrassed, took back the hand on the peak, and scratched his head. I grabbed a bottle of wine and took a sip. However, he threw it on the ground casually, and said unhappily, the wine has a fruity taste, it is not good to drink. The servant on the side was instantly frightened and knelt on the ground, shivering. Adults are angry, this is last month, your favorite wine. When the fat man thought about it, it seemed to be true, a little embarrassing. The next moment, the fat man took off the blindfold again, got up and took a step forward, and kicked the servant's upper body. You even dare to talk back. Kicking a kick was still uneasy, and he also made up for the servant's stomach. The little swallow on the side was frightened, but quickly got used to it. A swallow picked up a big leg of lamb, handed it to the fat man, and said with a flattering smile, Master, don't be angry, come and eat something to dissipate your anger. Taking the leg of lamb, the fat man huffed, took a bite in the most delicious position, chewed it and ate it. Then he threw it on the ground casually, and muttered in disgust, the whole leg of lamb is a delicious bite. Then, the entire hall returned to the previous scene. Inhale deeply and then slowly exhale, several times in a row. Jinya calmed his mood. It seems that Du Fu's poem is not written in meaning, but realistic. Zuman wine smells of flesh, and the road has frozen bones. Reborn in another world, UN, I thought that my mental age was already very large. In the face of this, he is also more or less mentally prepared. But when all this really happened in front of his eyes, the adult state of mind that Yuan was proud of also collapsed. When watching the anime, I patronize and follow the protagonist's blood. I have never noticed how ordinary Chien leaders live in this world. How is this a miserable word? It's not the source virgin, but I really can't stand it. He decided to strike. To this world, cut out your first sword. The source was the first to kick the gate of the mansion. Borrow a knife and use it. A knife that snatched a samurai and gratefully slit his throat with his backhand. The samurai covered his throat and whimpered with difficulty, as if to say, you are welcome. Before Yuan rushed in, he didn't forget to hit them with his hand, but in the mansion, not one remains. Then with a scream, Genjin kicked open the fat man's hall door, and the carnage began. In the room, the fat man pulled off the blindfold in dissatisfaction, and the fierce god turned viciously at the source, and cursed, the one who doesn't have long eyes, actually kicked Lao Tzu's door. Don't you know that Lao Tzu is busy? The servant who was beaten before was beaten by the fat man, but he also understood a lot. At this moment, seeing the fat man angry, his heart was also bloating. Hurriedly rushed to the source, fighting the power of the fat man, raising his hand as to teach the source a lesson. It's just that when he faced Shang Yuan's cold eyes, he didn't dare to shoot down the hand that was raised high. Genjin smiled contemptuously, and two words popped out of his crooked mouth, slag. In an instant, a cold light appeared and disappeared. One step over, the motionless scumbag servant, leisurely strolling, walked towards the fat man. This inexplicable feeling, the fat man was even more displeased. The eyes slowly narrowed into a slit. Without waiting for the fat man to speak, his bodyguard samurai, he sensibly stepped forward to stop the source, put his hand on the sword, and said in a very unkind tone, stand. Equally. The source didn't even look at him, and another cold light flashed, as if it hadn't flashed. One step after another step, the motionless samurai, Genjin continued to walk towards the fat man, leisurely strolling. See this scene. At this time, no matter how stupid the fat man was, he also knew that there was something wrong with this person. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the fat man took 2 steps back and screamed, escort! Escort! Mr. Sakuma, save me! The fat man's scream for help instantly made the living room windless and sandy. The sand condensed and became a ninja look. Wearing a sand ninja forehead and ninja armor, but wearing samurai clothes on the outside, it looks nondescript. However, from the fat man's mouth, Jinya also learned that this ninja's name was Shakima. Sakuma's voice was hoarse and low, and she looked the source up and down. Chien Shao? Wandering samurai. Oh, I really don't know if I'm alive or dead. Because he is still in the territory of the Fire Nation, Gen's current appearance is his appearance after using the transformation technique. The appearance looks like an ordinary Chien head. It was only with a snatched katana in his hand that made the rebel Sakuma think that she was just a down-and-out samurai. When the fat man saw the rebel appear, it was like seeing a savior. Instantly, it stiffened again. Hiding behind Sakuma, pointing at the source, it is a scolding. Which village are you from? If you dare to assassinate me, are you not afraid that I will kill all your village? Don't hurry up and kneel down and let me hang you, otherwise if I find out which village you belong to, I will definitely kill your entire village. I don't know who gave the fat man courage, but the more he scolded, the more he rose up. Listen to every sentence, kill your entire village. Minamoto smiled cheekily. What is the name of his own village? I am afraid that he will be scared to death if he says it. But thanks to the fat man does not know. Seeing Genjin smile, he became even more angry. Laugh. Do you think that assassinating nobles is fun? What a demon. Lunatic. As soon as I heard it, the words devil and madman actually came out of the fat man's mouth, and the source was also somewhat different. He felt that his ears had misheard, and asked uncertainly, You call me crazy? Demon? The fat man glared and gritted his teeth. You wantonly slaughter my people, and you dare to assassinate me, and you still say that you are not a madman? Not a demon? Genjin tilted his head, as if he had heard some funny joke. You say these people are your people. Before I came in, I saw with my own eyes that when you beat them, you showed no mercy. Also, forced the Chien chiefs to pay taxes, and those Chien chiefs are also your people. Hearing that person, he even refuted himself, and the fat man was also stunned. It's been too long. For too long, no one dared to refute themselves. You dare to contradict me. In a state of rage, he didn't pretend either. My people, I can fight if I want, kill if I want, what's wrong with making them pay taxes? Saying that this is only 80%, I have shown mercy and left 2% for them. You Diao people, you are not even grateful to Dade. It's so presumptuous. Shakima killed him for meat. After becoming a rebel, she was chased and killed by her own village, and Shakima was also cornered and had a very difficult life. Although he did not have a good impression of this fat aristocrat, people gave money. Receiving the order and knowing that it was time for her to work, Shakima shrugged helplessly. As the head of Chien, I understand your situation, oppressed by the nobles, and no one cares about your life or death. But in this world, he is like this, you can't resist, even I can't help myself in the whirlpool. Between words, a handful of sand appeared in Sakima's hand and raised it directly into Jen's eyes. The source turned and flashed. This is the means of 3 abuses. I already played this trick when I was a child. After throwing the sand, Sakima didn't care if it had any effect on the source. Directly retreat with the fat nobleman, and at the same time take out a sealing scroll and take out a puppet weapon with a huge head. As a typical shinobi, Sakima's best at puppetry, of course, is puppetry. Giant food. Although this puppet has a big brain, its movements are also very flexible, which is obviously not an ordinary product. The moment he took it out, he rushed to the source and crushed the source in one bite. But Yuen is not vegetarian. Although the attack came strangely, but quickly. But the strong physical fitness allows the source to have extremely fast reaction speed and strong explosive power. Quickly retreated, and at the same time threw the knife at Shakima. Sakima had a lot of combat experience, and she did not panic in the face of this thrown long knife. He only turned slightly to dodge. At the same time, the attack command is issued, the eyes of the big-headed puppet, and the quick response. Lock the source figure, only listen to a click, and a certain mechanism opens. A large number of poisonous thousands of books do not spray out like money. The two sides have fought back and forth, and after a few rounds, all unscathed. At this time, Shakima came to interest. Ordinary samurai, under the set just now, there is nothing that cannot be taken. This kid actually relied only on his physical fitness, not only dodged the bite, but also perfectly avoided all the 1,000 books. Incredible. Hee, little ghost, you have some strength. Shakima's appreciation made Genjin feel that he was looked down upon. Gen, not to be outdone, replied, Uncle, you are old, with this bit of strength, I am afraid that you will lose. No longer tempting, Yuen took out a special kunao, ready to strike directly with all his strength. Feeling the powerful killing intent, Shakima's heart stood upside down, and an extremely dangerous feeling came from behind. He instantly exploded. Control the puppet towards the source attack while making a seal with one hand. Ninja puppet transformation technique. Although the kuwu thrown by the source seemed unremarkable, it seemed that he could dodge it by turning slightly sideways. But the strong perception of danger made Sakima decisively give up dodging, and he felt that if he hid, he would probably die. He chose to hard connect, of course, not really using flesh to connect, but using a puppet to connect. This is his whole card, Ninja Puppet Transformation. Just like Metasong's skill, he is able to swap places between his own body and the puppet. The other side. In the face of the puppet's attack, the source directly ignored. But seeing that Shakima did not dodge his own attack, Genjin was puzzled. But he won't show mercy either. To leave a hand on the enemy in battle is to dig a grave for yourself. The puppet's big mouth was already towards the source's head, opening its mouth wide. It was as if the next moment it was going to bite it off. Flying Thunder God. At the moment when Kuwu was about to hit, the source directly launched the Flying Thunder God, which appeared instantly, and accelerated Kuwu. At the same time, charge a punch hammer. The moment Kiwan activated the Flying Thunder God, Shakima's puppet transformation technique was also activated. Yuen's bitter fist smashed directly up. For this incredible situation, Gen's eyes widened. It definitely didn't hurt. Quickly retracting his arm and placing it on his body, Genbu once again launched the Flying Thunder God to dodge the distance. Secretly annoyed in his heart, this blow was perfectly countered. Big smart big head, but ironclad iron. Although the physical fitness of the source is strong, but it is also very painful. Taking a deep breath, Genjin asked, Hiss, what kind of ninjutsu are you using? Shakima, who had used the transformation technique, obviously had some collapse in physical strength, and now she still had palpitations, recalling the source's killing move. Don't look at the attack of the source just now, it was very simple, but that move was unexpected. Without any defense, the sudden acceleration of Ku-Wu, the sudden heavy punch, which is not easy to dodge. I know that I have encountered bitter tea. It's so dangerous, you little devil is really ruthless. And the whole card of the failure of the consecutive moves is out, and the source of suffering just now the vigilance has been raised to the extreme. Far away confronted Sakuma. Because now that his whole cards have been exposed, the other party will definitely be a little defensive, and if you want to take advantage of it, it will be a little difficult. As if facing a great enemy, both sides are waiting for each other, taking the lead in making a flaw. After a long confrontation, a wry smile appeared on Sakuma's face. There is no way, I am just a working cub, there is no need to fold my life here for some money. The law of survival of rebels, Article 36, when encountering an enemy of equal strength, give priority to calling people, then poisoning, then running away, and the last deathmatch. In the confrontation just now, Sakuma launched another whole card ability of her own. Hee, I didn't expect that after so many years of keeping a low profile, I could still meet an existence that I can fear in this poor and remote place. Time and space ninjutsu, not everyone can master, boy, you are very special. Speaking of this, Sakuma's momentum skyrocketed, as if the next moment, she was about to deliver a devastating blow. A bead of sweat fell on Yuan's forehead. Such a terrifying momentum made Yuan's heart a little stunned, and Yuan's body was tense, and he had already thought of a way out. Then Sakuma continued. At the same time, it's a pity. Parallel to these words were Sakuma's rapidly sealed hands. In just a moment, it was printed. Ninfa, sand puppet shelling. Announcing a ninjutsu name, Jen's eyes widened in defense. Nerve collapse dead. But there was no movement. It was as if the entire air had solidified, there was no movement, and the unparalleled momentum before had disappeared at this moment. The fat nobleman slowly poked out a fat head from behind the women. He looked towards Jen, and then towards Sakuma. Didn't move. Everything was quiet and horrible. Suddenly, plop twice. The two before, motionless servants and motionless samurai, fell to the ground without warning at this moment. Frightened, the fat man's heart jumped out. Quickly like Wang Ba, he retracted his head back into the pile of women. Wow, it's been a long time again. There was still no movement outside. The fat man boldly poked his head out again to look at the two who were still facing each other. But he couldn't understand anything. He casually pulled a woman, pinched her neck, and said viciously, "Go and see what happened to the two of them." The woman hesitated, kept shaking her head, and whispered that she didn't dare. But the fat man didn't care so much. He ripped off her clothes and checked the name tattooed on her. "Your name is Purseflower, right? If you don't go again, I will take the samurai tomorrow and kill all your parents and younger brothers in your family." Received threats from family members. The woman cried sadly, moved her footsteps, and walked towards the two. The scene is still surprisingly quiet, only the woman's crying in fear. It's just that at this moment, the source is full of concentration, guarding against Sakuma's sneak attack. He didn't care about the woman's approach. So much so that the woman trembled and came between the two. Neither of them reacted at all, and after a long time, the woman said in a weak voice, "Adult, are you all right, my lord?" Seeing that the woman is okay, the fat man is still a little uneasy. A few more women were sent to test and found that there was really nothing to do. The fat man was brave and stepped forward step by step, seeing that there was really no movement. At this moment, he had some understanding and returned to his nature. The shoes against the source are a mouthful of tui. "Ha! Dare to assassinate me, ha 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 ha, now die." Light scolded the source before he was happy, and took another bite in Sakuma's face. "Ha! Just like you, tell me that you were the elite of the sand-hidden village before. Bah! Swindler, but you also have some role to help Lord Ben solve a problem. Uncle Ben won't entangle with you this time. It's just that there is a point," he who turned his back did not notice. Hit by him, Sakuma's body was actually withering. That's right, it's withering. The body gradually turns into fine sand until it turns into a pool of fine sand. But all this made those women, one by one, widen their eyes. The women, one by one, covered their mouths and screamed in horror. The fat nobleman was wondering, and was just about to turn around to see what had happened. But at this time, looking at the sand in a place, if the source did not understand that Sakuma ran away, he was not qualified to live until now. Looking down, the indescribable thing on the shoe was tui, and the source was violent. The figure suddenly launched, came to the fat man, grabbed his throat, and smashed him to the ground. Rub your shoes clean on his face while massaging him hard with the solace. "I've been upset with you for a long time." When they saw the old man being trampled underfoot, the women were about to scream again. But at this time, no one was used to them, and Jen Shuriken was like a ghost, slitting the throats of everyone in the room in just an instant. Except, of course, the noble fat man at his feet. As for why? Yuan is not a murderer, he kills people for a purpose. Kill those women because women are too noisy and easy to expose their identities. Keeping fat people for the time being is naturally useful. He came here not only to kill and set fires, but also to rob money. Those Chien leaders are suffering, and they want to help them. It's not just a matter of shouting two slogans, you still have to have money. No matter how nice things you say, they are not as real as they are, and they are really good for Chien Chao. Looking at this moment, the flattering aristocracy, Yuan was inexplicably a little unhappy in his heart. Lord, don't kill me, I'm a nobleman, I have money. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you money, and I'll give you all the money. The fat man is also a real person, knowing that he can't run, so he directly kneels down and constantly begs for mercy. Nothing is said about this source either. Raise the big fist of the sandbag and punch it on the fat man's face. 80 pounding. Whenever the noble fat man wanted to speak, he would immediately feel the weight of 80. After dealing with the house, all the people, the three of Mikato and Matire also came to the hall. But as soon as you come in, I found the source, constantly pounding at a fat man, 80. At the same time, he kept muttering, say it or not. Say it or not. Do you say it or not? But whenever the fat man was about to speak, the next heavy punch would break him violently, allowing his words to come to his lips, leaving only a painful cry. Wow. I said, yes. With several failed attempts, the fat man's heart was already on the verge of collapse. The heart shouts madly. I say, what do I say? You're asking me. After briefly introducing the situation in the house, the source is followed by meticulous work. It wasn't until the hand hit them for a while, the fat man was tempered thousands of times, and the whole person was fat, that Yuan was out of breath and stopped his hand. Wheeze, pant, your mouth is so hard. At this moment, the fat man has been beaten into a trance. It was as if he had floated up, as if he had lost contact with the whole world. Seeing the fat man pretending to be dead, the fierce light in the source's eyes suddenly appeared. Hand beat, I'm tired of hammering, you come and hammer him for me. Somehow, I heard the words. The fat man, who lost contact with the world and was in a trance, suddenly seemed to be electrocuted, and his eyes widened. A scream of inaudible deformation came out of his mouth. Don't hit me, I say, I'll say whatever you ask. Obviously, if the fat man was sourced, he directly broke the defense. Seeing that the fat man was almost honest, Yuan showed a smile. Then say it. The fat man paused, his brain was about to run out, and he didn't know what to say, so he asked weakly that, my lord, what do I say? Genjin glared. Hey, dare to talk back. Saying that, he faced the fat man again, and came to a beating package. The fat man who received the beating was desperate at the moment, and he was already crying like a child. My lord, you poor, ask me, dare to talk back. The frame is beaten again. In the end, Mikato couldn't stand it anymore. Grabbing the source, he asked worriedly, don't beat him, he's dying. The fat man felt the stop, and heard Mikato's words again, and he nodded frantically. Yes, I can't fight anymore, I'll die if I hit me again. You just let me say it, but you didn't ask. At the same time, with great effort, climbing to Mikato's feet, it was like finding a savior. Sir, if you ask me a question, I'll tell you all about it. Yuan was slightly stunned, scratched his head, and said a little embarrassed, hee. Didn't I ask? It's like I really forgot to ask. Oh, but I didn't ask, can't you guess? As he spoke, the source was angry again. 2 more punches came from the frame, and only then did he say refreshedly, say, where's the money? Finally hearing the question, the fat man cried again with excitement and said truthfully, food and money, all in the warehouse. In addition to that, there is, and a lot of valuable jewelry, in the secret passage under the bed in my room. In addition to that, there is more. There are also some stocks, buried in the ground of the yard. And what? And my collection, in the dark compartment of the Chamber of Secrets. More than that, but what? And Genjin waved his iron fist, again intimidating, and smiling wickedly. The fat man's heart was broken, and when he saw the source's iron fist, he subconsciously dodged. He really poured out all his valuable things like pouring beans. No more. Yuan waved his fist and was about to kiss his face, and the fat man retreated, rolled directly back half a circle, and screamed in horror, it's really gone, don't fight. If it wasn't to cover up his identity, if he didn't know how to do magic, why should he be so troublesome to torture information? According to the fat man's explanation, one by one, all the money, food, and materials were transferred to the body, filling all the ceiling scrolls. But it's also surprising. The collection in the mouth of this fat man turned out to be not a valuable thing, but the socks worn by those girls. At first, they didn't believe it, but the fat man's performance of cherishing is absolutely impossible to fake. When disappointed, Jinya smiled and let the fat man sleep peacefully with his collection. Then pour a large amount of fire oil and spirits, and add a fire to ignite. Burn it all clean. But before leaving, Yuan was still crooked and carved a paragraph on the courtyard wall. Wunai-san Shinobi Village rebelled against Shinobi Sakuma. Seeing that the nobles here were rich, he wanted to borrow money politely and use it, but he refused to use it, so he killed him. The four of them embarked on their way back. At this time, the hand beat and said with cheerful footsteps, "Brother Yuan, now that we have money and food, can we save those Chien heads?" Upon hearing this, Materde was also excited for a moment, but then he was a little sad. "Open your mouth as if you want to say something." Yuan didn't notice Materde, and said to his hand, "Saving must be saving. Give them some food, and they can get through this window of time safely." Blinking his eyes, he continued to ask, "We also robbed a lot of money, and also gave these Chien heads." Materde, who had been wanting to say on the side, but did not speak, heard that he gave money directly. "I couldn't hold back any longer and stopped it." Nope. The social position of these Chien leaders, if they suddenly have money, will only make them worse, and it's easy to expose our existence. Nodding, Minamoto acknowledged Materde's words and added, "Poor Chien Shao, we will definitely not be able to save them one by one. There is only one way to save them, and this is my ideal. That's changing the world. Create a world where all Chien leaders have no worries about food and clothing." It was said suddenly. Han Mikato was stunned, and Materde was ignited with blood all of a sudden. Change the world. What a great delusion. But isn't youth like that? Unruly arrogance. That's the dream. It's youth. Shouta smiled awkwardly. To change the world or something, he doesn't have that much ambition. He just wants to be able to open a ramen shop in the future, do better business, have a daughter or something. By the way, the name of the ramen shop, let's call it Ichiraku Ramen. Mikato Dragon Teeth. Although it is a little embarrassing, but now the source is shining. Return to camp. The four pretended that nothing had happened. Soon came the next morning. The team is ready to eat, and after eating, they will continue on their way. Yuan and hand beat a few people, and divided countless shadow doppelgangers, allowing the village to notify each household. The crowd announced the business. That's right, business. This matter was also discussed by several people, and the source finally knocked the hammer. Because directly sending it for nothing, it is a very dangerous thing for himself and for these Chien leaders. And the specific work content is also very simple. The summary is, men open up land, women make straw shoes, and the source also hires village chiefs to manage them. I didn't set any specific KPIs. To put it simply, the source food is given for nothing, and the dry point of living meaning is in charge of the rice. The approximate time, also soon, is like 2 months. Just enough food in the field, all ripe. To explain things roughly clearly, those Chien leaders below are directly boiling. Without him. Because they heard it, genuine rice. Moreover, eat first, work later, and eat 2 full meals a day. You know, because of the harsh taxes, they are all people struggling to survive. All of a sudden, there was a sense of gratitude. The four smiled slightly. Leaving enough food to live in, the source left after telling the old village chief. Looking at the backs of the 4 people, the old village elder burst into tears. I didn't expect that there were really such a kind person under the sky. Big Bear, Shizuko, we must repay the adults well. That night, the woman who secretly stuffed a loaf of bread was also red in her eyes and choked slightly. Although the Chien leaders are poor, they are not stupid. The source is good to them, and they can feel it. The slightly tall and thin man on the side also nodded and was very grateful in his heart. The caravan hit the road again. The land of fire is large and thinly populated. After a day of walking in the forest, everyone passed through 2 villages. Along the way, all kinds of snakes, insects, ants and rats are constantly flowing. Proper primeval forest. At the same time, fortunately, today's foothold is not a small city. The various facilities here are not as modern as they are, but they are also similar. The pedestrians on the road are also different from the Chienshouts in the village before. All of them are normal. The caravan was here, sold and replenished with a lot of supplies. When I came here, the workers were much more honest. It's just that those middle and high ranking in the caravan can't bear to look for it. One by one, the fire was raging, and the group went to the most luxurious place. Somewhat curious, the source asked the workers, "Do you know where those bosses went?" The worker pouted, his eyes filled with envy and longing. "Chief, they went to the Sea of Love. If it weren't for the fact that it was too expensive, I would also want to go soon, without waiting for this worker," I said. Another worker scoffed, "Ha ha ha ha, you dare to even think about going? You are only 30,000 taels a month. Did you know that the cheapest Nizai out there costs 100,000 taels? ZZ full of the smell of money. No wonder Jiraiya's novels were published and sold on fire. But there is no smell of money on the body. It turned out to be in the Sea of Love, squeezed dry." After making a mockery in his heart, he felt bored, and the source returned to the tent. The other side. The high-ranking people in the caravan came to the most luxurious shop. The waiter at the head enthusiastically introduced his own set menu. What a hot spring overnight package. What a one-night landlord package. And so on and so forth. There is no need to say more, all hidden in the smiles of both sides. Then groups of female salesmen were called. Let the caravan high-ranking people, the smiling faces bloomed. Senior A, not bad, it's just her and her. Then I want this, and this. B pointed at the three people in a row, and A showed a shocked expression and said, B, do you want to die here suddenly today? So much for it. B pouted a saleswoman fiercely and pouted, harm. Don't say, those workers before, when they were playing in the village, made my heart itch. It's a pity those women are so dirty. Anyway, I'm uncomfortable, I must make up for it today. A smiled. Then he said dissatisfied, this time the goods are extremely valuable, you better take it easy. Hearing that it was extremely valuable, B was also interested, and asked, you know what it is, tell me about it. Hey, I kindly reminded him that he was still energetic. A hurriedly shushed and whispered, hey, I don't tell you. Yi's eyes widened in amazement. Just wanted to scold. I put his arm around the two female salesmen and walked out. Let's go to the hot spring. After the two left, a waitress immediately found the boss and repeated everything that had just happened. When the boss heard this, he was also excited. Good, great goodness, your news is useful, and I will reward you well when the time comes. Soon, she came to a corner of the city. What's the matter, the three masters, why are you here? Without much explanation, the butcher shop owner said directly, shut up and live less. There is a caravan with good guys, from Konoha, because there should be a ninja escort. As soon as they heard the good guy, several people's eyes lit up. But when they heard that there were ninjas, several people hesitated a little. Ninjas, that's no joke, ordinary people really kill indiscriminately. Seeing the appearance of several people, the three leaders were also prepared, and said with a smile, they are only a few ninjas, but I have dozens of ninjas. Do you know if you want to do a big ticket, and the wealth is in danger? And just today, another kami shinobu joined us. Several people looked at each other, and Shangnin made them a little shocked, but they were still uneasy in their hearts. Didn't the big boss say that we are not allowed to do it again, robbing money? As soon as he heard the mention of the big master, the three masters directly snorted coldly and threatened. Humph, don't forget who you are. This mission, don't notify the big master. If I knew who was talking nonsense, then blame me for being ruthless. Hurrah! As long as this mission is successful, I will let you all join Xiaokong Mountain completely. As soon as I heard it, I could join the small empty mountain, and several people were not entangled in an instant. Early this morning, they got up and washed up. I thought that I would leave soon, but after questioning the old workers, I learned that every time the leader of the caravan came to the new city, they would stay at least half a day longer. Because the night before, I will go to find some places for wind and moon entertainment, enjoy flowers, and see the moon. Mikato pouted, and then immediately excitedly took Jen's hand and said coquettishly, Jen, let's go shopping. Please, you are the best, my sister hurts you the most. Jen's heart refused, he didn't understand what it meant to walk around the street. But Mikato-san is all coquettish to herself, then. It can only satisfy her little willfulness. This, that, all right. So the two held hands and went shopping. After the two walked away, the hand hit reacted. It's just that his hand touched his little bald head, and he complained a little in his heart. Humph, brother Yuen, why did you forget yourself? It's so bad. Poor little hand fighting, still did not know clearly his identity. But Materti behind him is much more mature than him. Laughing and clapping his shoulders, with an expression that I understand, showing his big white teeth, raising his eyebrows and saying seriously, little hand's beat. You don't understand, this is called love. The hand touched it again, his bare brain, and his face was puzzled. What is love? This is love. Facing Mater Dai, who explained and did not explain the explanation, the hand was speechless, and asked again. What I'm asking is, what is love? Asked like this, Mater Dai pondered for a while, and then fell silent. He found that he really didn't know how to explain it. Even though he is married. So he forced his head and explained love, like Genjin and Mikato, holding small hands. Forward. He can't make it up. But such an explanation, the handbeat actually understood. He nodded and suddenly realized, oh, it turns out that holding hands is love. Mater had black lines on his face, but said with an embarrassed smile almost, this is love. The other side. Mikato looked back, and the hand that didn't come over hit her, and her heart was a little happy. Hey, the little hands have grown up. I know how to create a space for me and the source to be alone. Brisk steps, buy faster. An hour later. The source is already numb. It's not that the body is tired, it's that the mind is too tired. Walking through the various shops, this one sells clothes, and that one also sells clothes. Countless homes. They all sell clothes. And because Mikato itself is super beautiful, she looks good in everything. Therefore, every time I change my clothes to show the source is bright and gives the highest evaluation. Good looking. Don't eat. perfect for you, and so on. A few sets down. The words of the source are the same every time, and Mikato is unhappy. I feel that the source is perfunctory to him, and she is so angry. Humming tugged at Yun's waist, not deflated. Then she rubbed her abs for a long time before her smile grew out of the new. The source is helpless, how else can it be rectified? My own Mikato's sister, spoil herself. Unknowingly, the two came to a cake shop. Still at the door, the two smelled it, a super fragrant smell. Sister Mikato's eyes suddenly appeared like a strawberry cake, and she instantly dragged the source and walked in. The owner was also taken aback. Without waiting for the boss to speak, Mikato spoke, This one. I'm going to eat this. Strawberry cake. Mikato's favorite thing is strawberry cake. In the old days, Minamoto could often eat, and Mikato-san ate the leftover strawberry cake. What do you say about taste? Delicious is delicious, that is, there is a faint strawberry belly smell. Now seeing the live strawberry cake, Sister Mikato is like a wolf eyeing a fat sheep. If you don't take a bite, she will never stop. I want to eat. I want to eat. At this moment, Mikato-san, like a gluttonous little sister, is begging Genjin to buy him food. Looking into Mikato's big eyes, Jen's little heart was beating uncontrollably. There is no ambiguity. Give money directly and buy a copy. The first bite Mikato wanted to give Genjin to eat, but she didn't hold back and ate it herself. Hey, source, no, strawberry cake, super delicious yay, aha. Delicious and delicious. After Mikato-san ate well, the time was about the same. Morning. The high-ranking members of the caravan, one by one, returned to the caravan. Only he seemed a little weak, and he didn't know how he slept last night. However, when the personnel arrived, the caravan set off again. As soon as the large army left the city, the people who had been monitoring them in the opposite noodle restaurant ran straight to a corner of the city. Report to the three masters, they are already out of town. The three masters, who had been closing their eyes and nodded. Wave your hand and let people stand back. At the same time, beckoning, a figure instantly arrived in front of him, and the three leaders instructed lightly. Inform down, the ambush plan is launched. The figure nodded, and then left in an instant, as if it had never appeared. The operation was actually very risky, because in the opposing team, there is Kanaha's ninja squad, and if one does not handle it well, it may fall short. If it weren't for yesterday, when she happened to join a new Sand Ninja Elite, she wouldn't have taken this risk. The way of the world is starting to be unpeaceful again. In fact, she would make such a risky act, and the most important thing was that the big boss was already extremely dissatisfied with her. If you don't get stronger soon, I am afraid that I will soon be replaced. Damn it. If you are a mountain thief, you must be shorter than that bitch of Huaji, hypocritical bitch. As a mountain thief, it is ridiculous to protect those lowly Chien shout. This 3-in-1, somehow, just like that, he himself off. Walked for hours. The team began to pause and rest. It's lunchtime. Luckily, the camp is very nice, because there is a well nearby. It also saves you the need to go to the river to get water. Soon, after a brief check on the safety of the water source, everyone began to light a fire to cook. And our little cat Mikato, because she has already eaten strawberry cake, is itchy in her heart at the moment. She wanted to eat strawberry cake again, but this wilderness, where can she go? So his gaze involuntarily looked at the source. There were tears of excitement at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were pitiful. I'm hungry too, but I want to eat strawberry cake. What? Haven't you eaten it? Why do you want to eat again? Genjin was a little speechless, but this is Mikato-san's request, and Mikato-san can't be left hungry. No way. Yuen nodded helplessly. Okay, I'll use the flying thunder god and fly back to buy it for you. You have no way to take this bitterness, I'll come back after I buy it. Briefly explaining the situation, the source left alone. In the distance, a group of ninjas were waiting solemnly, all the while cautious, looking in the direction of a camp, as if waiting for something. It didn't take long for the camp to open for dinner. People are not picky, they can eat whatever they want. Only Mikato, silently receiving a meal for Gen, watched everyone eat. But not long after, everyone who finished eating fell asleep one by one in front of Mikado's eyes. Seeing this scene, Mikato's eyes widened directly and she immediately became alert. Instantaneously came to Han Da's side to observe his situation. Fortunately, I just passed out. Mater Dai and Kima White Fang immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, threw away the food, picked out the food that had not yet been absorbed in the stomach, and entered a defensive posture. White Fang put one hand on the short knife and immediately reminded Mikato. Mikato, alert. We were calculated. At the same time, his eyes were as sharp as eagles, observing the wind and grass in all corners of the woods. But the more he observed, the cooler his heart became. They are already surrounded. Seeking wealth or killing? White Fang's gaze finally fell on a tree, without any excessive nonsense, directly inquiring about the destination. didn't make him wait any longer. From behind the tree, a figure soon walked out. Hee, we only ask for money, and when we take the goods, we will leave. The man wore a Sand Ninja Rebel Forward in ninja armor, his face was slightly pale, and at the same time he let out vicissitudes of laughter. If Genjin was here now, he would definitely be surprised to find that this person was not the Shakema that night. But the White Fang they don't know since the other party can have no fear, it must have something to rely on. Plus they ate the food, although they had vomited, but the devil knows how much the body has absorbed. Hearing that he only sought wealth, and that the poison given by the other party was not fatal poison, White Fang was relieved in his heart. However, he will not naively believe the one-sided words of the enemy. Humph. Look down on me so much, Konoha White Fang. Do you really think you've eaten us? At this point in time, White Fang has not yet had much fame in the ninja world. Although he is an elite shinobi and has the title of Konoha White Fang, World War II has not yet broken out, and he walks around the ninja world very little, so the prestige of the White Fang has not yet been known to everyone. The title of Konoha White Fang, Sakuma has also heard, but that's it. Hearing the White Fang's threatening words, Shakema sneered and waved her hand, come out. After receiving the order, all of the hidden bandits suddenly poured out, 10 in dozens until the number approached 100. Among them, there are not only ordinary mountain thieves, but even 5 or 6 people dressed as ninjas. It can be seen that the strength is definitely at Mikato's level. And licking blood at the knife's edge every day, the quality of the heart and the sense of battle are definitely crushing Mikato. Seeing so many people, White Fang and Mater Dai also showed a wry smile. All the teammates fell, and the one who could fight on his own side was only 3 of them. Even if he has superior strength and can kill the other party, but what about his own side? I'm afraid I'll die too. What's more, the Sand Ninja who was the leader of the other party looked like his strength was not weak. I'm afraid this mission won't be completed. Although Mater Dai is a shinobi, he has rich combat experience and is calm at the moment. 3 against 100, and there are dozens of hostages, the advantage is not ours. It's planted this time. The two made eye contact and instantly understood each other's thoughts. Although it is very unwilling, it can only be so. Well, you can take the goods, but you can't move my people. Compromised, Sakuma smiled wickedly, and did not say much, commanded the mountain thieves, carried the goods, and he took all the ninjas with him, staring at the White Fang. The White Fang also commanded Mikato and Mater Dai to drag the caravan high-ranking and hand-beaters over and concentrate their protection. Just like Shakema, they don't believe that the White Fang they have suffered such a big loss, they will give up. The White Fang would not believe that Shakema would really keep their promise. Both sides do not trust each other and have different minds. The reason why White Fang chose to compromise is actually because there is such a condition in the mission introduction. Priority is given to protecting the leader of the caravan, followed by key cargo, followed by the rest of the caravan, followed by cargo. Therefore, according to the priority, when the leader of the caravan is in danger, he can abandon the goods, even other members. And the same Shakema, too, is waiting for the White Fang to take effect. Soon, both sides got what they wanted. Shakema got it, the other party's goods. The White Fang protected his boss. Seeing that the goods were all controlled by the other party still had no intention of leaving. White Fang reminded coldly, I've got all the goods, isn't it? It's time to go, everyone. Come on, come on. The camera comes to the other side. At this time, the source had already used the Flying Thunder God and flew to the city. With a strong purpose, I came to the familiar bakery. Want to find the boss for 3 strawberry cakes. Unfortunately, the boss shook his head and said that the strawberry cake was sold out. Hearing this, the source was not happy. You don't even have to sell strawberry cake, you still have a woolen shop. Do it. Give me to do it now. The boss originally saw that Yuen was a child, and he didn't take Yuen's words seriously. There is no way to source but to show their banknote ability. Throwing out a 10,000 tael ticket, glaring and saying, can it be done now? The boss looked at the 10,000 taels of tickets, slightly stunned, and said with some hesitation, but I've already sold out, do you want to consider other cakes? Pineapple cake, peach cake, watermelon cake. By the way, we also have durian cake. Listening to the store manager, although his attitude was sincere, he still did not let go. There are even other fruit cakes that say yes, and durian cake is mentioned at the end. The source directly remembered the bad taste and almost nude, knocking heavily on the table in anger. Shut up, don't get off topic. Immediately, he took out a 10,000 tael ticket and slapped it heavily in front of him. Can you do it now? Seeing 20,000 taels, the store manager had to admit that he was moved. A strawberry cake is only 10,000 taels, and a portion is only 1,000 taels. Yes, but, after seeing the store manager, he already agreed with the idea, but still wanted to make excuses. Jen's eyes widened, and he took out 10,000 taels again, jumped up and slammed it on the table. It's still a hair. Right now. Do it for me. After receiving the money, the boss smiled directly on his face. In the forest, the chirping of cicadas in summer is impetuous. The three bandits opened the most luxurious packaged goods and curiously checked what it was. The result is a look. Hey, is it a mediocre mineral water? Deceptive, this thing is also a valuable thing? The three bandits frowned. Feel like you've been scammed. Angrily, he drank water into his stomach. As soon as the water hit her stomach, her eyes lit up. She felt strength, unparalleled power. She seems to have heard this thing. It's a man of the man potion. Good stuff. Looking at the things in his hand, this three-headed family showed a fierce light in his eyes. The corners of his mouth crooked evil smiled. Huaji you bitch, soon I will be able to kill you with my own hands. Soon, all the goods were controlled. The three bandits were in charge, took the goods, and Miyazi withdrew. But before leaving, he also made a vicious micro-movement for Shakima, as if to say silent, kill. And as time passed, Mater Dai was the first to be unable to carry it and fell to the ground. He ate more food, and although most of them vomited, there were still residues. The effect of Meng Kan medicine attacks. This also makes the already at a disadvantage, and the White Fang side is even worse. Now the only people left in the entire caravan who can fight are White Fang and Mikato. Such a good opportunity, the bandits will not let go. Without the slightest hesitation, after settling the goods, Shakima directly commanded his men and surrounded the White Fang. In fact, it can also be understood that doing such a thing as robbing money and being retaliated against is almost certain. Instead of letting the tiger return to the mountain, the future will be retaliated. It's better to take advantage of the opportunity that they are drugged and in a bad state and do it directly to them. I've got all the goods, isn't it? It's time to go, everyone. In the face of White Fang's questioning, Shakima directly laughed wickedly and mocked at the same time. Jiao, you guys don't really, naively think that you can talk to the mountain thief about the rules, right? As soon as the words came out, the mountain thieves let out a burst of mocking laughter. These ninjas are stupid, isn't it? I was a little touched to believe in the mountain thief. At this time, a mountain thief could not bear to say that, we have already snatched the goods, let them go, it's nothing. But soon, he was viciously interrupted by another mountain thief. Shut up. Don't look at us as many people, but the opposite side is a real ninja. Not so easy to deal with. Then get the goods and let's go. Sabi, I robbed you, will you give up? When asked, the man said weakly, what else can I do if I am robbed? The person who spoke looked at the person who answered, and suddenly choked, and did not have a good airway. You don't have the strength to beat it. They're not. They are just being drugged by the three masters now. When the effect of the medicine eases and his strength recovers, we may not be able to beat them. Being explained in this way, those who are not very smart only reacted to their senses. Without any hesitation, Shakima, who had been hiding in the shadows, suddenly launched an attack. Still the familiar big head flew out, carrying poisonous needles and bites. But the White Fang didn't seem to resist. Until the puppet approached, bang! The White Fangs turned into a puff of smoke. Shakima's face instantly looked difficult. It was a transformation technique. Abominable. When did he make a seal? He was obviously staring at it. I actually gave him an escape. Chase. Be sure to kill them. But before he took 2 steps, a deadly sense of danger came from behind him. Let Shakima blow up directly. Fortunately, he fought with someone the day before yesterday and almost overturned, and now he is much more cautious. The seal has long been sealed in advance, ready to run at any time. The fried Shakima, screaming, launched ninjutsu and ran. Puppet swapper. Almost simultaneously, Shakima was able to dodge, but there was still a bloody mark on her neck. And when he came back to his senses, he looked at the White Fang slash with horror, and his own puppet with a knife in 2 segments. At the same time, I was a little glad in my heart. Fortunately it was a puppet, not him. But it didn't take long for Kima White Fang to carry a knife and rush towards him again. Frightened Shakima's revenant, it was too late to take out the spare puppet. Desperately retreating, until Shakima jumped into a tree, White Fang was entangled by her men. He took out all the puppets and entered the battle seriously. The other side. Mikato's petite body carried 3 people on her back and ran desperately in the forest. If it weren't for the tenfold bonus of the reckless potion, Mikato wouldn't have been able to afford the 3 of them to run away. Hand beating and swirling fans are also counted. The key is Uncle Matt Day. I don't know how heavy it is. It didn't go far, and Xiao Mikato was tired enough. And the pursuers behind her also chased after her and wrapped her in dumplings. At the head is a middle-aged ninja with 7 mountain thieves. The middle-aged ninja stopped in front of Mikato and said with a mocking look, "Little Nico, why don't you run? Still running with 3 people on your back? I really don't know, should I say that you have a lot of strength? Or should I call you stupid? Didn't your teacher teach you to throw away all the burdens when you run away? Put down the 3 of Hand Hit, Maturde, and Vortex Fan." Mikato's little face looked resolute, put on a fighting posture, opened the chakra eyes and said seriously, "They are not a burden. They are my partners." Seeing Sharingan's eyes, the middle-aged ninja was stunned, but after looking at Mikato, he sneered again. Sharingan, hee, what a companion, then you follow your companion and die together. The world of ninja is not a game of the family. Without any mercy, the heart of a middle-aged ninja has long been taught by this world. In the face of Mikato, a ninja child, with his strength, it can't be said that it is stable, it is also easy. Soon, Mikato was defeated, and finally her weapon was knocked away. Even though Mikato can make middle-aged ninjas fear with her strange strength, Mikato's physical strength is limited. And the other party does not talk about martial virtue. Whenever Mikato is about to rush out, someone will bypass her and sneak up on her back to hit in others. Mikato had to defend herself. This comes and goes, and Mikato's physical strength and mental strength are extremely consuming. Soon Mikato was panting and showing fatigue. The corners of the middle-aged ninja's mouth were slightly hooked, and his eyes signaled a subordinate to go forward to attract hatred. Who knows? Mikato, who showed fatigue before. At this moment, it was like changing a person, and in an instant, the spirit and terrifying strange power suddenly erupted. As soon as he grabbed the tempting subordinate, he flew out of the distance, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Mikato followed Gen, under Maturde, and trained together for 2.5 months. The training is not only physical, but also combative. Mikato Gang Genjin fought for 2.5 years and basically never lost. From this point of view, Mikato's combat talent is definitely not bad. However, this trick is mainly aimed at attacking it by surprise. The role of the scheme is limited, not to mention that they are also prepared. The companion fell unconscious, and the other bandits were furious. This Nizai actually played us. Cunning little ghost. They were more cautious and the pace of the battle increased. The huge pain made Mikado feel like her whole body was about to fall apart, and she also lost all her strength. Looking at her partner who tried her best and failed to protect, her heart twitched violently, and her eyes turned blood red. I blame myself for being too weak. Teacher White Fang's life and death are unknown, her partner is about to encounter danger, and she is also seriously injured and desperate. In her heart at this moment, there was a trace of rejoicing, glad that UN was not here, glad that it was only them who had an accident, and glad that UN escaped this calamity. At the same time, she also has a longing for the source to be by her side at this moment, to be able to defeat the enemy and protect herself. Himself is dying. When I think about it, I will never see the source again. She couldn't help but cry again. Source, if I am freed, it's a pity that I couldn't change my fate with you. Mikato closed her eyes in despair, she was exhausted. Looking at Mikato, who was resigned to his fate, the middle-aged ninja laughed viciously and wanted to go up and mend the knife. But I thought about Mikato's disguise and sneak attack before. The middle-aged ninja did not dare to be careless. Gritting his teeth, he decided to use ninjutsu. His chakra talent is very poor, so many years of cultivation, only a little chakra, can only perform 2 or 3 ninjutsu, but killing the little Nizai in front of you is enough. Skillfully sealed, the mouth bulged, and the next moment a flame erupted from the mouth. Fire Dragon Bomb. Feeling the blazing heat, Mikato didn't have any defense, she was already calm. Die and die, don't be too sad UN. It's just that. In the blazing firelight, a black flash suddenly flashed. The black light stopped, and a figure with a cake in his hand appeared. As soon as he appeared, he was startled when he saw the attack, protecting the cake with one hand and lightning in the other. Tudun Tuliu Wall. A stone wall rises to stop the flames. Only then did Genji turn around and look behind him, but this look, the source's pupils directly contracted to the extreme. Mikato. Without unnecessary words, he separated a doppelganger to take care of Mikato, and the body dissipated with the firelight, and looked at the opposite few people angrily, and said in a cold tone, "Is that you guys who hurt Mikato-san like this?" The middle-aged ninja was stunned, another little ghost. Although it seems to be very imposing, it is just a little ghost. In his heart, he couldn't help but despise a little and mocked. Little ghost who can't measure himself, what's the matter? The world of ninjas is not for you to play around, today, not only her, but even you will die. As I said, you can't run away when Jesus comes. Mikato-san's sister who hurt me, consciously committed suicide to apologize. It's infuriating that you dare to mock yourself. Suppressing the anger, the source came from between his teeth, and said word by word, "Good. Very good. Very good." The Sharingan with the shuriken killing formation opens together, and the flying thunder god is interspersed with it. Almost instantly, the figure of the source turned into a black light, and all the enemies were killed instantly. However, after killing them, UN still felt uneasy, and made up another fire. Burned them to ashes one by one. The battle is solved, and Genjin immediately comes to Mikato's side. Distressed, he bandaged Mikato's wound. Maybe it hurt by the source. Mikato slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and in the blur she saw a familiar figure. Is the source. It's the source. She was instantly surprised, hugged Yuan, and at the same time took a bite on Yuan Xiao's face. Source eating pain. Oh, it hurts. Why are you biting me? Hearing that Genjin was in pain, Mikato also released her mouth, and her small fist hammered and sobbed. Not a dream. Source, you're really here, where have you been, woo-woo? Genji laughed twice and took out the cake. Haha, I'm not, did I buy you a cake? With red eyes, Mikato looked at Genjin with great resentment. But why, did it take so long to come back? What else could it be? Yuan told the whole process of buying cakes by himself. I kept urging him to hurry, but he kept muttering that he was a cake fairy, and he had to have the spirit of craftsmanship or something. Mikato could hear it. With Yuan by her side, she was inexplicably a little relieved. I just don't know why, she always feels as if she forgot something. Until Genjin asked, by the way, Mikato-san, what about White Fang Sensei and the rest of the caravan? Mikato woke up like a dream, and said nervously, White Fang teacher, they are in danger. Upon hearing about the danger, Yuan also became serious. Leaving the shadow doppelganger, Zhenfei rushed to the White Fang. Originally, Yuan wanted to leave a Flying Thunder Godmark for teacher White Fang, but was decisively rejected by the White Fang teacher. Another battlefield. White Fang fought alone, Shakima and others. Standing on a commanding height, Shakima controls 3 puppets at the same time, cooperating with her subordinates to continuously consume the physical strength of the White Fang. The strength of these people is under the White Fang, and none of them can catch the White Fang. But by cooperating with each other, they restrict the White Fang everywhere, but they can also make the White Fang have no chance to pull out the knife. They are like hungry wolves, staring bloodthirsty at their prey. Little by little, enjoy the hunt and appreciate the struggle of the prey. Occasionally there were mistakes on the opposite side, and someone was killed by a blow from the White Fang. But the others did not care in the slightest, ignoring the killed companions, but seized the opportunity and rushed forward. Take advantage of the skill gap to hit the White Fang hard. Although White Fang saw that the situation was not good, he had already quickly launched the teleportation technique. But still, he was hit by 3 shurikens. After being consumed once like this, White Fang gritted his teeth and silently said sorry to those caravan workers. I'm sorry. Change tactics, don't be rigid, turn around and run to the forest to pull. Soon the White Fang ran into the forest, and it was Sakima's turn to have a headache. The home of the forest assassin, if he, the puppeteer, enters, I am afraid that he will not be able to get out. There is no way, I can only use that trick. As she spoke, Sakima took a beautiful scroll from her waist. The smoke cleared, and an inconspicuous little puppet appeared, with a small puppet with the word wind written on his forehead. Sakima looked gentle and caressed the little face of the wind. Wind, I have to trouble you again. He manipulated the wind puppet and launched a wide range of ninjutsu against the entire forest. Wind escape super tornado. Immediately, the entire forest was leveled, and the White Fang was forced to expose his figure and have nowhere to hide. White Fang was horrified in his heart, such a terrifying amount of chakra, just squeeze himself dry, I'm afraid there is not so much. Supporting the injured body, panting and struggling to dodge, the pull is useless, you can only run. It's a pity that it's too late to run now. He was surrounded again. Seeing that the victory was in hand, Sakima laughed hoarsely and said in a condescending tone, Haha, you are really stupid. Obviously what I am good at is infiltration and assassination. If I keep harassing sneak attacks, I am afraid I will also plant it. You're just facing us. Cut off for that girl? It's ridiculous. You think she can run away with 3 on her back? Now I'm afraid she has died at the hands of my subordinates. Oblivious. White Fang's face is very ugly, and everything he does is to create a chance for Mikato to escape. Shakima's words can be described as murderous and condemned. Hee, don't look down on people too much. Although Mikato is a girl, she is not weak. I'm afraid that now, your subordinates have been slaughtered by her. Although White Fang did not dare to confirm it, his words were more like nonsense, but at this moment, the momentum could not be lost. But this time, I'm afraid I'm really going to plant it. When he thought of his wife's belly, he had his own child before he was born, and he was a little reluctant. I don't want to die. Before you die, use that trick again, old man. White Fang gently stroked the short blade and muttered, I wish it was a son. Hey, the daughter is not bad. The blood from the wound stained his white clothes, he removed his armor, closed his eyes, and put the knife into the sheath. White Fang's whole person entered a state of complete stillness. The momentum also disappeared without a trace, as if it had disappeared into this world, silent. That is, the white teeth in this state have an inexplicable killing momentum, which makes Shakima feel numb in her scalp. Those subordinates hesitated for a moment, looked at each other, gritted their teeth and decisively threw out several shurikens, and walked towards the White Fang. It's just that White Fang didn't react at all, as if he was really asleep. Those subordinates had a look of surprise on their faces. The main thing is that the White Fang's sense of oppression is too strong, and it is as dangerous as dancing on the tip of a knife with him. If he really fell like this, it would be an absolute huge surprise for them. Great, isn't it? Before he could finish his words, a scene appeared again in horror. The shuriken that flew away stopped in the air in shock. The next moment, White Fang opened his glowing eyes, followed by the blur of his figure, flickering several times in the crowd. Less than 1/100th of a second. Shakima's originally mocking face became extremely ugly, and just now all his subordinates were instantly killed by the White Fang. Can that knife really be cut out by a person? It was so fast, he didn't see it clearly. If he hadn't been far away, I'm afraid he would have become a member of the Earth. But, after using this move, the White Fang also completely lost its combat effectiveness. The short knife was thrown to the ground due to inertia. Even the White Fang himself, because of inertia, fell to the ground, with less air intake and more air out. He looked like he was dying. How many cushions do you pull before you die? What a terrible speed, it's a pity. But don't worry, I will make your corpse into my collection. Sakuma sighed, but without any mercy, and even before the White Fang was dead, he started the idea of his corpse. In order to preserve the complete body, Sakuma carefully commanded a severed puppet to deliver the final blow to the White Fang. The movement here is very large and abrupt. Yuan had a bad feeling in his heart, quickened the pace of the road, and came to the clearing. The scene of White Fang teacher and instant killing was all in his eyes. For a while, he was completely shocked. Almost as soon as he watched, Sakuma killed the White Fang. Stop! Uchiha Genjin roared, making Sakuma pause. However, he quickly reacted and knew that this was enemy reinforcements. He gave the order decisively, and he could not procrastinate. It's right to kill the White Fang first. The puppet was next to the White Fang, and the attack was also fast. The iron fist that was enough to kill, and the strong wind it carried, had already blown into the face of the White Fang. If it weren't for the White Fang at this time, who had lost consciousness, I'm afraid he would too widen his eyes in fear. However, although the puppet is fast, Gen's shuriken is also not slow. It's time for a minute. The source turned into a black flash and instantly appeared beside White Fang. Without any pause, grabbing the White Fang, the source appeared in place again. However, compared to before, he has an extra white tooth on his side. He casually divided several doppelgangers to deal with Sakuma, while Genji himself examined White Fang's injuries. But the more this was examined, the cooler the source's heart became. White Fang he is now, although he still has a breath, but his body, too much blood loss. And the body muscles, inexplicably purple, are like opening 8 doors and overloading. In this wilderness, where to find a medical ninja? And finding a medical ninja, this may not necessarily save It can be said that this situation of the White Fang can only wait for death. Harm. Teacher White Fang, why do you say you are so unlucky? The world is so cruel, it may be good to leave like this. It's a pity that when the time comes to eat, I can't drink as a child, so I can only sit at the child's table. Although Yuan said so, he was also extremely uncomfortable in his heart. It's just that 2 lifetimes are human, and he has his own views on life and death. There is no good way, the source is very heavy. He took out a bottle of reckless potion and poured it on the White Fang. Although he can't treat the injury, his physique is improved, and he can hang White Fang's life in disguise. After stabilizing the White Fang, Jenna turned his cold gaze to Sakuma in the distance. How dare you? In an instant, the source turned into a black light and flew into the sky, straight towards Sakuma. And when Sakuma saw that familiar black flash, his pupils suddenly shrank, making him immediately think of the terrible samurai of that night. Although there are differences in appearance, the abilities are exactly the same. That terrifying instantaneous ability, for himself, is simply heavenly. Graham. What is your relationship with the samurai of that day? Abominable, not good. A thought immediately sounded in his mind like a wake-up call. The wind is tight. Without any thought of fighting, Sakuma turned around and ran, and her running skills continued during the process. As for face, it's a fart compared to life. Of course, in his heart, he also constantly defended himself. Am I instigating? No. This is not instigation, this is called strategy. Knowing that you will die, and sending it, that's called stupidity. Soon, Sakuma ran away and disappeared. Jinya gave up continuing the pursuit and casually picked up a few shinobu guards. Protecting your companions is now more important than chasing Sakuma. The source divided countless shadow doppelgangers and found all the people in the caravan one by one. I don't know if it's luck, or if those bandits are really just trying to rob money. The rest of the ordinary people of the caravan, some wounded, none of them died. After the effect of the medicine, everyone woke up one after another. I learned the specifics and witnessed the traces of the terrible battle. The most mourning is the caravan leader Vortex Fan. The goods were all lost, and he lost a lot this time. The hired ninja also tried his best, and even the shinobu who led the team is now unconscious, not knowing whether he is dead or alive. In this case, he was also difficult to open his mouth and ask them to go and retrieve the goods. For a while, the whirlpool fan made him feel bitter. He really wanted to say that his goods could also be rescued, but he watched as Genjin stayed by Mikato's side, treating Mikato's injuries with concern. As long as he got closer, he would face Shang Yuan's cold chakra eyes. The vortex fan was too scared to speak. A summary is a sentence. The Sherry-nan is terrible, and he is also helpless. Destroy, he is rotten. If you don't put it on the rot, he is really afraid. The source feels that he is too noisy, and kills himself with his eyes. The other side. Mikato and White Fang both fell into a coma. Mikato is okay, she has suffered some conventional injuries, and she can recover from it after lying down for a few days at most. But White Fang is miserable, has completely fallen into a coma, whether he can wake up is unknown. The source is somewhat self-reproachful. At that time, why didn't he have a knife on the neck of that Roshize craftsman spirit in Cake Fairy? Mikato, who was harmed, was so badly injured. The harmed White Fang teacher is now alive and dead. This is the first time that Uchiha Gen, when he came to this world, he felt so powerless. Genjin found a cool place alone and sat on the ground with one butt. For the predicament in front of him, Genji himself has not studied medical ninjutsu, and there is nothing he can do. But just now, when he was feeding the White Fang a reckless potion, he suddenly realized, he's a systematic man. During this time, although he had a system, he has always regarded the system as a tool to earn the difference. And the system usually doesn't burn him, so he almost forgot. Now that he has a problem that cannot be solved, he can let the system solve it. So he sat alone on the ground, not frustrated, but looking for a way to break the game. The system is big. Do you have anything other than the pulp cleansing fruit, the mangaku potion, and the bloodline activation card? Like, therapeutic? Didn't let the source wait longer. The voice of the system answering came. Sorry, there are only 3 items you can redeem at the moment. Your current balance is 32 million, do you want to restock? What is the use of purchasing, and restocking? The White Fang teacher is going to die. Although the source was prepared for a long time, he heard a clear answer from the system. He was still very disappointed. Out of revenge, the source bottle by bottle on the system, the pair exchanged items. I don't know how long has passed. In the mechanical and repetitive exchange sound of the system, a different text suddenly appeared, and this text also had an epic purple color. Genjin read incredulously. Since the host is extremely active in stocking, the goods in the incoming store begin. Increase. Stop the operation. The source trembling clicks on the incoming goods page. The goods were still the same as before, and suddenly Yuan's heart was empty of disappointment. It seems that the system will also have bugs. It's just that the source's heart still has a trace of expectation and gently presses the F5 button. Flushed. Moment. The picture flickered. The original product, there is no change. It's just that in addition to the original products, there are really 3 more products. Holding back the unparalleled excitement, Yuan decisively let the system introduce. System, introduce new products. Bio congratulations to the host, the incoming store has new goods. Chakra battery, a battery used to save and restore chakra, 1 energy saving up to 6 Kakashi chakra. Note, 100,000 per section. Stretch your legs and stare at the pills, life-saving medicine, not dry and clean to eat without disease. Note, life is priceless, but medicine has a price, 100,000 pieces, no bargaining. Detoxifying small yellow beans can solve the world's poison, crunchy, chicken flavor. Note, 100,000 pieces. The system introduced 3 products in a row, and the source was stunned. Although this batch of goods, the price is 10 times more expensive than the previous batch. But the source didn't think much about it, just the effect described must be worth it. All of them are exchanged and come out and see. These goods are weird. Yuan couldn't help but complain in his heart. Isn't it just batteries, mud balls, and beans? However, the system produces, although their appearance is not pretty, but they are all boutiques, aren't they? Moreover, stretching out their legs and glaring pills can save injuries, which is exactly what they urgently need now. Put things in your pocket. When he stood up again, the gloomy face was all gloomy, and he turned into a smile. Just let Teacher White Fang try this leg-stretching eye-glaring pill first. As for why it was Teacher White Fang, and not Xiao Maiken, it must be because of concern. How could it be that the respected Teacher White Fang tried medicine? Just got back outside the tent though. The hand hit and rushed out in surprise, and loudly rejoiced. Mr. White Fang is awake. Mr. White Fang is awake. Genicky was also overjoyed when he heard it. It would be nice to wake up. Quick, take me to see it. Inside the tent, Kima White Fang leaned weakly on the bed, holding a short blade in his hand, and his face was very ugly. Seeing the source, his eyes flickered. You defeated that shinobi? Instead of nodding, Genjin forced a smile and shook his head to deny. No, I didn't fight him. He ran. Ran away? White Fang was stunned and couldn't help but ask. That sand shinobi's strength is not weak, why would he run away without a fight? However, looking at the source, he also had a puzzled face, shrugged his shoulders, and said that he didn't know. It's so puzzling. But White Fang didn't have time to think about it anymore. His physical condition is terrible, and he still has a lot to account for. For example, my wife are you Yang Zi, my sword are you Beiji, and so on. The style of painting changed, and the white-toothed teacher, who was silent in the past, now talked more. Maybe he knows that he is afraid that he will not live long, but he does not want to die. With the support of the reckless potion, although his face is very bad, his body can last a lot of time. He first fought with his subordinates, Minamoto and Tetsu, telling them about their shortcomings and how to improve their strength in the future. Then, he had a couple of chatters with Maturde, said that if the children of the two are a man and a woman, then they will be a baby. If they are all girls, then be sisters. If they are all boys, then they must be good brothers. Finally, he asked Genjin to come to him and instructed, I feel like I can't hold back. You have to take more care of your senior lady for me. Also, I also chose the child's name, the boy's name is Kiki Kakashi, and the girl's name is Forid, Kimu Kakatone Bar. At the same time, with difficulty, he took out a secret book and handed it to Uchiha Jandeo. This is the sword technique of my Kimu clan, I handed it over to you. After explaining all the aftermath clearly, White Fang also closed his eyes, his body and mind relaxed, and he looked like he was over, and life and death looked down. The deathbed support of teacher White Fang made the entire tent an atmosphere of sadness. The source was also infected, and he nodded his head constantly, agreeing to the request of the White Fang sensei. At the same time, I took the Kima knife art sheets, and subconsciously looked at it. There are pictures and text descriptions in the book, and the explanations are very detailed. And the source itself may be average in talent, but after having several master levels, he has a very keen awareness and ability to learn about chakras, ninjutsu or physical arts. Just at this cursory glance, the source has learned a thing or two. Coupled with the fact that I have seen and felt the use of White Fang, the system sound actually sounded directly. By detecting that the host is learning the Kimu clan knife technique, does it cost 1,000 taels to learn directly? Upon hearing the sound of the system, Yuen was first stunned, and then an incredulous expression. Study, isn't it all 100 taels? The price has also increased, and it is still 10 times higher. Does this TM slaughter itself like a pig? But there is no way, if you really practice according to the book, without a year or two of knife-wielding practice, it is difficult to get started. Do you choose to practice wielding a knife for 1 or 2 years, or choose 1,000 taels to study? Do you still use the choice? Learn. I'm not without money. Congratulations to the host. After spending 1,000 taels to learn the sword art of the Kimu family, will it cost another 10,000 taels to upgrade to the proficiency level? As soon as he finished learning, Yuen felt the horror of the Kimu knife technique. The core of this knife technique is a restrained and explosive power. Suppress all your strength, such as chi, chakra, and even life force, to an extreme. Then it burst out rapidly, and its speed and power were so strong that it could be seen under the knife of the White Fang yesterday. As long as it is within the range of his knife, it is the flesh of fish under her knife, and he can slaughter it. This knife technique, it's really scary. Yuen couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, how could the system trap me? This 1,000 taels of flowers is worth it. Subsequently, Yuen decisively spent 111,000 taels to upgrade the sword technique to the master level. After reaching the master level, Yuen felt that he had reached the level of the White Fang teacher. How can this degree be explained? Let's just say that the upper degree of patience will kill at close range. No kidding. This is still an understatement. Receiving new strength, Yuen was overjoyed. I almost forgot about business. He came here to test the medicine for teacher White Fang. And the White Fang teacher, who was lying there at this moment, after saying all his last words, was waiting there with his eyes closed. Even the White Fang was still complaining in his heart. What's the matter? This reckless potion is sweet there. It's clearly a little painful. How did I get it? The effect is so strong. I am going to die of pain all over. When can I die? Lying down Kimu White Fang, although he is not dead, but he has his eyes closed, and he is not embarrassed to get up. After all, corpse fraud is not fun. But who knows, at this time, there was a small hand that was breaking his mouth. He has doubts, but now he just wants to be a corpse quietly and die slowly. So he kept his mouth shut and silently told the man that Hugh wanted to stuff something strange into my mouth. After breaking for a long time, the source is also tired. Frowning, Yuen couldn't figure out why he couldn't break White Fang's mouth. In his opinion, teacher White Fang was just in a coma, and he obviously still had a breath. And the source also believes that there will definitely be no one who has not yet died and played the corpse. No way, it's all for teacher White Fang. Jen's little face showed determination, and as soon as he gritted his teeth, he went to untie Kimabu's pants. When Handa and Materdai saw it, their faces changed suddenly, and they quickly asked out loud, "Brother Yuen, what are you doing?" Source, why did you take off your white teeth pants? The source was stunned, smiled awkwardly. Forgot to explain it in advance, this is embarrassing. However, he quickly sorted out the language. I think Teacher White Fang can also be rescued. It just so happens that I have a cow's nose healing medicine here, and I want to try it for Teacher White Fang. Saying that, Genze touched it in his arms, and then touched it from various places on his body, and finally found the medicine in his pocket and took it out. Found it, this is it, stretch your legs and stare at the pill. The hand hit and the corner of Dai's eyes twitched, looking disgusted in disbelief. They once suspected that the source was overly sad in hallucinations, because no matter how you look at it, this one that Yuan took out is the essence of his haven't bathed for a few days. However, Dai, indicating that he could understand, stepped forward and patted Yuan's shoulder, comforting. Jen, I know you're uncomfortable, but the ninja world is like that, I hope you understand. Youth will tell us the answer. Han Ta also echoed Brother Jen, I am also saddened by the death of Teacher White Fang, but I will definitely take care of his wife and children. Source, what is this? Who said Teacher White Fang would die? Let me give him medicine, I promise him that he can't die. Genbu did not dare to delay, he sensed that the life force of the White Fang was rapidly passing. One stepped forward. The source said loudly, hurry up and help, I can't break the mouth of Teacher White Fang, we will send the medicine to him through the back door. Although the two did not understand, Yuan's words were very determined. There is no time to ask. They immediately complied. But as soon as he untied the strap, the corpse of the White Fang sat up sharply. Frightened everyone. The white teeth were all crushed, and he was so angry at the moment. Not only do you have to die, but you also have to die before you die. Although he is a ninja, he can't bear it. When I opened my mouth, I wanted to curse the source a few words. Who knows, as soon as he opened his mouth, the source's eyes lit up. A strange ball, with a thunderous momentum, was thrown into his throat by the source. Gollum swallowed. Yuan didn't care at all, White Fang's forehead was thunderous at the moment, and he observed the state of White Fang intently. But the White Fang completely exploded. White Fang swore he never had a moment when he wanted to beat a man to death. White Fang shouted in a low voice, Uchiha Gen. The figure suddenly disappeared from the bed, along with a wooden stick. Seeing the White Fang teacher disappear, the source's desire to survive instantly played a role. Flying Thunder God launched, he quickly ran out of the account. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the figure of White Fang holding a wooden stick, like the shadow of the source, appeared behind him. Yuan was shocked, the sword technique of the Kimo clan, he had just learned, he knew it too well. The stick of the White Fang, barely any stuttering, breathed out on the source's ass, was directly shot into the air, and the source covered his butt and screamed in pain. Ah, my ass. But it's not over yet. Even in the air, he still couldn't get rid of the wolf mouth of the White Fang. The figure of the White Fang appeared behind him again, his face was extremely black, exuding an unparalleled murderous aura. But this time, it was the White Fang who did not strike immediately, so that Yuan he was prepared. He immediately sensed the White Fang, snorted, and the Flying Thunder God cooperated with the Kimo family sword technique, and the source immediately chose to run. There was an empty stick, and the white teeth were stunned. But then, the White Fang didn't keep his hand. The White Fang didn't keep his hand, his speed was getting faster and faster, and the angle of his attack became more and more tricky. But it still doesn't work. Except for the first blow, not to mention we had sneak attack, it hit the source's ass, and in the follow-up, the White Fang didn't hit the source even once. Soon White Fang also saw the clue. Although the source will use the Flying Thunder God to dodge, but more, the source uses the body method. And this body method, he is still very familiar. It is his Kimo family, the body technique and the sword technique. He just gave him the family sword technique, and he learned it? It's not 10 minutes yet. Unbelievable, unbelievable. If people can learn their own sword skills at a glance, then what is their own practice for 10 years? At this moment, our Kimo White Fang teacher fell into doubtful life. But soon he realized that he was going to die. Why did he think about this? Kimo White Fang closed his eyes with helplessness. It's all over. It's just that. A few seconds later, White Fang was surprised, and when he opened his eyes again, he found that his injuries seemed to have disappeared. He couldn't believe it and touched his body. Not only is the wound gone, but there is no scab. Could it be, just now, the pill that almost got into his back door? Okay, White Fang asked in amazement, not knowing who it was asking. Seeing that the White Fang teacher calmed down, Genjin approached cautiously and asked weakly, "How do you feel?" Clenching his fists, White Fang was serious, feeling his body and saying, "Not bad." Not only are the new injuries in the body healed now, even the dark injuries left a few years ago are also healed. What exactly are you giving me to eat? It's so amazing. I feel like I have a green cool energy in my body now. Hearing White Fang's explanation, Genjin hugged his arm and looked seriously analytical. Is that energy chakra? White Fang shook his head and said resolutely, "Nope, not chakra." Genjin asked curiously, "What is that?" "I don't know, some are like natural energy, but not quite the same." Shaking his head, the source didn't want to, since stretching his legs and glaring at the pill was effective, and it was also safe. Then he had to quickly give Xiao Maiken to eat. Xiao Maiken, she is still hurt. Ignoring the white fang, Genjin cautiously fed Mikato a leg-stretching glare pill. After a while, Mikato woke up, and all her injuries were healed. Jinya smiled happily. White Fang, who had healed from his injuries, looked at the source with complicated eyes, and did not have the idea of beating him. Suddenly, White Fang pulled Uchiha Yuan in front of everyone and walked out alone. Come to a place where no one is. White Fang bowed directly 90 degrees and said gratefully to Yuan, thank you. That medicine must be precious. In the eyes of White Fang, this kind of miracle medicine that can save oneself from the hands of the god of death is absolutely rare in the world. Moreover, this kind of whole card level fetish, the source did not have the slightest hesitation, and used it on himself. Most importantly, he was ready to die, but he didn't expect to have a chance to survive. This made him inexplicably moved, and he had only known him for a long time. In the heart of White Fang, the source already has an important position, because this life is given by the source. If there is a loyalty value system at this moment, then the loyalty value of White Fang has been directly increased from the ordinary 30 to 70. It's just that when I heard the source here, I was stunned for a moment, but I didn't expect that Kim, a White Fang, who has always been cold, also has such a side. However, for the precious words, Yuan also smiled awkwardly, and it was not good to say anything. 100,000 taels is indeed precious. Without waiting for Yuan to speak, White Fang continued, this time you have a life-saving grace for me. In the future, as long as I can do my best and have any need, you can find me. Seeing that Minamoto was already stunned, White Fang added again, please don't doubt it, the determination of a samurai. It's true that White Fang is a ninja, but he's actually a samurai. Thinking of this, the source did not shirk and agreed. Good. Teacher White Fang's favor, I accept it. Immediately, Genjin thought of the ending of White Fang in the original book, and he added, then my first request is, no matter what White Fang teacher, you must live well in the future. If you get tired one day, come to me. White Fang didn't understand the meaning of Yuan's words, but he didn't hesitate to agree. Good, definitely. After doing all this, White Fang and Source also returned to the caravan. Xiao Maiken, after learning everything, kept asking the source in amazement, where did such a miraculous healing medicine come from? Source, that one of yours, stretching his legs and glaring at the pill, where did it come from? Is there anything else? When Mikado asked this question, Minamoto also smiled awkwardly. Finally, Genjin knocked her little head with his small hand. Mikato reacted that she had spoken too much. However, her eyes rolled around strangely, and then secretly said in her heart, hey, I'll ask again when I get home. Everyone laughed. Everyone has secrets that they don't want to tell, and if they really want to find out to the end, then I'm afraid it won't be a happy thing. What happened on the ninja's side was soon known by a certain sad-faced caravan leader. When he heard his subordinates report again, he once thought that he had heard it wrong. The appearance of White Fang's injury, he has not seen it, it is definitely a short death. But his subordinates told him that the white tooth that was about to die was now alive, chasing his apprentice and beating him in the ass. Hey, hit and forget it, it's not there yet. But none of that matters. The White Fang is fine. The leader of a certain caravan, whose hopes had been extinguished, immediately ignited at this moment. My own goods, there is hope to recover them. He didn't have time to tidy up his decadent hair, and he was in a hurry, and soon came to the tent on the side of the source. When he saw the White Fang, he stood alive, looking like a nobody. The leader of a certain caravan was ecstatic in his heart. Oops, Captain White Fang, you're so badly injured, how can you move around casually? Seeing that the White Fang was really okay, his inner ecstasy was even greater. However, he was not stupid, and he was the Gold Lord, so he directly asked the White Fang to recover the goods. Instead, he opened his mouth to make a reverse accusation, and his concern was mixed with temptation. When White Fang saw the leader of the caravan, he scratched his head rather embarrassedly and said apologetically, it's the chief, thank you for your concern. White Fang is also an old fox, and he chooses to avoid the temptation of the injury. It's not that he wants to guard against the Vortex Fan, but he is also testing a certain leader. What is his idea after experiencing this event? It is the choice to end the mission, go back to the village, buy supplies and come again. Or choose, continue the task, and then go business. If the latter is fine, but if it is the former, then their mission will directly declare a failure, which the White Fang does not want to see. It's the chief, thank you for your concern. White Fang replied casually with a smile. Seeing that his temptation was avoided, the caravan leader's expression flashed a trace of entanglement. Xingyun took out a stone and handed it to White Fang, with a fawning face. I picked up a stone on the side of the road, and I heard my subordinate say what kind of gem it was, but I didn't understand it. The white-toothed face was puzzled at first, and then the pupils contracted violently, and his heart trembled wildly. Chakra metal ore. And it is extremely pure ore. Good stuff. absolutely good stuff. In this world, there is chakra metal, but this metal is extremely rare and precious. And with the purity of this ore, it is even more rare among rarities. If converted into money, the stone is worth at least 500,000 to 600,000 taels. Money is still a trifle. The main thing is that money can't buy it. I couldn't help but start thinking that the White Fang would refine it and add it to his old fellow, and the old fellow's power would probably increase by 50%. Chakra metal, however, has a fatal temptation for ninjas who wield swords. Sensing the change in White Fang's slight expression, a certain shrewd leader, under his eyes, flashed with pride, but he hid it well. Touching the superb ore, to be honest, White Fang wanted it very much, but he also knew that some things might not be so easy to take. Resisting the thought, he resolutely pushed the ore back. This good thing is worth a lot. The White Fang means obviously, that is, I want this thing of yours, but you have to talk about your conditions first. What the caravan leader is most afraid of is that the White Fang directly refuses. In this case, I am afraid that he really has no chance. Captain White Fang did not directly refuse, that is, there was a play, but the gift had not yet been sent, and he did not dare to directly propose it. Instead, he continued to give gifts, whereas Captain White Fang, this is just a stone that can be found everywhere on the side of the road. How can it be said that it is worth a lot? If Captain White Fang likes it, then keep it. If you don't like it, then just throw it away. How can you say that people are caravan leaders? It seems that a multiple choice question is given, but in fact, the White Fang is thrown away, which must also be based on the White Fang acceptance. And in this way, White Fang accepted this gift. That is a simple good feeling. Therefore, the white teeth did not push back, but directly into his arms, and then said with a palpitation, "This time, thanks to the extremely precious healing medicine, this pulled me back from the hands of the Grim Reaper, otherwise I would really die here." After accepting the gift, White Fang was in a good mood, and also hinted that he had healed his injuries and that the guidance task could continue, but did not show any attitude on the surface. This is clearly giving a certain leader a chance to speak. Knowing that the White Fang's injury was not a big deal, the swirling fan's eyes lit up. Yay! Captain White Fang is okay, that would be great. Knowing that White Fang was okay and accepting his gift, he dared to say his true intentions. Only in this case can he dare to pick out his true intentions, otherwise if he is not careful, offend the ninja captain, then whether he can go back is a problem. It's not a secret, this shipment is too important for the next. Most of my net worth is in it, so I hope that this batch of goods can make a lot of money. Good brother, you want, help my brother me. The words of the Vortex fan are also level. First concern, then complaints, and finally almost. This made the White Fang, who received the gift, feel a sense of guilt if he refused to help. But it's fine. Although the proposal of the Whirlpool fan to snatch back the goods exceeded White Fang's expectations, but as long as he didn't end the mission directly, it was all within the acceptable range of the White Fang. After pondering deliberately, White Fang smiled and said, "Since those goods are very important to the old brother, those mountain thieves are really hateful." Then Lingren said, "The Land of Fire is not a place outside the law. As a ninja of the Land of Fire, it is my duty to eliminate evil." Yuan, who was standing on the side, witnessed the whole process, and his eyes were as wide as copper bells. "Teacher White Fang, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. You have thick eyebrows, too." Soon a certain caravan leader left joyfully. The thick-eyed Kima White Fang showed a smile to everyone in the team and encouraged him. "Everyone, we capsized in the gutter this time, but our mission is not over. In order to successfully complete this mission, we will go next to take back the goods that will be stolen by the thieves. Next, we will discuss the battle plan. Get a new task, and the decadence and confusion of everyone is swept away." Handa was the first to raise his hand, straightened his small body, and talked about his battle plan freely. "Teacher White Fang, I think it can be like this, and then like this." At last, it ended that handsomely. "Or it can be like this, and then it can be like this." The hand said several plans in a row, and then he was unfinished, looked at the source and finally looked at the White Fang. "Teacher White Fang, what do you think? How about my solution?" White Fang was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. "After listening to your plan, I feel we also need to plan again." "Oh yes. Have you ever considered a new master?" Hand hit. Jinya followed. "If your plan is a little feasible, it will not be feasible at all." Hand hit. "It's not. If the teacher doesn't want me, it's just that. Brother Jen, we are brothers and sisters." The hand was depressed, and he pulled his head and pouted on the side, looking extremely unhappy. Seeing this, Mikato smiled gently and moved to the side of the hand. Clapping his hands on the back, he comforted him softly. "Hand hit June, don't be discouraged, you look at your plan, it's quite forward. Sister Mikato, we have a mouth, but we don't have to comfort me." Being comforted in this way, my hand snorted, and I almost cried with emotion. Taking a deep breath, White Fang looked at the source and said, "Tell me about it, source." The source bowed slightly. Soon an outrageous plan was proposed by the source. Gone. White Fang's eyes widened, a look of doubt. It's gone. Yuan Ye looked at the White Fang teacher with clear eyes, puzzled. Isn't it just a group of bandits of hundreds of people? Wouldn't it be good if I rushed in alone and killed indiscriminately? White Fang still remembers that the last time he was so speechless, it was last time. The hand hit scheme, although he is a little fancy, although it is not feasible, although it is a little naive. But facts aside, the hand hit plan is also a plan. And the source's plan, like the other extreme, is summed up in one word, and that is reckless. Although the source's plan is very reckless, it has to be said to be very reasonable. So after White Fang added a few 100 million details, the plan was officially established. It is roughly to let the source and the hand fight the two, first to find out the specific intelligence of the enemy, as well as the specific location of the cargo, and then brainless recklessness. Although he was a little depressed and beaten again, Genjin couldn't help it, so he had to succumb to the obscene power of the White Fang. When it comes to fighting, Teacher White Fang is really strict. Covering his sneaked but, Gento whispered to his hand. Ha ha ha, Brother Yuan, we just went out to do tasks for the first time, we can't be sloppy, Teacher White Fang is all for our good. The hand laughed without heart and lungs. He rarely saw Brother Yuan deflated, I don't know how, inexplicably happy. Following the trail, it took a lot of time for the source and the hand to fight, and finally found it, the base camp of the Mountain Thief. The base camp of the Mountain Thief is a small empty village on Xiaokong Mountain. After passing through the mouth of the head of the mountain, I learned that the reputation of this little empty mountain thief is still very good. As long as they pay a little protection money every year, it will not harm them. And when they can't eat in a bad year, the bandits will be kind enough to hire those who can't eat, build them houses or something. Although they do not give money, they can reduce the protection fee and have a full meal, which makes the villagers grateful. Moreover, in this cottage of Xiaokong Mountain, the population is very large, there are thousands of people. Not only do they farm their own fields, but they also have their own ninjas, and their strength is very strong. This is also the reason why even the local nobles do not want to provoke them. After the information in the villagers' mouths, the source also developed a strong curiosity about this small empty mountain cottage. Thanks to this, Xiaokong Cottage has a relatively friendly relationship with the surrounding villages. This also led to the fact that the source of them was very easy and mixed in. As soon as I came in, the most direct feeling was that the people here were very healthy. It is a stark contrast to the heads of other villages. And it is completely different from the impression that the bandits are chaotic and dirty. In this village, both sanitation and house planning are very neat and clean. There are constant hawkers on the streets, bustling pedestrians, their faces full of happiness. Children chase and play, and adults laugh and chat. All of this reveals that the people here are doing well. Yuan once thought that what he entered was not some thief's den, but a certain peach orchard secret realm. Strange. It's so weird. This cottage is too perverse. Why has a good one, the den of thieves, become a harmonious and beautiful village? It's really strange, Brother Yuan. Look, what are the vendors there? The hand pointed to an old man who sold snacks. The old man had gray hair, kind eyebrows, and fried balls with a smile. Opposite the old man was a 7 or 8-year-old girl, who had big watery eyes and looked very cute. Grandpa, give you money. The little girl's voice is sweet and sticky, with Mikato-sama. Forward. The type is different and belongs to another style. Ha ha ha, little princess, you don't want money for meatballs. The grandfather didn't even look at it. The money given by the little girl, smiled and handed the fried balls to the little girl. The little girl smiled sweetly, without much surprise, and accepted the kindness of the grandfather. Jumped and walked away happily. Come on, the boss will bring us too. He pulled out 2 copies of the money and handed them over. I don't know how, as long as the old man sees the child, he is very happy. The kind old man took the money and said softly, okay, good, right away, little doll, you wait. And then seriously, I made croquettes. Looking at the old man's skillful movements, waiting for the source, he asked curiously, Grandpa, how long have you been doing this? The old man worked with a smile and took the time to reply, Old man, I have been working for 20 years this year. When he heard 20 years old, he was not yet 10 years old, and he was surprised and praised, Grandpa, you are really good, you have been working for 20 years. The old man waved his hand and smiled kindly. Ha ha ha, old man, I just fried balls for 20 years, what's so powerful about this? Our boss is powerful. Yuan was interested, and quickly asked, we are in charge, how is it a powerful method? It seems that this is not the first time that the old man has been asked this question. Suddenly, the old man was inexplicable, a trace of pride flashed, and his waist was straight. Little dolls, it's thanks to you that you asked the old man and me, if you ask others, I'm afraid they won't be able to tell. The old man's cloudy eyes became clear at this moment, and a story was slowly told by him. More than 20 years ago. The old man's story is very long, but from his proud expression and clear eyes, it can be seen that it is very wonderful. Roughly speaking, More than 20 years ago, when the Xiaokong Mountain Cottage was still a den of thieves, those bandits did not say that there was no evil, that was also lawless. But one day, our boss, Lord Narahim, came here. She could not bear the suffering of our thieves, so she stood up with a weak body. It's just that her strength alone is limited and she can't defeat the mountain thieves. But the old man and these Qian leaders were moved by Huaji and joined her crusading team, and everyone united, and it took more than a year to finally defeat the mountain thief. And after defeating the mountain thief, Lord Huaji did not leave, but said, the mountain thief cannot be beaten, and the strong himself will not be bullied. In order to protect them, Lord Narahim took them and settled down in Kokushin. At the beginning of that period, Xiaokong Mountain could be described as a desert. It was they who were in charge and personally led everyone to clear land and farm, and also to fend off other gangsters. It can be said that at that time, it was the most difficult time in Xiaokong Mountain. But soon, they established a small empty village and gained a foothold. After another period of development, and now they have a small empty village, there are already thousands of people. In short, the story is very difficult and tortuous, enthusiastic and inspirational. In the old man's proud words, let the source of their blood boil. Soon the balls were fried, and the old man handed them to the two who were still unfinished. How about it? The big boss is a godlike figure, powerful. Without her, old man, I'm afraid I would have starved to death somewhere, ha ha ha. At this moment, a guard covered in blood stumbled over. Enemy attack. There is an enemy attack. Informed the big boss quickly. The guard was very conscientious, dragging his badly injured body and doing his best to warn until he fainted completely. Soon, in the tallest building of Xiaokong Mountain Cottage, a thin and tall figure arrived quickly. Carefully lift the wounded guard. The confused guard, seeing the person coming, his face instantly relaxed, said laboriously, and then fainted again with grief and indignation. It's the bandit army. There are so many ninjas coming. The brothers are all dead. Soon, behind the thin and tall man, a group of strong men with weapons immediately said anxiously, Lord, don't steal. What happened? Holding the guard's thief, he checked the guard's injuries, and he said angrily, he nanas, hurry up and block the gate of the village. The army of bandits raised by the bitch is here again. After a simple command, a beautiful middle-aged woman, shining with fierce flames in her majesty, rushed over with a group of people in flames. Seeing the thief, he quickly asked, what happened? Bullet and thief simply explained the matter, and then ran to the gate with him. At the same time, there were also a few mountain thieves, very loud, banging large gongs on the street, pulling their throats and shouting, Level 2 guard. Level 2 guard. Everyone is back home and is staying. Level 2 guard. After the security training, come and assemble. The cottage is not big, plus they preach orderly. After a while, everyone who should go home went home. All that remains on the street are well-trained thieves. And, of course, overwhelmed and hand-beating too. But soon, they were treated like children who went the wrong way. A rough man, crouched down. Try your best to say in a gentle voice, little brothers, are you scared? Then with a firm gaze, he said with conviction, it's okay. Trust Narahim-sama, she can handle it. Encountering this kind of thing is beyond their expectations. But the source and the hand, in order not to expose their identities, can only nod and agree. But at this time, the hand hit somehow, and the wind came and said that, Uncle, can I follow you and see what happened? I also want to give my part for Xiaokong Jai. At this moment, the eyes of the hand were full of blood. Maybe the uncle was moved by the blood of the hand beating, maybe the uncle was very gentle. In short, the source and the hand beating also followed to the gate of the village. Walled gate. It is a steep and dangerous place, and it is also the only way to enter the village. At this time, a group of more than 100 samurai had gathered below, and at the front of the team were no less than 20 ninjas. Judging from the guardian patterns of these ninjas, these are the ninjas of Kusanagi village. The leader is also a Kusanagi, named Ruffian, who is the upper shinobi of Kusanagi village, and I don't know what happened, and came here. At this moment, he was below, righteous Ling rants nonsense. The Qian leaders of Xiaokong village, we are noble lords, and the bandit army sent is a friendly army to save you. You know what? Your bandit leader, Huaji. There is no pardon for many evils, but she is a great evil. You guys quickly tie up the thief leader Huaji, we nobles are kind to others, and we don't want to kill more. I think you can still save and save. Hurry up and open the door, welcome me and wait to take over your cottage. But no matter how he fooled nonsense, the Qian Shao and the mountain thieves of Xiaokong Mountain were all unmoved, and even wanted to laugh. At this time, a small mountain thief really couldn't hold back. He doesn't vomit or be unhappy. Sneered, and said sarcastically, shut up, USHH, how is our big boss Lord Huaji? We don't need to be evaluated by outsiders like you. The people in our village, isn't that one favored by Lord Deo Huaji? Without Lord Huaji, we would have long ago not known which horn to starve to death in. A small mountain thief said what other mountain thieves had in their hearts, and other mountain thieves also agreed. Yes, we, Lord Huaji, why are we so heinous? We are mountain thieves, but what we do is much better than what you call the regular army. Ha! If it weren't for Lord Huaji, I'm afraid the surrounding villages would have been squeezed clean by you. The matter of Xiaokong Mountain, these grass ninja may not be clear, but those native samurai are clear. This made their clamors suddenly weaken. This has not yet started a war, but I did not expect my own side. Mocking people cannot be mocked, and cursed in a low voice. Waste. Since the reason does not make sense, then just spray. And as soon as it started, those samurai gangsters who usually bully men and women suddenly came to power. They're good at this. But when it comes to scolding, these mountain thieves who have not read books are also not showing weakness. Suddenly, at the gate of the village, there was a lot of noise. At this time, Huaji also came to the wall, his majestic complexion. In a trash talk, there was no wave. But after the mountain thieves noticed Huoji, they were embarrassed to put out the fire. It's just that the bandit army, seeing that the other side was silent, thought that they were afraid, and they became more and more arrogant. Don't look at the current Huaji, his expression is sad or joyless. In fact, her temper is very short-tempered. She slammed the door of the house angrily and said with great majesty, "Who is it, dare to violate my Xiaokong mountain cottage?" Huaji has a domineering air of self. In an instant, the filthy words of the bandit army were expelled clean. Seeing the arrival of the right lord, he laughed viciously and said, "Just your name is Huaji, right? For you this time, we have more than 100 samurai and more than 20 ninjas, including 3 middle ninja and 1 upper ninja. Uncle Ben has a good heart, and he can't see anyone die. Now Uncle Ben, give you 2 choices. The first one, you immediately open the gate of the wall, obediently surrender and let us go in and receive it. The second one, that's us slaughtering the village." The 2 words of Tuzai deliberately accentuated the tone. In the face of ruffian's arrogance, Huoji's body trembled with anger. However, the majestic eyebrows were twisted deadly, and his face was extremely solemn. The bandit army below, especially the 20 or so ninjas who stood at the front and were extremely eye-catching. She couldn't help it, and her heart clicked. There are more than 20 ninjas. Ninja. The image left on her is too profound. A few years ago, when Kokuzen was not a ninja, the bandit army came once. Originally, Xiao Kongshan had an absolute advantage, but because the other party had a ninja existence, no one on his side could match it. In that battle, his own small empty village could be described as heavy losses, and dozens of people were killed in a row. Fortunately, everyone united, exhausted his chakra with human lives, and finally won miserably. It is precisely because of this that Narahim also deeply understands that the strength of ninjas is incomprehensible. Ninjas can only be defeated with ninjas. Also, after this, she continues to cultivate her own ninjas, and will also intentionally hire and take in some wandering ninjas. Huaji had been pondering for too long, and he had to urge, "Narahim, our patience is limited." Urged by Kusanagi Shinobi, Huaji clenched his fists tightly and made up his mind to say angrily, "Just because of you, you also want to threaten my Xiaokong mountain. What about ninjas? We have it too." With Narahim's words, several people dressed as ninjas came out and stood behind Narahim. Half of these ninjas are ninjas that she has personally cultivated in recent years, and although their strength is relatively average, there are also 10 people. Originally, there were many hired ninjas. It's a pity that a few days ago, the 3 leaders insisted on robbing the caravan, resulting in all the damage. And even that, the newly recruited powerful sand ninja, has disappeared. Now there are only about 10 people left. It's a shame that this 3-in-chief, I don't know if we have long stopped doing the business of robbing money. Huaji was annoyed in his heart, and he was even more dissatisfied with the mischief of the 3 masters. The other side. Huaji's attitude was tough, which he didn't expect. However, he didn't care. For the information of the Xiaokong mountain cottage, he had already learned in advance in the mouths of their 3 masters. In their village, almost all the powerful ninjas died in the battle a few days ago. Now in the entire village, there are only those who have the strength left, and there are 2 brothers who do not steal and do not steal. And those hired ninjas. It doesn't have to be anyone's person, As for the other so-called ninjas, in his opinion, they were just a bunch of things. Good, good. Since you don't eat the toast, then eat the penalty bar. Ruffian words, like a signal. In the forest, a woman in a cloak walked out with a strange smile. Huaji chuckled in her heart, with a sense of foreboding. Hurrah! Don't do it yet. The words came out. Huaji's brains were as if they had been hammered hard by a heavy hammer, buzzing. Because this voice is all too familiar to them. It's their 3 masters. Be careful. Narahim secretly said something bad in his heart, and reminded him loudly, those hired ninjas who originally stood behind Narahim were after receiving orders. A large number of them, towards Huaji and his 2 guards, rushed up and sneaked up. Fortunately, Huaji reacted extremely quickly and reminded him in time. Don't steal and don't steal the 2, this is a little guarded, but only to avoid fatal injuries. Ugh, aha. With 2 screams, the 2 were seriously injured and fell to the ground. At this time, the ninjas on the Narahim side also reacted. Against the traitor, it is a full output, and at the same time protects the two people of Huaji and the seriously injured bulletin thief and no steel behind him. Then there are the reacting thieves, who cooperate with their ninja and defeat the traitor ninja. Mistress, how dare you betray the village and betray us? I should have killed you a long time ago. The third man's backstab made Huaji very angry, but compared with the anger in his heart, Huaji's face was even more ugly, because the ruffians below have already led the bandit army to attack the village. Internal worries. Foreign aggression. Small empty village danger. Now the scene is extremely chaotic, and the bandits are fighting one by one. But in this chaotic scene, there are two villains among them. Forward, touch the fish. Brother Yuen, why are they fighting? Hands hit on their heads and draw circles, do not understand why, do not agree with a word, a battle occurs. This is a social matter, children inquire less. This is the first time that Handfight has gone out of the village, and the first time he has seen such a fierce battle. It can be said that he has never killed anyone, and he still does not understand the cruelty of this world. But it's good to mess up. Just in time to allow yourself, take advantage of the chaos to find goods. Separated from several doppelgangers, Jenny Handfight ran directly to the stockade, carpet-like search for their goods. Soon, though, they were disappointed. Inside the small empty village, not only are there no goods from them, but there is not even a shadow of the goods. Maybe it was hidden by Huoji, maybe it was not in Xiaokong village at all. It's not in the Xiaokong cottage, so where did the goods go? Just as Yuan was thinking about where the goods were going, the battle on the side of the bandits also fell into white heat. Why should we look for the goods ourselves? Why can't we go to them and ask? Makes sense, good idea. When Geniki heard it, he felt reasonable. After appreciating the hand fight, he came again, and the battle was very fierce. On the side of the bandit army, although the number and ninja strength are superior, the bandit side also makes the bandit army throw rats with the help of the location. However, the advantage is still on the side of the bandit army. Because their grass is forbearing, they are still watching the battle from the sidelines, and they have not yet made a move. On the other hand, on the side of Huoji, the bandits have almost made their cards clear. The source wanted to go up and ask, where did the goods of their caravan go? But he also felt that now was not the time. He has some people who want to help the thief, but he has no reason to make a legitimate move, so he is waiting to watch the play. How to put it that, war is a war song of blood and fire. I haven't seen it before, just listening to it, the source feels that the battle song of blood and fire is quite poetic and rotten, but it's happening right now. It's quite disgusting. Fresh internal organs and fresh blood, mixed with the fishy stench, rushed straight to the human heavenly spirit cover. There is also the smell of gun smoke and burnt meat in the air, which is very disgusting. This is a sensory pollution that has no dead ends in all directions, which is extremely unsuitable. Kusanagi Shinobu, the initiator of this battle, the leader of the bandit army, ruffian. I felt that the battle was not fierce enough. The enemy has not yet completely despaired. He decided to add another fire to this battle. The three masters, I heard that there are a lot of good things in that batch of goods. We helped you extinguish Huoji, then in the small empty village, you will be the big master. I'm sure you won't chill us. A good friend's heart, right? Ruffian squinted his gaze and looked at the three masters greedily, but with disdain at the corners of his mouth. His words contained deep meaning. This three-headed family naturally knows the meaning of ruffian. I also know that I can't keep those good things alone. So she smiled and said, naturally. That's natural. Half of the good things in this shipment I am ready to come to honor you. Ruffian still sneered, and said lightly, just half? The three leaders quickly corrected Lyokan, oh no, probably. 80% are filial piety. It wasn't until he heard Bachin that his brows stretched out and he said in a commanding tone, bring 10 copies of that miracle medicine. Although she was ordered to make the three masters very dissatisfied, but now that she is under the roof, she can only grit her teeth and swallow. But in her heart, she secretly told herself, when I take control of Xiao Kongjai, I will make you, the dog, repent of your current behavior. Soon, 10 bottles of magic medicine were brought over. Excitedly, he recalled several of his subordinates and ordered them to drink the magic medicine. Suddenly, the subordinates who drank the magic medicine skyrocketed one by one. The physical fitness has directly increased tenfold. Yes, this miracle medicine is the reckless potion in the source system. The changes on this side suddenly attracted their attention. Looking, his own potion was used by others. Source for the first time, the brain is confused. What's the situation? Own reckless potions, how? Will it be in the hands of these bandit troops? But it was doomed, and no one answered the source's doubts. At the same time, those ninjas who added buffs joined the battle. The mountain thieves could no longer compete with it, and even the gate was broken by the ninja with buff added, and it was broken abruptly with ninjutsu and brute force. Every buff ninja is like a big boss. The thieves, one by one, weak, like chickens, were thrown around. The huge gap in strength allows the bandits despair. But despite this, they did not retreat alone. They are like desperate moths, constantly pounced on the invincible ninja boss. The gentle and kind man who advised the source to go home before is now in tears. Last battle. It is also a bandit army and a powerful ninja boss. His brother, his father, let him live well. They resolutely rushed forward as if they were dead, knowing that they could not defeat the enemy, and they also knew that they were likely to die. But they have more important things to guard than life. That's the little empty village. Although my father and brother sacrificed, he was proud of them, because they are heroes. He burst into tears, very excited. Now it's his turn to be this hero. After a short thought, Yuan also figured out all kinds of things. He also decided not to be an indifferent bystander anymore. Their own goods, 9 times out of 10, were robbed by the 3 masters. How do you say that? The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Having made up his mind, Genbu didn't spare anymore. A man who stopped him, rough on the outside, but actually very gentle on the inside, said, "Wait first." The gentle man directly braked sharply, although with doubts, but still gently admonished. "It's dangerous here, you guys hurry up and find a place to hide." After the admonition, he carried the large knife again and prepared to rush forward. Seeing that the situation was urgently unable to be stopped, the source did not explain much, and pulled him again, without a word of nonsense. "Drink him, you can become stronger." The big man did not suspect, drank a bottle in one breath, and instantly discovered the changes in his body. But turn back. The small figure of the source disappeared. He smirked and raised his knife again to kill. After the bandit army entered the village, the battlefield was even more chaotic. Along the way, it was also very atmospheric, and when he saw the fighting thief, it was a bottle of reckless man for him to pour. Soon, Genwei in hand came to the wall. "Huaji and them, the situation is very critical." Shangnan, whose name is Ruffian, personally took the elite and the 3 masters to block Huaji on the wall. "The battle is settled. You lost, Lord Narahim. Hey, stinky bitch, where is the usual disgusting indifferent and hypocritical look? Hey, it's really pleasant to look at your uncomfortable appearance." The bandit army had mocking smiles on their faces. "Don't steal and don't steal." Huaji's strongest guard, one is worse than the other. One leg was broken, and he was also hit hard in the chest, and at this moment he was spread on the ground, wanting to speak, but blood bubbles kept bubbling in his mouth. It is simply a miracle that the thief has been stabbed 3 times in the stomach and is not dead. There were other ninja subordinates who died directly and were lucky. For the rest, they were ordered by Hohame to stand behind her. Originally, it was subordinates who protected the leader, but their strength was too weak, and they could only stand behind her. Now Huaji looks tragic, her weak body is in the front, and all her subordinates are protected by her, facing enemies like rich wolves alone. Although the clothes looked embarrassed, Huaji's face was still very solemn and powerful. "Let your people stop." Huaji's majestic voice was unquestionable. With just one sentence, most of the bandit army was calmed. However, as a ruffian who was a shinobi, he was unmoved, and even sneered, "By what? That's it." Huaji's momentum did not weaken in the slightest. From his arms, he took out a piece of detonation talisman paper, and Chakra was ready to start it at any time. Seeing the detonation charm, Ruffian's face changed greatly and he was shocked. Detonation charm. Immediately, he instantly turned around and opened a safe distance. After reaching a safe distance, his face showed sarcasm again. "Hee, is this your backhand? If you take it out the moment you take it out, it will detonate, and you may still hurt me. Now, it's late." Unexpectedly, Huaji's face was solemn and panicked. In the face of the ruffian's ridicule, Huaji was not only calm, but even laughed maniacally and replied sarcastically, "Ha. Do you think that saving you from these few steps back will be safe? Ridiculous. Amusing. I, Huaji, have been running Xiaokong Mountain for more than 20 years, don't I have any backhand? Is it possible?" At this moment, the gate of the small empty village has long been buried by me with the detonation charm, and in my hand, what you see, it is not an ordinary detonator. It's a detonation charm. As soon as I activate the mother talisman, not to mention your current position, the entire small empty village will be destroyed in the explosion. The bandit army changed drastically. They came to fight, not to die. Although most of them are cannon fodder, they don't want to be killed senselessly. For a time, the army of bandits was in turmoil, and the knife in his hand was a little unable to hold. On the other hand, the mountain thieves, hearing the news that jade and stone can be burned, their morale is outrageously high. It's worthy of being a big master, it's really powerful. Yes. Our small empty village will never be a slave. Kill the intruder. Xiao Kongzai will never be a slave. Kill the intruder. Xiao Kongzai will never be a slave. The injured mountain thief roared with all his strength, and the impassioned spirit of dying made people's blood boil. Mountain thieves have no cowardice. The bandit army has. Many gangster warriors with weak psychological quality have already been frightened. They threw away their weapons and ran outside desperately. The ruffian's face was very gloomy, tilted his head and said something cold. Retreat kills. A shuriken flashed, and the deserter fell to the ground in response. Hwaji, you are good. Say your request. It didn't detonate immediately, which shows that you don't want to burn the jade. Say your request. It didn't detonate immediately, which shows that you don't want to burn the jade. The ruffian's words made the thieves' excitement instantly sluggish. A terrible thought rose from their minds. Indeed, that's all I ask for. Let my subordinates leave safely, or we will all die together. As soon as these words came out, the ruffian's face was gloomy and terrible. Those mountain thieves, their faces also changed greatly, and they loudly stated their attitude. Nope, we're not going anywhere. Where the big boss is, we are. Never let the big boss be alone. I'm sorry, big boss, this order, please forgive me for not being able to obey it. The faces of the bandits were full of determination, and none of them were timid. This moment, Hwaji looked at her resolute faces, her majestic eyes, and she couldn't help but tremble her red eyes. You guys, this bunch of idiots. Suddenly, opportunity. The ruffian, who had been sneering on the side, secretly rejoiced in his heart. The figure blurs into a shadow. Just for a moment. Taking advantage of it, Hwaji's eyes were hazy for a moment, and he burst out. With one sword, Hwaji's hand holding the mother talisman was chopped off. Although Hwaji has chakra, her talent is extremely limited, and she is only ordinary shinobi. Although she had tried her best to guard against it, the huge gap in strength, coupled with her moment, there was a hole in her state of mind. Kusanagi village is small, and their ninja are also very watery, but the ruffian is also a shinobi. Upper patience to lower patience is originally hanging, not to mention such a good opportunity. Ruffian, if he doesn't dare to make a decisive move, then he doesn't deserve it, and he becomes a superior forbearance. After doing all this, catching Narahim's severed hand, a cruel smile broke into the corner of his mouth. Hilala hip hop, Hwaji has to say, you have done enough preparation. Almost, it turned you over. It's a pity that you still overlooked a little. That is, you don't know anything about the strength of powerful ninjas. Hilala hip hop, it's gone. Hwaji, who had a broken arm, did not care about the pain, gritted his teeth, and his eyes widened angrily. As the ruffian said, she really has no other backhand. She suppressed her anger and pain, and did not say cruel words, but her brain frantically thought of a way. Yes. Even if she was seriously injured, she still did not give up. She was still thinking about how to save her subordinates. Ruffian is also slightly strange. Now that this is the case, Hwaji is still so calm? This is very wrong. What else does she rely on? Before, Hwaji threatened with the detonation charm, and the jade was burned, and now no one dares to despise her. This time he was more cautious. In the eyes of the mountain thieves, the killing intent was about to overflow. He kicked Hwaji's lower abdomen, and asked viciously, Hehe, you dare to threaten Lao Tzu? You still want me to let your subordinates go? But no matter how he beat Hwaji, Hwaji still looked angry with gritted teeth. Narahim didn't react, he couldn't figure it out. Immediately, he had a flash of inspiration and playfulness, shrugged his shoulders with a broken arm and laughed. He hop, good. Didn't you want me to let your subordinates go? As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me. You snort one. I'll put one. What do you think? Isn't it a good deal? Sure enough, when he heard the opportunity, let the other party let his subordinates go. Holding his lower abdomen, Hwaji, who was twisted in pain, trembled his body and struggled to get up. Spit out the blood in his mouth, Hwaji gritted his teeth and glared viciously, without a trace of emotion. What you said is true? When he heard that Hwahame wanted to kneel down to his hateful enemy in order to protect their lowly ones, the mountain thieves are all trembling in their hearts. Don't, Narahim-sama. We will never kneel. Lord Narahim, we are all willing to follow you. Don't secretly open his eyes angrily, the back-groove teeth have been crushed a few, and he said sadly and indignantly. This is also the voice of the bandits. After 20 years under the leadership of Hwaji, they have lived like human beings. Having seen the light, let them kneel as livestock first, they would rather die. The subordinates who were protected by Hwahame could no longer obey Hwahame's orders. They stepped forward to hold Hwaji, who was about to kneel, with a determined look on his face. Who is born not to die? You understand that the big boss wants to protect their hearts, but you must also understand them and want to protect your heart. Big boss, how can death be so terrible? It's scary without you. We won't leave, so let us fight side by side again in the end. Hwaji, who was kicked just now, was so painful that it exploded, and did not shed tears, did not know why at the moment, and he could no longer control it drop by drop. Before, after she knew that she couldn't win, she had been thinking about how to keep the lives of her subordinates. But she kept ignoring the thoughts of her subordinates. Her subordinates, those mountain thieves, never thought of leaving her to live secretly. If the boss is like this, what can they ask for? If her subordinates are like this, what can she ask for? At this moment, her eyes were clear and firm, as if she had returned to the war 20 years ago. Kill! At this moment, their bodies were more relaxed than ever. Kill! Two killing words, the figures coincided. After having something more important than being alive. No matter how clever and selfish people are, they will voluntarily die generously. Last time, relying on the strong momentum of unity, they defeated the mountain bandits and created miracles. This time, they are facing a ninja, a powerful ninja, and it is a fool's dream to create a miracle again. Suddenly, in Huaji's mind, a little boy's voice sounded. She also roared in unison, people who believe in miracles are as great as miracles themselves. Then, all the bandits, all burned up, rushed towards the bandit army who were still confused, savagely. It's a ninja at the moment. You have to be afraid of these mortals. How do you say that? If your civilization grovels me, I will show you the pride of barbarism. Caught off guard. The bandit army was really suppressed by the bandits. And when the bandit army reacted, they found that among the thieves, a group of reckless men with great strength appeared. Ordinary samurai are not their opponents at all. And those ninjas, although they can fight, their number is limited. A ninja against a reckless man, the ninja wins. But what about one ninja versus two reckless men? What about the four reckless men? Will they still be able to win at this point? What's more, the word reckless at this moment is not the name of the potion, but describes the state of the mountain thieves at this moment. The appearance of the reckless man made the ruffian's face darken by a point, and one after another reckless men appeared, and the ruffian's face had become gloomy. He set his gaze on the culprit of all this, Huaji. Brother Yuan, look at these thieves, how fierce. The source is also hard to hide the shock. He also didn't expect that the mountain thieves drank the reckless potion and quacked so fiercely. But this is good, Yuan will smile heartily, thinking that these mountain thieves are more and more interesting. Not good. On the other side, Genjutsu keenly discovered that the Kusanagi shinobu called Ruffian had a gloomy and terrifying face, and his eyes were looking at Hwahame viciously. Without any hesitation, Genkaku turned into a black flash, and in an instant it was in front of Hwaji. The ruffian in the instant was kicked out. The ruffian looked horrified and exclaimed, "What man?" After rolling on the ground a few times and pulling away several positions, the ruffian stood up and looked at the origin seriously. Sand Shinobu? At this moment, they had already replaced the Kanaha forehead on their forehead with the Sand Shinobu forehead. He originally disdained to resist this hand beating, but after being knocked on a few big red envelopes and being educated by the source, he accepted it. The original words of the source say so. The eldest husband lies between heaven and earth, how can he show his true face at will? Genk remembers that villains often die of talking too much. And in this world, where the protagonist has not yet been born, it can be said that you and I are villains. Since you have shot the enemy, you must destroy the enemy by thunderous means. Ha! Genjin sneered, threw phantoms with both hands, and countless shurikens flew, forming his signature killing formation. Shuriken kill. Of course, some ordinary ninjas may be okay with these coping and dealing with them, but the other party is a good ninja. Although the shuriken flew around, it was very fancy, but it could not hurt the slightest. However, Genjin didn't think that he could kill the formation with a shuriken and solve the superior shinobi. Among the flying shurikens, there were several specially styled shurikens that flashed a black light secretly. Then, Genmen appeared there. With him, there was also a fatal slash. Caught off guard, the ruffian still wanted to block, but the brain's command was issued. His eyes widened, a blood slit appeared, and the large watermelon fell crookedly and landed. The battle is over. The source was also stunned. Ha! Is Kusanagi so watery? But after being vigilant for a while, after feeling the hot springs sprayed by the headless corpse, the source also had to accept this fact. But if the grass is not so watery, it will not be like this. The death was really sloppy, just like that. He was beheaded by his own little patients, and a knife. Ha! Genjin smiled, and kept complaining in his heart, Kusanagi garbage and the like. If the White Fang were here, I'm afraid it would already be creepy. Their family slash, even if the 6 old men came, he had to hide. And the source he first charged the slash, and then at the moment of the slash, he used the flying thunder god to teleport in front of the enemy. This caught off guard, not to mention that it was ordinary patience, even if Ban Yi came, he had to eat a knife before leaving. Terrifying. If the reader does not understand, then take a chestnut. Zhang Ziya's big move, although the damage is high, but the front swing is very long, and it is not good to hit. But what if he flashes? This set of play of the source is like this. It is to use the flying thunder god as a flash. After Yuan was stunned, it was the turn of the bandits to be stunned. But after the atmosphere froze for a few seconds, Source's chuckle caused everyone to erupt directly. However, unlike the mountain thieves, the ecstasy that broke out was different. The bandit army erupted with a burst of panic. Everyone threw away their armor and ran out. Joke. On his own side, the strongest relying on the leader Shang Ninja, in the hands of a child on the other side, could not even hold up for a round. And even those, ordinary reckless mountain thieves, can't beat them. What else to fight here? Waiting to be split up? The advanced layout of the source, and the neat shot, scared the courage of the bandit army. Ah! Monsters! Monster! Help, save me! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! At this moment, the mountain thieves who have been suppressed for a long time have no mercy from their subordinates. Bloodthirsty chases after victory. Huaji also reacted quickly, stood in the most conspicuous position of the walled gate, and roared loudly, "Brothers and sisters, don't let them run! Those who descend do not kill!" The two voices not only greatly boosted morale, but also issued the appointment in time. With the order, the bandits were extremely efficient. And after receiving the verbal promise that the surrenderer will not kill, the resistance intention of those bandit troops has also been significantly weakened. Soon, one by one, the bandit army was controlled. The battle is over. The bandits of the small empty village showed incredible joyful smiles on their faces. Originally fighting, they are all ready to lose and die. What they didn't expect was, a little boy suddenly appeared, not only giving them strength, but also killing the leader of the other party. But anyway, they won. Xiaokong Mountain once again worked wonders. The battle is set. The old and weak women and children who hid in the house and kept observing the battle endured the joy of the rest of their lives. At this moment, one by one, they all put the basins, towels, water, wine, food, etc. in the house. All taken out. They find their men, fathers, friends, and even enemies who usually look at each other unfavorably. They were carefully examined and bandaged wounds. The soldiers laughed heroically, and the women and children one by one, with red eyes, but also had a smile on their faces. "Dad, you're just so powerful. Fight the enemy and fall into the water. When I grow up, I must also become a powerful man like my father. Protect the small empty village." A little friend of a few years old, in front of his father, constantly waving his fist into the air. Good. The calf can definitely become a man as powerful and brave as his father. The thief named Daniil looked relieved and touched the calf's head and affirmed. The woman listened to the boastful appearance of the big bull, and without smiling, the smile was like a flower in the first bloom, pure and beautiful. The corners of Daniil's mouth hooked, his eyes were slightly moist, and at the same time he secretly said in his heart, "For your smile like this, I just died in battle, and it was worth it." In addition to big bulls, there are also big tigers and big bears. And the other side. The bandits who died in the battle, their families and friends, looked at the captives with fierceness in their eyes. Some can still suppress the grief, but some are completely explosive. A woman who looked like a thief with a fierce face carrying a knife. Holding a dying thief in his arms, he cried to the sky with his eyes torn shed. "Two dogs! Didn't I ask you to follow me? Why are you? Why? Hold me back! My second son!" The man called Urguzi in the arms of the fierce woman coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were full of tenderness. Although she was forced and captured by her back then, she didn't say anything about her goodness. And he was also very glad that he could come to Xiaokong Mountain. After so many years of marriage, he really liked the days when he was protected by her. "That shuriken is so fierce, what if it hurts you? In your belly." But there are two little dogs. The second dog laboriously used his hands to pet the woman at the end. But this hand is in the air, but it can't be lifted. Only finally, when it fell, did the woman put his hand on her face. The man finally smiled and stopped moving. The woman's heart was about to explode, and the pain like suffocation struck. A long time later, the fierce woman who slowed down had unparalleled killing intent on her body, making the summer air freeze with ice slag. She carried the knife, like a demon from hell, and walked towards the captive step by step. Came to the time when Gensek killed Kusanagi Shinobu and Narahim shouted out that the descendant would not kill. Killed the source of the other party's boss, and took those little brothers away in a wave. It's a family. It's called a family. Do everything. Genjin came to Hohame again, with a pixie-like expression that saw gold. "Yay! Are you Fireheim? Great! That's great! Look at you, your hands are broken. It hurts." Then the figure flashed, and came again, with several knives inserted in his body, and gave a thumbs up in front of the dying not stealing body. "Wow! You're so fierce! After inserting so many knives, it is not dead. What a bull! Not stealing is an acute son, and when the source said so, the old blood that he finally suppressed was directly spewed out. "Are you human?" Genjin quickly dodged away, afraid of being splashed. Came to the front of Bullet and Steel again, looked at his sunken chest, shook his head and said in shock, "Moisture. It's not easy for you to survive until now. At this moment, if you don't steal, you can't stand it, and you pass out when you roll your eyes." The other mountain thieves looked straight and frowned. If they couldn't beat him, they would have smoked him in the morning. Although Narahim understood that Genjin might not be hostile, he made his subordinates vomit blood one after another, and she couldn't bear it anymore. "Little brother." But before she could speak, the corners of Gen's mouth curved, and he turned out a mud-colored ball from his body, raised it high and shouted, "Everyone! I've seen it! Uchiha source, have a medicine that can heal wounds, remove old diseases, live the dead, and flesh and bones. I don't know everyone, whether you are interested, the current friendship price, only 300,000 taels." Huaji was first stunned, then surprised, and then ecstatic. In the eyes of ordinary mountain thieves, the mud balls taken out by the source, they will also kick. Isn't it just that I haven't showered in months? However, Narahim knows that there are many magical things in this world. Isn't it medicine for the living dead, flesh and bones? There must be. What's more, that young man's strength is extremely strong, and if he wants money to grab it directly, there is no need to cheat at all. So without any hesitation, Huaji respectfully said loudly, "Please sir, quickly save my 2 subordinates, I will give the medicine money now." The 2 words of Mr. indicate Huaji's attitude. Receiving an affirmative answer, the source did not take the money first. The point is that those 2 are really dying. If he died early, wouldn't the medicine be sold? Wouldn't that mean making less money? Isn't that a loss of money? I shot like this, and I actually lost money. Wouldn't that be a great wrongdoer? No way. Absolutely not. Genjin slapped the unconscious and didn't wake up secretly, and before he scolded, he threw the leg-stretching and glaring pill into his throat and left him alone. Immediately, he came to the side of the thief again, pulled out the knives one by one, and started violently in shock, spewing out a large mouthful of blood. Taking advantage of the moment he inhaled, Genji glared at the pill and threw it into the same place in the same way. When he was done, he clapped his hands and stretched out his hand towards Huaji. "Okay, give money." Behind him, he didn't steal the 2, first he was almost choked to death, and then under the strong survival instinct. They struggled frantically and sprayed blood, but after a while, they felt that the originally shaky vitality was rapidly replenishing. Quickly stopped spraying blood, Muleng stood up, his eyes were full of surprise, and they were surprised to find that they were actually fine, and they found that their wounds did not even leave scars. This scene also fell into the eyes of Huaji and the mountain thieves, they were stunned one by one. Miracles! Genjin waved his hand to wake up the frozen Huaji, and smiled with a proud look. "The living dead, flesh and bones didn't lie to you, give money. Hey, if you want to pretend to be a fool and pay debts, it is impossible." The little hand of the source shook his senses. Huaji was pleasantly surprised, and excitedly took out a large money bag from his body. It contained all her savings. Immediately, Huaji rushed directly to the 2 people who did not steal, and checked the injuries of the 2. It wasn't until he saw that the 2 of them were okay with his own eyes that Huaji hugged the 2. "Great, it's okay. It's really great." The other mountain thieves also smiled happily. But it's not just the 2 of them. Huaji forced himself to be happy, and asked Genjin very respectfully, "I don't know, sir, do you still have this miracle medicine?" Then, he said cheekily, "I don't know if the adult's medicine will be cheaper wholesale." He was counting the source of the money, and his little hand was stunned. Glancing around, the people on the ground who were seriously injured and dying, his face was a little tangled. According to so many wounded, at least a few hundred. Cheap? Each one is 10,000 yuan cheaper, so isn't it that you have to earn millions less? But, these are also leaks. If they die, will they not be able to earn their money in the future? It's so annoying. Suddenly, the source's clever brain flashed. Yikes! Pregnant! Otherwise, you can make an IOU. I can sell it to you first, and when you have money, how about paying me back? Oh yes, oh who wants interest? Hey, I'm so witty that I don't have to make less money, and I can let them continue to make their own leaks. As soon as these words came out, Huaji was stunned, and then it was a big joy. He just wanted a discount, but he didn't expect that he would give himself a credit. However, years of literacy have made her already overjoyed. This big joy, she didn't show a little. Instead, he looked bitter, as if he nodded helplessly and agreed, and interest. All right, this gesture of Huaji is very useful. Is this what it feels like to take advantage? It's so cool. Even Genjin narrowed his eyes slightly, and the corners of Li's mouth grinned to the root of his ear. Until Huaji stretched out his hand in front of him and asked weakly, "Let's take 100 on credit first, great, person?" It wasn't until he took out 100 and handed them to Huaji that the source got carried away that he calmed down painfully. Soon, the seriously injured thieves, one by one, were rescued. Meanwhile, there was a fierce woman, carrying her big knife, exuding a strong killing intent, and was walking towards the group of captives step by step. And the captives who lost their armor and abandoned their armor were already frightened. Then I saw that the fierce woman like a demon walked step by step with a knife. Many people were frightened by that murderous aura. However, there was no mercy in the eyes of the fierce woman, and she picked up the knife and cut it in the crowd. The fear, anger, and helplessness of the slaughtered are combined with the spraying of blood, coupled with the bloodthirsty and sad cries of the butcher. The pulse is still there. Give him one. With a drop in his belly, the man's eyes widened sharply, and he got up instantly. Inhaling the fresh air vigorously, he finally eased up after a while, frantically looking for a certain figure. 3 cuts. 3 cuts. Where are you? Ergu felt uneasy in his heart, and he didn't know why. He always felt as if he was about to lose something. And he can lose anything, but he can't lose her. That's the woman he protects with his life. 3 Deo, you must be fine. The 2 dogs got up sharply, looking for 3 knives all over the world. A constant call asked. Until, when he was too tired to do it, he didn't find the figure, so he came to the most lively area with his last hope. There it was, the place where prisoners of war were guarded. This moment is also the meeting place of earth and hell. But fortunately, the folk customs of Xiao Kong village are simple, and there is no panic about these bloody scenes. And on the contrary, the fear and death of the enemy made them excited and cheered. Cutting through the crowd, the second dog laboriously walked to the front row. Looking at the 3 knives who turned into a butcher, his eyes turned red all of a sudden. 3 cuts. A voice full of sadness sounded, causing the surrounding crowd to be quiet. Then a crowd of exclamations broke out in the crowd. 2 dogs. Isn't he dead? What the hell? Aren't you dead, dog? Yes, otherwise Sister 3 Deo. How could she be so angry and slash those prisoners with a knife? However, compared to others, the 3 swords, who fell into the state of madness, heard the voice of the 2 dogs. The knife that slashed at the man's head stopped directly at a centimeter distance. Frightened, the man's soul was frightened, and although he was not struck by the knife, he already felt that he had ascended to heaven. 2 Dog? The 3 knives tilted their heads, their faces no longer had any emotion, and tears kept pouring out. 2 dogs. He's dead. Immediately, her complexion immediately became vicious. The prisoner found out that he was not dead, his eyes were instantly full of surprise and rejoicing, and although he did not understand why, he raised hope of living. But before he could climb away, he saw the fierce and vicious woman again, carrying a knife and slashing again. He was desperate again. 3 cuts. Seeing that the 3 knives still found themselves, the second dog raised his voice again and said, the same knife slashed at the prisoner again. Also at the moment before the cut, the 3 knives heard the call of the second dog, and she stayed a few centimeters alive. The captive found out again that he was not dead, and his face reappeared with the rejoicing of the rest of his life. 2 dogs. How can there be a sound of 2 dogs? The lady's consciousness cleared a little, but when she saw the prisoner in front of her again, her killing intent rose again. It's all to blame. You killed my second dog. I want you to be buried. This time, the killing intent is heavier and the knife is faster. But the captive was completely numb. Death could not burst open, he was tired. In just a few seconds, his mood fluctuated, and he felt more tired than his life. Hack me to death. But this time, the second dog couldn't stand. Usually as long as he called 3 knives, she would smile and promise herself. This time she screamed twice, but she still ignored herself, which shows that she has made her more careful. The second dog quickly walked behind the 3 knives and hugged her. Sorry for the 3 cuts. I'm not dead, I'm fine. The other side. Genhe and the 2 of them, who had been extremely respected by Huaji, were invited to the most luxurious building in the village. To Gen's surprise, on the body of the Kusanagi who he killed, he actually found 2 ninjutsu scrolls. One is, Tudun Tulia River. The other is the Tudun Tulun gun. Without any hesitation, Genji learned directly, and used the money he had obtained from raiding the nobles to upgrade them to the master level. Source and hand fighting, here is good to eat and drink, rest can be described as extremely comfortable. Soon after, Huaji quickly settled his own people and cleaned up the battlefield. Came here, received the source and hand hit. The appearance of these 2 mysterious powerhouses here will certainly not be accidental. She had to understand what they were here for. Huaji was still in a state of broken arms at the moment, and she held the sorted list in one hand and handed it to Genjin respectfully. Lord, take a look, here is the details of the miracle medicine consumed this time. A total of 124 pieces were spent, and according to the previous price, 300,000 taels apiece, this is a total of 45 million taels. I have already given 600,000 taels before, that is to say, we still owe 44.4 million taels to adults. I don't know. Sir, when do you want it? Although the source and the hand fight, no matter how you look at it, they are children. But they, whether they saved Xiao Kongjai or saved so many of their own subordinates, Huaji felt that this respect was what they deserved. Source frowned a little. What about this Huaji? A mouthful of adults, how big is it? The hand is big, he knows. What about his own big there? Don't. Bird. Big indeed. Hey, hey, hey. But Yuan still said, okay, don't take a bite of an adult, a mouthful of yours. You're older than me, I'll call you sister. I'm younger than you, so just call me brother. By the way, my name is Source, and that foodie is a hand fight. When Genjin said this, Huaji was overjoyed in her heart, and her impression of Genjin was a little better. There was a plan in her mind, secretly plotting. Okay, that big. Belch. Source, what are you doing in Zyakon-ji? At the mention of business, Yuan was obviously stunned, and with one hand that was not angry, he slapped the small bald head with his hand. You know to eat. I almost forgot to get down to business. Holding his head with grievances, he muttered dissatisfiedly, it's not Brother Yuan, it's not Brother Yuan, it's an eye open to make money. But the hand hit is also a little clever, muttering is only the surface, behind the ground, he has small hands, and he does not stop pulling delicious food into his arms. Huaji only twitched his eyelids as he looked at it, but he was still waiting for the source to speak. After a moment of contemplation, Jinya finally organized the language. Well, we really have something to do here. Your little empty village, did you rob a caravan a few days ago? We're here to get our goods back. One mention of caravanserai. Huaji frowned, his teeth clenched, and he also showed a vicious look. Yuan was a little puzzled, his face became unkind, and asked, what's wrong, are you willing to give? Huaji's face was startled. Oops, gaff. Yuan was not interested in the internal affairs of Xiaokong village, and quickly interrupted Huaji, who was about to talk. Then don't say it, just summarize it in one sentence. Huaji also nodded, this matter is too complicated, it is really difficult to talk about. After thinking for a moment, Huoji said, simply put, our three masters rebelled, and she is the one who robbed your goods, but fortunately, now she has been arrested by us. Put the three in charge, press over. Genjin nodded, he could find someone. Soon. A woman with loose hair was carried over like a chicken boy without stealing a hand. Lord Narahim, people have brought. Yuan's eyes were cold, and he said coldly, call me first. The source did not take care of Huaji and Bullet and Thief, puzzled eyes. Instead, he took care of himself, snatched the grapes he had beaten, and ate the grapes on the chair without spitting out the grape skins. Huaji smiled awkwardly, his eyes signaled that he was not thieves, just don't kill him. A long time later. Huaji had been quiet, sitting on the side, and closed his eyes unbearably looking directly. This former three masters have been blurred by the flesh and blood of the beating. At first, she could still shout and curse, but as time went by, the number of fists increased, and she only begged for mercy. She didn't understand why she kept beating herself if she wanted to die by herself. Is it just to see yourself being beaten? She also didn't understand why she could beat herself up for so long without thieves, and still give herself a breath. Until now, her spirit has completely collapsed. She had never been like this and wanted to die. The weak voice only left 3 words. Kill me. Finally. Eating grapes without spitting out the source of grape skins, I felt that my butt was a little numb, so I slowly spoke. You planned the poisoning? Did you rob the caravan? It's you. Let those ninjas, the extinguishing caravans. At this moment, the three masters no longer have the fierceness they had before, and they have stopped if they don't steal. She had a nervous breakdown, nodded her head and replied wholeheartedly, it was I who poisoned the caravan, I also ordered the caravan, and I also ordered the silence. It's me. It's all me. Please, kill me. Get a clear answer. The source of the fierce chi, poof, came up. Anything else, all left behind. The eyes were fierce, and with a quick punch, it entered her body. You are so daring. Unexpectedly, Sister Mikato was injured so badly. Unexpectedly, let Teacher White Fang almost died. You are so daring, what a big boldness. Yuan punched 2 more times in succession, and everyone was almost beaten by him. But a magical scene happened. The 3 masters who were beaten and the body that was about to swallow their breath actually recovered quickly. Feeling that her life was about to end, she just closed her eyes in satisfaction. She opened her eyes abruptly again, and great pain and vitality actually erupted from her rotten body again. Her dilated pupils contracted sharply, and her face was very frightened. Don't. I don't want it. I don't want to live. Let me die, please let me go, let me go. Jen's face was spattered with blood, he showed bloody teeth, and said in a cold tone, let you go. If I hadn't arrived in time, it would have been my sister Mikato, Shota, brother Qingchun, teacher White Fang, and everyone in those caravans. I'll let you go. If I hadn't arrived in time. Who spared them? Want to die? Can it not work? In the process of source catharsis, the hand hit also angrily, and made up a few feet. For the enemy, any means, hand fighting will not feel excessive. A long time later. The ferocity of the source made Huahame terrified, but they are also thankful, fortunately they did not do it. It wasn't until a long time later that he carefully patted Yuan's shoulder, smiled and comforted, don't blame yourself too much, everyone will be fine. Brother Yuan, we still have tasks, we have to ask where the goods are. Vented his heart because of guilt, and the source was much more relaxed. There is no more, teach the mood of the 3 masters. So he asked, and the robbed goods rose. And at this moment, the 3 masters, the inner line of defense, have long been collapsed in the previous education, and at this moment they basically ask what to answer, and they look broken. Maybe at this time, if someone asks her some strange questions, she will know how to answer them. Soon, the source had all the whereabouts of the goods under control. Without Yuan's instructions, Huaji directly took the initiative to say, "Ha ha ha, Yuan didn't expect that your interrogation methods were so strong. It's just that some are too expensive." Huaji doesn't have any good feelings for that three-headed family, but he felt a little sorry for those miracle medicines, a whole 900,000 taels. The matter was explained by Narahim. After dealing with the matter, Zhenzhe looked at Huaji a little unkindly, and said with a crooked smile, "After dealing with my affairs, then let's talk about how to pay back. I remember, it's 45 million taels, how are you going to pay it back?" After experiencing the means of the source just now, Huaji no longer dares to be careful. Just hearing the numbers, he was also bitter in his heart, but she still weakly corrected, "It's 44.4 million taels." After a little thought, Zhenjin nodded, it seemed to be this number, but he didn't care at all, and continued to ask, 44.4 million taels, how do you plan to pay it back? Huaji's heart was even more bitter. Don't look at the small empty village, there are more than 1,000 households, this money is divided equally, that is, more than 40,002 households. But the small empty village is poor. People in small empty villages, that is, barely, can eat and wear warmth. If you want to say that you have money, you really can't talk about it. This money is really not taken out all at once. Adults, I wonder if I can give a few more days. Gritting his teeth, Huaji handed the 10 million he had just worked hard to put together to Jen, and assured sincerely, "I know that there is not enough here, but this is already the limit of the existence. With a little grace, I'll definitely scrape together the money." Seeing the money, Yuan's face was not good, and he instantly turned smiling and took the money. After counting and sniffing, he said with a smile, "It's good to say, the interest of 110 a month, less than 1 month, is it okay to charge it according to 1 month, right?" Upon hearing the interest, Huaji's eyes widened, and the interest of 110 was this. Usury, you can't put it like this. And plus compound interest. Wouldn't that be true? In half a year, it will double the interest on the principal. Thinking of this layer, Huaji couldn't calm down. No, the interest is too high. No, the interest is too high. Huaji was not calm, and quickly said in a consultative tone, "Oh, is the interest rate of 100 high?" Yuan was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, this mountain thief is a big boss, and he is quite a chicken thief. In an instant, the reaction came to the pit. Since ancient interest, borrow 10 money, 9 out of 13 return. Among them, the interest on the bright side can be described as almost 5%, and the interest of 100 said by the source, that is, the interest of 10%, does not seem to be high, right? But with the second condition, compounding interest every month, it is a bottomless pit. Huaji knew that he was too anxious, and hurriedly snorted, praised Lord Zhen, "Your interest algorithm is really clever. In less than half a year, I'm afraid the arrears of our small empty village will have to double." Debunked, the source also smiled awkwardly, but I admired her even more. Huaji is worthy of being a self-made woman who is a small empty village, but it is not easy to fool. Huaji is worthy of being Huaji, even if he is beautiful, he is still so smart. Who knew that he was praised by the source like this? But Huaji sighed and said, "Don't comfort me, if I were really that good, I wouldn't be single until now. And our little empty village is bitter. A few years ago, we didn't have enough to eat, but these years have been good, and we are also being spied on by all parties. This money, I'm afraid that our small empty village has the intention to return it, but it may not have the opportunity to return it. When I heard about my money, I was afraid that it would be gone," and the source of his face changed greatly. "What? You want to pay the bill?" Knowing that the source had misunderstood, Huaji quickly soothed, No, I mean, this is that the world is about to become chaotic, and Xiaokong Mountain is afraid that it will cease to exist." Speaking of this, Huaji's mind flashed, today's tragic battle. This time I was lucky and met the source, which barely survived the disaster, but what about next time? Will Xiaokong Zai have such good luck? Even the Kusanagi in the east have come here, and it can be imagined that other forces are afraid that they have long begun to prepare for war. Ninjas fight, and the ones who suffer the most, but they are the heads. What you said is not unreasonable, so what should I do? Minamoto held his chin and began to think. Xiaokong Zai owes himself a lot of money. If something happens to them, then no one will pay back. That is, they cannot be allowed to have an accident. That is, you have to make them strong enough so that their money can be stable. Seeing that Zhenjin was thinking according to his own guidance, Huaji pressed the joy in his heart. Narahim hid well, and Zhenbu didn't find it and continued to think. But how do you make them stronger? After pondering for a while, Genji looked at Huame with deep eyes this time, and asked without a trace of emotion or expression, "Huame, what is your ideal?" Huaji was stunned, but she didn't expect it, she didn't understand why, and asked herself like this, but her eyes were light, and she replied seriously, "My ideal is very simple, that is, to protect Xiaokong Mountain and protect the people on Xiaokong Mountain. It's very realistic." Well, It's a nice dream. Source nodded in approval, a pertinent assessment. Immediately Yuan said nonchalantly, guarding, it takes strength. Huaji's heart is very happy, and there is a chance to get the investment of the source. But on the surface, his expression was dark and helpless. Yes, I know. Genjin narrowed his eyes and swallowed the grapes in one gulp. I just want to create an organization, but I wonder if you want to join my organization. Huaji was stunned and looked shocked, and the organization? This was something she didn't expect. What the? I don't want to forget it. Soon. I don't know why, Huaji knows that this is definitely their small empty village, the best opportunity. Without hesitation, he said immediately. Yes, I do. After agreeing, she breathed a sigh of relief before slowly asking. I don't know, what kind of organization are you talking about? What is your name? Yuan touched his chin with a smile and thought about it, saying a word, Xiao. That's right, Xiao. In the previous life of the Hokage world, there was an organization, but it has not been created yet. It just so happened that he could, and snatched his name to use. There is a meaning of dawn and hope. The purpose of Yahiko was to change the country and build a bridge of hope to world peace through people-to-people exchanges. In the Pain period, he wanted to achieve permanent peace through unlimited monthly reading. In short, 2 words, peace. So since it's all for peace, can you earn all your people's money so that the world can no longer have conflicts of interest and achieve true peace? But is the world really in need of peace? Huaji, Xiao? Source, that's right, it's the Xiao organization. I'm going to set up a private organization to help me sell some goods. Sell goods? Huaji's face was shocked again. With a look in his eyes, he asked, those miracle medicines? Genjin shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, that's just a small part. Something even more amazing than that medicine, I have a lot more. Is there any interest? Join the organization, do things for me. Hokihim is overjoyed. It was a great opportunity. She nodded in agreement, and asked weakly, embarrassedly. So, join the organization, do you pay salaries? I don't blame Huaji for being so worldly, after all, she is in debt of more than 30 million taels, but when it comes to wages, the source is also tangled. This one, he really can't set it up. But in his previous life, he remembered that there was a kind of person called capitalists, and they had a common skill, called pie painting. So he drew the cat according to the tiger, and thought, young man, you can't keep thinking about money, I'm in. But just thinking about it, Yuan shook his head and denied it. No. If this comes from the mouth of a 7-year-old child, it will be a little too. And what's there, right? Hokahim. Our organization is still a new organization, our requirements cannot be too high, now it means something. In the future, our organization will become bigger and stronger. Do you think, is money still a problem for us? As long as you work with me well, when the organization goes public, you are all high-level organizations. The organization will not be treated badly, any comrade who has shed blood and sweat for the organization. The source's voice is sincere. If not, Huaji clearly remembered that he had just given the source 10 million taels, and Huaji might really believe in the evil of the source. And in Xiaokong Mountain, Huaji, who has been climbing and fighting for more than 20 years, is not a stunned young man who has just come out of society. As soon as I heard what to become bigger and stronger, as soon as I heard about the listing, as soon as I heard that the organization was bullish, my blood boiled. You know, there is no direct benefit. The organization is no matter how bullish, what does it have to do with her Huaji? If there is no visible benefit, what is the purpose of your own work? The organization can make money, and the employees in the organization can make money, but there is a world of difference. The land of fire is rich, right? But those Chien leaders, those who should be hungry are still starving, and those who should freeze to death are still frozen to death. Is there a specific plan? Let's organize to earn money, how should we distribute it? Yuan was slightly stunned. Hey, it is worthy of being over 35 years old, and it is really not easy to fool. However, UNG didn't care so much, and Huaji was interested in the good things, which could also be seen from the side that she still wanted to do things for herself. That's right, too. Who is really a fool when born as a human being? How can you develop your own organization with such a mentality that you want horses to run and don't want horses to eat grass? Genjin pondered for a moment, and finally looked at Huaji with trusting eyes. It just so happens that the organization is short of manpower now, or you will be the leader of the organization. I don't have specific requirements, you can just watch the salary be paid. Oh yes. I do not want the current organization to appear in the field of vision of the major powers. One more thing, even if you join the organization, you also have to pay back. After finalizing the organizational details, Genjin looked at Huaji with an expectant look and indifferently made a palm cabinet. It's just that there is a point, the source is a little puzzled. Why, Narahim, she didn't take advantage of it, stretched out her legs and glared at Pill, connecting her own broken arm. That, Sister Huaji, stretch out your legs and glare at the pill, that is, that miracle medicine, can pick up severed limbs. Ha, I know. Huaji was stunned and replied without salt. Hearing the meaning of the source, she immediately looked at the source with a somewhat resentful gaze and said dissatisfied, I am now a person with tens of millions of debts, 300,000 medicines, how can I use it? You must know that before, Huaji took his medicine to treat those thieves, but they didn't blink. Even the corpse that had just died, she had to feed one to try. But thanks to her doing so, although she wasted 5 pills, she also saved a second dog. It's just that Ling Yuan didn't expect that she would be so harsh on herself. In order to save 300,000, do not treat his arm. Yuan sighed helplessly and handed Huaji a stretched leg glaring pill. Grab your arm, or do things for me with one hand, are you trying to be lazy? Although these words had a hint of reproach, the tone made Huaji warm. She thought to herself, okay, in future storms, dependency sources may also be a good choice. From the seal scroll, remove your severed arm. Huaji tore open the wound of the severed arm, took the pill, and took the arm back. At the same time, all the injuries on the body were also removed. Nodding to Huaji, Jen's admiration for the woman increased a little more. Taking out a small batch of system goods, the source was handed to Huaji, and they were introduced one by one. This is a mangaku potion, it can be mixed with water and sold, and Konoha will sell it, called mangaku 3 fists. This is a leg-stretching eye-glaring pill, and you also know the efficacy of the medicine. Okay, for now, let's try it first and sell this shipment. This time, it was a small test of Yuan's ability to Huaji. I want to see how strong this woman is. Get a good baby. Huaji's eyes are full of small surprises. Even the look in Xiang Yuan's eyes was a little wrong. It's like watching, what a big baby. However, after putting away the baby, her surprised face instantly became gloomy. These precious good things are good things, but it's a pity that our small empty village, the strength is too weak. If you are not careful, what kind of wind will be revealed? This hint is already obvious. Huaji said that his strength is still too weak. Yuan Ye held his chin, thought for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth before reluctantly saying, come, Narahim, I treat you to the big apple. Panic took the apple thrown by the source, Huaji held it, and was dumbfounded. Eat, don't you want strength? Eat it, and you will have strength. Isn't one enough? I still have. Yes, eat a little below. Yay, I'm going to eat it all, can't you just hurry? After a wave of flesh pain, the source appeared to be a little chattering. Soon, after eating the apple with the core, Narahim said in a strange voice that he could no longer eat it. It's full, I feel like I'm already full and about to overflow. Soon the pulp fruit was washed and worked. Huaji's face was flushed, and her body was full of filth discharged. Embarrassed Huaji, he quickly ran out and returned from bathing again. It's amazing. I feel that the amount of chakra in my body is increasing at an incredible rate, and my control over chakra is even more handy. What is this? Yuan smiled slightly, mysteriously. This is a mysterious fruit from the Far East. Its name is pulp cleansing fruit. Washing the essence can enhance people's cultivation talent. Now your cultivation talent is not at the shadow level. Being said like this, coupled with Huaji's own feelings, is not false. Huaji knelt down directly to General. In this world, being able to become a powerful ninja is tantamount to reinvention. I'm Hoki him. May I follow you to the death? Although he completely subdued Ho-Hame and gained her favor and allegiance. But Yuan couldn't help frowning. Is his bird really that big? Otherwise, her teacher called herself an adult, and it was really uncomfortable to hear. You can just call me Yuan, you are older than me, I will call you Sister Huaji in the future. If you take another bite of you, a mouthful of adults, I'll be really angry. Huaji smiled charmingly, a little touching. Good. Source. And then, Genjin also handed over the 5 elements ninjutsu that he knew to Huaji along with the chakra refinement theory, which he had changed to a fine product. In a sense, Huaji can be said to be Gen's personal disciple. As for the forbidden technique, the source was not handed over to Huaji, the key is that he did not have it. After arranging Huaji's strength, Genko was not at ease, and said to Huahame again, do you have trusted subordinates? Narahim nodded. Then he commanded not to steal and call someone. Soon, 70 people were crowded into the hall. Seeing that the people were together, Huaji whispered to the source, all the people have arrived. Geniki was stunned, looking at a piece of human heads. He wanted to scold Niang, and said to Huaji in a low and terrifying voice, do you have any misunderstanding about the 3 words trustworthy? Jen, embarrassed to face everyone, whispered to Huaji again, what I need is the kind of person who is absolutely loyal and would rather die without a corpse himself than leak any news about the organization. Explained in this way, Huaji blinked his eyes and said proudly, all of them are trustworthy people. Subsequently, Huaji was afraid that the source would not believe it. One by one, he gave his trustworthy reasons. 3 cuts. Don't look at her as a woman. But she once, in order to cover the evacuation of her companions, she blocked several times the enemy by herself, and fought to the point of exhaustion. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid. Don't look at his usual promises, looking afraid of his wife. But once, he and the 3 knives were besieged by the enemy on the cliff, and he decisively jumped down with the 3 knives. If it weren't for luck, I'm afraid. And everyone had his story, and the source was stunned. But he chose to trust Narahim's vision. I took out a basket of apples, one by one, and handed them out one by one. Everyone ate it together, and there were doubts in their eyes, and there were also surprises and joys. They just wanted to open their mouths to ask each other, but they immediately noticed that Huaji made a booing motion, and tacitly all chose to shut up quietly. Yuan stepped forward and said with an extremely solemn face, "This is my gift package for everyone and newcomers who join the organization. From now on, you all already have, at least Naka Shinobi's ninja physique talent. The name of our organization is Xiao, which means hope, and I am your great leader, and your leader is still Huaji." After giving more than 70 people in Xiaokong village each of them improved their talents, arranged chakra refining genus, and tread water and climb trees. The source also left a lot of 5-element ninjutsu cultivation content. The next thing depends on their own efforts. As for the issue of trust in Xiaokong Jai, for example, will they take the benefits and run straight away? At this point, the source is still confident. Before giving benefits, he had already shown his fists well. Looking at these thieves, the awe in their eyes gradually changed to reverence, and the source is to know. These people are all ready for their own use. After all, whether to follow yourself, eat fragrant and drink spicy, or run away, fearful, normal people should know how to choose. Not good anymore. Parents are not far away. How to run the small empty village. In the Battle of Xiaokong Zai, their performance was obvious to all. So the source doesn't have to worry, they will be a bunch of waste. After the investment, it's time for Yuan to get back to business. After recovering the goods, amid the various cheers and blessings of Xiaokong Jai, Yuan and Han took over all kinds of eggs, balls, rice balls and other things that the villagers enthusiastically sent. All right, don't send it, let's go back. Genjin interrupted the following thief and handed her a special kun wudeo to Huaji. You take this and put it away. In the future, when I have time, I will use this to flash over. Also, you are my people now. If someone bullies you, you don't have to be polite. If you can cut it, cut it. If you can't cut it, don't shake me, I can't cut it. Huaji smiled, his own boss. Good people are good, just a little unorthodox. After a few polite words, Genji went back with his hand to fight. Camp on the other side. Mikato was already in a bit of a hurry. However, White Fang kept telling her that there was a flying thunder god, and no one could stay if she wanted to run. Mikato was relieved. But it won't last long. At first, she asked questions once a half day, then every hour, and now, almost every 10 minutes, Mikato has to ask herself. White Fang said that he was too difficult, and at the same time, he told himself seriously in his heart. Next time, be sure to get them on a mission together. White Fang sensei, we're back. Yuan in hand fight, and Lao Yuan greeted them to the White Fang. Mikato heard Jen's voice and directly threw away the White Fang, who was seriously explaining to herself. The footsteps are brisk, and they rush to the source. I haven't seen you in days. As soon as she was picked up by Jen, Mikato rubbed it and climbed onto Jen's back. You're back. Mikato locked her neck on Jen, her tone tinged with resentment. The source can't help it, Mikato can't come down, so carry it on your back. After experiencing the killing, hand fight also understood a lot, and ran to the front very wisely. White Fang sensei, we have good news. Guess what? A hint of cunning flashed in Han Da's eyes. Their results can definitely make the White Fang teacher drop their jaws. After experiencing death, White Fang is not as depressed and cold as before. Seeing the disciples, they all returned safely, and they also brought good news. White Fang was also relieved, thinking and touching his scum. Found the other camp. No, not only that, if you just find out, then this kid will definitely not let himself guess. What would that be? Really? Did you catch their people? White Fang's face changed drastically, and he slapped on the head of the hand. You're confused. Doesn't this scare the snake? His hands hurt, he covered his head, and muttered dissatisfiedly, it's all me who is injured. No it's not. How can we be that stupid? Why are you arresting people? The white-toothed tiger's body was shocked, his eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, did you rush up and destroy them all? His thinking of this, White Fang couldn't help but gasp for air. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that you two boys, who look cute and love people and animals harmlessly, turned out to be so ferocious, teachable. Kill, to the enemy, you should kill. Kill them to be afraid, kill them with palpitations, and kill their own prestige. This time, gasping for air, it's their turn. I didn't expect it, Teacher White Fang, you look dignified and gentle. It's actually a god killer. These 5 kills, the contrast is really big. Seeing that they were stunned, White Fang thought that he had not explained clearly, so he explained again. Killing is my ninja. With the short blade in your hand, kill all the enemies in this world, so that we Konoha will be peaceful. For the peace and stability of Konoha, it is acceptable to become a human slaughterer, or even sacrifice yourself. Brother Youth deserves to be a good brother of White Fang, and he is very fond of White Fang. Yes, White Fang is right. My ninja path is similar to the White Fang, igniting blood with youth, exchanging blood for strength, and protecting the village with strength. Youth burns up. Speaking of the youth brother, he turned into a human flesh push-up machine. Genjin swallowed a mouthful of spit. Is this the will of fire? Terrifying. Smiling, Jonda interrupted their ninja exchange. Immediately pulled an envious hand to hit, a hammer hammered up, and said with a gloomy face, Envy, you are an orphan. In Konoha, you are only us, and we are your Konoha. The hand tilted his head, not knowing what the source meant. But he didn't think much about it. Isn't the source ninja way his own ninja? Follow brother Gen, that's my ninja. Genjin breathed a sigh of relief before smiling. Shinobi, that's what the old people played. We are ninjas of the new era. We are not interested in fighting and killing, how dangerous it is, how much it costs leaks. White Fang and Mater die, as if they were both struck by lightning, petrified on the spot. There is no heavenly reason. They're old people. They just got married. But the hand hit carefully, not on this. Fighting and killing is indeed dangerous, but what does it have to do with leaks? UN smiled, a little weak-hearted. Breaking free from the open source's hand, the hand hit this to say the harvest of this mission. The goods were all recaptured. The specific details, the hand beat very vaguely summarized. As for the matter of the organization, Genjin had already told him to fight, and even Mikato couldn't tell it for the time being. Those bandits have civil strife, and the party who robbed us of goods is a traitor. Now it has been completely annihilated. Our goods have all been recaptured. After receiving the news that they had returned, the Whirlpool fan rushed over. When he heard the news of the recapture of the goods, he had a sad chrysanthemum face, and at this time the coke was broken. The goods are snatched back. That's great. I will definitely give a big praise to the evaluation of this mission. Hand punch is not hidden. Took out the scroll and took out all the goods. Pile up high. See mountains of goods. The face of the caravan leader Vortex Zinfan was first overjoyed, but after thinking that there was no car, he became sad again. No car, how lucky am I? The Whirlpool fan is quite helpless. After rummaging through the goods, he found that the most important goods were still there, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But doing something bad and not being discovered, Genkamai and Mikato are very happy. Next, they had to wait for teacher White Fang. Wandering around? That's impossible to wander around. Not far from the Love Sea branch, Genji set up a small stall and took out a small blackboard. The source began to write the advertising message. Just considering that this location is a black market, the source does not understand the user group of people here. So he wrote a sentence. Mangfu Mountain Spring hurts a little. Immediately, he took out a few bottles and began to sell them. Come and see, come and see. Mangfu Mountain Spring, Mangfu Mountain Spring. Konoha Village's boutique Mangfu Mountain Spring. On the black market, there are many hawkers, but the word Konoha is very nerve-stirring. In addition, the source of their strange masks, for a while, also attracted a lot of people to stay. It is worthy of the black market, and the people who come here are all people with the smell of blood. 5 or 6 people came. Source also began to introduce its own products. Are you still worried about old age and deteriorating physical fitness? Are you still worried about your lack of strength? Are you still depressed by her sigh? Mangfu Mountain Spring, solve all your regrets for you. As long as you drink the Mangfu Mountain Spring, your physical fitness will immediately improve by 5 times in an all-round way. Inject power into the old body. 5 times. What is that concept? Enemies who can't be won in the past, just drink it. With one punch you can knock him down. What is the concept of all-round 5-fold? She was unfulfilled before, but in the future, she will cry bitterly. How? Mangfu Mountain Spring. Would you like a bottle? Caught by the crackling of the source, those passers-by with masks are eager to try in their hearts. I really want to buy a bottle and try it right away. The crowd was restless. One by one, they are asking, what price is what price? Are you selling or not? Give me a bottle to try. If it doesn't work, I'll give it all to you. The corners of the mouth under the source mask were slightly hooked, and the hands were constantly pressed down. Suppressing the restless crowd, he said, this is the Mangfu Mountain Spring from Konoha, and I don't have much to come by. 15,000 bottles, Tong Suo is not deceived. Upon hearing the price, those who were in a commotion directly widened their eyes. A social big brother with a chain walked over step by step, and the expression under the mask was neither happy nor sad. 15,000 bottles? Are you making this bottle of gold, or is the water in it made of gold? Shut up and drop a few copper plates. He held it in one hand, and the Mangfu Mountain Spring in the Yuan's hand. His face was fierce, and he was about to snatch it. It's just that. No matter how he exerts his strength, Yuan's hand is steady. Under Ot's mask of light, Yuan's face was a little gloomy, and he smiled coldly and killed Lingran. Hee, this bottle of 20,000, no credit. Coming to this world, Yuan has not actually killed many people. But I don't know why, the murderous aura on his body was rich in Lingran's suffocation. Under the mask, Jen's eyes only looked at each other for a moment. That big brother in society directly weakened his legs and knelt down for Yuan. Seeing the hell, he hurriedly took out all the more than 20,000 yuan on his body. The Mangfu mountain spring that took the source, even the roller climbed, ran far. Solved this matter. The complexion of the source changed in an instant. Hee, that's really rude. Do you want it? A bottle too? The silent crowd came back to their senses. Before they knew it, they were already soaking their backs. A person who obviously knew the reckless potion smiled awkwardly, took out the money and said, "Come, here's a bottle, I'll buy this one in Kanaha, it's really good." After receiving 20,000, the source returned 5,000 and said very politely, 10,015 will do. Those who can come here are either traitors or bandits and thieves. Most of them, in fact, are still rich. 15,000 taels, for them, not much. Those who bought it, as soon as they arrived, couldn't wait to drink it. Just after drinking, the surging change in physical fitness made his eyes light up. The boss really doesn't lie to me. Without saying a word, he bought dozens of bottles again. This is not surprising. You must know that those who can come here are either the rebels of the New Zealand dollar or the high level of the bandit thieves. Something like this that can directly improve strength. For these people who lick blood on the tip of the knife, those who can improve their strength are good treasures. This is big business. You buy more, I won't give you a discount. Hee, there is nothing you want, my goods are not much, and the sales are over. As soon as they heard that there were not many goods, those who were still watching were anxious. Hey, you guy, by so much, are you not afraid that you will not be able to use it? Me, I also want 20 bottles. 50 bottles for me. 51 bottles for me. Hey, what do you mean, why one more bottle than me? Is it stubble? Ha, Lao Tzu has money, you care about me? Mother, 10 more bottles. 60 bottles. 61 bottles. Ben Yuan just wanted to sell the goods well, but I don't know why, they even rolled up. Fortunately, in the past few days, the source has not rested, and the preparation is sufficient. Seeing the steady flow of money into the account, the face under the source mask was already smiling. Many of those who drank the medicine were also interested. The Love Sea branch next door, the girls who received it, all went to work. Even the old bastard, whose heart was plopping down, was carried into the room by a thin and hungry man, a princess. I believe that after this night, in addition to the battle-hardened old bastard, he can barely move around tomorrow. The rest of the girls will probably have to take 3 days off in a row. I don't know how they calculate the money. If you count it by the times, I'm afraid you will have to die of loss. Shake your head and shake other people's worries out. Across the street, Source saw 2 familiar figures. Although they wore masks, their momentum and the clothes on their bodies, the Source recognized them at a glance. It is the small empty village that does not steal and does not steal. At this moment, there was a huge surprise and excitement on their faces under the mask, because they guessed that the man with the mask-like light should be their big leader. It's just that his business is so good that they have been guarding on the sidelines, but didn't make them wait long. The Source doppelganger came behind them. Don't steal or steal, why are you here? The 2 men were shocked, and they were startled by the Source that suddenly appeared behind them. Jinya didn't bother to explain, and put his hands on the 2. Flying Thor. Come to a hidden street in the city. Genjin took off his mask and asked angrily, if you don't train well, what are you doing in the land of iron? Although it is incredible, they were brought here, but they did not steal or steal them, and they did not dare to ask more. Instead, he nervously replied to Jen that, we came to buy something. With that, they took off their backpacks. The Mangfu Mountain Spring, which was close to 100 bottles, appeared in the Source's gaze. We are a small empty village, located on the border of the land of fire, where the people are poor, and there are not many ninjas and samurai, and most of them just buy a bottle and use it as a whole card. So this kind of medicine that enhances combat effectiveness is not so easy to sell. Yuan nodded appreciatively. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, she sold the goods to all the surrounding villages and towns. Very good. You guys did a great job. Receiving praise, the 2 brothers, happily a little overwhelmed. The great leader is wrong. They are not stupid, this big chief, but he is really good to them. Whether it was killing Kusanagi to save them or afterwards, inviting them to join the Xiao organization, giving a gift package to newcomers. The grace of saving lives, the grace of recreation. All of them, nothing to reward. Now not only the 2 of them, but also the entire Xiao Kongzai people are full of gratitude and offer the Source. Very good. Well done, guys. Genjin patted the stomachs of the two and comforted them with a sense of excitement. Then he spoke directly. You just came, I think the country of iron is still very marketable. We can open a shop here. This chance encounter can be regarded as an unexpected surprise. Don't steal the two of them, just come to open up a new market in the iron country. And it just so happened that he also opened the market on the black market. Now that the manpower is also available, it is indeed possible to consider opening a store. Don't steal for a while, and then another joy. The big chief also wants to set up shop here. That's great. Hohame-sama is too. Let's open a shop here after we sell this shipment. Hearing Huaji, it turns out that there has been a layout for a long time. This made Yuan even more impressed by Huaji. Good. Not bad. It's worthy of being Sister Huaji, it's really good. Yuan smiled again and praised happily. Throw them 1.5 million taels and let them do it. Disarm the shadow doppelganger. Back to the stall again. What Ling Yuan didn't expect was that those who came to buy Mangfu Mountain Spring not only did not decrease, but increased. The source is a little distressed, his own inventory, but has already spent almost the same. No way. If there is money and does not earn, he will not sleep. Thinking about how to break the game, an invisible light bulb lit up on the source's head. There you have it. Before taking it out, I spent 100,000 taels to exchange the chakra battery from the system. The source silently sensed the flying thunder god mark left by himself. Although chakra consumed a lot, he really felt it. That location? Its little empty mountain. Brush. Flying thunder god launched. Xiaokong Mountain Cottage. After a tiring day, Narahim is currently in a large bathhouse, soaking in the hot spring. In the past few days, she has been pulling with the nearby, black and white two limits. Finally, the goods left to him by the source were sold 90%. Among them, the reckless potion sold the most, close to selling 50 million taels. Secondly, it is the leg extension and glaring pill. The unit price is also the most expensive, and the price of one of them is 1.5 million taels. Yuan gave her a total of 20, but she only sold 10 and sold more than 20 million taels. That is, this shipment, without counting the cost. Huaji has already taken the source and received more than 70 million taels. Huaji, who was soaking in the bath, had a complicated look in her eyes. Looking at Jen, the shuriken left for her side with emotion before leaving. What a mysterious, cute guy. However, I seem to have bet on the right one. Huaji closed his eyes, glad that he had found a good backer. Suddenly, without her noticing, a black shadow suddenly appeared. Geniki kicked and stepped on the giant slippery jade foot. It was directly slipped. A dog ate and fell in 2 softballs. Especially his face, I don't know what soft and fluffy thing is completely wrapped. Huahame woke up in pain. Frightened. Subconsciously, you have to hold yourself. But just this hug, the source almost suffocated. I tried hard to break free, but what my little hands touched was all cold and white and slippery. It was hard to peel off, and the 2 giant mountains on his face. Minamoto and Hohame, facing each other. The two were stunned at the same time. Huaji blushed and flashed, and instantly squatted underwater. Genji's eyes widened, and he froze. Inexplicable liquid, spewing out from the closed opening. Seeing that the source was sluggish, Huaji snorted angrily. Get out! Get out! Although Huahame is almost 40 years old, but she belongs to the kind, typical strong woman. I have been a business in Xiaokong Mountain for 20 years, but I have always been a girl. This is the first time she has been honest with the opposite sex. And she is extremely well maintained. A 20-year-old girl has it, she has. A 20-year-old girl doesn't have it, she also has it. Although Yuan is still a child, but that's not going to work. The source also knew that he had lost money. He turned his back and forced himself to panic. There is an emergency, you get dressed quickly. Jen's words also calmed down Huaji. She smiled coquettishly and said to Jeondeo, Sister's clothes, right in front of you, help my sister take them. Genjin was obedient and took Hohame's pajamas. But when he picked it up, he didn't feel good. Farewell. So fragrant. Suppressing the messy thoughts, the source was already in his heart, silently reciting the Diamond Sutra. It is worthy of being a Buddhist scripture, and the source feels that he calms down all of a sudden. The situation was urgent, and the source directly explained the meaning. I came here, there is something important. I need dozens of people to help make Mangfu Mountain Spring, as soon as possible. Hearing Genjin say this, Huaji took the clothes and stood up directly to put them on his body. Hair with water droplets, ticking behind him. Genjin knew that Narahim was already dressed. Okay, I'll go call someone right away. After systematic tutoring, ninja knowledge. Huaji's current ninjutsu, mastering the situation, is no longer inferior. Of course, the specific actual combat strength, that will definitely not be able to improve for a while. Soon, the 70 or South Mountain Thief ninjas before all came to Genjin in an instant. Seeing the source, they were all surprised, one by one. Yuan also noticed that the change in their strength was no worse than the general shinobi. Nodded with satisfaction, Genjin thought to himself. It seems that Xiao Kongzai already has the power of self-preservation, and his own 30 million taels can be regarded as stable. Make it clear, your own requirements. They were all familiar with the road and began to produce mangaku spring. Playing with the chakra battery in his hand, Source's eyes flashed with a strange light. Interesting, interesting. What a good thing. This time, the ultra-long-range flying thunder god, the consumption of chakra, is close to 2 cards. After using this battery, he found that his chakra, instead of decreasing, was replenished. Originally, the source thought that this battery, no matter how cattle, isn't that what it means to supplement chakra? But the result? The source's estimate of the practicality of the props produced by the system is still too conservative. Indeed, a reply to chakra. But this reply is a second reply, and it's still full in an instant. This quacking feeling, I don't know how it compares to the tailed beast. The source returned to the black market again with a full of mangaku mountain springs. It's just that those black marketeers have long been squeezed away. At the moment, there is a queue here. From a masked man wearing a mask, he became a group of old men. They were scrambling at the moment, filling the booths with a crowd. One by one, they held up the money in their hands and kept talking. Me. Bring me 10 bottles. And me. I want 20 bottles. I want 30 bottles. What's more, it directly started a quarrel. Young people, you must learn to respect the old and love the young. The old man is over 60 this year. Do you mean to let me respect the old and love the young? Old soil. I'm a year older than you. You can't help but talk about martial virtue. Oops. My old waist yay. One by one, the elderly, the scolding and the cry of insults, constantly sounded in the crowd. This is still a slightly later case. What about the first 2 rows? The excited old men kept throwing money at the source. And the source did not know where, took out a bath. With a look of excitement, he caught the money one by one. Hand fighting, after getting the source of goods, crazy to the old people, reckless mountain spring. Every time an old man buys something, he can't wait to drink it, and then there are tearful bursts. One by one, they were all excited. The increase in physical age makes children grow up, but also makes adults old. When the children are happy and excited to grow up, adults, however, can only endure the helplessness of growing old silently. Feel your body, step by step from the peak to the old, towards decay. This is the pain and helplessness of all old people. Originally, there was no solution to this. But today, they discovered that there was a miracle medicine called mangaku sanquin. Just drink it. Immediately be able to bring their bodies back to the top. How can this not make them crazy? And this group of elderly people. It is also one of the people in the entire ninja world, except for ninjas, who are most willing to buy. The attraction of a strong and healthy body is comparable to deep products for them. In the near future, the label of the physique medicine of mangaku spring will gradually be forgotten. Instead, it will be healthcare products, Lofu Mountain Spring. However, accidents and dangers are often accompanied by happiness and beauty. Just when the source is happy, when selling goods to make money. On the street not far away, there was a tall man watching all this with joy. He has sharp teeth, green stripes on his cheeks, and a fluffy bandage around his neck, right. He also carried a big fat knife. Zizi, these old men, they are really rich. Those little ghosts, they can't earn 100 million today. That's a lot. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Swallow a watermelon in one bite, he chews it. Immediately, the smiling one turned into a puddle of water and disappeared into this corner. Still collecting the source of money, inexplicably feeling pricked by something. Ha! Odd. Shake your head and shake your worries out. What matters now, but make money? The source body was too busy to win, and several doppelgangers joined the battlefield. Soon. Just already, a large group of old men and ladies drank the mangaku mountain spring. One by one, the old body is full of ability again. A pair of old ladies, one hugged their old man. Excited, it was directly in front of everyone and kissed over. But the mangaku mountain spring can only make people improve their physical fitness. As for appearance, if you can have more muscles, the rest will not change in any way. For example, the face. At this moment, those old men who were held by their old ladies were struggling madly. Genjin decisively closed his eyes. That kind face, I don't know why, at this moment, it is extremely frightening. In the tears of the old man, the old ladies finished kissing contentedly and smacked their lips. I haven't waited for those old ladies to slow down. The old ladies picked up their old men and ran home with an excited face. It's as if it's raining and I'm eager to go home and collect my clothes. The old man did not resist either. But when he opened his mouth, he was blocked, and then he was faced with his wife's terrifying gaze. Minamoto gasped. Even if you are old, you also have a frivolous heart. This is with objects. More without objects. I didn't go home alone. Just alone, I walked towards the Love Sea branch. Of course, There are quite a few, like these two old men. Hooked shoulders, teased each other. The old man sighed, you are an old immortal, don't go there to waste money. The old man smiled, hee hee. Back then, whether it was the time or the height of booing, you never beat me. B's ridicule, old man A was unimpressed in his heart, and said with the same smile, only if you are not satisfactory now, you will always take it and say something. Old man Armor, you are not afraid to fold it inside? It was directly poked. Old man B's face turned red, and the hand hooked on A's shoulder, with a fierce force, was about to make A's embarrassment. But after so many years of getting along, A still doesn't know B's temperament? I have long been guarding against this hand. For a while, they started wrestling. The two old men were full of strength, and they looked like they would not stop if they didn't break each other to the ground. But after some struggle, I found that I couldn't help each other. They began to shake hands again, and one by one, their faces were flushed. See or win or lose. Old man B looked behind A blankly, and said with a surprised expression, yay, Sakura Keiko. Hearing Sakurako's name, the old man looked a little flustered. But at this moment of panic, old man B suddenly exerted his strength. The old man was defeated. B laughed happily. You are a nobody, afraid of the girl's instigation. B stretched out his hand and pulled up A. Go. I won this one, and the next one we will go to the Sea of Love and compete again. I was not angry, holding and pulling himself. Ha! He also said that I was afraid of girls. In our generation, who is the most afraid of girls? Don't you have points in your heart? He was exposed again, and B looked unhappy. Then let's not hurry up and go to BB, otherwise it's late to go home, so we won't be nagged again? Immediately, the two looked at each other and smiled, chatted about the past again, and walked to the Love Sea branch with joy. Mangfu Mountain Spring sells it, and it's almost the same. The crowd gradually dispersed. Sister Mikato was tired enough, holding her chest with both hands, and said with a small excitement on her face, Source, Xiao Yuan, how much do we have today? Wait, I'm still tidying up. Hand beating in the stall. The source is there, sorting out the money in the bath one by one into piles, and sorting out piles into piles. Soon, with the help of a group of shadow doppelgangers, Yuan Ye finally counted the accounts. Take a deep breath and come up with a staggering number. 130 million. As soon as he heard this number, Hand hit Kazukoto and was directly stunned, and that jaw fell to the ground. Already unable to care about closing the stall, the hand hit again confirmed, Brother Yuan, is there a problem with my ears? How much is? Mikado, too, looked at Genjin with a dull expression. She knew that Yuan must have made a lot of money, but she didn't expect that Yuan actually earned so much money. It's no wonder they were shocked, but the source was actually shocked. He opened his mouth again to confirm, we have earned 130 million. After Genjin and Mikato closed their stalls, things on White Fang's side were also over. Teacher White Fang and the old blacksmith walked out of the forge room covered in sweat. Although the old man was slightly tired, his eyes were bright. This was the first time he had forged such a high-quality weapon. This short knife, originally chakra metal content, is not low. In addition, that one is really not an ordinary ore. This also created that this short knife is already infinitely close to the existence of the artifact. Just wait for your short blade now, just cool down. White Fang was also tired and nodded with satisfaction. He could feel it. His old fellows have transformed from the inside out. Even if it is not an artifact level, it is not too much. Old man, yeah, your craftsmanship is still so sneaky. Even those so-called master craftsmen, in front of you, are just some of them, the things that make axes in the banman. Thank you this time, old man, yeah. Rarely, the White Fang will also compliment people. However, the words of the White Fang did make the old man very useful. It's just that these words come out of the mouth of the White Fang. Directly let the three little ones outside the house, who had just returned, were scorched and tender by Lei. The three little ones were all professional, with strained faces, and walked in casually. White Fang resisted the urge to pick the ground with his toes. There was an atmosphere called embarrassment in the air. But the White Fang is a clever ghost. Immediately smiled, reminding old man Yeah, my local rich disciple, you are here. Being mentioned like this, old man Yeah remembered. This stinky boy can touch a lot of his own things. In an instant, he was not angry, came to the source, and spread out a hand, give money. Genicky was stunned and his eyes widened. What give money? Good you flagwood white tooth. The master consumes, and the apprentice pays? It's not such a pitting apprentice. His hands were constantly up and down to protect himself, and he was defensive. What money? I didn't. Seeing that Yuan pretended to be stupid, old man Yes said angrily, you took away the old man's 10 shurikens, and did not give money to the old man. I rub. This has all been discovered. Source cold sweat straight out. But not too much quibbling. Instead, he asked, how much is a shuriken? The old man didn't say much, just said lightly, ordinary shuriken 500 taels, what you took away is a boutique shuriken, 800 tael. 801? The source was stunned. It's not that it's expensive. On the contrary, his price here is not expensive at all. And with the same price as Konoha, compared with his, the quality of the old man can be said to be able to throw Konoha a few streets. Jen, a little incredulous, asked again, "How much?" The old man frowned a little impatiently, and repeated again without anger, 500 for ordinary and 800 for fine products. With such a cheap price, the source's eyes lit up directly. "I am worried that I have money to spend." "Just right, arm the small empty village." Genicky grabbed the old man's hand with a look of enthusiasm and excitement. "Old man, how many such goods do you have?" The old man struggled, rather disgusted by the source holding his hand. He always felt like he wasn't clean, but dead or alive could not be thrown off open source, and finally could only helplessly say, "There are thousands of handles." UN Daxi didn't even think about it. "I want the spot, how much? Is there a discount for buying more?" UN's series of questions made the little old mind buzz, and he asked in disbelief, "You want it all?" UN nodded affirmatively, indicating that you heard correctly. At this time, it was not calm, and it was replaced by white teeth. He didn't doubt that UN had the strength to buy these, but he couldn't understand the purpose of UN's doing so. "It's always impossible, there is nowhere to spend more money, right?" Only Handa rarely thought about it, feeling that this matter should be related to Xiaokong Mountain. As for Mikato, although she was surprised, since it was Genji, then she definitely supported it. "Of course. All your weapons and equipment, as long as you have them, I want them all." The old man is happy. "Hey, took my shuriken and still want to tease the old man to play with me? Hey, you little doll, do you know how much these cost?" But before the old man finished speaking, the old man was stunned, because the source directly took out a pile, 1,000,000 bills, and threw them in his hands. The words suddenly choked. After taking the money, the old man looked serious and checked them one by one. A long time later, the old man opened his mouth and invited the source into the elegant seat in the store. The old man's eyes were in the shape of money. "Little doll, you sit down first. In addition to the shuriken, I also have senbon, shinobi, and kuno. In addition, I also support customized forehead protection." Then, the little old man skillfully introduced his own business. This is exactly what the source means. He originally came to procure weapons and equipment to arm the small empty village. It must also be a person who will not refuse. Source's main weapon, currently shuriken, is playing a dart. Only a few days earlier, he had learned the use of the second weapon, the knife. The knife art of the Kamu clan. All along, Genjin used a shuriken as a carrier for the Flying Thunder God mark. As for why it is not the same as Watergate, there is no need to suffer nothing. The main thing is that the source feels troublesome. The bitterness is too heavy, it is inconvenient to carry it on the body all the time, and although the source is also used, it is not commonly used. As for the shuriken, this one fits the source very well, lightweight, compact and easy to carry. Genzo kept nodding, indicating that he wanted them all. Then, in front of the source, the old man introduced the weapons in his arsenal one by one. "This is Ku-Wu." Glancing at the mass, Genjin nodded, took out a pen and paper and asked, "Price quantity." The old man named a price, and a quantity of 1,000 handfuls. Then he took out another sword, the kind of sword in the Ghost Slayer. "This is the sword." The source took a record, glanced at it again, and asked puzzled, "Isn't this a knife?" The old man was stunned, not knowing what to say. But Minamoto also chuckled. "Sword is sword, price quantity." In the next half hour, the old man introduced everything in his house one by one. The source did not disappoint him, and only 4 words answered him: price quantity. After waiting for the source statistics, a total of 23 million was spent to buy the old man's weapons inventory. And then it's not over. The source also asked the old man to customize 1,000 copies of the ninja forehead. The forehead protection pattern is an empty word. It means small empty mountain. Then UN paid half of the deposit, took the 0 shift, and came to the night snack stall. After ordering food, Jen, alone, came to the tailor's shop. The source drew his own design. In fact, it is Xiao's clothes in the original work, a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds. Finally, before the caravan set off, the old man's equipment, organized clothes, and all kinds of basic ninjutsu, all in the hands of the source. Without staying too much, the source of a Flying Thunder God arrived at the small empty village. All the supplies were thrown to Huahame. Huaji was really shocked by the amount of this material. With a smug glance at Huaji, the source was serious, and he planned the use of the materials, weapons and equipment, used to equip the team, and use it to train the team. And that forehead, in the future, it will be the symbol of our small empty village. Oh yes. And this. UN took out a pile of black trench coats with red cloud patterns, and said with a serious face, "In the future, this is what we organized, and the organization costumes. Remember, when fighting, you must not take it off." After disposing of these supplies, the source gave Huahame another and left a batch of system cargo. At the same time, they praised the Fireheim and they did a good job. Take away Huaji's 50 million taels again. There are still more than 20 million left, and the source is all left to her. And also ordered 3 orders. First, establish a ninja school to train your own ninjas. It is required that as long as it is a fighter, the physical fitness must be at least raised to the level of medium tolerance. Second, literacy education. Both adults and children are required to be able to read. Third, it is necessary to send someone to carry the Source Flying Thunder Godmark to all the small countries around Konoha, to meet readers, to relieve orphans. Although the third article, Huaji does not understand the specific meaning, but the first 2 proposals alone touched Huaji very much. She wanted to do this a long time ago, but the small empty village at that time was too poor. That's why it's gone. This order of the source is really thinking about the small empty village. This makes Huoji, who has always been alone and supported the huge small empty village. I was very touched. No matter what the purpose of the source is, this is an unparalleled favor to the small empty village. After roughly arranging it, Genjin looked affirmatively, Huaji's jade foot. I took a few deep breaths before calming down, then waved his hand, and he flashed directly back to the caravan. Geniki looked proud. Glance not far away, do not steal or steal the 2 brothers. Yuan nodded slightly. The Flying Thunder God went over and handed them a special shuriken. So there are 3 delivery nodes for the source. They are Konoha Village, Kokuze, and now Iron Country. On the carriage of the caravan, Jen, alone, sat there in deep thought. During this time, I made a lot of money. Although it also spent a lot, there is still a lot of left, a small goal. And a small target, which happens to be just by itself, can be used to upgrade a skill to the Grandmaster level. What exactly is good to upgrade? Is it a good fire? Or is it better to escape? Or is it an upgrade, avatar, a stand-in, a transformation? By the way, there is also the sword art of the Kimu family, and the Flying Thunder God. Which is better to upgrade? Can't figure it out. The source simply didn't want to. Let's learn casually. Anyway, this money is easy to earn. No hesitation. The source chose to upgrade the most powerful and highest level ninjutsu at present. S-Class Time and Space Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Ding! Congratulations to the host, spending 100 million taels to refresh the Flying Thunder God to the master level. Instantly, all the underlying principles and structures related to Flying Thunder God all flashed into the little head of the source. Not only the underlying principle, but more, the understanding of time-space ninjutsu. It was also all of them, pouring into the source's brain. When I opened my eyes again, there was more profound spatial wisdom in the clear eyes of the source. Looking at it again, the carriage moving slowly was involuntarily. In my mind, I designed a ninjutsu that can achieve distance teleportation, and he also has prototypes. For example, portals. An activation can be realized, point-to-point transmission device. With the idea in mind, Genjin took out a pen and paper and began to design. The train of thought is unusually smooth. Soon, the core module was designed. This module is paired and currently is one-way activated and transmitted in both directions. Put the chakra battery, the mother array is activated, and the child array is also activated. Genjin picked up a stone and threw it into the space door opened by the mother array. Without any delay, the stone flew out of the sub-array. Happy UN! It's done! Although currently only, technically, the function is initially implemented. But this success is tantamount to giving UN great encouragement. What Genjin made is no longer ninjutsu. It's something new. Formation. Or rather, super scientific ninja tools. Separated a doppelganger, the source let the doppelganger carry a subarray and flew to the small empty village. I began to study something that could change the entire ninja world in this future. Originally, the shadow avatar was time limited, but with the chakra battery, there is no such limitation. Here I have to mention a mouthful, chakra battery. After chakra runs out, you can fill your own chakra and fill it. It's very environmentally friendly, it's very reasonable. Just refining chakra, it's still very tiring. So the source has always been, and when it runs out, throw it there. The source body stretched a lazy waist. Pulling out a special shuriken, in the air, he performed a wave of flying thunder juggling. Although he flew the thunder god, he had reached the grandmaster level. But the actual effect is similar to that of a master. It's just that I have a little more understanding and feeling about space. Designing a transmission device, it is still very brain-consuming for the source. He was a little tired and didn't want to rest. He picked up a water ball and recalled the ninjutsu that little Naruto had learned. Spiral pills. Not to mention, this ninjutsu is still very special, it is Muji ninjutsu, and this is easy to learn. Just use chakra, stir the water, and let him spray it. Under the top talent of the source, he quickly mastered the trick. The water balloon soon became unbearable and sprayed water. Then there's the empty ball. Seriously, it's not easy to break at all. However, with continuous efforts, he used the rapid rotation to make the temperature in the ball rise sharply. In the end, the ball couldn't stand it and exploded. Since then, it has also been announced that Gen's first Muji ninjutsu, Spiral Pill, has been successfully learned, although it took him most of the day to learn the Spiral Pill. But compared to directly charging money to become stronger, Yuan still feels that the sense of achievement he has learned is stronger. Since the last caravan accident, it directly led to the fact that the Vortex fan became very cautious. After a day of discreet travel, and 2 days of waiting at the pier, the caravan finally waited, and the weather was clear. Finally, you can take a big ship to the country of whirlpools. Excellent weather gave the whirlpool fan inexplicable peace of mind. He finally decided that he was going home. Let's go. Mikato and Teo hit them, and they couldn't sit still for a long time. Everyone is cheering at the moment. On an unnamed island near Kuni, the one who appeared before, a man with strange teeth, a tall figure, and a giant sword on his back. A group of ninjas were sitting on the reef, waiting for something with a look of lovelessness. Captain Pufferfish Ghost, where is the caravan we want to raid? Yes, it's been 3 days, and I haven't even seen a ghost. Several of his subordinates are constantly complaining. They don't know what kind of wine their captain smokes. Let them guard this place where the bird does not. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost grinned, and looked at the person who complained the most. Picking up the big knife muscle with his backhand, he quickly slashed towards the man. Fortunately, the man's eyes were quick and turned into a puddle of liquid, which escaped the disaster. However, after he turned into human form again, the blood at the corner of his mouth silently told everyone that he was uncomfortable. The smiling Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost instantly changed color and said inwardly, "What are your opinions? The village of Mist hidden in the land of water is a place with simple folk customs. Respect strength. If you can do it, you will never be forced blindly." The few people who were watched all broke out in cold sweat. This, Fugu Onai-sama, look, over there, the boat. When Watermelon Mountain heard this, a smile appeared on his face again. I picked up the telescope and took a closer look, until seeing 3 familiar villains. The face of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost showed a cruel smile. Moisture. More than 100 million taels. With this money, my Watermelon Mountain family will have the ability to overwhelm the crowd and even become the strongest family. Put away the excited smile. Watermelon Mountain turned around and said to several subordinates, "Our mission this time is very simple. Plunder that merchant ship, kill them all. By the way, the corpses are ready, right? Aboard." Uchiha Gen, alone, sat at the front of the ship. Drop the hook. Tilt your head and wait for the little fish to take the bait. Xiao Maiken was on the side, waiting excitedly. Hand beating is busy with the charcoal stove. As long as the source catches the fish, he plans to grill it directly. After a long time, Handa was the first to say impatiently, "Brother Yuan, why haven't you caught a fish yet?" Genjin shrugged, "Who knows?" Mikato said with an unhappy look, "Gen, I'm hungry. I really want grilled fish." At the same time, the stomach hit by the little hand also sounded. He swallowed a mouthful of spit and drew circles on his head. The source. "I'm also hungry. Why in the Nanga River? We can catch it at once. How come we got to the sea, and we were in the Air Force?" Seeing the look of the hand beating and being frustrated, Yuan still wanted to say 2 words of persuasion, but immediately after, Mikato took out the kunao, and said with a fierce face, "I think, since they don't know how to be bad and don't want to take the bait, then we should take the initiative to attack and surpass them." Mikato, the little gluttonous cat, is already impatient, and this proposal is deeply affirmed. With golden eyes in his hands, he took off his shirt and chanted, "Little fish, you can't bear to starve me either, right?" With a shuriken in his mouth, he jumps down when he hits it, surpassing himself for the fish. But as soon as the hand hit the air, the pants on his back were grabbed by a hand. Holding his hand in his hand, Chi Mu's white-toothed face was fierce. "Can you tread water? Dare to jump directly into the sea? There are quite a few monsters in the sea. Do you want to die?" Upon hearing the monster, Gen's eyes widened at the boss. "In the Hokage world, is there this in the sea?" Mikato frowned and pouted, "We're not in the deep sea. What kind of monster is there?" But the more so, the more interested the source becomes. Put away the rod. Genjin changed his outfit, got a chair, and lay down. The source then splits into 2 doppelgangers. Calmly said to them, "Go down and see, I want to eat big fish." White Fang's face turned dark. This kid, of the 60 pounds of weight, 61 pounds are backbones. What doesn't pass is the shadow doppelganger. White Fang didn't say much either. Minamoto didn't know him either, and the stool he had brought from there was also lying next to General. "You little ghost, you can quite enjoy it." The source snapped his fingers. Immediately, a small space door opens. Genbu poked out a doppelganger and went in. Immediately, several cups of ice drinks were handed out by the source doppelganger. White Fang looked at Yuan's commotion and was stunned. What is this ability? How could it be so outrageous? White Fang, who has been in the ninja world for many years, thinks that he is still relatively knowledgeable, but in the face of the source, the ability and means to exert is also unheard of. This is space-time ninjutsu? Genjin nodded and smiled mysteriously. Recently, it's just a matter of getting something in the right time. Drinking ice, the source of the face. Suddenly there was a sharp shock. His shadow avatar exploded, brought back memories of the bottom of the sea. The whole seabed is still terrible, large and small fish, the source has never been seen. Just when the source is confused and looking around, several figures riding sharks surrounded him, and those figures, without saying a word, hissed and crushed themselves. Enemy attack. Genichi fell, the empty drink cup in his hand. There is an enemy attack. Mikato and Taida woke up directly, and White Fang put his hand on the short knife. In an instant, Mater Dai protected the leader of the caravan. All staff are put on alert. Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghosts them, also know that they are exposed. Also not hiding, one by one, stepping on the shark, also surfaced. Watermelon Mountain's big knife muscles pointed directly at everyone, with an evil smile on his face, and said in an otherwise questioning tone, "Grab it obediently, I can let you die faster." The strength of this caravan, he figured out in advance. In addition to the white hair who led the team, there was also some strength. The rest is forbearance. What's more, those three little ghosts, at a glance, have come to the house, and their combat effectiveness is basically negligible. As for the watermelon head, it is a subordinate at a glance, and any subordinate can deal with it. So on the opposite side, a white tooth can fight. And he who has the muscles of the mackerel, but the elite of the 7 people of the ninja knife is the upper ninja. Fighting at home at sea, isn't it trivial to hit him? The strong strength gap makes the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost very confident. The other 3, probably all of a sudden, did not know the fat man in front of them, but as the Kiki White Fang, who is the elite shinobi of Konoha, he knows the person in front of him. The elite Shangnin of Mist Hidden Village, the owner of the Ninja Deo 7 Great Deo Muscle, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost. Give yourself this side, after carefully introducing the identity of the other party. White Fang's words turned, and his eyes were extremely unkind. If you openly attack the Konoha ninjas, aren't you afraid to cause a war between the land of fire and the land of water? Do you want to be a sinner in the entire land of water? Directly asked all the several fog blades. They are here to carry out the mission, but they are not here to be the trigger for the war between the two countries. They retreated a little. But Watermelon Mountain laughed. Opening the ninjutsu scroll, Watermelon Mountain took out several corpses, faced the White Fangs, and said coldly, "On the border of my water country, traces of Konoha ninja attacks have appeared. I followed the trail and found you. Obediently cooperate with the investigation, otherwise shoot and kill." White Fang's face suddenly became gloomy. Unexpectedly, he still came prepared, and even the reason was found in advance. Seeing that White Fang shut up, it also stabilized the restless hearts of his subordinates. Watermelon Mountain raised his hand and waved. "Fog come." Their subordinates, without hesitation, immediately began to seal and cast spells. On the surface of the sea, there was a heavy fog. Visibility is also getting poorer. This is the signature skill of Mist Shadow Village, Mist Concealment. The fog not only makes it impossible for the enemy to see through, but also interferes with Chakra's perception. The fog kept approaching the ships. Mikato and Taida were a little flustered. The White Fang injected the wind attribute chakra into the short knife. Then, an extremely strong slash was chopped out, directly cut the entire fog and break a huge opening. White Fang said with an extremely ugly expression, "Get out first." The workers, ordered to paddle desperately, wanted to break out of the fog, but helplessly. The fog is getting more and more, little by little, and it is constantly recovering. Soon, the fog is about to invade the ships again. White Fang drew his sword again, slashing through the mist. The workers were also riveted and desperately accelerated the ship. After a dozen times, White Fang was also found suspicious. No matter how they run, they couldn't get out of the fog. This also shows that this fog, it also moves with them. They can't run. It seems that you can only meet it at sea. Source: you protect Mikato and Teta. Maturde: you protect the whirlpool fan. Simple arrangement. Alone, the White Fang stood on the bow of the ship, ready to meet the enemy. Seeing the White Fang, they did not escape. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost revealed a cruel smile. They sit cross-legged on the water. Start to make a special seal. Suddenly, one by one, the water body appeared. The Watermelon Mountain doppelganger with a large knife muscle led the doppelgangers to swim towards the boat. Soon, the fog completely shrouded the ship. The source doesn't feel good. Several doppelgangers were separated, and one by one they raised the spiral pill. In an instant, a fog was emptied. But this mist is like a dog skin plaster. You can empty it instantly, but it will quickly come back in no time. Genjin frowned and opened the Sharingan. The source found that with his chakra eyes, he couldn't even see through this fog. This fog is really annoying. Seeing that he could not resist the mist, the source began again, organized a doppelganger, and collectively set fire to the fireball. This barely controlled the fog. Not far away, Watermelon Mountain and their water bodies were watching all this quietly from the sidelines. Jiao, this little ghost, chakra is quite a lot. Struggle. Shrouded in fog concealment, there is nowhere to escape. They were in no hurry, just waiting. Wait for the mist concealment technique, completely turn them into blind, and then do it. White Fang came to Jen's side and patted Jen's shoulder. It's useless, in the sea, we can't disperse so much fog. The source used the fire to make the fireball, and the cheeks that were blown hurt. But for the entire fog, it can be said that it has little effect. However, being shrouded in these fogs is probably not good. This fog can not only obstruct the line of sight, but also interfere with chakra's perception. If we're really shrouded, I'm afraid I will be blind. After analyzing a wave, Yuan asked without listening to advice, is there any good way? Don't ask. No. Gentlemen do not stand under dangerous walls. What's more, if you really fall into the fog, what if you can't see Sister Mikato and let Sister Mikato get hurt? It's too dangerous. Instead of that, Yuan would rather burn money and spend it here. If he doesn't believe it, the mist concealment art won't consume chakra. White Fang thought for a moment before replying, you can use the wind to escape, but my chakra is not enough. There is no way to blow such a large range in one breath. The White Fang said truthfully. He has always felt that the source is very mysterious, and there is always something outrageous in him. For example, the stretching legs and glaring pill can actually pull himself, living deeply, back from the hands of the god of death. It is outrageous. Tell him, I'm afraid he can really bring surprises. Genjin breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be chakra's problem. Say it early. Chakra himself has it, and it can't be used up at all. Genjin asked curiously, how much is your chakra? White Fang touched his head embarrassedly, and said with a smile, it's just twice the amount of ordinary patience. The source was stunned. Twice as much as forbearance, that's no less. Ha! So how can you still not chakra enough? Genjin asked unceremoniously, and White Fang's smile became even more embarrassed. What I'm good at is Thunder Dun Ninjutsu, and the worst thing I'm good at is Fang Duan. So with the wind, the consumption is large, and the power is still very average. The source was somewhat speechless. He muttered blindly, it's still elite to endure, it's too watery for you. The source pretended to be a pretend, groped on the body, but actually exchanged it in the system, a chakra battery. Here you go. White Fang took the battery and looked at it curiously and asked, what is it? Geniki explained calmly, chakra battery. Aren't you missing chakra? Use this inside chakra. White Fang still hesitated slightly, and asked in disbelief, is it so amazing? Genba glanced at Kima White Fang. Without explanation, Genjin raised a hand, and the two shadow doppelgangers were constantly tinkering. Soon an oversized spiral pill appeared, and the source was thrown into the air with great effort. Instantly, the entire fog was stirred, and then a large hole was blown out. The sun shone in, but it's only a few seconds. The fog filled the hole. However, it is also in this way that White Fang also realized that the source was not lost for no reason. How strong this chakra? Squeeze me dry, I'm afraid that's it. Immediately use the chakra battery. Another White Tooth was shocked that his chakra was really filled up in an instant. In addition to being shocked, White Fang also used the afterglow and glanced at the source. At this moment, the corners of Yuan's mouth were grinning to the root of his ear. After confirming the look in his eyes, White Fang inexplicably heard the words of the source in his heart. He seemed to be saying, go ahead, Kima White Fang. End of ceiling. White Fang shouted angrily, wind escape tornado. A huge amount of chakra, terrifying tyranny. Not good. There is a powerful wind ninja on the opposite side. Watermelon Mountain's face was gloomy, and it seemed that he underestimated the white teeth. If the fog concealment technique is broken, then his home field advantage can be lost by half. However, such a powerful ninjutsu, the consumption is not low. While their old power has just gone and the new force has not yet been born, let's go up. Thinking of this, Watermelon Mountain grabbed the fighter. In the early days of the tornado, it sneaked into the eye of the wind and came underneath the ship. After they enter, White Fang's ninjutsu was also completely formed. Wind escape tornado. Instantly, with the ship as the core, a huge tornado spawns. With the posture of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, the fog concealment technique of the Mist Shadow Village was torn apart and devoured alive. Soon, the fog disappeared without a trace. White Fang wiped sweat on his forehead. Although chakra didn't consume much, he performed unfamiliar ninjutsu, which consumed a lot of mental energy. But at the moment when he relaxed, from the sixth sense, a powerful sense of crisis made his heart pound. Without the slightest hesitation, the instantaneous technique was launched. Rumble. A loud muffled sound. A big knife instantly smashed fiercely on the original position of the white fang. The splint was blasted out of a large hole. The white tooth, not far away in an instant, looked at the hole with palpitations. The dust dispersed. Watermelon Mountain and other fog shadows appeared on the boat. Seeing that the sneak attack was unsuccessful, Watermelon Mountain sneered and asked, "What's your name?" The white fang did not show weakness, and also replied with emotion, "Kim a white fang." Watermelon Mountain nodded, and mocked with a senior posture. "As a ninja of Konoha, I admit that you are very strong, but if you perform that kind of ninjutsu, the burden on you is not light." Saying that, he raised his big knife again and pointed at the workers behind the white fang. "I now give all of you a chance to live. Our purpose is this group of ninjas. As long as you help me catch them, I can let you go." As soon as the words came out, the terrified workers, one by one, began to change. Watermelon Mountain takes everything into account. The corners of his mouth tugged proudly. Then he added another fire, "Kim a white fang, that heaven-destroying ninjutsu just now has exhausted all your strength." As soon as these words came out, these workers changed their eyes, and even muttered in a low voice, "If the white fang doesn't work, we'll all die." That Kiri Shinobu said he would let us go. "I don't want to die." The atmosphere between the workers and the source suddenly became tense. White Fang frowned, but he didn't want to take the initiative either. Because of the shadow of the famous Tree of Man, there are 7 people in the ninja sword. All of them are the elite shinobi of the Mist Shadow. They didn't go head to head. Although the White Fang is confident that they are not weak, they do not have much of themselves and can defeat them without injury. But there is no way. If any of the workers continue to be seduced, it will not be good for them. White Fang pulls out the short blade. Several consecutive knives split the air, slashing straight to the Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost. "Ha! Such a clumsy word, but also want to demagogue others." White Fang's sword technique master, the knife is deadly. Watermelon Mountain's knife technique, strong and powerful, is also a master level. It's just that the style is biased towards the warrior, and the White Fang is more towards the assassin. The two are on the boat, crazy against each other. Just don't know why. The more he fought, the stronger Watermelon Mountain became, and the more unbridled the smile at the corner of his mouth. The White Fang also perceived. Chakra, which is covered with a short knife, will be absorbed by the opponent's weapons in every confrontation. White Fang's face became more and more solemn. It's not going to work like this. At the cost of his own injury, White Fang distanced himself from Watermelon Mountain. Quickly imprint in the air. Huajun Hao Fireball. Fireballs spew out. It's not over yet. The feet of the White Fangs in the air did not stop. Thunder Razor. 2 ninjutsu, one in front and one behind, one virtual and one real. The White Fang's combat skills are vividly interpreted. With the actual demonstration, it told everyone what a real battle is. The fire and thunder dispersed. The mackerel bears all, and Watermelon Mountain is nothing but blackened by the big face. In other respects, there is almost no damage. The bandage of the mackerel muscle was burned off. The terrifying form appeared in front of everyone's eyes, which shocked people's hearts. The White Fang was also the first time to see the appearance of the mackerel. I couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of spit. The full chakra made Watermelon Mountain excited. "Ha ha ha ha, your little snake, I'm so cool." Holding the big knife muscle, Watermelon Mountain mocked again with disdain. "It seems that you want to be buried with them." The White Fang was forced to fight. The workers were shocked. If before, they were still rocking, I don't know if it was the white teeth strong, or the fog ninja strong. Well, now, they don't have any doubts. White Fang obviously can't beat Watermelon Mountain. The eyes of several more workers began to become fierce, and gradually approached Mikado. Yuan's eyes were cold, and killing intent had risen in his heart. Who knows at this time? Vortex Merchant roared loudly. "What do you want to do? Last time I encountered a mountain thief, did you forget who protected you? It's the White Fang. It's them, these Konoha ninjas. Besides, you're so sure that the fog shadows will keep their promises?" The prestige of the Whirlpool fan is still there, and for a while, it also shocked most people. But the war situation is too unfavorable for the White Fang. Originally short knives, he was best at assassination and sneak attacks. The front side has just been put on the big knife mackerel, and the white teeth not only can't take any advantage, but also have to be restrained by the mackerel muscle, absorbing chakra's ability. Soon, the White Fang was once again miserably shot away. Mater Day couldn't stand it. A few steps forward and took the White Fang. "Let me come." Watermelon Mountain looked at it. It turned out to be a subordinate who was not afraid of death. His face couldn't help but show a chuckle. "Shinobi? Ha 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 ha. It's up to you, a waste to endure, and you still want to fight me." Mater Dai poured a bottle of reckless potion, and his physical fitness increased tenfold. If youth doesn't try, how will he know? Matt wore a dumb look and put on a serious pose. Watermelon Mountain's face turned dark, and he said angrily, "Endure it, dare to commit a crime, die." The two instantly hedged together. On the other side, White Fang was seriously injured. Genjin combed the White Fang aside. As soon as he fed the next leg-stretching glare pill, he heard Mikato's scream. There are two workers, bewitched by Watermelon Mountain. They took advantage of the White Fang's injured, the young brother to meet the enemy. The source left the team, and the other fog shadows were pinned down. Instantly hijacked Uzumaki Yukifan and Uchiha Mikato. They looked a little crazy, and kept saying, "We don't want to die. We don't want to die." The change here instantly touched everyone's hearts. Materdai lost his mind for a moment and was kicked by Watermelon Mountain. There was a flaw in the hand fight, and a group of doppelgangers were instantly wiped out by other fog ninja, and they themselves were also caught in the siege, and the situation was extremely dangerous. White Fang's eyes widened sharply, and he wanted to speak. Genichi pressed his shoulder and killed him, his face gloomy to the extreme. The figure turned into a black light. The next moment, the worker with a weapon around Mikato's neck. It was directly fed into the body by a spiral pill, and the internal organs were instantly confused. I'm afraid that if the leg-stretching and glaring pill is coming, it may not be able to save it. The man fell, and the other person exploded directly. The gesture is to kill the vortex fan, the moment that can be reflected. The three hooks of the source jade rotated, and the person committed suicide in front of the source. Picking up Sister Xiao Mikato, Genji didn't say a word, first feed a leg-stretching eye-glaring pill before speaking. After a closer inspection, I breathed a sigh of relief. Mikato-sama is okay. The white teeth are speechless, such an important medicine. If you feed the medicine later, Mikato's surprised expression may return to normal. Mikato was a little embarrassed, she really hadn't thought about it. The workers on their own side will even have civil unrest. I'm sorry, she made a mistake anyway. But how could Genjin blame Mikato-san? It's okay Mikato-san, it's me who is not good, I didn't protect you well. White Fang glanced at the source, you spoil her. Yay, brother Gen. Mikato-san, teacher White Fang, come and save me. I was beaten by several people, but fortunately I didn't eat, otherwise I would have to change my pants. White Fang was very knowledgeable and immediately rushed over. Only then did Yuen look at brother Chun. The young brother who was kicked and flew quickly got up, spit out a mouthful of blood. Watermelon Mountain sneered. Bah, that's it? Lower patience is lower patience. Self-inflicted waste. Brother Chingchun gritted his teeth, unwrapped the bandage, and bowed to Watermelon Mountain. Thank you for your recognition of me, forbearance and waste, is the result of my continuous efforts over the years. I have a trick, with youth as nourishment and life as a price. Burn it, youth. Remove the load and open the 6 doors. Brother Youth, it burned directly. The breath of the body has been condensed into substance. Stepping on the air, it attacked the Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost. The powerful aura surprised Watermelon Mountain. But then he was overjoyed. So many chakras, enough to fill the muscles with a meal. Carrying the muscles, Watermelon Mountain with teasing, and fighting with the young brother. It's just that at this time, Brother Youth, with the blessing of the 6 gates and the reckless potion, is close to the state after opening the 7 gates. Just kicked Watermelon Mountain to pieces. The mackerel muscles also flew far away. Everyone was shocked. The water body was broken, and the Watermelon Mountain body spat out a mouthful of blood. Air. Materdai was a little confused, and he didn't know why Watermelon Mountain exploded. However, he soon found the location of the Watermelon Mountain body. Stepping on the air, Matt Dai rushed over. Approaching, an air cannon was fired directly. Day Tiger, those other fog ninja, frightened the Revenant, quickly lifted the water body and ran into the water to hide. Although he escaped his life, he was also shocked out of internal injuries. Defeated by the lower ninja, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, when did he suffer this grievance? Holding the big knife muscle, I want to take a bite of chakra and then say. In this ontology battle, he was much more cautious, and he had drunk the Mangku Mountain Spring in advance, improving his physical fitness by 5 times. However, in terms of strength, he is still not an opponent. This is not the most surprising. The most surprising thing is that his big knife muscles are unable to devour the enemy's chakra. Muscle. What's the matter with you? Watermelon Mountain is scolding at the muscles. The mackerel said that he was wronged. People don't have chakra at all, how do you let me eat? Materdai tilted his head, looked at the Watermelon Mountain that scolded the muscles, and asked puzzled, that strange knife can absorb chakra? No wonder the White Fang Brotherhood lost, it turned out to be restrained. You must know that Kima White Fang, whether it is physical or knife art, is driven by the Thunder Attribute chakra. After communicating with the muscles, Watermelon Mountain understood. But this conclusion made him too unbelievable. You said that the shinobi, it was not chakra. That broke out. The muscles nodded continuously. Watermelon Mountain's face darkened. Materdai also stepped on the air and came to the side of Watermelon Mountain. He's right, I'm covered in water vapor. Day Tiger. People in this era, fighting will not be blind BB. Brother Chingchun ignited his strength again, and a day tiger struck. Watermelon Mountain rushed to cope. Brother Chingchun showed no mercy, and then made up for a peacock. Towards the peacock. This set of combos, not a few times. The Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost couldn't stand it. I have never fought before, such a humiliating battle. He decided that if he met this man again in the future, he would definitely take a detour. A water escape, and escape underwater. He grabbed the subordinates and threw them at Maturday, while he ran away desperately. Brother Chingchun still wanted to pursue, but White Fang stopped him loudly. After being poor, Mo chased. Grabbing the rest of the severely injured Miss Shinobu, White Fang took Materdai and returned to the ship. As soon as he returned to the ship, Maturday, who was reckless at one moment, was about to fall the next second. The opening of the sixth door brings a burden to the body, but it is not just talk. However, that was before. Yuan hurriedly helped Brother Chingchun. A very precious, stretched-leg glaring pill, thrown into his mouth. Mat Dai took care of it, and after a while, he jumped alive. It's really a miracle medicine. The young brother smiled and praised the medicine of the source. White Fang looked at the captives and said coldly, openly attacking the Konoha ninjas, our fire country, will definitely go to your water country and ask for an explanation. As soon as they heard that they had to explain, they were anxious. One by one, their faces were fierce, they crushed the poison hidden in their teeth in advance, and they all committed suicide. The sudden suicide caught the White Fang off guard. Not good. The Miss Ninja had blood at the corner of their mouths and looked at them with a mocking look on their faces. White Fang and General want to take advantage of us, Hugh. Think. Everyone looked solemn. I actually committed suicide. Do they have a big secret in them? Listening to White Fang's analysis, Yuan also felt that it made sense. So he dug in his pocket. Then you can't let them die. When everyone heard this, their eyes widened. Could it be that source? Do you have a way to save them? It can't be. That poison is extremely fast. Even if you prepare the antidote in advance, you may not be able to come back. What's more, we don't even have an antidote. Even if Tsunadeheim is here, there is nothing that can be done. Even if Tsunadeheim is here, there is nothing that can be done. Yuan listened stunned, quickly interrupted them and said, stop, stop. If you don't let me try it again, I really can't help it. Although they don't have hope, if they want to try, they can't refuse. Genjin took out a leg-stretching glaring pill and gave it to one person. Sure enough, the person's body had vitality, but the toxins in the person's body were not removed. That is to say, stretching out his legs and glaring at the pill can only heal injuries and cannot detoxify, but just barely give him a second life. The man woke up, but the mockery at the corners of his mouth was even worse. It's useless, this is a poison from the deep sea, you can't solve it, he the source is not disturbed. The backhand is one, and the extremely heavy slaps go up. Almost didn't let him die directly. Less BB in front of Lao Tzu. Saying that, in his butt pocket, he took out the detoxifying small yellow bean worth 100,000 taels. Open your mouth. The man was forced by this big man, and the spirit of the fan was in a trance. After eating the small yellow beans, the man's face slowly changed from dead black to healthy color. But then, his face began to turn white, and he turned red rapidly. The man's eyes widened and he jumped up, hands clutching his ass. Something kept muttering in his mouth, it's coming out, it's coming out. Not good. The source suddenly remembered the origin of this prop. It was a novel from a past life, a novel by that man. This detoxifying yellow bean has side effects. Quick! Throw him into the sea. Brother Chingchun also realized that something was wrong, stood up with his legs, and directly kicked the man into the sea. Once in the sea, the man touched the water and could no longer bear it. Can a living person still make * suffocate to death? Big deal, pull your trouser pocket. The sea water first dyed yellow, and then it began to bubble up profusely. Then there was the stench that rushed straight into the heavenly spirit cover. At this moment, the body of that Miss Shinobu was still alive, but his spirit might have died. The source is like a cannon, and the rest of the fog is saved one by one. Throw it into the sea again, hang it again, wash it clean again, hang it again. However, the power of these people is also really fierce. None of the people on the entire ship dared to come out of the atmosphere. Don't talk about the atmosphere, even if you squeak. As long as there is an opening, the stench will desperately drill into it. The source separates a group of doppelgangers. Let them be behind the ship, speed up the ship with a spiral pellet. As for the route, as long as you can escape this stench, who cares about this? In the source of the doppelganger, after working hard for a long time, everyone finally escaped the stench area, and they finally dared to take a breath. Those few fog ninjas, also tortured by this wave, did not have a little temper. Genjin covered his nose and slapped them awake, questioning them with a look of disgust. Tell me quickly, what are your secrets? What is your purpose? It's not that Yuan doesn't want to beat them up, but they stink. Those people, but ninjas. And the mouth of the ninja is notoriously difficult to pry. So although they are very broken in their hearts, the professional ethics of ninjas still make them honestly shut up. Genjin sighed and said secretly in his heart, "Harm, if only I were the protagonist. So you can have a talent skill, and the mouth will escape." But he still refused to give up, and said lightly, "I will not kill you, but life like today is your main theme. I'll build a cell with no gas outlet with dirt, feed you that bean, and lock you up all day. I hope you can get used to days like this." The smile that Genjin showed made those misty ninja, and the soul feel terrified. They want to die. It's that hard. When I was a ninja, I was not unwronged, and I was also mentally prepared for death. But compared to this, what are those grievances? And what is death? Compared with this inhuman torture, death is a gift. Just when they were shivering, as if remembering something again, Genjin continued, "Oh yes. I will also let the Land of Snow make a poster of you and promote it to the entire ninja world." At the same time, the source's chakra I also cooperated, giving them a rough scene. This moment. They can't hold on anymore. Death is death. Why let us go through this? These big men who have been around for more than 200 months really couldn't bear the pressure and cried directly, "Woo-hoo, I say. After that, you just kill me directly." Seeing that the companion gave in, the other few shrugged their heads, gritted their teeth and spoke. "I also said, I can give a pain." 2 people take the lead, and the remaining 2 have no psychological burden. It also means that they have to say. Genjin smiled crookedly. "Hey, it seems that I, maybe probably, also have a talent for mouth." The 4 were held separately and interrogated separately. Soon the information was interrogated. The purpose of intercepting them, they do not know. They just received orders from the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost temporarily, and their real purpose is to come to the Iron Country to buy supplies, and the purpose of purchasing materials turned out to be to take action against the country of the Vortex, and this is no secret in Wien Village. The reason behind this is because of the tailed beast. The mist-hidden village does not have a strong sealing ninjutsu. This also led to the tailed beasts of the Fog Shadow Village rioting from time to time in the village. So what they thought was, rob the sealing technique of the country of vortexes. This is not surprising. Among the 5 great powers, except for Konoha, the other countries do not have them, and there is a powerful sealing technique to seal the tailed beast. From time to time, it happens that the tailed beast riots. And the origin of Konoha's sealing technique, isn't it also because the wife of the Senju pillar, Uzumaki Mito, is the princess of the Uzumaki clan? To put it bluntly, Konoha's sealing technique is also from the country of whirlpools. The Uzumaki clan sealing technique is powerful, and the entire ninja world can be said to be unmatched. This also shows from the side that if you want to seal the tailed beast in the ninja world, you can only work the Uzumaki clan. And if you ask people directly, will they give it to you? Definitely not. It is to give, that is also the harsh conditions of the fog-hidden village can suffer this grievance. Knowing that it was impossible to arrive, they planned to grab it directly. And Wien Village started, Union Village, they can stand idly by? They also have the tailed beast rebellion, and they also want the sealing technique. The siege of the 3 major countries, coupled with Konoha's blindness and ignorance, the country of the Vortex was destroyed. This is also why, in the memory of the source, the Vortex family was destroyed. In the original work, there is very little description of the Uzumaki family, but you think, one family, one nation. This strength is not as good as the peak period, the Uchiha Thousand Hands clan, that is also similar. And the Uzumaki clan is also the only country that does not have a daimyo and an aristocracy. Genjin is also very curious, this country that seems out of place with the entire ninja world. This news, the source did not hide the Vortex fan. What? You said that the Mist-Hidden Village is going to start a war against the Vortex country. You said that the Mist-Hidden Village is going to start a war against the Vortex country. UN nodded and pointed to the 4 captives of the Misty Hidden Village. That's what they said. The Whirlpool fan's face was extremely solemn, and he couldn't wait to tell the patriarch the news. Nope, we're going to go back quickly. The Whirlpool fan turned to the workers and said, "Brothers, we're going to work harder, hurry back. As long as I can go to the country of Vortex tomorrow morning, I will increase your salary by 50% this time." When the workers heard this, they immediately cheered. 50%. With tangible benefits, these workers really worked harder, and the speed of the ship directly doubled. Early the next morning, the sky was gray. The workers and masters, who had been busy all night, looked at the land close at hand and showed a reassuring smile. It's arrived. I don't know who it is, and I roared in surprise. Then came the cheers of the workers. 50% of the wages. It's there. Looking at the villages and towns and the leaders of the Vortex country, they still looked calm and peaceful, and the bitter face of the Vortex fan finally showed a long-lost smile. Hand Hit also woke up. He stepped out of the cabin and stretched. Yay! It's arrived. It's finally here. Mikato rubbed her sleepy eyes when she opened them completely. The sky just lit up, the first rays of fish belly white. Wow! So beautiful. The whole scenery is picturesque, depicting a stunning sunrise, soft red clouds, sparkling sea backdrop, and Mikato, who was shining on the first rays of sunlight. The scenery is beautiful, Jean knows. The characters are beautiful, the source knows. Yes, it's beautiful. Such a beautiful Mikato sister, let the whole source be dumbfounded. It took a long time for Mikato to react, and the source was looking at herself. As soon as the smiley face brushed, it turned red, covered his face and turned his back. Gen-kun, don't be like this. Well, Genjin smiled awkwardly and looked away at the sea. It's his gaffe, but the afterglow is still on Mikato. Yuen sighed and said, I didn't lie to anyone. At this moment, it is the turn of the sun to shine on the source. Combined with Gen's handsome, melancholy appearance, Mikato's heart moved. One covered his chest, afraid that his little heart would jump away. It's just that her smiling face is even redder. You still look at me. Mikato pretended to be a milk murderer. Then I can't suffer a loss, can't I? Said, quickly approached the source. The small mouth was soft and sticky, and took a sip on the source's little face. Okay, it's leveled. Gen's eyes widened. On the surface, the clouds are light and the wind is light. But in fact, his little head is already messy. However, White Fang, who was standing at a height, coughed at the right time, which saved the source. Xiao Mikato ran away shyly, and Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief and straightened out the mess of his brain. The source is a little embarrassed. This kind of embarrassment is the same as being discovered by the head teacher when I fell in love and kissed in high school. This sun, it's very beautiful. White Fang nodded. Indeed, the sun and the white cloud are kissed together, red. The source is full of black lines. What is it? Yuan pointed to a dark shadow on the surface of the sea and said, White Fang, sensei, look, is there a coconut there? White Fang tilted his head and looked, and there was indeed a dark shadow, but soon his eyes widened. Because that black shadow is moving. The source also noticed that something was wrong, and his face instantly became serious. The White Fang jumped down, stepped on the water, and fished the thing to the boat. Source frowned at the thing. The coat is brown, the face is long and round, and there are dark circles under the eyes. I say no. Isn't this the panda of the land of Bashu? No, isn't the panda black and white? It's a little bear. How could it be in the sea? The bear's belly was so big, it was obviously drowning. Without any hesitation, the source emptied the debris from the bear's nose and mouth. Then Minamoto squatted and knelt on one leg and bent the other leg. Then placed the bear's belly horizontally on the knee-bent thigh. Then droop the bear's head and press the bear's back with your hand. Soon, at the mouth and nose of the bear, a large amount of water was left behind. With a violent cough, the bear woke up. It's just that the source is afraid that he can't save it, and he is still constantly slapping the little bear's ass, who is slapping Uncle Ben's ass. The little bear was furious, and the milk was fierce and screaming. However, Gen's hand did not stop, and he slapped it again. The bear jumped up directly, covered his butt, and kept jumping his feet. When did he suffer such grievances? Furious, it pounced on the source at once. But with one hand, Genjin held its head. This caused its small short hand, helplessly facing the air, constantly waving. Oh, Genbei glanced at the little bear. A little impatient, he lifted him up with one hand. His murderous aura was slightly exposed, and his eyes were instantly fierce. But Rosie is pressing. Frightened the little bear, directly fried the Mauser shivered. Only at this time, Mikato pouted unhappily. Don't be so fierce. You see how furry people are, how cute. Mikato grabbed the frightened bear, hugged it, and coaxed it up. Soon the ship landed. Little Kuma, in Mikato's arms, glared viciously at General Mikato was also curious, so she began to ask Bear, what's your name? The bear is in Mikato's arms and looks very well behaved. Rubbing Mikato's little hand, he enjoyed it. My name is Kuwaba, from Dog Bear Ridge. Upon hearing this, Genjin exclaimed, Dog Bear Ridge? Bald Head Strong? When I heard the source, I directly called my own immortal name. The pot is not dry again. However, it can't beat the source, and in the end, it can only be used, with a fierce expression, viciously. You dare to call the immortal name directly. I'm looking for Bear Bear too. Teach you a lesson. Punch your ass hard. The source was speechless. The bald head is not finished, and a bear and a big bear too appeared. It seems that the bear haunted and ran. In other words, in the world of Hokage, how can there be bears? This is outrageous. But the source is also right, this little guy has a little interest. He didn't care about his teeth and claws, but asked with a curious face, tell me what Dog Bear Ridge is like. As soon as the source asked, Kuwaba turned his face arrogantly, looking like I wouldn't tell you. Humph. Dare to punch my ass. You also want me to answer your question, think beautifully. But for Dog Bear Ridge, Mikato is also very curious. So Mikato, with crispy and numb words, cooperated with the jade hand to constantly massage it. Bashi's pot is about to fly. Kiwaba glared at the source and said proudly, "I'm from Dogbear Ridge, the Dogbear family." Listening to Kiwaba's narration, the source also understood. To put it bluntly, Dogbear Ridge is a holy place similar to Meow Frog Mountain. It's just that it's a holy place that no one has ever heard of. In their holy place, there are 3 major immortals. They are the Bald Head Strong and the Bear Big Bear 2, 3 immortals. At this time, Genjin asked again, "Then you are all hidden in the world, why did you appear here again?" When I ask this, the pot will be angry. Originally hidden in the world, they are not known to the world. I don't know why. After practicing fire breathing for 2.5 years, he was suddenly brought into this world. Come here and forget it, it's still at sea. So he drowned. What happened after drowning, he also did not know what happened. And then they were rescued. Although it was the source who saved him, he did not want to appreciate it. Because the source spanked him, let his bear life be hurt. After saying all this, Kiwaba still looked at the source with a bulging face. That's the situation. Source nodded. Although the situation is outrageous, it is not a big deal. Isn't it, psychic beast? Won't it disappear with a bang? Can't you just go back to Dogbear Ridge? Upon hearing this, Kiwaba looked at the source with the eyes of a fool. I wasn't channeled, naturally I can't, bang back. I see. The source indicates that he has long knowledge. Okay. Minamoto smiled and shook his head. This bear, it's quite interesting. Dogbear Ridge, Bald Head Strong. The bald head should be human. And the human immortals, the source became more and more curious. Don't look at the world, it's all fine now. But in fact, a sword of Damocles has long been suspended on the head of this world. Large barrel wood. Before UN had no strength, he felt that this kind of thing had nothing to do with himself. There are tall people on top. But I didn't expect that in just 1 month, UN found that he who had the system was already in the ranks of tall people. And to deal with Itsuki, you can't use ninjutsu. Only the 2 directions of physical arts and fairy arts go. And in the ninja world, fairy arts seem to be animal fairy arts. This kind of fairy art is not easy to learn, even if it is strange after learning. Since there are human beings, they can live the way to become immortals. It is very likely that there are immortal arts that humans can learn without side effects. Thinking of this, UN secretly made up his mind in his heart. You can't let this bear run away. Mikato, let's go get something to eat first. Little Bear Pot, as soon as he heard that he was going to eat, his eyes instantly lit up. The hostile gaze disappeared instantly, turning into a flattering look. Yay! My lifesaver, are you going to take us to eat? Can I eat fish? It would be better to have some honey. I don't know, how did Kiwaba's bear eyes do bling bling? However, this also gives the source a bottom in his heart. It seems that this bear is still very good at fooling. When the ship docks, it has already arrived in the country of whirlpools. The task of the source is also completed. The rest of the 7788 process was also contracted by the White Fang. Minamoto took Mikato-san, Handeb, Brother Youth, and the bear directly to the most luxurious hotel in the country of whirlpools. UN didn't care, and casually threw a menu to Kiwaba, point up, and then leave him alone. Moving the chair, Genjin approached Mikato-sama and gently ordered Mikato-sama. Kiwaba just glanced lightly and didn't say much. He is a bear of knowledge. It has long been in Aunt Quiwa and Xiangyar, and I know that this is called dedication. Kiwaba jumped off the stool and came to the beautiful young lady waiter. Holding the little sister's jade foot, constantly touching and rubbing, crooked mouth and smile, "Little sister, is it good for you to hold me?" The young lady looked at the pot and was immediately cute by the pot. Wow, that's cute, fluffy, very much liked by the young lady. Without any hesitation, the young lady picked up the pot, touching and kissing again. Brother Chingchun tilted his head, and his eyes were about to pop out. Good guys, it's still like this. At this moment, Brother Chingchun is wondering whether his youth is worth it. But shaking his head, he sparkled again, igniting the fighting spirit of youth. Constant self-hypnosis and brainwashing, which threw out all the pollution. Youth is not to be desecrated. Maybe it's revenge, maybe it's really hungry. Kiwaba, almost all the dishes he could eat, ordered all the dishes. But he still repeatedly instructed, "I don't eat spicy oh." In the process of waiting for the food, the little face of Kiwaba is blossoming with happiness. Fish, fish, fish. Lots and lots of fish. And honey. SHH, if it weren't for it, what had been rubbing would be the big white place of the little sister. I don't know, I really thought he was there, looking forward to the food. The hand touched his head, not knowing what was wrong with the world. I always feel weird, and I don't know if I can ask. Okay. This restaurant starts serving fish, a lot of different kinds of fish, and honey, all kinds of weird honey foods. The pot threw himself on the table, put both hands together, and began to eat the starving ghost. Wow! What kind of fish is this? Nothing stingy and delicious. Wow! What kind of fish is this? Tentacles one by one, it smells so strange, but it tastes crispy and delicious. Wow, what is this? It smells of honey and strawberries. That's great. Wow, wow. Poor Kuwaba, as if he had never seen the world, exclaimed from the heart. Shinobu Genjin and Mikato, they are also shinobi. This day, Little Bear is undoubtedly hugely happy. Chewing the food, the pot's eyes were soft, and he said to the source vaguely and arrogantly, seeing that you were so good to me, I will forgive you for beating my ass. However, he also seemed to notice his posture and was a little arrogant. Fear that Genjin will no longer invite him to dinner in the future. He added, that's right. If you invite me to eat like this in the future, it's not unacceptable for you to spank me again. Hearing this, even the professional source could not hold back. Laughing heartily, Genjin patted his chest. Ha ha ha, just follow me, eat fragrant and spicy pipes enough. As soon as Kuwaba heard this, his brows furrowed. Yuen quickly asked, what's wrong? The pot was twisted and said embarrassedly, I can't eat spicy, I can breathe fire. Shame on saying it. He has been practicing controlling Spitfire for 2.5 years, but still, as soon as you eat spicy, you breathe fire. What did the source still think? It turned out to be this. Everyone laughed again, without any meaning, just simply found it interesting. I was amused by the humility of the pot. Without any hesitation, Kuwaba sold himself. Aang, this is my dog Bear Ridge's psychic scroll. The pot lay in a pile of bowls, squinting contentedly, enjoying the comfort of eating and drinking. Yuen also did not hesitate and signed this psychic contract. Then he took it, and the scroll and the pot disappeared. Mikato and Taida, their faces changed in an instant, and they became worried. Source, where's it going? What about Brother Gen? Fortunately, at this time, Matt wore it. He reassured the two, don't worry, the source is just inversely psychic. Dog Bear Ridge. In the midst of towering trees. Source and pot, abrupt appearance. It all came too fast. After being stunned for half a second, the source reacted. This is being reversed. There are outsiders appearing. The forest is also perceived in an instant. A bald figure with a foot chainsaw and a flying saw appeared. The hollow voice said without any emotion, what man? The source was shocked. Instead of waking up the pot again, he stood up and looked at the comber. I rub. Bald head strong. That. The source didn't know how to explain it. However, the bald head is strong, and he noticed that the psychic scroll in the source hand and the pot that is not good on the side. In an instant, his face became grinning. Yay! It turned out to be a contractor. Retracting the chainsaw, the bald head jumped down, put his arm around the source and said politely, young man, how old are you? Marriage. Forward. Have you eaten? Where do you live? A series of questions, the source was asked numbly. Speaking of immortals, shouldn't they all be high-minded? Could it be yourself, the wrong way to enter? But Yuen didn't dare to ask more. What if I am not careful, and I am touched by an immortal, and I will break the heavenly spirit? Genichi looked restrained, and replied, that, immortal. My name is, Uchiha General, just eaten, hee. My home is in the ninja world. Ninja world? The bald head narrowed his eyes. He smiled again and asked, how big is your space? Genjin dragged his chin and thought for a moment, because it should be big. After all, there are many planets or something. As soon as he heard Yuen say this, the bald head Chiang immediately became energetic. Is it so big? That's great. The bald face was overjoyed, but he was still very polite, and said to the source, you have signed a psychic agreement with us, then we are allies. If you have anything you need, just tell me. Ha ha ha, you can also, let your friends or something, sign our psychic agreement. The source was even more puzzled. Immortals are too enthusiastic. Can't figure it out. Yuen asked directly, but his posture was very low. Strong immortal, why are you so enthusiastic about me? The bald head is not surprised, and he also knows that the source will definitely ask himself this question, but he also had an eye on it. We really are, we need some help from you, but your strength is still too weak now, and it's useless to know. When you are strong, I will naturally tell you, but don't worry, our purpose will never harm you. Repeatedly confirmed that the bald head Chiang really did not have any bad intentions towards him. Jen's hanging heart also relaxed. Only then did he speak, I do have something to do with you. I want to learn the Terran fairy arts. Upon hearing the immortal art of the Terrans, the bald head Chiang narrowed his eyes again, but a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. But I readily agreed. Of course. After receiving an accurate answer, Yuen's face was overjoyed, and he said excitedly, the Terrans really have their own immortal arts? Questioned by the little doll, the bald head was a little dissatisfied, and the angry breath came out a little. Of course, the Terrans have their own immortal arts. Even toads and snakes, and even slugs can have fairy magic. The Terrans are the spirits of all things. It's just a fairy art, how can it not be reasonable? We Terrans not only have immortal arts, but also have many kinds of immortal arts. The bald head Chiang really wants to say, Shiu immortal, the Terran is professional, okay. But aside from it, Uchiha Gen's appearance of having never seen the world did not say anything. After all, he still has a request for this kid. Today's Bear Ridge. Harm. So can I learn fairy arts now? Yuan asked weakly, facing the angry strong immortal. A certain strong immortal choked, forced a smile, and affirmed, "You can learn now." Then he added the learning conditions and said, "You'd better be mentally prepared, this learning cycle will be long. It's 3 or 5 years, and it's decades long." As soon as he heard it for such a long time, the source's face darkened. Is it going to take so long? The bald head turned pale, and knocked on the brain case of the source. Do you think that the Terran immortal art is so easy to cultivate? Also, fairy arts are not other, and it is difficult to get started. Even Naruto, the protagonist, has been learning for a long time, and he learned it only after he grows. Then forget it, I'll be ready later, and I'll study again. Only then did he smile and pat Yuan's shoulder. That's right, get stronger, step by step. Remember AO, let more trusted people sign our psychic contract. Saying that the bald head was strong, he flew away with a saw. Genichi patted the pot in the right place. Stop sleeping, we're going back. The pot snorted, and the fat hand was ridiculously fast. Then with a bang, Genwei and Namba returned to the land of whirlpools. This trip to Dogbear Ridge, although very short, but it's also magical. There are just as many gains and questions. But the last thing the source is afraid of is trouble. Since it is already known that Dogbear Ridge has a request for himself, it will not be unfavorable to himself. It is entirely possible to ally with them. However, their strength does not know how. It's just that, anyway, now the small empty village, there are just no psychic beasts. Genjin smiled crookedly and activated the teleportation array. After separating a doppelganger, he took the contract scroll to Xiaokong Mountain. Hey. With the support of Dogbear Ridge, Xiaokong Mountain's strength is at least a higher level. In addition to this gain, one of the greater gains is to know where the Terran immortal law is learned. With fairy arts, there is a means to deal with the big tube. Genjin felt that the hopes of the ninja world were all pinned on Naruto and the two. This is very selfish and unreliable. The huge ninja realm, the huge human race, can only rely on 2 children? Genbu doesn't want things to be like this in the future. What he wants is for the ninja world to have it, countless Naruto. At that time, the big tube would came. The ninja world jumped out directly, countless Uchiha drove the Gundam and stood on the left, and countless ninjas turned on the immortal mode and stood on the right. And a little girl with red hair and cute abnormality. On the street, I found Kuwaba and called in amazement. Although Kuwaba is a dog bear, he is not like a dog bear at all, but very much like a panda and a raccoon. If you talk about the appearance of the source, it is on the adjective handsome. The appearance of that pot is grown on cute adjectives. And on the road, he walks and sways, which is very endearing. Kuwaba turned around blankly and looked at where the voice was coming from. But suddenly, he found that he had not only been picked up, also lifted up. So cute, so cute. The little red-haired girl, cheerfully, hugged the pot, and her little face was constantly rubbed. Kuwaba's face was loveless, and his mouth was constantly saying, "Don't rub it. My face hair is going to fall out. Don't lift me up like that." The bell is revealed. After ravaging it, the red-haired girl asked with a serious face, "What's your name?" Kuwaba rubbed his little face and whispered, "Kuwaba. Pot B.A.? What a name. That pot. Do you breathe fire?" Kuwaba was stunned. How did she know she could breathe fire? Seeing that Kuwaba was stunned, her eyes became even stronger. Facing an open field, Kuwaba spit fire. The pot subconsciously opened the mouth to breathe fire. The result really spewed out. Kuwaba was flabbergasted. You can breathe fire, but you need preconditions to breathe fire yourself. You have to eat chili peppers in advance to breathe fire. I didn't eat chili peppers this time. It can even breathe fire. How is it possible? Kuwaba continued incredulously. But the fiery red-haired girl immediately became very happy. Hello Kuwaba. My name is Uzumaki Jushine. Uzumaki Jushine? Uchiha Genjin held his chin, he remembered the name. I just couldn't remember it all of a sudden. After pondering for a long time, this was in the fragments of scattered memories. Found this person. Naruto Uzumaki's mother is Uzumaki Shine. The little girl in front of her turned out to be Naruto Uzumaki's mother. It's amazing. UN Evil smiled. This threw out CAO's thoughts. He took the initiative to go up and say hello. My name is Uchiha Gen, and Naoba is my psychic beast. Listen to the source's self-introduction. Uzumaki Juzine, his brows furrowed first, a little disappointed. Not a pet? But then, she said very happily, it's a psychic beast, it's also very good. I want it to be my psychic beast. No way, the pot is so cute, I just can't walk like it. The source was also unambiguous, and directly took out the psychic scroll. If you want, I'll give it to you. How much small money are you going to give? A hearing asks for money. Juzine was stunned. I am so cute, and I have to collect my own money. For the sake of the pot's face, I'd better endure it. Juzine asked weakly, how much? Minamoto grinned. Look, my pot, it's not easy to grow so big. If you want 300,000 taels or 400,000 taels, it's not expensive. Xiao Juzine took out the small frog wallet, opened it and counted it little by little. Finally, extremely unhappy, pouted. I only have 150,000 taels, can you sell me half first? The source glared. Obedient. Live Hades. Buy half. Left half or right half? Top half or bottom half? Yuan smiled, snatched Juzine's wallet, counted, and then nodded and said, Juzine, you are still a little rich woman, depending on what you sincerely want, I'll give you an IOU first. All right. Stop teasing people. Mikato lightly knocked Gen's head. He returned the money to Juzine, and then said with a smile, my name is Mikato Uchiha, don't listen to him. It's just shhh. The pot was one of the angry. He actually sold himself in front of himself. Damn it. He originally wanted to breathe fire and burn the source, but he blew the air for half a day. There was really no way, his teeth itched, and he bit into the source's arm in one bite. There was a bear hanging from his arm, and Genzo couldn't shake it off. The source's face darkened. But I don't know how, Sister Mikato and Jushina chatted happily. It didn't take long to be called sisters. The source is still on the arm, one more pendant, and depressed. Sister Mikato said to him, let's go to dinner together. Listen to eat. Hanging on the source arm, I don't know how long the pot finally let go. With a look of excitement, he excitedly fawned at Yuan. Gentle, kind and handsome, what do we eat? It's a fish, isn't it? He completely forgot that he hung on Gen's arm, and Gen's thing that had been dumped for a long time. The source is also black-faced. No fish. No honey either. We only eat watermelon. When I heard that I only ate watermelon, Kyuaba was about to cry with grievances. Quickly remedied the apology, source. I'm sorry. Let's eat fish, okay. How about some honey again? I'm sorry. Sorry SHH. I swear SHH. If I bite you again, I'm not human. Please, SHHHH. I only eat one fish, so it's good. The pot is a coquettish meal. Kiwan didn't eat this set, and even wanted to throw him back to Dogbear Ridge. But Jushina and Mikato-san, they eat this set. Jushina and Sister Mikato picked up the pot as soon as they grabbed it, and constantly comforted, eat fish, eat fish, eat fish. Gen's face darkened. Sister Mikato, do you know that this will spoil the children's paper, do you know? But helplessly, the source can only sigh. Harm. You can't help it, old place, let's go. Among the most luxurious hotels. Yuan calmly drank the tea, his eyes constantly scanning Juzine. People of the Uzumaki clan have red hair, but Juzine's hair color is particularly high-grade, or noble. As soon as I thought about it, the country of whirlpools would be destroyed. The Vortex clan will also be exterminated. The source is quite embarrassing. Such a little girl with a water spirit will become an orphan. And then cheap Watergate that fast man. Seriously, Genji wanted to help the Uzumaki clan. People who want to destroy the Uzumaki clan, but the three major ninja villages of Fog, Cloud, and Rock, and even the secret operation of Konoha. His current strength is too limited. Konoha can't count on it, none of the ninjas in the village listen to Uchiha, and as for the clan, there are several elders. The only help is Xiaokong Mountain. It's just that Xiaokong Mountain, the current development has just begun, and the strength is simply not a climate. It's okay to fight bandits and bandits, if you do regular troops, then forget it. The small empty village still needs to be developed, and it will take time. But to save the Whirlpool family, the most lacking thing is time. The ninja army of the Mist-Hidden Village, maybe in 2 days, will drive to the country of whirlpools. Now, the country of vortexes is probably destroyed. Yuan didn't think about taking out the vortex country sealing technique and teaching it to several great ninja villages? This is used to appease several great ninja villages. But this seems desirable. But in reality, it's not feasible at all. Because the country of Vortex is not at the same level as those major ninja villages. And the Whirlpool family, valuable things, is not just sealing, and their peculiar physique and bloodline. When the other ninja villages, after they have the sealing technique, they will want a better container. This time people want the sealing technique, you gave the sealing technique, what about the next time? People want people from your village, do you give it? You don't give? Without the advantage of the sealing technique, the country of Vortex will only lose even more miserably. Genjin picked up the scroll, handed it to Uzumaki Jushine, and nibbled on the chicken leg. This is the contract scroll of Dogbear Ridge. After you sign it, you can summon the pot. Juzine nodded his little head. Sign your name. As soon as she signed it, she began to try, summoning psychic beasts. Bang! And she summoned a monkey. She froze. Why not, another pot? As soon as Kiwaba looked at the monkey, he exclaimed in surprise, Mau Mau. Mau Mau was also stunned, and quickly jumped next to the pot, pointing to the source and asking, who are they? Kiwaba straightened his stomach, smiled, quite flattering, and took the lead in introducing Jandeo. This is Uchiha Gen, the first human who contracts Dog-Bear Ridge. Then he pointed to Mikato and said, this is Mikato Uchiha, she is my good friend. Then pointed to Juzine and said, her name is Uzumaki Juzine, I like her a lot. By the way, you are her psychic source. After the introduction, the pot sat there and ate it. Mau Mau is still the first time he was channeled, so he looked very restrained. He was quite happy to see that Mau Mau was also a bear brain case, and handed Mau Mau a banana and said, this is for you to eat. How to say, eating is the fastest way to get closer and the distance between people? Eating hot pot and chatting about the sky, Mau Mau became familiar with everyone. The hand had also signed the psychic scroll, and seeing that Mau Mau was also a bear brain case, he directly and happily said that Mau Mau would mix with himself in the future. After the meal, Juzine was still happy, invited them to his house for the night. Kiwaba was held by Juzine for one night. It wasn't until the morning that he returned to Dog-Bear Ridge. One morning a few days later, the White Fang finally returned. With proof of mission completion, with the mission bounty tail payment. Okay, mission accomplished. We're going to get ready to go back to life. Hearing that Mikato was leaving, Jushina expressed her reluctance. Send them a lot, substitutes, detonation charms. And the source also sent Juzine a lot of things. For example, a mangaku potion, a leg-stretching glare pill, an apple, and a special shuriken. And the source was also afraid that Juzine was not clear, so he introduced the efficacy to Juzine one by one. However, Juzine just smiled and did not speak. I don't know if she remembered it in her heart. On the boat back, Mikato was worried. Looking back at the country of Uzumaki, she felt a little uneasy. Source, you said that the mist-hidden village will attack the vortex country. If it really attacks, then Sister Juzine, will it be very dangerous? Mikato had worry in her eyes. In the past few days of getting along, Mikato has regarded Jushina as her sister. She didn't want Juzine to be hurt. Genvia smiled slightly, rubbed Mikato's forehead, a word of comfort and promise. Don't worry, I'll make a move. Half a month later, White Fang finally returned to the gate of Konoha village with the zero shift. I don't know what's wrong. Originally at least 2 days away, the source of them was hard, let the White Fang them, played for half a month. Of course, it's not just play. They also train during this period. Such as treading water, climbing trees, sealing, endurance, etc. And the three of Genbu and Mikato are all people who eat pulp washing fruit to raise their talents to extraordinary talents. For them, these trainings are basically ready to look at and learn as soon as they learn. With a little practice, you can reach the point where others have 2.5 years. So in White Fang's suspicion of Shinobu, Genshi and Mikado Fight 3, Chakra's ability to control, straight to Shinobu. If they had rich combat experience, they would be completely at the upper level of Shinobi. Especially with the source of the Flying Thunder God, at least it is shadow level. Moreover, the one-handed knife technique of the source is not under him. Hiss! Terrifying! White Fang felt that in his life, he was afraid that he had lived in a dog. Why, people only study for a few days, they can compare with themselves. Forget it. People are demon. Because the source not only has the ability to learn against the sky, but also has a strong ability to innovate. For example, Genji taught everyone that Muji Ninjutsu, Wind Escape Spiral Pill. This ninjutsu, it's wonderful. No need for sealing, powerful and excellent to perform. As a ninjutsu, as long as you can fulfill 2 of them, it is an excellent ninjutsu. But this spiral pill, it meets 3 points. That's the ultimate ninjutsu. It's just a pity that although the White Fang has learned, it is still somewhat difficult to use in real combat due to talent. I could only secretly envy and look at Mikato, who was skilled in casting spiral pills, and Tetsu. But he wasn't discouraged. This ninjutsu of genjutsu also provided him with a ninjutsu idea. He felt that he should be able to create a thunder ninjutsu similar to Orochimaru, but this will take time, and it will be a matter of later. Finally back. Hehe, I miss the grandfather of the third elder a lot, and I don't know how much money he earned himself. Mikato took Gen's small hand, looking excited, breathing in the smell of Konoha. It's the smell of Konoha. I haven't seen my grandfather in a long time. Handbeat looked at the two and giggled. He had no family and no home. In other words, Minamoto and Mikato are his family, and where they are there is home. Materdi had already run home. For more than a month, I haven't seen my wife, and I miss it very much. White Fang was also in a good mood, and said lightly, let's go home first. Today I will treat guests to eat barbecue. By the way, you must come and pay. Maybe it's experience, more than a month of getting along. Maybe he went through it, a death. The white fang is also less melancholy and dull, and now it will joke. Good, the three spoke in unison. For who pays, the source does not care. What is money? Yuan said that I have never touched money, and I have no interest in money. I took Mikato's little hand and rested for a few days. The source has just arrived, old man. The old man smiled and welcomed him in. Good boy, I finally remembered that my husband is here. Although the face is smiling, the words are filled with sorrow, which is also obvious. The source is a little embarrassed. I've been playing for too long, Isn't this the first time on a mission, and you are still summing up experience? Genjin casually pulled a lie. Immediately took out a leg-stretching pill, and said apologetically, this time it's my fault, old man, this is filial piety to you. Looking at the black mud pill, Uchiha Fang looked puzzled. This can't be this kid, who hasn't bathed this month and stepped out, right? Uchiha Yutaka did not hide his disgust in the slightest. What is this? Mikato was overjoyed, grabbed her grandfather, and introduced him. Grandpa, you don't know this. In this mission, Teacher White Fang was seriously injured in order to protect us, and we were all about to die, and our last words were also left. But guess what? The source is to take this, stretch out his legs and stare at the pill, and give it to Teacher White Fang, which brought Teacher White Fang back to life. So, Grandpa, this is a miracle medicine. Mikato's narration is extremely concise, completely avoiding her own injury. She didn't want her grandfather to worry about herself. Listening to Mikato's explanation, Yutaka Uchiha was suspicious. Pick up this leg-stretching pill and look at it carefully in front of your eyes. But no matter how he looked at it, he came to the conclusion that what he was holding in his hand was a mud pill. Is it really a miracle medicine? Mikato and Genjin nodded in unison seriously. Okay then. Although Genjin is a little naughty, it is not enough, and Mikato cooperates with him to fix herself. In addition, Uchiha Fang has always felt that Uchiha Genjin has a big secret. Even the reckless potion, such an outrageous thing, there is a miracle medicine, it is not excessive. Really? Just an entrance. Stretching out his legs and glaring at the pill, it turned into extremely gentle energy, constantly repairing his body. Canker sores on fire 2 days ago. Dark wounds left over decades ago. All of them quickly recovered under this strange and gentle energy. Suddenly, Uchiha Fang spewed out a mouthful of aged black old blood. Poof! Genwei and Mikato, suddenly shocked, hurriedly picked up Uchiha Fang. Grandpa, old man, the source complexion is extremely ugly. This is a system prop, something went wrong? But I haven't thought about it too much yet. Uchiha Yuzu burst out laughing. The face is a very healthy flush. Ha 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 ha, I'm fine. What I spit out is the dark wounds on my body over the years. Stretch out your legs and stare at the pill, it's really a miracle medicine. These old dark wounds were accumulated little by little. Even the most powerful medical ninja came, and that was also helpless. Because the dark wound is not only his life. But this miracle medicine not only removes the dark wounds, but also does not hurt people's lives. It is really a miracle. But soon, Uchiha Fang said with a solemn face, Source, this medicine is too important, do you still have it? Yuan was slightly stunned, and nodded without thinking, yes. Uchiha Fang's face was beaming, is that for sale? Genjin didn't understand what Uchiha Fang meant, and nodded stunnedly, sell. Selled. Uchiha Yutaka, what price? At the mention of the price, Yuan instantly calmed down and began to calculate. Redeem it yourself, and the system sells itself for 100,000 taels. Then sell yourself 1,000,000 taels, this is not too much, right? Genbu asked weakly, million? Upon hearing the price, Uchiha jumped directly to his feet. A million, the source is a little weak-hearted. Just wanted to speak, or you cut the price. Uchiha Fang scolded him, you are a loser. With this ability to heal dark injuries, it's more than this price. Do you know what the price is for a medical master? 1 million, that's the starting price. You have to sell this medicine for at least 3 million, no, 5 million. The source was also shocked. Is his medicine so valuable? I'll have to ask what price Huaji sells. Genjin swallowed a mouthful of spit. So we're still 5 or 5. The meaning of the source is clear, there is money to earn together. Uchiha Fang's eyes lit up. It's good to have money to earn. This grandson-in-law of his own family is really a god of wealth. I'll find it later, that old boy from Uchiha Yamada. I like to look at his appearance, I have never seen the world, and say a word. Uchiha, will rise again. Very good. Very good. Come on, and get inside. The old man's face turned fast. The dark wound healed, and now Uchiha Fang feels relaxed. Looking at the old man, happy and healthy, the source is also very happy. After making a good meal, Uchiha Fang's appreciation of Uchiha's source was even greater. Then it's time to settle the score. This is this month, and the sales dividend of Mangfu is a total of 80 million taels. This is the money for the purchase of the reckless potion. This is the money to buy the leg-stretching glaring pill. Uchiha stomped and withdrew money from the seal scroll. Uchiha Gens stomped and put the money away. At the same time, seal and opened the teleportation array. Yuan used the doppelganger, pile by pile, to send the reckless potion over. This means, let the self-informed Uchiha Feng marvel in his heart, but on the surface, he wants face. So he could only suppress the shock and ask casually, what is this? Yuan introduced indifferently, oh, what do you mean teleportation arrays? This is a new spacetime ninjutsu created by me after learning the Flying Thunder God and according to the principles of the Flying Thunder God. Teleportation array. Source's explanation was like a loud thunder, and the shocked Uchiha Yutaka couldn't say anything for a long time. Self-created. Time and space ninjutsu. Which word can be linked to a 7-year-old? After all, Uchiha Feng was only secretly scolding Shang Yuan in his heart. Demon. After handing Yutaka Uchiha 10 leg-stretching glaring pills, Yuan seemed to think of something. Handing it to Uchiha Feng, a small ninja bag said, old man, this is for you. There is a bottle of reckless potion, 3 leg-stretching eye glaring pills, and a chakra battery. Oh, right, you also hold this ball. The source handed the old man a ball engraved with the subword. This is a teleportation array, sub-array. It can be used to communicate, and it can be used to transmit. Saying that, the source also demonstrated. He pulled out a mother ball and injected chakra into it. The sub-ball reacted. Then the source walked away, and then the sub-ball came, the voice of the source. How? Is it audible? This is Mikato's first time seeing a source demo. She shouted with joy, hear me. It is the doppelganger of the source, the essence of this period of research. A communication ball that integrates communication and transmission. The most awesome function, in fact, is that it only needs to inject chakra, or put in chakra battery. He can achieve teleportation with the mother array. Let the old man put it away, and the source will go back alone. It's going to be separated from Mikato, and Genjin is a little reluctant. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance. He also gave Mikato a communication ball so that they could make telephone porridge at night. Hey, is it Mikato? Did you miss me? Wait a few seconds later. On Mikato's side, a panicked voice came. Hey, source. My grandfather was there just now. Grandpa heard it, shamed to death. Yuan smiled slightly. Haha, did you miss me then? Mikato's little face was hot, and she didn't have a good breath. I don't want to. It was only an hour and 15 minutes apart. They kept talking about non-nutritious topics until Mikato fell asleep. Yuan smiled gently and hung up the phone communication. SHH, Gen-kun, are you at home? The sound came from the courtyard. The man who spoke had skin that looked very pale under the moonlight. Uchiha Yuan said angrily, you are all in my yard, and ask if I am. Well, should I praise you for being polite? Or do you want to condemn you for being rude? Orochimaru-kun. Orochimaru is a little embarrassed. He originally wanted to sneak into the source room, but as soon as he turned into the yard, he felt an unparalleled sense of danger. It was as if as long as he dared to move, he would be greeted by a blow of destruction, so he could only stand motionless. Fortunately, Mikato slept early. This only allowed Uncle Snake to stand outside for an hour. It wasn't until he hung up the phone that Genjin withdrew his killing intent. I offended. Orochimaru apologized very seriously. It's rare. Although the current Big Snake Pill is still a young Big Snake Pill, but few people can get an apology from him. Say, what's the matter with me? Genjin asked straight to the point. He didn't have feelings of disgust towards the Big Snake Pill. Even the source admired the Big Snake Pill very much. I need your investment, Genjin Uchiha. The Big Snake Pill also did not hide his purpose. He sought something interesting, and he wanted to have his own lab to study it. In Konoha, he actually has his own laboratory, but that belongs to Konoha. What he wanted to study was not something simple, it was something that would not be tolerated by Konoha and even the entire ninja world. It's taboo. As for why you found the source, of course, because the source has money. Wrong. Money is secondary, the main thing is that he has a hunch that Uchiha Genjin will help him, and will also support their own research. Oh, why do you think that I will invest in you? The source is very clear, the Big Snake Pill is a talent. It's just that Yuan didn't expect that the Big Snake Pill turned out to want to study taboos now. Gen-kun, I can feel that you are the same person as me. What your soul desires is the same thing as what I desire, eternal life. When he heard the word eternal life, the soul in the source body involuntarily trembled. Yuan covered his head, and countless painful memories came in bursts. Above the corpse mountain and sea of blood, he was besieged by countless decent people. At the time of life and death, he also detonated himself, and there was a worm that carried him upward in the river of time. These, whose memory? The source fell into a momentary trance. What? In the eyes of the Big Snake Pill, Gendu just covered his head. Soon, Genjin returned to his indifferent expression. I can invest in you, but I want the results of the experiment. And there is a dead rule: what you want, I can get it for you, but you will never allow my people to be touched. Got the answer he wanted, and Orochimaru was overjoyed. As for the results of the experiment, just give him some scraps. If you really can't fool it, then just get another one for him. Anyway, the material is out of him. As for the last one, those who cannot move him, then they themselves will not be able to move others. Good. Without any hesitation, the big snake pill directly agreed. May I ask? Why don't you go to Tunzo? The source seemed to be asking, but in fact, he didn't give the big snake pill a chance to avoid it at all. Ha ha ha, Tuanzang? It's just a waste. Obviously, it is the current big snake pill, and he also looks down on people like Tuanzang. In the original work, the big snake pill and Tuanzang cooperated, in fact, because there is really no better candidate. Yuan Guan smiled. For this answer, in fact, it was unexpected, but reasonable. Toss the big snake pill a white subword communication ball. Yuan said lightly, this is a communicator, injecting chakra, you can communicate with each other. Speaking of the source, he directly demonstrated. The big snake pill's eyes were full of color, and his expression was even more obsessed. There is even a hint of the source. A door. Fantastic. Magical. It's amazing. This ninja tool, contained inside, is a time and space ninjutsu. If I'm not mistaken, this ninja tool can also be used as a marker of time and space. The big snake pill is worthy of the big snake pill. It's just rough. After looking at the demonstration of the source, I have already guessed the function of the communication ball. The big snake pill pulled the communication ball for a while, not satisfied. It was even ready to be disassembled on the spot. I have to say that the big snake pill is very enchanted by science. After discovering something new, I can't wait to learn all about it. Genzo's face was full of black lines, and he coughed, and the reminder said with a threat of dissatisfaction, Orochimaru, don't play badly. It's bad, I won't give you a new one. Looking at the magical ninja in front of him, he couldn't delve into it yet, and the heart of the big snake pill was as uncomfortable as being crawled by countless ants. However, for the sake of the laboratory, Orochimaru decided to endure it. Okay, this is the lab equipment I need, and I need an experimental base. It's best to go over at any time, closer to Konoha, such as the Forest of Death. Looking at the experimental equipment, many sources could not be understood. However, the price behind the experimental equipment surprised the source brain. Farewell. It's just a preliminary piece of equipment, and it will cost 100 million taels. I don't know how the old boy in the original book got so much money. However, as soon as he thought of the talent of the big snake pill, Yuan gritted his teeth and waved his big hand, and agreed. Yes, these equipment, I will get it for you as soon as possible. As for the location, I've already chosen it for you. This location, naturally, is not a forest of death. It's a small empty village. The source has taken the small empty village as his old nest. Under the huge amount of resources, more than 70 ninjas with good strength have been cultivated so far. The source doesn't explain much. Instead, directly, on the one that gave the big snake pill, the white communication ball, the data was debugged. Gestured to Orochimaru again. Press and hold the teleport button and inject chakra. The big snake pill did so, and then a portal appeared under the big snake pill's terrified expression. Orochimaru hesitated incredulously. This is. Genjin shrugged his shoulders and said in a flat tone, it's just a little toy I made. The source behaves like buying vegetables at the wet market, casual and natural. But the plain words are extremely pretentious at the moment. Go, I'll take you to my territory. Minamoto took the lead and walked in. The big snake pill followed. One step ago, the two were still in the Uchiha clan land. The next moment, the two came directly to the teleportation array of Xiao Kongzai. Said to be a teleportation array, it is actually a room where a huge communication ball is placed. Since the source tinkered with the communication ball, he made this big communication ball. Its main function is to act as a sub-communication ball, a total base station. Since it exists across space, it can communicate and transmit without barriers as long as it is in the ninja world. After the big snake pill came out, the whole person was shocked. This is spatial teleportation. Really? Incredible. In just one night, Orochimaru said that he had never been shocked so many times in his life. At the same time, he became more and more sure that his cooperation with the source was the most correct behavior. Coming to Xiaokong village, the source asked the big snake pill to wait. I brushed it myself, and I flew to the bed of the Fireheim. Can you don't throw my shuriken around? Well, the source secretly complained in his heart. But Narahim was already asleep at the moment. She wore shorts and a loose top, and only covered her small belly. Under the moonlight, jade feet, mountain peaks, and small hills are unobstructed. Jen's eyes were a little fiery, but fortunately, his body was still a child. Children should not be responsible for it. I don't know why, almost 40 people, why the body is skin, and is still the same as a 20-year-old girl. Quickly sorting out his thoughts, Genjin coughed twice. Huaji was awakened, but when he saw that it was the source, he was instantly relieved. Source? So late, you came to me? Could it be? Genjin interrupted Hokihim's words directly. Something, come to the teleportation array. As soon as she heard something, Hwame got up and began to change her clothes. The source nosebleed almost flowed out, and quickly dodged. Soon, Genjin and the big snake pill did not wait long. Narahim got dressed and came to General Genjia, introduced the two to each other, and also introduced the responsibilities of the two. Huaji Xiaokongzai is the big master, responsible for all the affairs of the small empty village. What do you need about the big snake pill? Just ask her directly. Orochimaru, my friend, is a very powerful scientist, and he needs to set up a laboratory in Xiaokongzai. Under the introduction of the source, the two can be regarded as a preliminary understanding. Then, Genjin took the big snake pill and came to the hall. Narahim took out the map of Mount Koku and introduced it to Orochimaru. Let the big snake pill, pick the place you are satisfied with, and set up your own laboratory. The big snake pill thought for a moment, and then pointed to the back mountain of the small empty village. Right here, quiet. Narahim and Genjin nodded, indicating that they could. Once again, Orochimaru and Hwame discussed the specific details. It was already dawn. Genjin took the big snake pill and returned to the Uchiha clan land the same way. Uchiha clan land, the yard of Uchiha Genjia. A white ball on the ground, chakra flashes green light, and then transforms into a portal. The source walked out with the big snake pill, who was in a good mood. So be it. In the future, we will be partners, and we can contact ourselves with the communication ball if we have something. The two walked out, the portal closed, and turned into a communication ball. The big snake pill was happy, took the communication ball, and carefully put it away like a baby. Before finally leaving, Orochimaru patted himself on the head and asked, "That's right. Mangfu Mountain Spring, is it yours?" Yuen smiled slightly, not denying it. "Seems so. Gen-kun, are you really a 7-year-old child?" Minamoto smiled again and said nothing. If there is no answer, that is the best answer, and Orochimaru has understood everything. The corners of his mouth hooked up and walked away instantly. With a yawn, Jinya was ready to go back to catch up on sleep. After all, ninjas are not immortals. Not only do you have to eat, but you also have to sleep. It's noon. Mikato came to Minamoto's house with the news. Handbeat has come back from training, ready to make lunch. Yay! Mikato-san, you're here. Hand greeted Mikato-san in surprise. Mikato responded with a sweet smile and looked left and right, as if looking for the source. It's a pity I didn't find it. Brother Gento is sleeping. Hantan naturally knew that Mikato-san had come to find Brother General without waiting for Mikato to ask herself. He answered first. As soon as Mikato heard that she was sleeping, she turned around directly and briskly came to Gen's room. Hand beat the smile. Mikato-san and Gengo, it's so good. After being taught by teacher Mater Dai, my hands understood, when it's okay, don't disturb people. What is this behavior called? Source, wake up. Good news. Good news. Mikato came to the bed and grabbed Genjin's shoulders and shook them. Yuen woke up in a daze, and his brain was almost shaken. Born loveless, he was supported by Mikato. What's wrong? What good news? Didn't sleep all night. The source of the spirit was lazy. Holding Mikato-san, I closed my eyes and thought, and continued to sleep. Mikato was held by Gen, her little face flushed. The voices that spoke were a little flustered. That, good news. Yes, patience in the trial exam. Ah no, it's the Naka Shinobi exam. Mikato's little heart kept pounding, and her brain was out of order. However, when he heard the word Naka Ninja exam, his eyes instantly opened. The lazy look was all swept away. Standing up, Mikato confirmed, Shinen exam. Mikato nodded shyly. Yes, the Naka Shinobi exam. Yuen immediately got up, and the pupils in his eyes contracted to the extreme. Thoughts racing. At this point in time, the Naka Ninja exam. Gao, those few shadows are quite good at coming. 4 other countries. The benefits are, first, test Konoha's reality. Second, to divert Konoha's attention and prepare for World War II. Third, to achieve the purpose of restricting Konoha, prepare to attack the country of whirlpools. Also, showing various heritage, to put it bluntly, is the strength of the new generation. And Konoha had to take it. Mikato straightens her hair. Naka Ninja exam, do you want to take it? Teacher White Fang didn't recommend us to participate, saying that he wanted to hear your opinion. Genjin came back to his senses. Nodded. Not participating? Why not participate? Such a good one, the investment conference platform, cannot be wasted. If you don't participate at this time, you will have a war later. Mikato is happy. She also thought that Genjin would also refuse. That's great, let's go and talk to teacher White Fang to take the Zongnin exam. Finish lunch. Mikato couldn't wait, pulled Genwei hand and hit, and came to White Fang's house. Genwei hand hit, very sensible carrying fruit. I was really curious about what Kakashi's mother really looked like. You say, is she Niang also a great beauty? Mikato asked Genkato curiously. In fact, they also wanted to know this question. The two touched their heads, both shaking their heads to indicate, I don't know. Knock knock. Teacher White Fang, are you home? Mikato was the first to knock on the door of the White Fang's house. Soon, a gentle female voice came out of the room. White Fang-kun, there is a knock on the door. Listening to the three people outside the house, they were very excited. This voice, when you hear it, it's a big royal sister, Genjin said in amazement. Mikato tilted her head puzzled. How do you know? Yuan smiled mysteriously and threw out two words lightly. Guess. White Fangs, dressed in casual attire, opened the door. See as yourself, favorite apprentice. Warmly invited, several people entered the room. You all sit first. That source, you throw all the gifts into the kitchen. Mikato, are you all decided? Mikato nodded and said with a serious face. Although we have only become shinobi for a long time, although we, the highest level of entrustment, are also C-level commissions, although our strength is also very average, but we still want to see and see, the Tianjiao of our generation. Mikato's words seemed very unconfident. It wasn't surprising, because she didn't know how strong they were. It's just that White Fang smiled a little weakly. The strength is very average? Pure Tianjiao? If a 10-year-old shinobi. I have learned a lot of 5-element ninjutsu, and I can also learn Muji ninjutsu, and the amount of chakra is more than my own elite upper ninjutsu, and I have a pair of Sharingan. Such a ninja, tell you, her strength is very average. What else can you say? This TM's can also be called very average strength, so who dares to call Tianjiao? White Fang complained in his heart. However, he did not dare to boast. After all, Mikato's comparison was to shinobi. It may be chasing, the mist-hidden elite shinobi kicked, Matt Dai that guy. What's wrong with this world? What an outrageous bunch of guys. Fortunately, hand beating is still normal. It is nothing more than that the learning ability is stronger, the chakra is more, and the physical skills. Well, when I didn't say anything. Yes, Mikato, you don't have to be too discouraged. Our squad 0. Actually, it's already strong. It's all about participating. White Fang didn't know how he said these comforting words. He only felt his face, the whole thing was hot. Come on. Such apprentices, I am still comforting them. Comforted by the White Fang, Mikato is indeed much better. It's just that the source also returned to the living room. Shi Niang is really beautiful, she is a Konoha shinobi. Hold up a huge belly, because it should be about to give birth. Hee, I think teacher White Fang, that's right. The emphasis is on participation, we are still young, this time we can't be in the middle of tolerance, there is another opportunity. And teacher White Fang, Shi Niang is going to give birth, why do you still let Shi Niang cook alone? Genjin grinned and walked out of the kitchen. There was a hint of reproach in the words. White Fang smiled awkwardly and explained. Ha, I usually cook the meal, but this time your senior lady is happy. The source is also casual. Also skipped this topic directly. So, Mr. Mater Dai, will he take the Chunin exam with us? By the rules, Mater Dai does not have chakra. Ben could not take the Chu Shinobi exam. The source knows this. Kiwan still mentioned Mater Dai and took the Zongnin exam. Then what he alluded to was the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, who was single-handedly defeated by Mater Dai. Hokich's attitude over there. Seriously, he doesn't know. And silence is the best answer. The source didn't ask more. Then remember to sign us up for class 0. Then, Genjin took one out of his body, hung up the ninja bag, and handed it to White Fang. This sends you, the contents of it, you should understand everything. White Fang was stunned, took the ninja bag and looked at it. 1 bottle of mangaku medicine, 3 leg-stretching eye-glaring pills, 1 chakra battery, and 1 communication ball. Between men, the way to express feelings is actually very simple. White Fang held the ninja bag, and the words and emotions of gratitude were all in this look. Genjin waved his hand and said casually, it's just a little thing, I have a lot of them. Brother youth is not valued in Konoha. But this is not important, compared to becoming a middle ninja, that little task commission money. Brother Ching-chun is his own teacher, and his income is not low. Since Konoha didn't value Matt Dai, he didn't blame himself. Gotta find a way to get him into his own little empty village. Left Minamoto and Mikato here. The source said that he had something to deal with, so a flying thunder god left. Soon, the source came to Matt Dai's house. Haven't entered the door yet. You can hear that Matt is wearing inside the house, shouting son, youth. Knock knock. Brother youth, are you at home? Suddenly hearing the source's voice, the young brother immediately stopped shouting. With a look of surprise, he ran to open the door. Source: did you come to me for training? Genjin smiled wryly. In the past few days, I haven't found a young brother to train. Brother Chingchun probably thought that he would not hire him. As a young brother who is under shinobi, if there is no source of employment, I am afraid that it will be a problem for him to support his family. Source shook his head. The disappointment in the eyes of the young brother was overflowing. However, I want to hire you for a long time and do another thing. But I heard two words. Brother Chunchun's eyes froze instantly. Hearing about the long-term employment, the indescribable excitement instantly gushed out again. Really, I agree. He didn't even ask the source what he was asked to do. He said yes. Seeing that the source had been standing outside without speaking, Matt Dai said with a knock on his head, "Ha ha ha, come in and say." As soon as he entered Maturde's house, Minamoto met Maturde's wife. It's also with a big belly. How to say how to look like Matt Dai's painting style, cannot be said to be beautiful, cannot be said to be cute. Ha ha ha, come in and say. Source entered the room and sat down. Smile greeted the young sister-in-law. Only then did he slowly speak. "Uncle Mater Dai, I have a few questions for you." Matt Dai sat down, waiting for the source's question. "My sister-in-law is also very sensible, although she doesn't understand anything, she listens quietly on the sidelines. Uncle Mater Dai, do you want to become a Zonnin?" Matt Dai was shocked. Naka Shinobu, that was his dream. Why doesn't he want to be a Naka ninja? But, without chakra, he could not take the Chunin exam. Since the source asked, that shows that Genjin has a way to get him to take the Chunin exam, or rather, there is a way for him to have chakra. Materde was thrilled, he had a lot to say, but when it came to his mouth, it all disappeared and finally became a sentence. "Thank you, source." Genjin tilted his head and continued to ask, "Do you want to become a Naka shinobi?" This question was asked again. He calmed down. Mater Dai understood Gen's painstaking efforts, but Naka shinobu was just a dream from before. Now that he has a wife, he will soon have children again. If he can't bear it, he doesn't care for a long time. What he wants is money. Can give mother and son a good life. In the end, Mater Dai shook his head and said, "I can't bear it, I don't care for a long time. I'm 30 years old this year. I don't want to compete with you little dolls for the position of patience." After saying this, Matt Dai was also much more relaxed. He has always had a youthful energy that does not admit defeat. But until he saw the white fang with his own eyes and left him his last words word by word, he also understood that he was no longer young. Let's talk about the hiring thing. Materde pulled the topic to the topic he was interested in. Although Yuen was a little stunned, he also understood instantly when he looked at his sister-in-law with a big belly. The title of Zongnin, which is nothing, is actually a regret of youth for Uncle Mater Dai. At this time, what he needs most is money. Okay then. Yuen agreed, without asking carefully. As a man, there are many things that do not need to be said very clearly. Immediately afterwards, Yuen solemnly said, "I need you to cultivate physical arts talents for my small empty village." Small empty village? Matt Dai was stunned. He had never heard of such a place. He confirmed suspiciously, "Little empty village? Where is that?" Genjin explains, "That's one of my bases. It's an organization that does business for me. I need you to train and cultivate the security force of the organization." Hearing that it was a business organization, Mater Dai was also relieved. He didn't have any doubts either. After all, Yuen is very rich, and there are dozens of people who do things under him, so it's not too much. It's simple. Don't talk about training, just let him be a security guard. He is also willing. It's not something illegal. Mater Dai did not hesitate and agreed in one bite. "Good. Do I need to do anything in advance? I'll be able to go right away." Genjin smiled slightly and said apologetically, "I need you to resign as a Konoha ninja. Because of the small empty village, it cannot be exposed to the bright side at present. I hope you understand. Gen's request is actually a bit excessive for a ninja. Resigning your ninja status means becoming a civilian. For Matt Dai, though, what the identity of shinobi brings him is actually more discrimination. Because he doesn't have chakra, he is often in a team, he will be discriminated against, and no one even wants to team up with him." Matt wore his fists and knuckles were white, and his teeth were clenched tightly. Obviously, inside, there is a difficult struggle, tangled. Becoming a ninja is his dream. He wants to prove that he is an ordinary person, as long as he works tirelessly. You can also become a powerful ninja. Resigning from the ninja position is all about letting him punch himself, smash this sweet dream, and punch him in the face. The sister-in-law on the side was keenly aware that something was wrong with her husband. She stood up gently and moved to Maturde's side. The jade hand gently rested on his fist. She knows her husband, and she is very distressed to see her husband tangled. Slowly patting his back, he comforted him softly, "It's okay. Where? How handsome is the ninja? You don't know, being a ninja lady is a very enviable thing. The sister-in-law's silly smile made Mater Dai calm down instantly, shaking his head with a wry smile. You think I don't know? Because of me, you are not less laughed at by the neighbors. It's the daughter-in-law of that weirdo. Stay away from her, I heard that it is a disease. It will be contagious. What a shame. How to buy a dish, you can encounter this thing. Daughter. You want to marry him, you can. 300,000. Not a penny less. In a word, it was really full of malicious words, constantly lingering in his ears. Since he married her, these words have accompanied her every day. Mater Dai cannot care, or even ignore, be verbally attacked by those people. But these people hurt his daughter-in-law. Every time he heard these words, he was extremely guilty. Every time he asked her, she was just stupid and didn't care to talk to him. You're stupid. Those people are envious of us. It's just that every time she hears these words, her frown betrays her heart, and she actually cares about these things. And all this, Mater Dai knew. In Jen's surprised gaze, Mater Dai was extremely gentle and stroked her sister-in-law's cheek. I decided. This ninja, I don't want to do it. For love, for the lover to no longer be hurt. Mater Dai is not entangled, step out, spring blossoms. The sister-in-law continued to giggle hee. Made up my mind. Mater Dai is a man of action. Ran directly to the Hokage building. Submit your own application for resignation. And those audit staff didn't even look at Mater Dai. Just a faint glance, level column, lower patience. Then a casual glance, age, 30. The man also complained, at the age of 30, I still endure, I should have resigned a long time ago. Mater's face was a little hung up, and after the stamp, he ran away. Source, when do we leave? I'll pack up in advance. Mater Dai has given his sincerity. The source was also unambiguous, and directly handed it to Mater Dai, a green communication ball specially made in advance. Then just wanted to speak, inject chakra. The source was stunned, held back abruptly. Handing it to Mater Dai again, a chakra battery. Use this to inject chakra into the communication ball. Mater Dai did so. The portal opened immediately. Yuan took Mater Dai to Xiaokong village. Smiling, recording Mater Dai's surprised and exaggerated appearance. Then he called Narahim and introduced them to each other. She is Huaji, the manager of Xiaokong village. His name is Mater Dai, our new martial arts leader. The next thing, there is no need to worry about the source. Narahim is very powerful and will arrange everything properly. There is still half a month left before the Chu Shinobi exam. A plan for the source, it's time to start. Konoha Daily Plan. Genjin pulled out a few novels from his past life, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Journey to the West, Fine Beauty, Water Margin. With these classic open circuits, Konoha Daily basically does not worry about spreading, and since the names are all called Konoha Daily, naturally, it was used to report on Konoha's various affairs. This source is also thought out. In the early stage, it was specially reported on the interesting things on civilians. Do not violate the real interests of all parties. Gradually, first numb the enemy, and let the Konoha Daily take root in everyone's hearts first. And for this plan, the source also came to the old man. What? The little piece of paper has such a terrifying power. The old man is not a stupid person. Explained and guided by the source. He immediately spoke out in horror. However, Yuan smiled slightly, calmly reassuring the old man, this is actually just public opinion. To say horror is also horror, to say useless is actually useless. The main thing is the daily newspaper, which is in our hands. The old man continued to frown and shook his head. It's useless, this daily newspaper is nothing more than paper, we can do it, others can do it. This source is also known, as long as Konoha Daily is born, other powerful families and organizations. It will certainly not sit idly by and let public opinion be manipulated by itself. I will also learn from them and make my own daily newspaper organization. But so what? At least himself, there is also a place to speak. At least the future White Fang, the future Uchiha clan, will not be led by public opinion, suicide and extermination. Without daily newspapers, wouldn't public opinion be secretly manipulated? Yuan smiled slightly and asked, without the daily newspaper, wouldn't public opinion be secretly manipulated? Immediately, he said, instead of secretly guarding, it is better to directly pick out the bright side. We have a well-founded theory. We Uchiha, who have we ever been afraid of? When the old man heard this, his eyes also brightened. Yes, we Uchiha are least afraid of attacks on the surface. Makes sense. This matter is more beneficial than harmful to us Uchiha. Say, what do you want the old man to do? Yuan smiled happily and complimented the old man. Old man, he really has courage. Then I won't hide anymore, I need a brother from the garrison to open another recording department. The duty of the records department is to record the law enforcement process of the Ministry of Security against civilians. and the material of these records is the content of our newspaper. This is not an excessive request. Without the slightest hesitation, the old man agreed. Good. The money of the new department will be deducted from your dividends. Jen's face darkened. Farewell. No, isn't this a department of the Ministry of Security? Why do I spend money? However, Jinya could only shake his head with a wry smile. That's it. At that time, the money earned by the newspaper will be all mine. Hey, it's time to invest. The headquarters of the newspaper office naturally cannot be really in Konoha. Yuan came directly to Xiaokong village, so he asked Huaji for territory. The place where the source wanted was not big, and Huaji directly gave himself and the current building out. Then, he had those ninja subordinates. Next door, a taller and larger floor was built. I have to say that the ninja cooperates, and it is convenient to build a house. As for building materials, a portal directly solves 99.99% of transportation problems. A week later, the first copy edited by the source, Konoha Daily, was released. Printed on the front is some of the major tasks carried out by the Konoha garrison during this period. For example, time XXX place XXXX, Inu and Maru team up and steal money in the house. As a result, he was caught red-handed by the Ministry of Guards. In order to catch them, the garrison also entered the room. However, they refused to give in, so they roared, attracting a large number of onlookers. Seeing more people, their guts also fattened. So they planted blame on the garrison. It was said that it was the Ministry of Security, who knew the law and violated the law, and burglary, and was discovered by them. So they saw the righteousness and bravery, but the garrison department was too strong, so they were subdued and framed. As soon as the masses heard it, the Ministry of Security knew that the law was breaking the law, and even if it was theft, it dared to arrest people indiscriminately. In normal times, the reputation of the garrison department is very bad. That is, I know that the security department is likely to be framed, but those masses also want to take a sip. I don't know who is leading the rhythm. The Ministry of Security is guilty. Release people. The Ministry of Security framed. Release people. With a sound, the Chien leaders, who were still thinking, lost the ability to think. But soon, a black-faced member of the security department pulled out the key and opened the stolen door. This is Lao Tzu's house. What does Lao Tzu need to steal from my house? A voice with an angry drink erupted from the garrison's mouth. The air is condensed. Those Chien leaders who followed the rhythm turned red one by one, and the person who secretly led the rhythm frowned and retreated slightly behind everyone. However, the Ministry of Security did not let him go. Caught together. And at the end, marked out, the names of all the people. And this kind of story is written on a whole page. Among them, it soon became clear that all the people who stirred up were so special. Even at the end, their portraits, names, occupations, and biographies are noted. Finally, with a sentence, we are all Konoha people, and the Konoha civilization depends on everyone. End. The positive is the news. On the back, the novel story. With this set of combined punches, UN believes that for this boring world, it will definitely cause huge thunder. If you sell it directly in Konoha, sales will definitely be limited. At this time, the advanced layout of the source plays a role. After printing 100,000 copies in batches, Genjin used the flying thunder god to come to the land of rain, came to the people sent by Narahim. The man was obviously taken aback, and then, very respectfully, saluted General Good Big Chief. Genjin didn't hesitate either, and threw a hanging ninja bag to him. The man was pleasantly surprised. Then Genjin took out a sealing scroll and opened his mouth about the mission arrangement. Here are 10,000 copies of the Konoha Daily, you need to sell it in one day. Use those orphans and spread the word with the readers. Then Genjin handed him a communication ball and taught how to use it. Didn't stay too much. The source has gone again, the country of grass, the country of birds, the country of rivers, the country of Taki, the country of frost, the country of fields, the country of iron, and so on and so forth. And, of course, the country of vortexes. The purpose of the source is simple. It is so that Konoha Daily, no one can limit his spread. Several countries, at almost the same time, had a newspaper called Konoha Daily. The only one who realized it was Konoha. Konoha people, they don't even know it, their own newspaper has been distributed throughout the ninja world. About half a day later, all of Uchiha's civilian production industries have one more commodity. Tea houses, restaurants, pubs, all of them have such a daily newspaper. A day later, even those, not the property owners of the Uchiha family, after smelling the business opportunity, they secretly sent people to Uchiha to buy a lot of them. They were curious about what Konoha Daily was. A week later, what was it that suddenly swept the entire Konoha? This time, all the entertainment and leisure places are all talking, the story of a monk and a monkey. And like the Aegean Sea, this kind of wind and moonland, there is even a special edition, Konoha Daily. The story behind it is not monks and monkeys, but but the boutiques of men and women. Plums. It was also after seeing this, which shocked them, and it was like discovering a new continent. Renewals one after another. There is such a white-haired person with an oily forehead, directly lying there, indicating fine. When will May finish, when will he check out? The boss looked at him, his scrawny body, he really didn't dare to let him stay any longer. The guest. You have to be modest. It was hard to imagine that these words could come out of the mouth of the old bustard. Zi lay, his eye sockets were deeply sunken, and he flicked a silver ticket at random. Updated today, is it coming? Send it to me quickly. Hey, this is life. The old bustard was helpless, dropped a newspaper, took a puff of cigarette, twisted his waist and walked out. Arranged their own girls. She came to a men's cabaret opposite. Be careful with the liver, the daily newspaper has been updated. My sister brought you supplements. Hokage office. Danzo slapped one hand on the Hokage table, and under his hand were several Konoha daily. Sunko, how can you still sit here smoking? Do you know? What does this Konoha daily mean? It's a terrifying force. A force capable of subverting Konoha. Tell me, why did it spread to the entire ninja world all of a sudden? Union Village, Tuyan Village, and even Cheyenne Village. They all got it, Konoha daily. Sarutobi sat on the Hokage chair, smoking calmly. Listening to the collapse of the group, he kept chattering in his ears. Seeing that Yuan Fei was unmoved, Tuan Zhang felt that he was about to explode. In the end, there was no way, and he sat down on his butt, breathless. Say, what exactly are you going to do? Seeing the old guy, finally stopped BB. Hinata smiled, holding his chin. I don't think there's anything bad about it. Tuan Zhang, do you know that today is going to update too? Monkeys are making trouble in the Heavenly Palace? Aren't you looking forward to it? Forgive Tuan Zhang for not holding back, he attacked his heart with anger and blood, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. Poof. Yay. Tuan Zhang, are you okay? Seeing that Tuan Zhang vomited blood, Rico couldn't sit still, and immediately wanted to go up and help. Tuan Zhang immediately waved his hand to refuse, gritted his blood teeth, and said viciously, do you know, I'm talking to you, the front of the newspaper. Those contents are undoubtedly not given to Uchiha the right to speak in Konoha. Do you know? They are evil Uchiha. Saying that, Tuan Zhang stood up directly, walked to the door, and turned his back to Hinata. Since you are not willing to do it, then I can only do it with this route, for the stability of Konoha. Uchiha is absolutely absolute and cannot have the right to speak. Tuan Zhang's attitude was obvious, and after speaking, he slammed the door and left. Rico wanted to stop it, but he couldn't think of a good argument. Uchiha could not have the right to speak, and it was also agreed upon by their senior management together. Nara Four Corners. The sun chopped inexplicably to the air, a shadow, instantly solidified. A middle-aged man who resembles Nara Shikasa appears. What do you think about this? Nara touched his beard and tilted his head a little embarrassed. He didn't like these annoying things. He was tempted to say, I tilt my head and look, you can't see it. But the other party is Hokage. If this is beaten, there is nowhere to reason. I think this matter needs to be investigated again. The daily newspaper is openly issued by Uchiha, but the sales network and its mystery. I think I can go to Uchiha. Hinata nodded, acknowledging Nara's analysis. However, his next words made Nara regret the analysis. Rico said, then this matter will be left to you. Nara, he regrets it. This weather is so good, take a sick leave, how fun it is to amuse the children at home. It's really not good, it's fun to play chess with yourself. Why can't you think about it, do this job? Okay. Frustrated, and reluctantly, Nara took the matter. Hinata saw that Nara had no fighting spirit, and he also smiled and encouraged. Nice and very spirited, go now. I don't know where Nara has spirit. Interior of Konoha village. Uchiha clan land. Nara Shikaku yawned and knocked on the door of the house of the three elders of Uchiha. Uncle Uchiha, are you at home? Uchiha Yutaka, who was trimming trees at home, immediately became puzzled when he heard a knock on the door. With mental power, I perceived it. And analyzing the voice, he searched in his mind and finally roughly confirmed the person coming. The little ghost of the Nara family. Hee, it's coming. Dropping the scissors, opening the door, he was greeted in. Little ghost, why do you think of the old man and me? Nara's face turned dark. Uncle Fang, how many years have it been, you still call me a little ghost? I have children, I'm ashamed if you call me that again. Uchiha Fang laughed. A casual boast. Not bad, good, all bearded. Say, what's the matter? Uchiha and the Nara family, let's talk about friendship, a little but not much. Uchiha Yutaka didn't plan to keep him for dinner. Nara Four Corners smiled awkwardly, and also said directly, there is indeed something going on, I'm going to trouble Uncle Fang. Even as you know, our Nara family has a barbecue restaurant, and recently the business has reached a bottleneck. I want to add an advertisement to you, the Konoha Daily of the Uchiha family, you see. Nara is smart. This is true, and he does want advertising space. But this is also Nara's temptation. He is testing whether the Konoha Daily is dominated by Uchiha Yutaka in front of him. Konoha Street. Why are you pushing me? What are you doing with me? I'm looking at you. Call the police department. Konoha Hotel. A guest, take off a hair, throw it into the dish, stir it. Boss. What do you mean? It's still not a business. There is hair in the dish. The boss frowned and came over and found that there was really hair in the bowl. His face was ugly. I'm really sorry, guest, I'll change a bowl for you. After that, the boss is leaving. As a result, he was stopped and the man sneered. How? Serve for food. Transfer the shop to me for free, otherwise, it's not over. The boss's face darkened. He nanas, come to do things. Call the police department. A vegetable stand, good mung beans, by some. The boss was a red-faced man who said to a black-faced man. The black-faced man grabbed a handful of green beans and clenched them fiercely. Use brute force to pinch it into bean flour and snort coldly. Humph. What green beans? It's clearly bean flour. The red-faced strong man was a little angry. A certain sale, the real thing, who knew that the black-faced man held a handful of mung beans again, and said unsparingly, it's bean powder, it's bean flour. It is. Flour. The red-faced man saw that his beans were damaged again, and his heart was even more angry. Do you buy beans or grind beans? If you don't buy it, don't move it. The black-faced man showed a mocking look on his face. Pinch you a few green beans, and you will be distressed. You are also worthy of business. The red-faced man couldn't help it, stood up directly, and snorted angrily. Humph. You are here to fight. The black-faced man showed no weakness. Yes, there is how. The next moment, the two hissed together. Immediately someone shouted, go and call the garrison. I don't know why. The entire Konoha was inexplicably chaotic. The busiest is the Ministry of Security. All the guards were dispatched, busy and dizzy. But the trouble has not been reduced in the slightest. There is no way, the major elders can only send out the remaining ninjas in the family. Just when the Uchiha clan land, empty, on a main road, 3 ninjas dressed as dark ninjas followed Danzo, quickly and covertly, and rushed straight to the Uchiha clan. To be precise, their destination was the residence of Uchiha, the 3 elders of Uchiha, Uchiha Fang, in the Uchiha clan. Due to the advanced layout, the group of people in Tuanzang can be described as unimpeded. Soon arrived at the destination. Tuanzang had a smile on his lips, and with the 3 of them, he climbed over the wall and entered the courtyard. Coincidentally, I ran into Uchiha Yutaka, who was repairing trees. Yo, the old one who does not die, is still alive. Tuanzang has no hidden meaning, because he had already explored with secret techniques. There was only Uchiha Fang here. How stupid. Not a single subordinate remained. Uchiha Fang was stunned. A group suddenly appeared, making him understand instantly. Why Konoha? It was a mess all of a sudden. It seems that the initiator of all this is Tuanzang, and the ultimate goal is actually for himself. Uchiha Fang was not surprised by this. However, he still pretended to be surprised. Yay! It's a Tenzo assistant. Why don't you have time to come to my cold room? Uchiha Fang jumped directly in the matter of Tuanzang climbing over the wall. Because it is useless to grasp, and it is easy to irritate him. Tuanzang smiled. Come with me. It is not without skill that Tenzo can live that long. He knows that the villain dies in this setting of talking too much. Therefore, as long as he decides to do it, he will never keep it. He said and asked Uchiha to go with him. But in fact, it is hinting to his subordinates that it is time to come out and do it. The 3 roots immediately appeared, quickly showing an angle momentum, and surrounded Uchiha Fang. The next moment he will be captured. It's just that Uchiha Yutaka didn't panic. He took out the reckless potion, poured a bottle, and kicked his back foot to open the distance. But those root ninjas are elites. Uchiha you can't run at all. Launched a direct attack on Yutaka Uchiha. Uchiha Yutaka didn't want to run away either, and once again reached into his backpack. Touch a ball object and press the communication button. Uchiha Fang said very ungracefully, boy, help. Tuanzang sneered and said viciously, cut off limbs. He didn't have much affection for Uchiha. If it weren't for the fact that he also wanted Uchiha Fang's intelligence this time, he would have directly wanted to kill Uchiha Fang. The roots took the order, and under the masks, cruel smiles appeared on their faces. Uchiha Fang was sealed with all his movements, and the root of the kunao. The next moment he was going to cut off all his limbs. But suddenly, a black figure suddenly appeared. With a cold gaze, all 3 root ninjas were sentenced to death. The killing intent was suddenly released, causing their movements to be sluggish. He made a knife with his hands and performed the knife skills of the Kimu family. 3 roots, all chopped off. Then the watermelon landed. After there was no danger, Genji converged his killing intent and pouted, "Old man, are these people in the dark department? Do not wait for the source to finish loading B." The old man was in a hurry, so he gave the source a burst. "There's another guy running away." Tuanzang found that a black shadow suddenly appeared. "Kill all your root ninjas in an instant." He was horrified, turned around and fled. Reminded by the old man, the source immediately found that there was a black shadow running towards the distance. Without the slightest hesitation, the source used the flying thunder god and immediately chased after it. It didn't take long. The source finally chased after the regiment in front of the hideout. Seeing clearly who was coming, Yuen sneered. "Ha! It turned out to be Danzo-sama. Pull out a shuriken and keep playing with it in your hand." The blocked Tuanzang's face was extremely dark, but seeing that there was a child on the other side, he wanted to scold angrily. However, he also found that Yuen's left hand still had the blood of his 3 subordinates, and he was also choked. In the end, he could only say, "Nonsense, you bastard boy. I'm in pursuit, enemy village spies. Do you know that the target of those spies is your 3 elders of Uchiha? I'm here to protect Uchiha Yutaka." Tuanzang's nonsense not only assassinated himself, but also the incident of Uchiha Feng, schemed clean, and also beautified himself. Beautified, there are meritorious ones. It can be said that the face is not to the extreme. Source sneered. He naturally knew that this was Tuanzang's nonsense, but someone came from afar. He could only make a last-ditch effort and say, "Hatui." A spy, he even dared to impersonate Lord Tuanzang. Death. Uchiha Genjin was about to make a move, but the ape roared angrily. "Stop it. Say stop, stop." The source does not listen. Still using his shuriken in a strange way, he attacked Xiaodanzo. "Ugh, little beast. What did you do?" Tuanzang roared in grief. At this moment, Tuanzang is only in his 30s and not 40 years old. If he is unhappy, he cannot care. But without the characteristics of a man, it will affect his future as a Hokage. Thinking of this, Tenzo was angry and wanted to fight with Uchiha Source. But Hokage, with the dark part, also arrived. The ape flew to the sun and immediately stopped Tuanzang. Janai sneered, put away his shuriken, and sighed. "Coward. It's ugly." When Tuanzang heard this, he couldn't care about the injury. Directly pushed away the medical sister, jumped to all the dark parts behind her. Go and kill that Uchiha for me." Openly attacking the village high level, Uchiha deserved to die. However, in the dark part under the management of the young ape flying in the sun, no one obeyed. And Hinata, who was blocking in front of the group's hiding, began to narrow his eyes again when he saw Uchiha General. When it exudes a killing intent that terrifies him, he couldn't stand. Turning around was a slap and flung on Tuanzang's face. "You bastard, shut me up." Slapped on the face by the sun, Tuanzang's face was unbelievable, like a wronged little daughter-in-law. After pursing his mouth for a long time, he couldn't say a word. At this time, Riko apologized, looked at Uchiha Genjin and said, "I'm sorry for what Tenzo-suk did. But give me a face, I promise to make him reflect well." The village chief was so low that if Yuen bid it again, it would be that he was rude. And the favor of the day chopping, the flying thunder god, the source is still owed. Since the sun has been cut off and the coffin has been covered, then he has to express his conclusion. Yuen nodded, but then said with an indifferent expression, "The face of the flying thunder god, I have already returned it. I'll appease Uchiha, that's at this time. If there is another time, please ask Naruto-sama to do justice for my Uchiha family." Leave these words, source of flying thunder god, directly disappear. Riko's face was gloomy. Waving his hand, he said in unquestionable words, "Let Tuanzang assist, go home and recuperate for half a year. The position is suspended, the root department cancels all actions, and the appropriation is suspended." When Tuanzang heard this, his rights were actually cut off by the sun, and his root funds were gone. He is anxious, this is to be thorough, to return his rights. "Sunko, how can you be like this? We're classmates, we are brothers fighting side by side. You can't do this to me." Hinata waved his hand fiercely again, his face was cold and terrible, and his voice was extremely stern. "What are you waiting for? Don't go soon. Those subordinate ninjas, do so immediately." Quickly pulled Tuanzang away. Returned to the Hokage office. Hinata was alone, sitting on the Hokage chair, smoking a cigarette. Tuanzang, do you know what you've done? It actually went to attract the attention of the garrison department at the cost of Kanaha's chaos. You're confused. If you take Uchiha Feng. But not only did you not take Uchiha Feng, tomorrow you will be reported by Uchiha and the gangsters you cultivated one by one. Kanaha Hospital. Danzo had a black face, was treated by a ninja, and constantly studied the wound. Beautiful female medical ninja sisters, whispering, "Yay, is this a toothpick? SHHH. No wonder it's been so long, and there is no need to stop the bleeding. It turns out that the wound is too small." Hee, the dolls I delivered today seem to be older than this. Although it was a whisper, Tuanzang also heard it clearly without saying a word, but he didn't dare to get angry. If this is excited, it falls, and it scares the young lady to take the wrong answer, then the group hides him to kill these people, then it will not help. So he can only endure. A casino. When the patriarch of Shinmura learned about the Tenzo, he hurriedly took a large amount of cash and hurried to the casino. The eyes are constantly searching. Hey, found it, that blonde figure with a great heart. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama. Help, help. Patriarch Shinmura kept shoving money into Tsunade's arms. Tsunade was slightly stunned, and he was forced to take the money. What's going on? Why are you putting me on hold? See that the money stuff is almost. The patriarch of Shinmura said, Tsunade-sama, something happened to Danzo-sama. Go help him. When Tsunade heard that it was Tuanzang, he instantly brushed aside the money and said coldly, can't help. Didn't you see the old lady busy? Ignoring patriarch Shinmura, Tsunade then began to bet. Just kidding, the current Tsunade, but Tsunade, whose younger brother and lover are there, is not short of money. Rescue the group hiding the guy who upset her? Are you kidding? Disgusting. Patriarch Shinmura was rejected, looking very disappointed. Shinmura Danzo is his nephew. Although he is a little darker, he is a good boy. Broken there, how can it work? The Shinmura patriarch held the money, at a loss. Suddenly, a gambler, creeping in, asked, need healing. Patriarch Shinmura nodded and asked tentatively, do you have a way? The man smiled, and solemnly nodded, I think I have, but I'm afraid you can't afford that price. Hearing that there was hope, the Shinmura clan elder was overjoyed and quickly asked, how much? The man held up a finger. Shinmura threw the money to the man and said, that's $1 million. The man shook his head and chuckled. I'm talking about 10 million. 10 million. That's a big number. But it's all for the sake of Tenzo. As soon as Patriarch Shinmura gritted his teeth, he agreed. Follow me. Let's go to the clan to withdraw money. The man smiled. Stretch out your right hand and shake hands with the Shinmura patriarch. Happy cooperation. Patriarch Shinmura also gritted his teeth. Happy cooperation. The man's attire was very ordinary, but when he shook hands, he found that on the man's right hand, there was a brace with the word empty engraved. If the source were here, it would definitely praise. Dog, good boy, really can fool. That's right, the person who sold the patriarch of G village, the thing, is the two dogs of Xiaokong village. Go to the Shinmura clan land and withdraw the money. The second dog was taken to Konoha Hospital by the Shinmura patriarch again. When we got to the hospital, the nurses were still keeping the puzzle pieces. Danzo, you are saved. I bought the elixir. You try it quickly. After getting the money, Urga didn't have the slightest idea of cheating. He took out one in his crotch, black, and a few hairy leg-stretching eyeball pills, and stuffed it into Tuanzang's mouth. Tuanzang is bitter. It didn't have time to whisper refusal. This leg-stretching eye-glaring pill has a strange taste, but fortunately, the effect has not expired. Soon, a pure life force is constantly repairing Tuanzang's injury. The first is the small group that has been shredded. Then there are the old injuries on Tuanzang's body. The scars on his chin were all miraculously restored. Patriarch Shinmura was secretly happy in his heart. This 10 million is too worthwhile. The newspaper is out, show it to me. Is the three-eyed man powerful, or the monkey powerful? Oops, don't push me. Let me see. The shoved reader held up his glasses so that he could read the newspaper. But when he saw the huge title, he was shocked. Shock! A certain Shinmura Hokage assisted, the little sparrow was cut. And the size of the cut is not as big as a newborn baby. In addition to the first big heading, there is also a subheading. A certain Shinmura Hokage has been suspended from his post because of his physical defects. As soon as this news came out, it was more attractive than the story of the monk and the monkey. The entire village, and even the entire ninja world, knew that Danzo had been removed from his post because he was too small. What's more, a small book about Danzo has been released in the country of Yunoki. A certain Shinmura assistant of Konoha has been reduced to the laughingstock after everyone's tea and dinner. In his own home, Tuanzang slept peacefully for a few hours, waking up by his own subordinates. The subordinate turned pale and handed him a copy of today's newspaper to check. Tuanzang picked it up suspiciously and looked at the back. Humph, a monkey is a monkey. Unruly clown. The westward journey on the back is about the three-eyed man who easily defeats the monkey. The root ninja, his face darkened, reminded, my lord, please look at the positive current affairs. The plot of Journey to the West, right in front of his appetite, he showed a hint of a smile. But when you open the front, you can see that others are stupid. A certain Shinmura Hokage assisted. That's how much I wrote my ninja number. Abominable. It's Konoha Daily again. Abominable Uchiha. The group hid his anger and tore the daily newspaper to shreds. After relieving, he felt a deep helplessness. That's it, you buy me another copy first, I haven't finished reading the rest of the story. I want to see how the monkey died. The subordinate seemed to have expected it, and took a copy from the back of the book with his backhand. Lord, give. I have to say that the Japanese chop during World War II is still very qualified hokage. At least in the Tuanzang area, he can directly suppress it. So, during this time, the group also settled a lot. I didn't look for Uchiha anymore. The more refined work of the Ministry of Security has led to an increase in the volume of tasks and a serious shortage of personnel. 3 more elders were attacked, and the upcoming Zongnan exam. So it was easy, at the meeting of elders, an opening was made for the garrison, Reserve Security Department, subsidiary departments of the Ministry of Security. This department recruits personnel and does not restrict the Uchiha family. As long as they want to contribute to the security of Konoha, whether they are civilians, samurai, or powerful ninjas, they can participate in the selection. As soon as this news came out, Tuanzang originally wanted to block it, but the power of the newspaper was too great. In addition, during this time, the newspaper also improved, and the villagers' perception of Uchiha, the family. This also led to the fact that many small families and civilians joined the Reserve Police Department. It was also after they joined that they thoroughly understood. Why did it always say that Uchiha violently enforced the law? Because they enforced the law, more violent than Uchiha. And now those residents of Konoha finally know how gentle the previous Uchiha law enforcement team was. It can only be said that without contrast, there is no harm. The time is getting closer. The Zongnan exam, finally in anticipation, is about to begin. The first to come to Konoha village were ninjas from various ninja villages of all sizes. For example, the ninjas of the Land of Rain and the ninjas of the Land of Grass. Even the ninja of the Vortex country, Juzine, is among them. She really loves the pot and carries it with her all the time. Then came the ninjas of the major ninja villages. For example, Cheyenne village has Luasha, Garura, Yashamari, and Hidden village Lois, Dashi, Huaguang Mist Hidden village, Kinghe, a few unknown, and Union village. In this Zongnan exam, some ninja villages attach importance to it, such as Cheyenne village and Union village. There are also those that are not so important, such as Union village and Wien village. But none of this matters to Konoha. As long as you are willing to send someone, the meaning is enough. Soon the next day, more than half of the front of the Konoha daily newspaper has a new column called Kenjiao List. As the name suggests, it is used to record and rank powerful players. Although each player, there is only a simple avatar, name, age, and background introduction. But it is still very eye-catching, and in modern terms, the Tianjiao List is the current hot topic, and the top 3, respectively. Uchiha Gen, Uchiha Mikato, and Teta. And the number 1 Uchiha source, in the introduction column, the source wrote such a paragraph. The strength is extremely strong, it is recommended not to resist and surrender directly. That's right, this is the editor-in-chief of Gen, and the reason is because he has to be high-profile this time. It is to take advantage of the opportunity of this Zongnan exam to show the strength of their ninja tools. It is good to sell and advertise for subsequent props. At the same time, we must also use the opportunity of this Zongnan exam to show the family members their strength, the power of the kaleidoscope, thus sitting in one fell swoop, the position of Patriarch Uchiha, but high profile, and it also comes at a price. That is, it attracted the attention of the major ninja villages. For example, those from outer villages, Luisa, and Lois. In their own village, they are all Tianjiao-like existences. To the 7-year-old Uchiha Gen, as well as in the introduction, that sentence is disdainful. Isn't it young and arrogant? Is that still a young man? This does not. Luosha took the lead in bringing his wife and his brother-in-law to block the source of Yushaibo. Yo! You are Uchiha Gen, the first place in the Naka Shinobi exam ranking? Uchiha Gen, who was holding Mikato's little hand, raised his eyebrows and said jumpingly, San Shinobu forward. You are the Luosha with the magnetic escape. Luosha was stunned, and inexplicably felt a trace of fear. Genjin looked into his eyes. Something is wrong. He took a step back and covered the flowers that had not yet bloomed, looking slightly frightened. What do you want? Or Garura was clever and blocked between Luosha and the source, interrupting the spiritual peeping of the source. Mikato also pinched Genjin hard. Genhe's smile. Sorry, Gaff. Just now, Yuan remembered Luosha, this person. A person who has the blood succession limit of magnetic placer gold. What does this blood succession limit mean? Shaken, that's gold. Gold, that's money. This is also the source, the reason for the gaff, he envies it. Seeing that the source apologized to himself, and he still stood behind the woman to accept it, Luosha was very angry when he thought of this. He was furious and came to Gen's face, his forehead against Gen's forehead. Zongnan exam, I will let you know, who is the first again. Yuan smiled and said without care, okay. Make a friend. Yuan handed Rosa a communication ball. If necessary, remember to contact me. Oh. Luo Xia held the communication ball and was stupid. Make friends, who is here to make friends? The first is a basic knowledge exam. The rules are 60 questions, of which 50 are multiple choice questions, 1 point for each question, and the last 10 question and answer questions, 1 question for 5 points. The exam is simple and brutal. 100 out of 100, passing 90 points. It's not difficult to choose the topic, it's nothing more than about chakra, as well as various 5-element ninjutsu, and mutual restraint of ninjutsu. The question and answer questions that follow are complicated. Q. A ninja is known to be standing on a cliff 20 meters above and another ninja 800 meters away, throwing a shuriken at a speed of 40 meters per second, ignoring air resistance. Can a ninja on a cliff hit a ninja 800 meters away? But the source of this question will. It's simple, it hits. Next question. Q. During a ninja squad mission, you are the leader of the team. The mission is to strangle all 5 enemy ninjas on the opposite side. What is the best combat plan? Genjin thought slightly, smiled and nodded. Isn't that a small question? I'll go alone, Mikato player next to me, just make me a barbecue. Do 2 questions in a row. The source grew more excited. I feel that these topics are too simple. A faint glance at the next question. Q. In the enemy's forces, when doing reconnaissance missions, and being discovered by the enemy, how do you escape and ascend to heaven? The source tilted his head. This is also a topic? Without thinking, Yuan replied, directly launch the flying thunder god to go home. Thinking it was too simple, he continued, you can also use the communication ball to teleport directly back. For the rest of the questions, the source only glanced at it casually, and answered the question directly. These problems are really too trivial in the eyes of the source. I'm really a student. Only when he came to the last question, the source was stunned. Question. While on a mission, your partner is captured by the enemy, and as soon as you complete the mission, your partner will be killed. There are 2 options. The first, abandon the mission and save the companion. Second, continue to complete the task and abandon the companion. Coming to this question, the source was really stunned. But not stunned, tangled tasks or companions. But I was stunned, the exam actually tested this kind of topic. Of course, this is not the main thing. The main thing is that the source inexplicably guessed how Mikato and Taida would answer. He put himself in his shoes and thought about it. No matter what others thought, he resolutely wrote down such an answer. Dare to threaten my companions, damn it. And if the task fails, he will be responsible for it. And unlike the domineering answer of the source, the choice between Mikato and hand fight is much more pure. Only 2 words, save. They will partner and set the source. And once something happens to the source, let alone give up the mission, it is their life, and they will definitely give up without hesitation and choose to save the source first. As for the answers of other ninjas, it's all kinds of things. Even half of the candidates did not start writing. Anyway, 90 points passed, why not give up a question? Exam over. All stand up. The invigilator loudly announced the end of the exam. At the same time, he stood at the gate and said with an expressionless face, the last question, choose the companion out of the queue. Gen, Mikato, Teta, Raza, Gariura, Yoshimaru, Kushina, etc., etc., all about 10 people are listed. Get out. Everyone was stunned. The next moment, those candidates who did not answer the question because of the entanglement, many are snickering behind their backs. Ha ha ha, I also think that the task is more important than the partner. If you encounter such a topic in the future, you will directly choose the task. It's good that I tangled myself and gave up the last question, otherwise I would have been eliminated. And those candidates, decisively choosing the task and abandoning their peers. One by one, they all sneered. What a bunch of trash, companions who can be caught by the enemy, is that a companion? That's waste. It's ridiculous to give up the task for the sake of waste. Against the laughter, he walked outside the classroom. Genwen smiled and comforted Mikato and Taida very gratifyingly. It doesn't matter, anyway, we are still young, and we will have a chance next year. People who choose companions and go out are all a little lost. Luo Xia also muttered, is it right to choose a mission and give up your companions? He was in deep doubt, but both Garura and Yoshimaru were comforting him. Fortunately, at this time, the source comforted wrong is wrong, anyway, we have no regrets in choosing a companion. Luo Xia, who fell into self-doubt, came to his senses and thanked the source. Yes. Wrong is wrong, anyway, we have no regrets. Thank you. One by one, the ninjas who firmly chose their companions clenched their fists, and their hearts were tormented and self-doubtful. However, they heard the source's words and felt a lot better. Wrong is wrong, anyway, we have no regrets. Soon, the invigilator in the classroom said loudly again, the last question, choose the task column. At this moment, everyone was stunned again. The dozen or so people who chose the task, such as Lois, Firelight, and Ching, also counted them all with a strong puzzlement. Get out. The invigilator did not explain, but directly urged, even if it is wrong to choose a companion, why is it wrong to choose a task? With puzzlement and anger, they walked out of the classroom. Those candidates who did not answer and gave up this question because of entanglement could not sit still. They fell into self-doubt again. I don't understand why it's wrong to choose a companion. It's still wrong to choose a task. It's impossible, it's neither. Don't. There are smart candidates who realize that something is wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, the invigilator turned to the rest of the humane, sit down. Pack your things, you're all eliminated. This shocked everyone. Everyone looked incredulous. At this time, the invigilator raised his voice again, you are eliminated. Someone was not convinced, why? Doesn't it say that 90 points are passed? The invigilator smiled and said with a terrifying expression, the reason is simple. Because you don't have firm forbearance, and whether it is choosing a task or choosing a companion, it is a person with a clear way of forbearance, and those who do not have firm patience cannot become middle ninja. Inside the classroom, he also explained to the ninja outside the classroom, and he continued to say something to the outside of the classroom. Outside the classroom, 3 days later, gather in the forest of death. The ninja outside the classroom cheered instantly. Passed. It turns out that there is no standard answer to this question. As long as you firmly choose an answer, you will pass. Depression and melancholy, disappearing directly on Mikoto and Rasha, their little faces. One by one, they showed joyful smiles. Mikoto suggested Luosha, let's go to the barbecue restaurant together and celebrate, okay? As soon as I heard about the rotisserie, Luosha was a little gluttonous. In addition, the joy of being lost and regained, without thinking, he agreed. Okay. That 6 p.m. hand nodded frantically, and a barbecue pattern appeared in his eyes. Good. See you at 6 p.m. at Konoha Yakiniku restaurant. It's different from laughter outside the classroom. In the classroom, one by one, the ninjas' faces turned red. In the end, I could only leave in despair and dejected. Master Tenzo, last month's salary from the root should be paid. Pay salaries. Tuan Zhang's face darkened. I actually fell to this point. The abominable sun chop actually cut off the grain at the roots. Call the Shinura patriarch, that uncle of mine. Hey, soon. Patriarch Shinura arrived. Danzo, you're really well recovered, great. He was happy to see that Tenzo was okay. Although it cost 10 million to his heartache, it was worth it to make Tuan Zhang recover well. It's a pity that the nephew's one is so small, no wonder he has never been a good woman. I still have to work hard to open up branches and leaves for the Shinura family. Tuan Zhang's a nephew, what are you looking for your uncle? Tuan Zhang did not hide it, and he said expressionlessly, I need money. It takes about 10 million taels. It was about 10 million taels to open his mouth, and the patriarch of Shinura was a little bitter. Yes, but there is not much money in the clan. There is a total of 20 million funds in the clan, and 10 million were spent on buying medicine, which is another 10 million for the group. He has no money, but he was helpless. Although Danzo is a high-ranking member of Konoha, he draws money. It was basically used to build roots, and even I didn't have much left, not to mention the family. But the patriarch didn't say, and he didn't ask much. Since there is, then let me use it first. Well, you get ready, bring me the money, I'll be useful. Patriarch Shinura was helpless, turned his head and went home, and took the money. After getting the money, Tuan Zhang did not keep anyone. Returning to the dark room, he snored and said, over there in Wian village, how are you preparing? Root Na Humane, report to Master Tien, over there in Wian village, it is ready to start at any time. Tuan Zhang showed a gloomy expression and arranged, let the mist-hidden village start after the second session of the Chunin exam begins. And go and notify Union Village and Union Village, let them intercept and kill on the necessary road. Hey, the roots leave. Tuan Zhang also slowly returned to the room and changed into clothes. Secretly left the house. Orochimaru, at the Big Snake Pill's house, Tuan Zhang entered the living room through the window. Sitting on the sofa, he waited for a long time before urging in a low voice. Far away in the small empty village, the Big Snake Pill who was arranging his own laboratory was stunned. Inside the clothes, a small white snake crawled down his body to his ear and communicated certain information. The Big Snake Pill's face changed. Immediately activate the body and specifically find the communication ball that the source doppelganger wants. Directly back, he was in the underground laboratory of the Konoha family. Organize the status and walk out. When Tuan Zhang was about to erupt, the Big Snake Pill finally came out. Hiss, Master Tenzo, why did you come to me specifically? Tuan Zhang glanced at him. The opening is an important message. Big Snake Pill, I think you should really want to set up your own laboratory. This news, if it was put on hold before, the Big Snake Pill would not want to hide and find himself. It's a pity. He has already worked with Uchiha. Compared with the conditions of Uchiha Yuan, what Tenzo can give, the Big Snake Pill can no longer look at. But, A direct refusal will definitely be suspected, and Gen-kun must be curious to know what Danzo wants to do. Hissing, the big snake pill pretended to be very interested. Hiss, Master Tenzo, your conditions are very tempting, but what do you want me to do? Danzo was very satisfied. The attitude of the big snake pill. It was as he expected. Help me assassinate the ape flying sun. Tuan Zhang's words surprised the big snake pill. What's the thing? Assassinate Hokage. The big snake pill frowned, looked at Tuan Zhang with a neurotic look, and said, Tuan Zhang kinsman, you are crazy. Assassinate Hokage, you dare to think about this? Tuan Zhang was also expected. Said lightly, I become Hokage, and the whole of Konoha will support you in doing research. Big snake pill, think about it. Seeing that the great snake pill was still hesitant, Tuan Zhang continued to add, the great snake pill, I know that Riku is your master. But the price I offered, there is no second person who can give you better conditions than this. To be honest, the big snake pill was very excited. If it weren't for the source building a laboratory for him, he would definitely choose to cooperate with Tuan Zhang. But he was entangled for a moment, and still refused. Tuan Zhang, do you know, the sun chop is mine, my beloved Grace Master, the brother master. Danzo frowned, he thought that Orochimaru had rejected him. I didn't expect that with such generous conditions, the big snake pill would even refuse. His face was extremely gloomy, and he was ready to start. What do you mean? Who knew the big snake pill? Spit out the snake letter, and his eyes were shining. I have to add money. Tuan Zhang's face darkened, and he also breathed a sigh of relief, and said extremely impatiently, after the matter is completed, the corpse between the pillars will belong to you. The big snake pill was overjoyed and agreed. Deal. Tenzo left and began planning. Orochimaru turned around and used the communication ball to contact Uchiha source. In Xiaokong village, the big snake pill sold the group collection cleanly. Uchiha nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, in the surprised gaze of the big snake pill, he gave him a leg-stretching glare pill. Taking the leg-stretching and glaring pill, the big snake pill inexplicably said, the corpse between the pillars is very strange. This is a temptation. It was Orochimaru who was tempting Uchiha Gen, and wanted to ask him if he knew the situation between the pillars. The source was also very powerful, guided by the big snake pill, and also thought for a moment. Finally, he said lightly, it may be related to yin and yang. This is the power of the immortal level, and I don't know the specifics. Finally, Yuan patted the big snake pill and said seriously, follow me well, I will take you and unlock the secrets of this world. Not corpse rebirth, this technique is too low, I'll show you better when the time comes. Can the origin not know? The careful thinking of the big snake pill? Following the intention of the big snake pill, he solved his doubts, and Genbu did not forget to draw a cake for him. When he was mentioned as not to be reincarnated, the big snake pill was shocked, his pupils shrank sharply into vertical pupils, and his expression was very vigilant. However, when he found that the source did not have any hostility, he relaxed. Immortal Rebirth is the biggest hole card he is currently studying. The original source is known. This made him more and more afraid to despise the source. Upon hearing, the source will teach himself better, he flew in direct surprise. That would be great. Genjin stretched out a lazy waist, activated the portal, turned his back to the portal, and waved his hand. Let's wait and see. Wait for Tuanzang's next move, we will act again, and say goodbye. With the support of the big snake pill, the big stone in Tuanzang's heart fell directly to the ground. Next, wait for the Chunin exam to begin. After the Vortex country asked for help, the reinforcements were ambushed, the Uchiha rioted, and the Hokage was killed. I am the fourth generation of Hokage. As soon as he thought of this, Tuanzang couldn't sleep with excitement. Everything is planned. Next, provoking Uchiha to fight with the village. Take advantage of the chaos, cooperate with the big snake pill, and kill the Sun Slash. And the death of Hinata can be blamed on Uchiha again. Boom! The second session of the Chu Shinobi exam. Forest of Death, Survival Challenge. This challenge is almost no different from the Naruto Chu Ninja exam in the original book. The same duration is 7 days. Also in the forest, there are Heaven and Earth, 2 kinds of scrolls. As long as you gather a pair of Heaven and Earth scrolls and reach the central tower, you will be considered a successful promotion. As long as the time is up, those who have not gathered the scrolls to reach the central tower will be considered eliminated. The order and time of entering the Forest of Death are determined by the draw. There is a 20-second interval between each number plate and number plate. Unfortunately, Minamoto and Mikato them drawn the number plate. The distance between them. The source is number 5. Mikato is number 15. Hand hit is number 30. There was a 200-second gap between each person. But it's okay, the source comes in front. That way, he can wait. If it is Mikato or Tetsu, if you enter early, you may be injured. Soon, one by one, they were called by the invigilator. One by one, the candidates quickly ran towards the depths of the forest. This entry mode, which has the advantage of avoiding candidates fighting at the door. soon called the source. However, compared to those who ran into the deep forest, he was extremely outlier. He walked leisurely and walked inside the door. It stood in the doorway. He planned to wait for Mikato and Teto at the door. Everyone was shocked by the exam, and even the examiner tilted his head and glanced at Uchiha Yuen more. What an arrogant fellow. But the examiner didn't care, remembering the time. It's just that the candidates outside the door work hard. What does that mean? Block the door. Are you looking down on all of us? Who's number 6? Give him some color, and lo and behold, there are angry ones, and of course there are calm analysts. Who is this little ghost? Dare to block the door, because it should not be a nameless person. Not really. The first place in the Tianjiao list, Uchiha source. Brother Huangtu, I'm a little weak, let's go together then. Lois shrugged, indifferent, it's okay. What Tianjiao list? He cannot recognize the Lois. Why is he ranked 7th? Why can that Luo She be ranked 4th? The proud list is obviously blind. Soon the 6th number was called by name. He cautiously approached Uchiha source, and when he saw Uchiha source, he did not react. Then he boldly asked, "What's your name?" Uchiha Yuen hugged his arms and said lightly, "Uchiha Yuen." The man was shocked. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Until the stalemate arrived, the examiner called number 7. Number 7 is Luo She, and Yuen gestured to Luo She with a smile. Luo She also smiled in response. A barbecue, the friendship established. How can it be a small test that can affect? Luo She calmly walked to Yuen's side, stood beside him, and chatted, "Yuen, why are you standing?" For Luo She's strong topic, Genbu did not hesitate to answer, "Of course, wait for Mikato-san to fight with the hand. Or do you really think I'm blocking the door? Am I that bored?" The source was a little belly. As soon as these words came out, the examinee who was still on alert was numb. Temptation walked inside the door and looked at the source with a guarded expression. It turned out that Uchiha really didn't react. As soon as he slipped through the smoke, he ran quickly. And among the next candidates, there really is no one to touch this mold. They all ignored the source as soon as they entered the door, and ran into the forest with a puff of smoke. Over time, Mikato also came in. Then Luo She and the three of them, the first to arrive, said hello to the source, and set out to find the Heaven and Earth scroll. And finally, there is a squad, I can't get used to it. After calling the trumpet of the Lois, it was followed by the fire and the boulder. The squad of Union Village luckily said, the numbers are all connected. During this period, the Lois also hugged his chest, with bad intentions, and kept looking at the source. After the last great stone returned to its place, Lois is no longer patient. With the light of fire and large stones, stepping forward is a step. Just your Uchiha Gen, right? The number 1 genius on the Tianjiao list. Personal profile, arrogant enough. The strength is extremely strong. It is recommended not to resist and surrender directly. Ha 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 ha, try it. When the distance was right, Lois threw a punch violently, and directly launched an attack. The fire and the big stone came towards Mikato. Gen's face changed, and he actually felt threatened Mikato-san. But Mikato was interested. Loudly stopped Yuen, I'm not a vase, I want you to know. Your sister is still your sister. Genjin stopped the idea of making a move and looked at Mikato-san, intending to see her perform. At the same time, he is always ready to watch out for Mikato's sister being injured. Use Afterglow against Lois. Sideways dodged fists. One blow can't be hit, and the Lois is not annoyed. Then it was very fluid, and the body was cast. And while performing his body technique, he is also mixed with the seal. Fight with me and dare to be distracted, hee. Should I say that you are confident or stupid? Tudun Tulia River. He is worthy of being the son of Onaki, and his combat wisdom is very good. If Geniki is not careful, he will be trapped. As soon as your feet slip, your body is unstable. Seeing the fist of the Lois, it is about to be on the face. However, if you want to attack the source, how can it be so easy? Lois punched the wood. The avatar technique was directly launched, and the source was out of the quagmire long ago. Huang Tu looked shocked, and said incredulously, avatar technique. When? Mikato's battle over there is also very exciting. Mikato started with a sea-level ninjutsu and attacked towards Dashi and Firelight. Earth Thorn, then another fire ninjutsu, sealing their position and blocking their vision. Wajun Hao Fireball, then, another water escape, a solid impact and going. Water escape, water chaos, 3 ninjutsu in a row, with hardly much delay. They could still hide, but the fireball directly blocked their sight, and also drove them into a corner. The last water escaped and directly drenched them in the heart. But the horror is yet to come. After they wiped their faces, they were horrified to find out. On that little Nizai's hand, a burst of thunder appeared. The big stone and the fire were shocked and quickly ran away. I'm a good boy. But the moment they were drenched, their end was already predetermined. Mikato's words were like a devil's whisper, thunder snake thunder. Lay Dun mainly attacked, and the speed was rapid. Almost without giving Dashi and Firelight time to react, they were numbed. Two white and clean guys, pitch black by electricity, hair standing on end. Finally, he still had a puff of black smoke in his mouth, and fell to the ground with a bang. This is the Tianjiao list, the second-ranked Uchiha Mikato. Hiss. Ninjutsu machine gun, terrifying. In the stunned eyes of the candidates and examiners outside the door, Mikato clapped her little hands and ran to Gen's side, looking like she wanted to boast. With the lessons of the past, no one dares to provoke Minamoto and Mikato anymore. Soon, hand beating also came in. The team arrived, and Genthe finally left the gate. Come to the forest. Yuen, like the rest of the team, was well behaved, looking for the Heaven and Earth scroll. But at the end of the afternoon, they lacked the means to find it, but they gained very little. Mikato and Taida were a little anxious. Yuen smiled slightly, took out a million taels of chakra battery, and said to his hand, "Activate the human sea tactic." This tactic is Genwei in hand fighting, and when he first learned the shadow avatar, he discussed ninjutsu. Hand hits instantly. After taking half of the battery, he started ninjutsu. Multiple shadow doppelganger technique. Multiple shadow doppelganger technique. I used ninjutsu several times in a row, and I hit one person with my hand and divided it, nearly 1,000 doppelgangers. This is his limit. Although I have taken pulp cleansing fruit, I have a strong physical talent. But in terms of mental power, hand fight is still just a child. So, despite the infinite chakra, he still has limits. Yuen smiled slightly and started the chakra battery. Multiple shadow doppelganger technique. In an instant, source 1 changes to 2, 2 to 4. The division of thousands of doppelgangers is not over. Immediately after, several thousand. Then in 1,000 hand fights, envious eyes, the number of source doppelgangers, directly broke through the 10,000 mark. That's when it stopped. No matter how many sources can actually be separated, but more than 10,000 is enough. Let's go! With an order from the source, the doppelganger army directly dispersed, and all the members searched in a carpet style, and the Heaven and Earth scrolled. What's more, the doppelganger directly incarnated and trailed the old sixth. In other candidates, after finally discovering the scroll, they rushed up, beat people up, and snatched people's scrolls. There are only so many candidates for the middle ninja exam. The number of Heaven and Earth scrolls will not be too much. Under the baptism of more than 10,000 doppelgangers, who can withstand it? Soon, a bunch of scrolls were collected by them. 28 Earth scrolls. 31 Sky scrolls. The representatives of the villages outside the venue were numb. The representative of Union Village directly slapped the table and became angry. Kanaha, you said that these 3 imps are shinobi. Not only the clouds are numb, but Union Village and Wien Village are also numb. You Kanaha don't have a heart. We came with friendship, and you sent this monster to humiliate us. Kanaha, you did it on purpose. My Union Village does not recognize this result. I don't recognize it in Wien Village. And I Kusanagi. The representatives of the major forces were not convinced and strongly condemned Kanaha, asked to kick the Uchiha squad out of the examination room. Riko grinned and reassured everyone. Don't be irritable, don't be irritable. We don't know about Uchihagen's situation. In this way, since Uchiha Yuen disturbed the order of the Chunin exam, then let's let him ban this exam. But given that Uchiha Genjin is only 7 years old and young and ignorant, let's let him directly advance to the next round. All the deputies, listening to the previous sentence, all nodded one after another. But when he heard the latter sentence, his face darkened again. However, when they thought of it, they came to Kanaha, but they had other purposes. So they all gritted their teeth and recognized it. The representatives of Wien Village and Union Village looked at each other, and they were all in each other's eyes, and they understood the killing intent. The two of them, looking at each other and laughing. This Uchiha source can't stay. Soon. Proctor teacher, get orders. Come to the place where Uchiha source is. Uchiha Gen, Naruto-sama has an order. A group of thousands of source doppelgangers looked at the invigilator in unison. The invigilator's heart tightened. This damn sense of oppression, it's terrible. Although she was already panicked, she still maintained her professional composure. Uchiha Gen, Uchiha Mikato, hand fight, you guys directly skipped this round of testing and successfully advanced. Please leave with me, second exam room. Genwei and Mikato, hand hit them stunned. This is, got it to the cut? Mikato couldn't believe it. Hand hit cheered, got promoted. That's awesome. Gento shook his head and chuckled and muttered in a low voice. It seems that it's me, playing too much, those people can't stand it. But, Genjin smiled crookedly, his heart widened. Disarming the doppelganger, a puff of white smoke rose from the forest. The source scattered all the Heaven and Earth scrolls heavily. At the same time, the Flying Thunder God came to Luosha's side and gave them 6 Heaven and Earth scrolls. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Brother, see you next time." The smoke cleared and the source appeared in place again. It was as if nothing had happened. Countless scrolls fell from the sky. Those candidates who were originally depressed and gathered around were extremely surprised. "It's a scroll. Terrifying Uchiha Gen, they're gone. Let's grab it." The scene was chaotic. But what does this have to do with me coming from someone? With a glance, the three Luoxia, who had already run away, said lightly, "Let's go." Vortex Country. The Vortex Patriarch looked at the sea mist that had been frozen for several days. My heart was beating wildly, and my uneasy premonition became more solidified. More than a month ago, the White Fang team left him 4 village prisoners. In the mouths of those village captives, he had already learned that village was going to do something to them, but at that time, he was still doubting the authenticity of the information. Several squads were also sent to investigate. None of the squads that could be sent out have returned so far. The storm is coming. The old patriarch, he could only let out a long sigh. "Hey, Taisuo, inform all the Vortex clan people outside and let them come back immediately. Strengthen the country of 5 times the Vortex, and guard the troops. Be ready at any time and activate the great array of national protectors." After arranging domestic security, he launched another psychic spell and summoned Lord Slug. "Let Lord Slug bring a letter to his sister Uzumaki Mito. Recently, I got news that the thief of Village is ambitious, vainly trying to seal the Vortex clan of me. In the near future, it will be possible to launch a war to destroy the country of the Vortex. I also hope that my sister can return to the Vortex clan to sit in town." After doing all this, his old face had a few more wrinkles. Above the sea of the land of water, not far from the land of whirlpools, the fleet of Village is ready to attack in the fog. "Lord Mizukage, there is information from Tenzo. Konoha's Chunin exam has begun." Now the eyes of the entire Konoha are focused on the Naka Shinobi exam. When Shui Ying heard this, his eyes became brighter. "Where are the 7 people of the Ninja Dao?" Behind the water shadow, a row of 7 people came out in unison, with high fighting intent. Shui Ying indifferently spoke. Watermelon Mountain with a sinister smile, a crowd of 7, took the lead in attacking. The rest of the ninjas, followed closely by boat. Take advantage of the night. 7 people landed on the island, butcher knives in hand, crazy harvesting, the life of the Whirlpool family. Soon. Fortunately, the Whirlpool family has long been prepared. After the 7 people eliminated the 3 squads, the Uzumaki clan took action. A group of strong people immediately appeared. Using a powerful sealing technique, the 7 people were restrained. At the same time, the Vortex Patriarch decisively gave the order. The enchantment of the country was activated. The ninja of the Uzumaki clan exerts power. The entire Vortex country emitted a huge buzz. An outrageously huge enchantment rose rapidly, enveloping the country of vortexes. The water shadow looked at it, and the enchantment of the Vortex country protector rose. I couldn't help but frown. How could you react so quickly? But he couldn't help it, he thought too much. Water Shadow jumped onto the bow of the boat and made imprints with his hands at high speed. In an instant, a huge ninjutsu was launched. Who repairs the dam? A monstrous wave rose from the sea, crashing straight into the enchantment of the Vortex country. The water flow took all the personnel of Village and flew towards the enchantment. The Whirlpool family enchantment, stunned by the huge waves. And those ninjas of the Mist-Hidden Village were like demons frantically surging towards the enchantment of the Vortex country, where it had not yet been closed. Penetrating into the enchantment, they began a bloody, indiscriminate massacre. The Vortex Patriarch's face froze and he came to the place of the enchantment formation, mobilized the extremely majestic chakra and injected into the enchantment array. The speed at which the enchantment rises skyrockets. Let the water shadow outside. How to block? The speed of the enchantment closure, not falling but increasing. Soon, the enchantment closes. Looking inside, his own subordinates were surrounded and killed by the closed door and beaten dogs. Shui Ying's face became gloomy. Uzumaki Lanju. Damn old guy. Enchantment, ha. I'll see how long you can last. Mist-Hidden Army, array. Smash it for me. The ninja of the Mist-Hidden Village, obviously prepared. There were a lot of ninjas coming. Soon after sorting out the team, he launched the combined water ninjutsu against the country of whirlpools. Extremely fast and constant attacks, bombarding the large array and roaring continuously. Patriarch. We won't last long in this way. The Vortex Patriarch was also anxious. Once again, he channeled Lord Slug, and let him send a message to his sister again. The whole army of Village is coming, and ask my sister to help me quickly. Konoha Village. As soon as Uzumaki Mito received his brother's message, his face changed drastically. Recently, I got news that the thief of Village is ambitious, vainly trying to seal the Vortex clan of me. In the near future, it will be possible to launch a war to destroy the country of the Vortex. With a furious slap, she smashed the coffee table in front of her. Cups spilled on the floor. She couldn't sit still. First, I went to find a few friends of the Senju clan who were still alive. Then with everyone, he rushed towards the Hokage's office. Hokage office. Hinata listened to the dark part, and the news came back, his face solemn. Naruto-sama, in the land of rain, a large number of traces of Sand Shinobu and Iwa Shinobu have been found moving on the border of Konoha. In the land of Tien, the land of iron, there are already thousands of Yunin, operating on the border of the land of fire. Riko gritted his teeth fiercely and drank angrily. What do they want? Finally, he asked the Dark Department, is there any news from the misty hidden village? The Dark Part shook his head. Not yet. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could wait for him, he calmly took a puff of smoke. Uzumaki Nito took the people, angrily, and kicked open the door of Hokage's office. Slashing at Yuen Fury is an angry rebuke that splits his head and covers his face. Monkey, how did you become this Hokage? Why, don't tell yourself the news in advance. And monkeys, such a big thing, you dare to hide it. The Vortex Country and Konoha are allies. Mist Hidden Village launched a military operation against the Vortex Country, and I demand that Konoha immediately start a war with Mist Hidden Village. Uzumaki Nito thundered, panting with anger. In this world, the person who can scold 3 generations of Hokage one by one monkey may be this master in front of him. Chop wiped the spit from his face, and then slowly opened his mouth to soothe this matter. I have already sent Tuan Zhang to investigate, and the Mist Hidden Village is not really going to make a move against the country of whirlpools. Although Tenzo did very outrageous things, Riko still believed in himself as an old fellow. Uzumaki Nito was speechless for a while, and she was not happy when she thought of that kid in Danzo. His own brother, can't he still lie to himself? Just when? Lord Slug, right again. The whole army of Wien Village is coming, please ask my sister to help me quickly. Receiving this news, Uzumaki Nito couldn't bear it at all, and the nine-tailed chakra overflowed, suppressing the crowd breathlessly. With a punch, he hammered the Hokage desk and picked up the collar of the ape-flying sun. Yuen Fei Sun Slash. Wien Village, it has already hit my house, you even dare to talk nonsense with me here. Aren't you afraid I'll slaughter you? Hinata was silent. Uzumaki Nito's gesture must be true. But now, it's Konoha, the time for the Naka Shinobi tournament. At this time, it is not a good idea to let the country of fire go to war with the country of water. Hinata was tempted to say something, but the furious Uzumaki Nito did not give him this opportunity at all. Let's go! A bunch of hypocrites. Uzumaki Nito slammed the door away. Hinata couldn't lift his head when he was said. He really wanted to support the country of whirlpools. But at this moment, inside Konoha, a large number of ninjas from other countries have entered. When war is declared at this time, there will inevitably be huge civil unrest. And in the remaining countries, a lot of troops have long been assembled on the border. At this moment, if Konoha divide the army to support the country of the Vortex, that Konoha is very likely, and it will be taken advantage of by the 3 kingdoms of earth, wind, and thunder. He is Hokage and he is responsible for Konoha. The lesser of 2 evils, I can only be sorry for you, the country of vortexes. There were too many doubts, and Riko said angrily, call Tuan Zhang. Tuan Zhang Mansion. The dark part instantly appeared outside the door. The roots appeared at the same time, and said indifferently, what happened in the dark part? The dark ninja was also not strange, and said directly, Naruto-sama, I want to see Danzo-sama. Root nodded and disappeared into place. The dark part leaves. Danzo-sama, Hokage invites you over. Tuan Zhang opened his eyes slightly, knowing that it was time. Over there in Wien Village, what's going on? The Root Ninja said, report to the group to hide the master. The Mist Hidden Village has begun to attack the Vortex Country. It is only a matter of time before the country of Vortexes falls. Great joy in the group. Very good. We informed Orochimaru that it's time to get ready. Root received the order to go to find the big snake pill. Danzo dressed up before slowly walking towards Hokage's office. Return to the land of the thousand hands. By Lord Slug. Uzumaki Nito and Uzumaki Patriarch achieved real-time communication. Knowing that the great array of protectors was successfully activated, it should not be a problem for the country of Vortex to hold out for a day or two. This made Uzumaki Nito feel a lot relieved. Gather everyone who is willing to follow me to support the Uzumaki clan. No matter how many people there are, we must set off before dawn. The Thousand Hands clan was scattered by the Thousand Hands pillar, but fortunately, the older generation of people still have some contact with each other, so they moved very quickly. The original Thousand Hands clan had a very deep relationship with the Uzumaki clan, but after it was broken up later, the latter generation, there is no such feeling. Therefore, there are not many people who come here and are willing to support the Uzumaki clan. Almost all, the old people of the original Senju clan. Holding the pot, Juzine, who was woken up, got up and came out, and saw that his grandmother had pulled a large group of people, and her grandmother's look was solemn and serious that she had never seen before. She instantly sobered up and had a bad premonition. Grandmother! What happened? She went straight to her grandmother and asked questions. Uzumaki Mito heard Jushine's voice, and his face also changed. This matter is still not known to Juzine. She forced a smile and soothed Xiao Juzine. What can grandmother do? It's just that I'm not happy today. Find the old guy from the past and chat. In front of the child, those Gensenju clansmen were also forced to smile. Yes. Juzine, go back to sleep. Juzine squinted her eyes with a look of disbelief. But suddenly, her neck was struck hard by his grandmother. Faint. Uzumaki Mito was quite distressed and carefully picked up the little cutie. With a casual glance at the pot directly fried the hair, standing upright. Your name is Kuwaba. In the future, if I am gone, please protect her. Kuwaba nodded and replied seriously, don't worry. I'm a man, and I'll definitely protect Juzine. Putting Jushina on the bed and lying down, Uzumaki Mito's face showed melancholy. 9 llamas, how do you get along with her in the future? Inside the whirlpool Mito, the 9 tails pouted and said with a proud face, just this little Nizai, I don't want it. As long as you die, I will be free. You let me out directly, I can promise you. How about saving the country of vortexes? Giggle. The 9 tails are like this, lest the world not be chaotic. Mito-sama, the former Senjudo, those who can come and are willing to come, are coming. Can we ask Uchiha or Hinata for help? Looking at the scattered Sunset Red team with less than 100 people, Mito's face was bitter. Infinite emotion. Is this Konoha today? It sucks. Pillars, you're a big idiot. I personally went to beg them. Hayaga clan land. Uzumaki Mito led everyone to the Hayaga family. Patriarch Hinata hurriedly greeted him warmly. But after learning of the intention, the face of the Hayaga patriarch changed slightly. Finally for face. He is also not easy to refuse, this senior. So he agreed, sending 3 dispensable members of the separate family. Of the 3 families, 2 of them are 35 years old and are still medium-level people. The remaining one, named Hinatago, is a rare waste in the family, both 20 years old, and still can't learn Hinata's physical arts. Uzumaki Mito looked at the 3 members of the Hayaga family with apologetic looks in their eyes. If you don't want to go, you can completely refuse, it's okay. Who knew that the 3 Hayaga ninjas who split their families all said with bleak expressions, it's okay, it's dead, that's also the fate of our family. With a sigh, Uzumaki Mito then came to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan land. Since Uchiha does not have a patriarch, Uzumaki Mito came directly to the Uchiha Toyoya house. The Uchiha people he is familiar with, except for Uchiha Kagami, belong to Uchiha Fang. They have all fought side by side. Uchiha Yu, are you at home? Uchiha opened the door and ushered the person into the living room. After Uzumaki Mito explained his intentions, Uchiha Yutaka pondered for a moment. Finally, he shook his head helplessly, saying that he couldn't send someone to support them. After refusal, though, he gave his most important item, the communication ball that Genjin gave him, to Uzumaki Mito. I can't help you, but I think this will work for you. As long as you encounter unrivaled danger, inject chakra and press this button. I think that kid can at least protect you. Suddenly, Uchiha Feng thought of something again. He took out a leg-stretching eye-glaring pill, handed it to Uzumaki Mito, and instructed, this is a leg-stretching eye-glaring pill, as long as there is a breath, it can be rescued. Took 2 items. Those Thousand Hands clan people frowned when they looked at it. This Uchiha was unwilling to even send a few people perfunctory. But as soon as they thought about it, when they opened their mouths to say 2 words, Uzumaki Mito directly interrupted them. Time is urgent. Uzumaki Mito did not stay any longer and left the Uchiha clan land directly. Knowing that those Senju clansmen were unhappy with Uchiha, Uzumaki Mito opened his mouth and explained, it is a love for people to help, and it is a duty not to help. Besides, people also gave us 2 things. It's us asking for people, we can't pick and choose. This is both an explanation and a reprimand. Seeing everyone, they all closed their mouths. Uzumaki Mito nodded in satisfaction and led them straight to the exit of Konoha's gate. At the border between Konoha and the land of whirlpools, the 3 generations of Lei Ying AI with their strongest team, staying here seems to be waiting for something. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying AI said impatiently, what happened over there in the Vortex Country? The secretary replied, Lord Thunder Shadow, the Vortex Country has successfully activated the Protector enchantment. Hold on to it visually, a day or 2 is not a problem. Lei Ying blew his beard and said impatiently, then why are we staying here? The secretary explained, Lord Thunderkage, we are here to block Konoha and support the reinforcements of the Vortex Country. If Konoha comes to help, we'll kill him. In this way, we can both weaken Konoha's strength and ensure the destruction of the Vortex Country. If Konoha sends the main support, we will use the mist to contain them, and then the main force will all attack and capture Konoha in one fell swoop. If Konoha doesn't come to support, then we'll wait until the country of whirlpools can't hold on, we'll pick up the leaks. The secretary explained a whole lot. Lei Yingei frowned, not knowing whether he understood, or if he was thinking something. This is not surprising, Lei Ying is generally only responsible for fighting, and there are secretaries to do it. As for nothing, then do it. Lei Ying finally changed his expression, nodded, and sat back on his butt. That is to say, we still need to wait, right? It's boring. I really want to do it. One of them, the other direction. A large number of high-end combat forces in Union Village are all secretly ambushed underground. The third generation of Tokage Oniki hugged his chest and sat on a suspended stone. The eyes are as sharp as an eagle, up and down. He had been waiting here for days. Lord Tsuchikage, the spies are coming to report, there is someone from Konoha. Hearing this good news, Tsuchikage's eyes lit up. Immediately asked specific information. The guard immediately opened the information scroll and said one by one, there are 130 people, and the leader is the nine-tailed man Uzumaki Mito. It was a familiar name, and Oniki took a deep breath and pressed down on the fear. Is it the man's wife? Thinking that the man was dead, he quickly calmed down again. Hinata kept smoking his pipe, and his fingers kept tapping on the new tabletop. Soon, Tuan Zhang took the route, followed the dark part, and walked in. Hinata, what are you looking for me for? Tuan Zhang had a sad smile on his face. He knew that Riko would definitely not feel good at the moment. The representatives of the villages in the Zhongnan examination were extremely troublesome. On the border of the Land of Fire, ninjas from other countries frequently assemble and move. The country of Whirlpool was attacked by the village of Mist, and the nine-tailed man Zulai Uzumaki Mito led everyone out of the village. Schemed himself. You must be in a state of distress now, and you must be very uncomfortable. Tuan Zhang almost wrote the words gloating, these words on his face. Riko was not angry, staring at Tuan Zhang, with a fierce light hidden in his eyes. Didn't you tell me that the mist-hidden village showed no sign of making a move against the Vortex country at all? Tunzo didn't care about the murderous look in Riko's eyes. That's what I said before, but wasn't I resigned? Who knows, is it because during my resignation, the mist-hidden village has another mind about the Vortex country? Tuan Zhang spread his hands and pushed this matter clean. Doubt me? He. If you hadn't knocked me down, I wouldn't have found such a good reason. The day choked. His eyes narrowed into a slit. And your roots, there is no news from you? Danzo smiled again. Roots? You're kind enough to say. I have no funds at the root, and the operation is a problem, let alone the task. Tuan Zhang once again threw the pot to the sun chopper, and did not play cards according to the routine. The resentment is very heavy. Riko clenched his fists tightly, and with one fist, it seemed to hit the cotton. It was clear that he was questioning, and the result turned out to be all his own fault. Riko does not believe in the nonsense of Tunzo. He was very angry that Tuan Zhang was still prevaricating him, and slapped the table and pointed angrily, do you know what you're doing? You're just going too far. Conceal the military situation. How daring. Immediately afterwards, Hinata said gloomy again, Danzo, the position of Hokage, I will look for a new candidate. There was no need to talk. Tuan Zhang threw his hand with the root and slammed the door. Just after leaving the Hokage building, Tuan Zhang turned to look at Hokage Rock, and a meaningful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's time to sculpt the fourth head. The Land of Fire goes to the Land of Vortex in a straight line. Uzumaki Mito, with everyone, rushed to the fire. Mito-sama, if we rush like this, I'm afraid we will be ambushed. At this time, a very experienced ninja of the Senju clan came to Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito also understands that he is very likely to be surrounded by enemies to help. But she can't help it. The great array of protectors on the side of the Vortex country will last another day at most. The nine-tailed chakra overflowed, and Uzumaki Mito put on a two-tailed beast coat for everyone. At the same time, he said, speed up and be more careful. Risk and time, at this time, can only make trade-offs. Unfortunately, luck was not on her side this time. Or in other words, at this moment, Uzumaki Mito has become a pawn that is calculated by everyone. Stop! Huaji shouted and called a halt to the team. Because at this moment, in front of her, it is known as the strongest spear, the third generation of Lei Ying AI, Uzumaki Mito. Seeing clearly who came, Lei Ying was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Konoha was really willing to send the Nine Tails Pillar to support. In fact, Yuan Fei was also helpless about this. He didn't plan to support the Vortex country. But Uzumaki Mito, he can't manage it. You're that brat. Uzumaki Mito pondered in his memory. I didn't expect that after so many years, you actually grew to the level of Thunder Shadow. Get out of the way, boy. Thunder Shadow was swirled by Mito, a kid's call. Rare did not get angry. Because of this woman in front of you, I really have the qualifications to call myself a brat. Don't look at the current Uzumaki Mito, she looks like she is only 30 or 40, but in fact, her real age is very high. It is a famous figure of the previous generation. Lei Ying stood in place, like a mountain, and said in an extremely firm tone, the remnants of the old era, you should quit. Huaji clenched his fists fiercely, his eyes were terrifying, and the crown of the nine-tailed teeth was about to be crushed. You dirty politicians. It's not over killing my husband, and he still wants to destroy my people and destroy my foundation. Die. You all deserve to die. Nine-tailed chakra, crazy gushing, and soon a similar, Naruto's nine-tailed mode, was turned on by Uzumaki Mito. Impressively, Uzumaki Mito she also reached the perfect human pillar strength level. Lei Ying left a trace of cold sweat, but he was not afraid. As a new era Tianjiao, he has his own pride. Thunder armor. Mito turns on tailed beast mode. Thunder shadow turns on thunder chakra mode. Uzumaki Mito's eyes were fierce, and when he raised his hand, 4 small-tailed beast jade condensed out fiercely towards the thunder shadow, blasted away. At the same time, the densely packed King Kong blockade flew out from behind Uzumaki Mito. After Lei Ying avoided the tailed beast jade, he attacked towards him. Lei Ying's face was solemn, the strong people of the old era, sure enough, none of them were simple. The King Kong blockade comes with the power of sealing. Can't use, Lei's Hikai resisted. Lei Cage can only use Hell Spike to constantly cut off Mito's King Kong chains. There is no external force to enter, and now both sides are competing for endurance. This is a fight between the immortals, and their little brothers are all hiding far away, staring at the center of the battlefield, anxious. But the most anxious is on the Uzumaki Mito side. Their purpose is to support the Vortex country, and they must not be stopped here. Thinking of this, the Thousand Hand clan was heartbroken, and as soon as they gritted their teeth, they attacked the Thunder Shadow team. Must be killed. With the coat of a tailed beast, their strength is generally much stronger than that of the Thunder Shadow side, but the Thunder Shadow side outnumbered them. For a while, the battle also fell into white heat. However, Uzumaki Mito and the people he brought with him, saying that the best thing was to leave the village privately, and if it was not good, it was to defect from the village. So they never thought that they would have a chance to go back, so they were extremely extreme. It's like a broken cauldron. If the Thunder Shadow side wants to retain its strength, I'm afraid it won't be able to stop them for long. The sky in the distance. A group of Iwahide village elites, looking down from above, the battle between Thunder Shadow and Uzumaki Mito. Sachikage-sama, shall we go down and help? Oniki glared, his own subordinate who couldn't hold his breath, and criticized. You're stupid. Now go down and help. And what about after the help? You have to remember, there are no eternal friends and no eternal enemies. Remember that our purpose, from beginning to end, is the legacy of the Vortex country. And Thunder Shadow and Water Shadow are our competitors. Therefore, the most beneficial for us is the Thunder Shadow side and Uzumaki Mito, both defeated. It is best to die together. The battle has been going on, I don't know how long. It is worthy of being a person of the Whirlpool clan. What a pervert. The sealing technique Vajra blockade consumes much more chakra than a thorough thunder armor that consumes chakra. But Lei Ying felt that chakra consumed most of the time. Uzumaki Mito is still the same as nothing, and chakra is still amazing. And it gives Lei Ying the feeling that it's like, fight? What a battle. She's just warming up. Pervert. Lei Ying dropped 2 words lightly, and withdrew from the distance. Facing the big Nogi in the sky, he shouted coldly, do you still choose to watch the play? Then we Union Village, we won't play. Called by Lei Ying, Oniki looked ugly. Himself this is, forcibly pulled into the battlefield. Enough, though. The purpose of consuming Thunder Shadow, although not ideal, has been achieved. Taking control of the floating island, Oniki and his own people also blocked in front of Uzumaki Mito. Sorry ma'am, there are some things, please understand. Seeing the people who blocked him, there was one more. Uzumaki Mito's face became even more ugly. And that big nose, what else to say, so that he understands? Uzumaki Mito was speechless with anger. Someone is going to kill your whole clan, someone told you, please understand, don't resist AO. Uzumaki Mito knew, and the matter was more complicated than he had imagined. First, Mizukage attacked the country of Vortex, then Kana has in action, and now Thunder Shadow and Suchikage blocked his support. Uzumaki Mito felt that now the entire ninja world seemed to be targeting their Uzumaki clan. Thinking of this, she was even more angry. The terrifying 9-tailed chakra, frantically gushing out. The 9 tails in her body were also shocked. Mito. No. Uzumaki Mito intends to forcibly burn himself and burn the 9 tails in order to gain greater power. Can't you? What's not to do? I just want those who hurt my people to die. 9 llamas. Help me. The 9 tails, who could be burned to the origin, panicked and shook his head again and refused to cooperate. My power, you can use it, but my origin, you don't want to move me. The nine tails did not cooperate, and Uzumaki Mito was countered and violently spat out a mouthful of blood, but she didn't have a choice. Since the nine tails didn't want to, then she could only burn herself. Whoever stands in my way, die. Although the strength of Uzumaki Mito has greatly improved, but she was full of strength, extremely unstable, and her skin was visible to the naked eye, turning into the appearance of an old lady. Lei Ying Ai and Tokage Oniki looked at each other, and both saw bitterness in each other's eyes. Obviously, Uzumaki Mito has already held the consciousness of dying together. Oniki decisively suggested her state, "It won't last long, let's go up together and stop her." Without waiting for Thunder Shadow to agree, Uzumaki Mito rushed straight at him. At the same time, King Kong blocked, and did not forget to attack Oniki. For a while, Uzumaki Mito, with his terrifying strength, pressed the two shadows abruptly. This battle was dusk the next day. The whole battle has been going on for almost a day and a night. Oniki, Leikage Ai, and Uzumaki Mito, all three of them were ashen-faced, covered in injuries, and their state seemed very dissatisfied. In the end, with the Whirlpool Mito, the vitality was seriously overdrawn, and the attack was stopped. Uzumaki Mito is about to die, and neither Oniki nor Leikage Ai is too dead. All on their respective sides, the medical ninja recovers his body and chakra, waiting for Uzumaki Mito to really die. And at this moment Uzumaki Mito, looking at those, who are also scarred at the moment, brought their comrades in arms. She gave birth to a hint of self-remorse. If it weren't for myself, they may be in Konoha, have a happy old age. Nope. I have to cover them to leave. By the way, Fang gave himself 2 items. At the last moment of her life, Uzumaki Mito took out 2 items that Uchiha Yutaka had left her. She struggled not to hold out any hope, and took down the outstretched legs and glaring pills. Something that shocked her happened. Her exhausted vitality is incredibly recovering. The injuries all over his body were also repaired one by one. Now the body, except for the absence of chakra, there is no origin, almost the same as before the war. After a moment of surprise, she thought of something again. That's right. She took out Uchiha Yutaka and gave her communication ball. With a trace of chakra, which had only recovered a little, he injected it into it. Soon, the communication ball came, a sound that jumped off. "Old man, what's up?" Uzumaki Mito was stunned. But in an instant, she understood that this was a communication ninja. "Save us." If these words were to be put on hold, it would never have been possible for Uzumaki Mito to say it at any time. Only when she was guilty, when she was desperate, she used the leg extension to stare at the pill and heard the sound of the source jumping off, she said it. As soon as the source heard that the voice was wrong, his face changed instantly. In an instant, the flying thunder god came, in front of Uzumaki Mito. "Uzumaki Mito? Child!" The source observed the entire battlefield in an instant. Under a scorched earth, Lei Ying Ai and Tokage Big Nose joined forces to deal with the red-haired old lady behind them. The next moment, the origin of the body also came to the battlefield. Looking at Uzumaki Mito holding his old man's communication ball, Genbu tilted his head and asked, "Red-haired grandma, who are you?" Uzumaki Mito, who recovered his strength, did not hide Uzumaki Mito. Genjin narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about the name. Uzumaki Mito is a member of the Uzumaki family. Uzumaki Mito, so familiar. Farewell. It's the wife between the pillars. Tsunadeheim's grandmother. What happened? Uzumaki Mito smiled bitterly, and did not have time to explain. The people of Thunder Shadow and Earth Shadow have discovered the arrival of the source and are extremely unkind in order to come over. I'll stop them. Can you take them away? I am afraid that it is no longer possible to support the country of vortexes. Uzumaki Mito now just wants these old comrades to leave safely. Genjin looked at the remaining 50-odd old ninjas, nodded in affirmation. It's not a big problem. Give me the communication ball. Taking the communication ball, the source injected chakra. The portal opens. But the enemy is also close. Source fast sealing. Multiple shadow doppelganger technique. In an instant, the source doppelganger reached thousands, tens of thousands. Genjin let his doppelganger army rush to the enemy without death. Then Huaji and the others, with surprised expressions, signaled, "Let's go, let's get out of here." Source gestures to the portal. A huge number of avatars exploded, causing a lot of smoke on the ground. Uzumaki Mito originally wanted to break off, but he was the first to be the source and invited into the teleportation array. The rest of the elderly were still in a daze, and the source drilled out his head and said, detached from them, it was like a world away. Narahim was notified and also came here in advance. Immediately a large number of health personnel were sent to give Uzumaki Mito them simple treatment of wounds. As for why, it was not a medical ninja who came, so do you still need to be suspicious? That must be the source, he doesn't have a medical ninja. However, Xiao Kongjai, physical treatment of external injuries, is still great. Here, which is it? Uzumaki Mito was so shocked. She never thought that in this world, she could still have such a powerful time and space ninjutsu. It was able to achieve, a large number of people, instantly transmitted across space. Yuan smiled slightly and introduced Xiaokong Mountain, Xiaokong Village. Suddenly, the communication ball of the source rang again. Coming from inside was the urgent voice of Uzumaki Juzine. Brother Uchiha Gen, it's not good, it's not good. When Yuan heard the voice, he was very anxious and frowned instantly. He asked in a low voice, what's wrong, Sister Juzine? Hearing the source's voice, Juzine was relieved a lot and explained. I'm trapped in the Senju family land, and there are many guards outside, keeping an eye on me and not letting me leave. Yesterday my grandmother, she was so strange, I was so scared. Will you take me out? It turned out to be guarded. Genjin breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing the grandma behind him, Genji looked at Uzumaki Mito beside him strangely. Uzumaki Mito also noticed Gen's strange gaze. She was a little embarrassed. When he is old, he still worries his little granddaughter, and he really burns his face. Hey, you go and take Juzine, take it. Uzumaki Mito sighed. The source was also very fast and brought Juzine over. When the little girl saw the somewhat embarrassed Whirlpool Mito, she directly pounced. Minamoto knew that Uzumaki Mito must have something to hide. So he asked straight to the point, let's talk about it. There are not many pictures of Lei Ying and Tying cooperating. When Genjin mentioned this matter, Uzumaki Mito's expression darkened again. With a long sigh again, he slowly said everything. What? The country of whirlpools has been calculated by the country of water, the country of earth, the country of thunder, and 3 countries. Juzine was shocked, and his little hands were constantly shaking. Then mom and dad, patriarch grandpa, uncle Taisuo, are they all in danger? As soon as Juzine brushed it, tears welled up uncontrollably. She grabbed Grandma Mito's hand and kept shaking it. Grandma Mito, let's go save mom and dad. Uzumaki Mito sighed. If only the land of water, she could definitely save it. But now there are 3 major national ninja villages, so if you go again, you will just send them in for nothing. Seeing Grandma Mito, he just sighed and didn't say anything. Juzine walked in front of Yuen's body again, touching his tears and holding up a pleading face. Brother Yuen, please, save us. Please. Yuen clenched his fists, only tangled for a moment, then gritted his teeth and directly agreed. Stretched out his hand, rubbed Juzine's red hair, and said gently, good. Sister Juzine, let's go and save them. The reason why the source would say yes is simple. It's not sympathy, it's not the pleading look in Juzine's eyes. But when he thought that Juzine was sad, then Sister Mikato would also be sad. Well, that's it. Absolutely not. Selling the favor of the Whirlpool family, I want the Whirlpool clan to join the small empty village. It was decided that he would make this trip to Muddy Waters, and the source also began to plan. Jushine, the special shuriken I gave you last time, was it in the country of Vortex? Juzine nodded. In my room, I collected it very well. The country of Vortex has coordinates, that is great, it can save a lot of things. Immediately the source said to Huaji, prepare to receive the Vortex refugees. The source instantly disappeared in front of everyone. Vortex country. At this moment, the patriarch of Uzumaki has been missing contact with his sister Uzumaki Mito for most of the day. The non-stop attacks of the mist-hidden village made the protector of the Vortex country more and more difficult to defend. Many strong people in the clan were exhausted and unconscious. The face of the Vortex patriarch became more and more solemn. All of the garrison are combat ready. Calm the rest of the ordinary clansmen and hide at home. Outside the enchantment of the Vortex country, the Water Shadow dispatched the team, constantly slamming towards the enchantment of the Whirlpool clan. But it's been almost a day. The enchantment of the country of vortexes is like a turtle shell, and it does not move. This is sad for the Water Shadow. Reported through the Dark Department. He already knew that in Konoha on the next bank, there were Konoha reinforcements, fighting with the Tsuchikage Thunder Shadow. He didn't naively think that those 2 old foxes would kindly help him and block Konoha's reinforcements. And their presence there shows that the actions on their side have long been known to them. As for why turn a blind eye, I'm afraid they also want to destroy the country of vortexes. And the purpose is self-evident, the same as his. Plunder the Vortex clan's sealing technique. Shui Ying snorted coldly. Oh, what an annoying guy. Increase the intensity of the attack. Before they arrive, we destroy the Vortex country first. A sudden surge in offensive intensity. Let the Whirlpool family be caught off guard. The ninjas who supplied the energy for the large array fell to the ground unconscious one by one, spitting blood, and the large array was instantly shaky. The Vortex Patriarch's face changed drastically in an instant, and he stepped forward. Use your huge chakra, resist to death, and this is the inevitable collapse of the big array. The guards on the side exclaimed. Patriarch, let's fight with them. These fogs faintly want us to die. and we have to pull them a few cushions when we die. Konoha has been treacherous, we have been waiting for them for a day and a night, and they still have no news. What's the point of us holding on any longer? We don't have reinforcements. Yes. Fight with them. Kill a bloody road. Blood spilled from the mouth of the Vortex Patriarch, and his eyes became fierce. No longer looking in the direction of Konoha, he gritted his teeth fiercely and said, "Good, we, the Vortex clan, should have the pride of the Vortex clan. Since there is no one to support us, then my generation should strengthen themselves, ready to fight." Within the enchantment, the Vortex clan is ready to attack. This is a battle for the survival of the family, and they are all born to death. The enchantment roared. It shattered outward. Huge energy washes over everything. Along with the impact came one by one, the Vortex warriors who opened the King Kong blockade. The Whirlpool warriors, who had been holding back for more than a day, chose to take the initiative to attack. The killing is monstrous. Kill, time. It's all in a race against time. The water shadow is unstoppable. The Patriarch of the Whirlpool took the initiative to block it. The movement of the great array of the Vortex country was very large. In an instant, Lei Ying, Tying and the others who came slowly, immediately startled. The country of Whirlpools is broken. Walk. The country of Vortex has been broken, all grasped tightly, and it is about to accelerate. Immediately, they were overjoyed, took their respective guards, and went straight to the battlefield of the Vortex country. Uchiha Gen, Flying Thunder God arrived, Uzumaki Jushina's room. The next moment, a loud roar began. Let the source be surprised. Flying outside the house, I saw the huge protector array of the Vortex country, and the scene was shattered. Then, at the junction of the great array, the two forces collided together. This is the Weian village and the Vortex clan, fighting. Then in the distance of the sea, two extremely strong auras quickly rushed towards this side. The source was horrified. Not good. It's Tsuchikage and Thunder Shadow. My mind is racing. Genjin swallowed a mouthful of spit. It's complicated enough. At the same time, he also pinched a handful of sweat for his current strength and muttered, "Now against the three shadows, I definitely have no chance of winning. Hey, you have to get stronger, open the portal." The source asked Kushina and Mito to come over. "Thunder Shadow and Earth Shadow, it's coming soon. We are no match for us. Let's save those civilians and children first. This is a communication ball, one of you will use it. Action." The source is short and quick, and the task is arranged for everyone. Handing Mito Uzumaki a hanging backpack, he gestured, "Let's go and retreat for them and buy time." The source took the Whirlpool Mito and instantly appeared on the battlefield of the Whirlpool Patriarch. Uzumaki Mito saw that his younger brother was beaten by Mizukage and vomited blood. Her pupils became vertical pupils, and the Nine Tails mode was turned on. "Dare to bully my brother." Uzumaki Mito, murderous, fought with Mizukage. Water Shadow is not good looking. He found that he and his guards couldn't help each other for a while. He said in his heart, "Put three tails." Receiving the order, in the distance, a misty faint, mental state extremely wrong laughter. Without any hesitation, he wiped the seal ban on his body with relief. Moment. A strange-looking, three-tailed Isofu with a carapace came out of the man's body little by little. After a while, it appeared on the battlefield. Then, Isofu directly launched, like a water escape like the destruction of the world, turned the entire country of Vortex into a country of Ze. With a large amount of water as the home field, the fog is hidden and the power rises. The water shadow was even more psychic, and a large number of sharks attacked towards the Whirlpool Mito. Hand over your clan's sealing technique, I can choose to retire. Feel the earth shadows and rock shadows, getting closer and closer. And the person in front of him is obviously not himself, the lord who can defeat for a while. He could only speak. Listen to this. The Vortex Patriarch laughed. "You wolf ambitions of the misty hidden village. He actually spied on my clan's sealing technique. I tell you, our Vortex clan's sealing technique is lost, and I can't give it to you." Shui Ying's face was gloomy, but he forced himself to calm down again and said, "Tsuchikage Oniki and Lei Kage AI, they are coming soon. If you are willing, hand over the sealing technique to me, and the Mist Hidden Village is willing to form an alliance with the Vortex country." Is this all the end for today? Now the strength of Mist Hidden Village is greatly damaged if it continues to fight with the country of Vortex. It is very likely that not only will he not be able to get the sealing technique, but he will also be severely damaged by the two parties of Yunyun. So the best form is to shake hands with the country of Whirlpools, and fight against Union Village and Union Village together. Of course, the idea of Water Shadow is good, but the Vortex Patriarch, he didn't recognize it. The Vortex Patriarch laughed and said with a mocking face, "Don't want to play now, I tell you. Attack my Vortex country, that is to never die. Today, my Vortex country is to pull you to be buried together. Specially." Shui Ying directly wanted to be foul. Humph, old stuff that doesn't go in with oil and salt. The sword comes out. There is no way to stop it. Today is either to get the Vortex Country sealing technique to withdraw the army, or to return with a big defeat. At this moment, Shui Ying also calmed down. He did not attack anymore, took the pills of soldiers, and began to recover. He didn't want to be picked up by the two things in Union Village and Union Village. For a while, the scene became quiet. At this time, Yuan also came to the old man's side. Old man, you Whirlpool clan, is there anything important? It feels like packing up, we're evacuating. The Vortex Patriarch was taken aback. His gaze was incredulous, and he looked at Uzumaki Mito. I saw Uzumaki Mito nodding, and he was pleasantly surprised. Konoha came to help. Genjin pondered for a moment almost, but, I am the one who saved you. Genjin added, oh yes, I paid for it. The Vortex Patriarch still cares so much at the moment, as long as it is a rescuer. Wiped the blood stains indiscriminately, and walked towards the office building with the source, just vomiting blood while walking. Follow me. Yuan was afraid that the Vortex Patriarch would lose too much blood, so he was ready to give him a leg-stretching glaring pill first for treatment. But as a result, he just waved his hand, and said with a look of indifference, just shed a little blood, it won't get in the way. This silenced Gengen. What a little bit of blood, it's 100 million points of blood. If this were Kakashi, he would have died 800 times earlier. However, when he thought that he was a member of the Uzumaki clan, Yuan was also relieved. But he was still firm and let the old man take the medicine. Village. There are constantly Yuan Senshao people, a large number of Uzumaki people, and some people with empty words to protect their foreheads, organizing the evacuation of civilians. And the way to evacuate was also extremely magical for the Vortex Patriarch. Portal. There are constantly Whirlpool flat ethnic people entering, and those organizers are constantly coming out. Don't look, hurry up, let's take all the belongings away. Genjin interrupted the Uzumaki Patriarch and urged with a startled gaze. With the hope of the clansmen living, the Patriarch of the Whirlpool knelt down in tears and kissed the earth under his feet lightly. As long as our Vortex clan remains, the Vortex Country will not perish. Without scruples, this Patriarch immediately handed over all the belongings in the clan to Uchiha Source. Jewelry, money, treasures, ninja tools, ninjutsu, and even basic textbooks. The source is all gone. Through the teleportation array, the Vortex Patriarch also came to Xiaokong village and looked at his people. Rubbed Ju Zinei's head. After confirming that it was safe, this and the source returned to the country of vortexes. Uchiha Gen, thank you. Later, the Uzumaki clan and Ju Zinei, it's over to you. Without waiting for the source to react, he came to the front of the Great Protector Array alone. Through the Great Array, his voice spread throughout the battlefield. Warriors of the Vortex Country, retreat into the enchantment. At the same time, the large array hummed again and lit up instantly. The warriors of the Whirlpool group instantly withdrew back. The enemy, on the other hand, was blocked from the outside. One by one, the warriors all looked at the Patriarch with puzzled eyes. Patriarch, why are you fighting again? We can't escape, this will only be for nothing, consuming chakra. Yes. We are ready to die with the enemy. Let's die together, Patriarch. The country is in people. The country dies. With the land of whirlpools, the Patriarch was angry, withstood the pressure of the Great Array, and said harshly to the clansmen, shut up. The country of whirlpools, not this island, not this land under our feet. The country of Vortex, it's you, it's me, it's all of us, we are the country of Whirlpool. As long as our Vortex clan is still there, our Vortex country is still there. All go. Follow the source, retreat first. The battlefield over here, just leave it to me this old fellow. Patriarch of the Whirlpool, there is a good mood. At this moment, the source is constantly pulling out the chakra battery to charge the large array. Hearing the mention of himself, the source was not vague, and directly opened the portal. You guys go first. I'll teach them, these ambitious guys, a good lesson. Source's words, those Whirlpool warriors didn't care. But the words of the Patriarch, those warriors of the Whirlpool clan, listened very much. Retreat. In the future, this Uchiha source will be the elder of our clan. Uchiha Gen, the Uzumaki clan, I'll leave it to you. This was something that neither the source nor all the Whirlpool warriors had expected. Let a child of what age be the elder of the Vortex clan? And this kid is still the Uchiha family? However, the old Patriarch, without giving everyone a chance to refute, said directly, hurry up. Our family and friends have all been evacuated. Your task is not to die here senselessly, but to take the clansmen and revive our Whirlpool clan. Do you want to become sinners of the Vortex clan? As soon as they heard that relatives and friends had been evacuated, they were shocked. Hearing the word sinner again, they also shut up directly, knowing that the Patriarch had made up his mind. They had to, one last deep glance at the Patriarch, and withdrew into the portal. Yuan was full of meaning, and looked at the Vortex Patriarch, with a look of anger. You old fellow, at this time, you even calculated me. However, seeing that you are dying, I will not worry about you. Patriarch Vortex smiled slightly. Then Juzine and the Uzumaki clan, I will leave it to you. Genzhun nodded emphatically. I see. The old fellow, in front of so many people, gave himself the status of an elder. It is to give themselves a legitimate identity and facilitate their management of the Whirlpool family. And because he is only a foreign elder, his relationship with the Vortex clan is not a strict relationship between superiors and subordinates. Stay until everyone has evacuated. The source left another pile of batteries. The Uzumaki patriarch asked Genjin to take her sister away. Genfei Thor appeared on the battlefield. In another instant, he brought the wounded Uzumaki Nito to the formation. Patriarch Uzumaki, looking at his sister with a smile. Sister, thank you. From now on, the clansman, it will be handed over to you. Mito, who had just slowed down, was slightly stunned. All the clansmen have withdrawn. Patriarch Uzumaki, all evacuated safely. Uzumaki Nito, then let's go. The Vortex Patriarch nodded first, and then shook his head with a smile and said, Sister, the clan will be handed over to you in the future. Uzumaki Nito was stunned, not knowing what his brother meant. Suddenly she realized something. You're not leaving. Patriarch Uzumaki nodded and turned his back. I am the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, and I have an unshirkable responsibility for the destruction of the Vortex country. And I must teach these invaders a profound lesson. Without the obstruction of Uzumaki Nito, the Vortex country enchantment was violently bombarded by the three cages. Looks shaky. The source chakra battery consumes one battery almost every 3 seconds. Seeing his sister, Uzumaki Nito refused to leave. The Vortex Patriarch also stopped talking. Finally, from between his teeth, he said 3 words to the source. Take her away. Genjin nodded, instantly flew the Thunder God, and came to the shores of Konoha. Mijin and his sister are gone. The Vortex Patriarch also removed the enchantment. The 3 shadows instantly took people and rushed in. I saw the Vortex Patriarch alone, with his hand in front. It's you, coveting my clan's sealing technique. Ha 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 ha, it's a pity that you guys are late. I've given all the sealing techniques to Konoha. The Vortex country will not perish, it will be reborn in the blaze. The huge amount of chakra was ignited by the Vortex Patriarch with life force. Under the high pressure of the sealing technique, the white light emitted a singularity. The 3 shadows' faces changed drastically, and they exclaimed in unison, not good. Immediately after, a huge mushroom cloud rose in the sky. A huge explosion that made the world roar. The entire Vortex country was engulfed in firelight. Countless mist ninja were turned into powder by the high temperature. Even the 3-tailed Isofu that was venting everywhere was standing on end. Frightened, he jumped into the depths of the sea in search of some security. The worst thing is to count this water shadow. He went astray into a puddle of liquid to avoid most of the damage. But what he didn't expect was, this explosion is very powerful. Don't say it's him. It is that the sea water in the sea area of the Vortex country has been evaporated several meters deep. Slightly better, it belongs to the Earth Shadow them. At the same moment as the explosion, he took everyone with him and desperately fled to the ground. Directly escaped, into the underground aquifer. Feeling unsafe, they also retreated 10 meters down, which can be regarded as a sigh of relief. However, the shock wave from the explosion also made them vomit blood one by one. Lei Yings, instantly carrying his own people, ran to the sea area of the Vortex country, and plunged in. However, it was also burned by the huge temperature. The state is also very bad. Across. Genjin and Uzumaki Nito both looked at the defense line of the Vortex in amazement. This heaven-destroying power is the 10-tailed beast Jade, and compared with it, I am afraid it is difficult to compare with it. If it were to rely on it alone, the power of the Vortex Patriarch's self-explosion could not even reach 1/10,000th of its current power. To achieve such great power, in fact, it is thanks to the high voltage and detonation of the chakra battery by the Vortex Patriarch. Uzumaki Nito gritted her teeth. She knew, after this explosion, the country of Whirlpool is gone, and so is his younger brother. But she can't cry yet. Now, she is the pillar of the Whirlpool clan. Let's go back. The source does not know how to comfort people, and this person, or his grandmother's level. I had to be a tool man. Flying Thunder God launched, took the Whirlpool Mito, and came to the small empty village. At this moment, the Uzumaki clan has been settled by the Fire G. More than 70 ninjas collectively launched the Tsuchida ninjutsu and built temporary shelters for them. At the same time, a large amount of grain has been purchased in major node countries. With a place to live and enough food, the Whirlpool family is also very stable. Just because the country was destroyed, the emotions on their faces were obviously very negative. Uzumaki Mito came to the place where the Uzumaki family settled. Uzumaki Mito nodded gratefully to General, immediately turned to his own people, clan. The clansmen of the Vortex clan, with the Whirlpool Mito, sentence by word, the clansmen. Those who were still stunned looked at her with dull eyes. Our homeland has been destroyed. Our land has been trampled on. Our country has been destroyed. Are you angry? Are you unwilling? Are you aggrieved? Are you still wondering, why should our country go through this? The people. If you still have all these things, anger, unwillingness, grievances, then we have to remember today's shame. Although our Vortex country has been destroyed, but people, we're still here. Our Vortex clan is still there. Our enemies are still there. We are not the time to be negative now. We should get strong as soon as possible. We want to rebuild, build our homes. The country of whirlpools is not a land, let alone a place name. We, the Vortex country, it's you, it's me, it's all of us, and we're all the Vortex people. As long as we are there, where we are, our Vortex country is there. Rebuild your home and regain glory. Listen to Uzumaki Mito, one uplifting sentence. One by one, the clansmen of the Vortex clan were all awakened and responded. Rebuild your home and regain glory. Rebuild your home and regain glory. Rebuild your home and regain glory. Slogans were shouted one after another. Faith was baptized by slogans again and again, and faith became more and more firm. Solve the morale problem of ordinary people. Uzumaki Mito, and there will be left, among all the Uzumaki family, people who can say 2 words all gathered and began to discuss the future. High-level officials such as Xiaokongzai Huaji and Yuan also participated. Come to the conference hall. Yuan was in jeopardy, and one person sat on the upper seat. Uzumaki Mito, Narahim, Kushina, and others stood aside. Then, the representative of the Whirlpool clan stands on the left, and the representative of the small empty village stands on the right. The matter to be discussed this time is extremely important. Also the source, with a small number of bits, personally involved events. Huaji was silent on the side, with a grin on his face, looking at his boss silently, waiting for him to speak. Uzumaki Mito, who was also on the side, quietly watched himself silently, wanting to let himself speak first. Yuan was a little embarrassed, such a formal scene, he was a little unused to it. But there is no way, the problem of thousands of people in the Whirlpool family still has to be dealt with by themselves. Ahem, I don't know what are your plans in the future of the Vortex clan. The source directly dumps the problem on the Whirlpool. The current backbone of the Uzumaki family is Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito frowned, not knowing how to speak. The country of whirlpools has been destroyed. In the entire ninja world, their Whirlpool clan probably has no place to stay. Moreover, their strength has also been seriously damaged, and the people who peep into their sealing techniques and bodies are not few in the ninja world. Go. There is no way to go. And the strength of the source is absolutely outrageous. With the portal, with this, you can almost be invincible in the entire ninja world. What's more, he also has a life-saving grace for the Vortex clan. Gritting his teeth, Uzumaki Mito proposed, I have decided to let the Uzumaki clan join the small empty village. At the same time, she turned to the Vortex clan below and asked, I don't know what you think. Those representatives of the Vortex clan heard this suggestion. So began a heated discussion of Twitter. In the end, it turned into a question. From the mouth of an old man, he said, excuse me, after joining the small empty village, what are the benefits to our Whirlpool family, and what price do we need to pay? The speaking posture can be described as very low. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The Whirlpool family has smart people. Agreeing without a mouthful, and not holding high, shows that they really want to talk. Genjin thought for a moment and gave his own requirements, the treatment of the Uzumaki clan. First point, I need your Vortex clan to allow intermarriage with the people of Xiaokongjai. Second, since you Whirlpool family live in Xiaokong village, then you must follow the rules of Xiaokong village. Thirdly, I ask that all Uzumaki people, adults, all learn literacy, and all children enter our ninja school. After saying the 3 requirements, Genjin coughed his throat. Looking below, the Whirlpool tribe with a clearly unpleasant complexion. Ahem, after talking about the conditions, then I'll talk about what you can get. First of all, the Whirlpool will be official, become a person in the small empty village, any treatment of the small empty village, the people of the Whirlpool tribe will be treated equally, although those who violate my small empty village will be condemned from afar. Secondly, the people of the Whirlpool family, as long as they recognize the concept of small empty villages. If the ability is right, you will have the opportunity to become the middle level of the small empty village, or even the upper level. How? Finally, the source turned to below, and all the Whirlpool tribe people asked, all the Whirlpool tribe people below were shocked. This condition is not harsh at all, the key is that the surname of the Uzumaki family is also retained. And with the excellence of their Whirlpool clan, it doesn't matter whether it is called the country of Vortex or the small empty village. I also ask Mito-sama to take full charge. Genjin smiled crookedly. It's done. Uzumaki Mito nodded and said in a loud voice, then it is so decided, the Uzumaki clan joins the small empty village. On the side of the small empty village, Huaji naturally has no idea. As for the others, they just have ideas, and they dare not say them directly. The big things are settled, and the small sources are temporarily not involved. Full power was given to Hohame. Settle in the Vortex family, let them have a sense of belonging. Look at the list data. Xiaokongzai Aborigines, more than 1,000 households, more than 3,000 people. And the registered ones, the Vortex tribesmen, the number is as high as more than 8,000. In this way, the current population of Xiaokong village has exceeded 10,000 officials. These 10,000 people are the heritage of Xiaokongzai, and if they are not handled well, it will also become a huge trouble for Xiaokongzai. It can be seen from this that the test that Huaji faces this time cannot be said to be small. Fortunately, the source has money. The source received in the country of Vortex all the inheritance of the country of Vortex, including more than 20 small targets in cash. Yuanya waved his big hand and said to Huoji, I have prepared 20 small targets for you, and the small empty village will be handed over to you. Huahame nodded heavily. Live up to your mission. The way to appease refugees is actually very simple. It is nothing more than to satisfy them, food, clothing, shelter and transportation. And the slightly troublesome thing is how to distribute them so that they are satisfied with food, clothing, housing, and transportation. One of the most taboo is to engage in equal division. This is the most prone to contradiction and the most unrealistic. So Huaji, after simply placing well, the Uzumaki clan. Next, I plan to distribute subsistence relief food every week. At the same time, a large number of workers began to be recruited to build new urban areas. Daibao, guaranteed minimum survival. And work can make life better. Everything that Huaji did, the source silently closed in his eyes. It concerns more than 10,000 people in Xiaokong village, and the source has to pay attention to it. Huaji is exactly a qualified housekeeper. What Huaji did, although not really the optimal solution, was also qualified. Basically settled the Whirlpool family. It seems that there is no problem. Only the Whirlpool clan and the Xiaokongzai people work together and have more contact. Then there is the above deliberate matchmaking. Naturally, it will merge with each other. The small empty village is temporarily stable and has entered a period of development, and it is time for the source to do its own business. Kanaha village. Uchiha clan land. Uchiha Toyoya. Source, recently, the Uchiha tribe went out on missions and disappeared frequently, and now it is the fifth case. We, Uchiha, have already lost more than 10 ninjas. Uchiha Fang jumped like a thunder, desperately dragging the list in his hand, and his heart ached. On this list, each one represents a Uchiha clan. Who the hell is targeting our Uchiha family? Genko sat silently on the side, his face equally gloomy and terrifying. There was a chill in his eyes. Tanzo, is that you? Still, Hinata, will it be you? The source also has no evidence, and at the moment he is only guessing the two most suspects. Listening to Uchiha Gen's muttering, Uchiha Fang was awakened and said angrily, Danzo, it's Tanzo, that old dog. Sunko? Could it be that the Hokage faction is about to attack us? Uchiha. Hearing Hinata's name, Uchiha Yutaka was obviously stunned. Then the anger was mostly deflated. No way, if it's really Hokage in the village who want to do it, then they Uchiha are not thinking about how to take revenge, but how to defect. Source, what should we do? Unconsciously, Uchiha Yuen was already dominant in Uchiha Fang's heart. When Uchiha Yutaka couldn't make a decision, he subconsciously listened to the source's thoughts and asked what to do. First recall all Uchiha clansmen outside. Let's see how the other party reacts first. Uchiha Gen's gaze flashed with scarlet light. Good, I'll go and convene a council of elders. Source, I plan to support you with Yamada as our Uchiha patriarch. What do you think? Source nodded. It's time too. The 10-year contract, I'm afraid it won't take that long, so let's start now and complete our agreement. The agreement that Genjin said is for Mikato, but also for Fugaku and Yamada. More to himself. Sources are redeemed in the system, millions of bloodline activation cards. Then the batch began to be used. Source's chakra eyes, pupils turn more and more rapidly. A hook of jade. Next, Urgu jade. Sangu jade. Then the Guya began to melt, deform, and finally turn into a Tai Chi pattern. Kaleidoscope of Tai Chi pattern. Kaleidoscope. Noticing the change in Gen's eyes, Uchiha was shocked. Under closer observation, he was more and more surprised, but he didn't dare to move. Afraid of disturbing the metamorphosis of the source, he waited quietly and happily on the side. Activated by the bloodline, a kaleidoscope was piled up all the way, and the spirit of the source seemed a little tired. Finally, when Yuan Fu was in the forehead, he eased up. Step forward and support the source. Ha ha ha, source. Rest quickly. What a kaleidoscope. Source nodded. A kaleidoscope indeed. Normally speaking, Yu Siboywan, who is only 7 years old, does not have the conditions to open the kaleidoscope. After all, the body has not grown. But he's the source. That's not surprising. After waiting for Genjin to rest for a while, Uchiha Feng arranged for his cronies to take good care of General. He went out with joy and quickly ran to Uchiha Yamada's house. What? You said Uchiha Gen, he now opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel. I go. Take me to see it. Yamada didn't even have time to change into his pajamas, so he pulled Uchiha Feng and ran to his house. How many years? How many years? I, Uchiha, finally, have produced another pair of kaleidoscope chakra eyes, excited hearts, trembling hands. Uchiha Yamada came to the living room of the Toyo family. Looking at the asleep Uchiha General, he looked at a loss. Uchiha Feng had a hard time catching up with his old friend. Just as he wanted to speak, he was interrupted by Uchiha Yamada's boo gesture. Yamada rarely smiled in decades and said, "Little one, fall asleep. Let's wait for him." Uchiha Feng naturally had no opinion. Time flew by, about 4 hours passed. Mikato and her little sister, shopping, finally returned. "Grandpa, Source, I'm back." Mikato's voice is very good. The source was woken up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 2 old men guarding beside him. The source was shocked. Holding the quilt, he said without a sense of security, "What are you doing?" The 2 old men, sleepy, leaned together. The scene was extremely embarrassing. The 2 old men smiled awkwardly. Yamada excitedly said, "You really turned on the kaleidoscope." The source did not explain, but opened the 3-hook jade writing wheel eye, and then the 3-hook jade turned into a kaleidoscope of Tai Chi patterns. Seeing is real. Yamada smirked. It's true. Uchiha finally has hope. We Uchiha finally have hope. Since Madara-sama, we Uchiha finally have another kaleidoscope. That's wonderful. Saying Yamada, he took Uchiha Feng's hand and said, "Old brother, we will launch immediately Uchiha's entire assembly. I want to announce this good news to all Uchiha. We, Uchiha, will prosper again." Uchiha frowned. "Announce the news directly, this is not very good. After all, the current Uchiha source is still so small. Besides," Konoha sighed, "can you let Uchiha prosper?" "Old friend, it's not that I want to splash cold water on you, but don't you really know why the Uchiha patriarch left Konoha back then?" Uchiha Yamada was stunned, his expression quickly darkened, and he calmed down. Abominable between the pillars. It's not finished to get rid of his own Thousand Hands clan, and he even wants to wipe out our Uchiha clan. Konoha is intolerable, a strong Uchiha. Not just Uchiha, but the strength of any family. Konoha couldn't tolerate it. However, Yuen Fei's family does not seem to be among them. The atmosphere in the hall fell silent again. In the end, Genjin spoke, "We Uchiha, when will we have to look at the face of the village? If they don't allow us, it's a big deal that we defect en masse." The source language is amazing. Frightened Uchiha Yutaka and Uchiha Yamada were taken aback. Defection? Absolutely not. Source: after so many years of development, the ninja world has long been different. Good territory is almost all occupied. Want to defect? Where can I escape? On the bright side, all the territory is the land of the Lord. As long as we defect, we Uchiha can either only rely on others, or we will become rats that everyone shouts at, and the greater possibility is that the latter, we Uchiha, will only go to decay step by step in the pursuit and killing of Konoha and the squeeze of all forces. Yuen smiled slightly. Uchiha Yamada is right. Uchiha's analysis is also very correct, but they overlooked a little. That is, all the rules are made by the strong. It's like, at the beginning of the Warring States period, there were many families and there was no concept of state. It is between the Thousand Hand pillars, born horizontally. With his own strength, he incorporated Uchiha and subsequently unified the ninja world.